Where is this? How can I be here? Was I not already dead? After a deafening boom, Su Feiyong opened his eyes only to be greeted by a world of blood red. Before him lay a blood pool, an enormous basin of blood that seemed to possess a life of its own, pulsing and throbbing. Within this blood pool floated hundreds of blood spheres identical to his own form, each one rising and sinking in the crimson liquid. By now, Su Feiyong himself had become a blood sphere, a colossal orb of blood. He could clearly feel this sphere that he had transformed into voraciously drawing power from the blood pool, constantly perfecting itself. At the same time, a mighty force penetrated straight into his soul. It was the primordial essence of heaven and earth acting directly upon his spirit and carving a Tao pattern upon his very soul. This was a pattern of the great Tao, and it bestowed upon Su Feiyong an incomparably heavy and profound sensation. Yet what puzzled him was the tiny spirit pearl embedded within this Tao pattern. That little pearl exuded an overwhelming pressure while at the same time carrying a strange sense of familiarity, like a tacit bond born with him from the very beginning, leaving him quietly astonished. No matter how astonished Su Feiyong was, he could not alter anything before him. He could only endure it in silence, watching coldly as all these changes unfolded, unable to influence them in the slightest. The power of the blood pool was continuously drawn away by those massive blood spheres. The orb that Su Feiyong had become was no exception, likewise siphoning strength from the pool. As the blood pool's power was relentlessly extracted, the blood within was rapidly consumed, and the level of the crimson liquid plunged at startling speed. No one knew how long had passed. When the blood in the pool had fallen to 2/3 of its original level, it finally stopped diminishing. The colossal blood spheres within the pool then grew still, quietly floating in place, undergoing silent transformations in the crimson depths. Within the blood pool there was no sense of time. Su Feiyong had no idea how long had gone by. As time flowed on, he became keenly aware of transformations within himself. The blood sphere that housed him first shuddered slightly, then began to quake more and more violently until it entered a state of fierce trembling. Following his change, all the spheres within the pool underwent a collective frenzy, while strands of laws flickered throughout the blood pool like ephemeral lightning. Amidst this transformation, Su Feiyong felt a tremendous agony surge from within his body, and another wave of pain rose from the depths of his soul. Under the assault of these twin torments, his consciousness erupted like thunder, and he blacked out on the spot. The moment Su Feiyong fainted, a resounding bang echoed as the blood sphere split open from the middle. Two blood-colored shells fell away to either side, revealing the body concealed within, a humanoid figure. Upon closer inspection, this humanoid form was markedly different from an ordinary person. At a glance, the head alone gave off an uncanny, abnormal impression. Although the facial features were not drastically different from before, there was an undeniable sinister strangeness about them, yet one could not immediately pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Looking further down at his body, its external structure was at first glance not vastly different from what it once had been. If one had to speak of a change, it was that he now possessed an extraordinarily powerful musculature. His physique radiated such strength that his entire frame seemed to exude overwhelming power, like a mountain poised to crash down upon anyone who beheld it. It was not merely that his frame now bulged with formidable muscle, his skin had taken on a bronze luster, radiating a robust vitality. Paired with that mighty physique, it amplified his imposing presence all the more. What is happening? Has the power of this blood pool brought Su Feiyong back to life? Indeed, Su Feiyong had returned, but it could not simply be called a resurrection, for he was no longer the Su Feiyong of old. More precisely, he was no longer an ordinary human being. He had become a being akin to gods and Buddhas, a member of the Wu clan. Shortly after the sphere shattered, Su Feiyong's soul stirred. His brow twitched a few times, then his eyelids slowly lifted, revealing the eyes beneath. Had he been standing before a mirror at that moment to see his current appearance, he would surely have cried out in disbelief, wondering aloud if this astonishingly handsome figure could still be himself. The reason for such a reaction lay in the transformation of his eyes. The pair that opened were no longer the black and white pupils characteristic of a Huaxiao man, but complete orbs of shattered gold. Those golden eyes radiated a dense, steady, and weighty aura, making one feel as though they were facing the very earth itself, incomparably solid and profound. Nor was Su Feiyong the only one to open his eyes within the blood pool. The others stirred as well, their gazes awakening one after another, each pair of eyes different from the next. Yet soon all those eyes began to change again, slowly reverting to black and white. That was the withdrawal of their power, no longer in a state of outward release. At this moment, Su Feiyong fully awoke. Have I been reborn? He could not help but silently ask himself in his heart. He had never believed in the existence of ghosts or gods, dismissing them as nothing more than nebulous legends. Yet now he had no choice but to admit that he had been wrong, for he could find no explanation for the changes in his own body. Thus he was forced to accept that such supernatural beings truly existed in this world. Su Feiyong moved his eyes a few times, then suddenly grew still his entire body, ceasing all movement. He stood quietly in the blood pool looking up at the cavern roof above. He maintained this posture for several minutes before, with a sudden exertion of both hands against the edge of the pool, he pushed sharply. With a soft cracking sound, the two shell-like halves of the sphere crumbled under his palms. Lowering his head, Su Feiyong examined his own body. He raised his hands, turning them over to scrutinize them closely, then lifted his head and turned to survey his surroundings, paying no heed to the reactions of the others. Acting entirely on his own without any prior preparation, he suddenly clenched his right fist and gave the blood surface a seemingly light punch. From his movement alone, one would judge that he had used no more than a mere fraction of the strength he once possessed when striking with all his might. Yet the moment this light punch landed on the blood pool, a thunderous boom resounded. A towering wave of blood surged skyward, rising high into the air before crashing back down, descending as a rain of crimson. This strength is far too outrageous. Su Feiyong could not help but cry out, his voice betraying his astonishment. His words laid bare just how profoundly shaken he was. He could not comprehend what kind of transformation his body had undergone to become so immense in power, nor could he make sense of the change in his eyes. What unsettled him even more was that he now possessed such terrifying strength. Beyond the changes already visible before his eyes, he could not help but wonder what other monumental transformations lay hidden within him yet to reveal themselves. What exactly had he become now? What sort of monster? To answer this, everything would have to be traced back to the very moment he first awakened. When Su Feiyong first awakened and opened his eyes, his mind instantly began operating at a frenzied, overclocked speed. In that very instant when his awareness had just cleared before he could even recover his normal capacity for thought, an enormous surge of foreign memories flooded into his original consciousness. The impact of that torrent threw his mind into utter chaos. It felt as though an immense pile of information was being crammed into Su Feiyong's head within the span of a single heartbeat, forcing him to accept it all at once. Such a sudden coercive inundation would have been enough to drive anyone of slightly weaker will instantly mad. Even if insanity did not strike at once, there was every chance they would lose their mind while trying to absorb and digest this torrent of data. Even if Su Feiyong's brain were structured like a computer, it would still be impossible to completely transmit such a vast volume of information in so short a time. Fortunately, Su Feiyong's willpower far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Years of hardship had tempered his resolve into something both tenacious and formidable, especially his instinctual will to survive honed to an unimaginable level. Thus, even this ferocious assault of alien memories upon his consciousness resulted only in a brief lapse of clarity. After just a few breaths, he began to adapt to the sudden influx and swiftly set about digesting those memories that did not originally belong to him. This marked the beginning of his integration into this world, and at the same time the commencement of a trial. Passing this ordeal would grant him the right to continue living. Failure would mean nothing but death. Such a mad challenge was also the impartial justice of the great Tao. After all, a dead man's return to life is an act that disrupts the balance of the Tao. No matter who you are or what your circumstances may be, you must face this trial. Though brief, it is incomparably perilous, and countless beings have been annihilated within it. What kind of trial could be so perilous? In the inheritance of memories, in a single instant the recollections of a mighty being will surge into your sea of consciousness. If you conceal or digest these memories, then you gain the right to survive, for you will have truly taken in the aura of this world. Otherwise, there is only annihilation. Within the strange memories flooding in, Chen Wei beheld scenes he could never have imagined before. He saw a man, a giant tens of zhang tall, standing completely naked, his towering physique so overwhelmingly powerful that even his current self could not begin to compare. From sight alone, one could clearly feel the incomparable strength of the other's muscles, as if his entire body were cast from steel, no, from indestructible alloy. A head of black hair streamed in the wind like fine silk. Beneath a broad forehead rested a pair of violet gold eyes framed by black brows and a gaze both arrogant and ice-cold. His nose was high and powerful, his lips full and firm, and his entire face, its features as if carved by a blade, brimmed with unyielding masculine vigor. That man, if he could still be called a man, stood within a vague and illusory expanse where no heaven could be seen above and no earth below, only a boundless chaos stretching in all directions. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood proudly amid the chaos, gazing from afar into its unfathomable depths. His very presence was so fierce and overwhelming it was as though he ruled over all under heaven. The entire space trampled beneath his feet, leaving no one able to ignore his existence. He stood there alone in that empty, ethereal space as though lost in deep contemplation. No one knew how much time had passed before he finally moved. He suddenly let out a great shout, and from nowhere produced a colossal axe. With a ferocious swing, he cleaved into the void. Innumerable streams of chaotic chi burst forth, setting the entire chaos into violent upheaval. He hacked again and again, each stroke making the chaos surge all the more. After a brief, while countless earth, water, wind, and fire were born from the chaos, the instant they appeared, they surged and billowed like oil meeting flame. The giant axe swung ceaselessly, birthing boundless earth, water, wind, and fire that churned without rest. When the entire chaos was filled with these raging elements, sweat already beaded his brow from exhaustion. After taking a brief breath, he circulated his mana, and the axe parted to reveal a treasure diagram that slowly rose into the air. In an instant, that diagram transformed into a golden bridge spanning across the earth, water, wind, and fire. Wherever it passed, the raging elements calmed, and then the clear rose while the turbid sank. The clear chi ascended slowly, forming the heavens, while the turbid chi descended slowly, forming the earth. As heaven and earth took shape, it was as if endless living beings roared in fury, striving to halt their formation. One aura after another surged forth from the depths of chaos. Yet at that moment, a great banner appeared, and in an instant crushed those forces back. Moments later, a colossal bell manifested with 9 peals, all the roaring vanished without a trace. At this point, Su Feiyang understood that this man was none other than Pangu, the primordial great god of Chinese myth, and what he had just witnessed was the scene of Pangu splitting heaven and earth apart. That giant axe was the foremost weapon of heaven and earth, the Pangu axe, and that diagram was the Taiji diagram, the supreme treasure of chaos. Just then, a dark, terrifying spear suddenly pierced through the void, giving Pangu no time to react before it stabbed straight into his heart. In an instant, that gloomy spear was stained crimson with Pangu's blood. Ambushed Pangu erupted in fury. Yet just as he tried to wrench the spear from his body, he realized the heaven and earth he had opened were beginning to close once more. A sense of dread stirred in his heart. At once he raised both hands to prop up the closing heaven, and planting his feet firmly supported the earth below, holding them apart so they would not merge again. Thus the sky rose 1 zhang higher each day, the earth thickened by 1 zhang each day, and Pangu's body grew taller and taller in step with the changes of heaven and earth, while his blood rained down unceasingly upon the land. Year after year, day after day, no one knew how much time passed. At last the sky ceased to rise, the earth ceased to thicken, and the transformations of heaven and earth finally came to an end. A single day in the mountains is already many years in the mortal world. After an unknowable span of time, Pangu finally collapsed. In the instant he fell, the spear in his body vanished as well. At that moment, heaven and earth underwent new transformations. His exhaled breath turned into wind, and cloud, his voice into thunder and lightning. His left eye became the sun, his right eye the moon. His hair and beard transformed into the stars of the primordial firmament. His 4 limbs and torso became the 4 pillars, the 5 sacred mountains, rivers and ranges, peaks and ravines. His blood turned into rivers, his flesh into fertile soil. The hairs on his body became grass and trees. From then on there was light between heaven and earth, solid ground beneath, and burgeoning vitality everywhere from which yin and yang were distinguished. Thereafter, as the chi of yin and yang between heaven and earth intertwined, all living things came into being. Among all beings there were beasts, birds, scaled creatures, and armored ones. Among the beasts, Qilin were foremost, among the birds, phoenixes were sovereign, and among the scaled and armored dragons reigned supreme. Pangu's primordial spirit then divided into 3. After absorbing what remained of the mysterious yellow chi and the clear chi of heaven and earth, it flew toward the east. The remaining essence blood of Pangu divided into 12 parts. After absorbing the leftover mysterious yellow chi and the turbid chi between heaven and earth, they too flew east. Thus, with his body, Pangu evolved the primordial chaos, and the great desolation began. Pangu's primordial spirit split into 3, and after absorbing the mysterious yellow and clear chi of heaven and earth, turned into 3 streaks of flowing light that flew away. With the disappearance of the spear, the 12 remaining drops of essence blood within Pangu's shattered heart absorbed a portion of the mysterious yellow chi, and the turbid chi of heaven and earth then merged into the newborn earth. Enveloping them was Pangu's broken heart itself, now the blood pool where Su Feiyang resided. When the vision reached this point, Su Feiyang awoke. In the instant he regained consciousness, a mysterious force surged into his body. Xingtian, he suddenly knew his new name. As the 2 characters of Xingtian fused into his divine, since a law of the earth accompanied them, the power of the great earth witch. As the law of earth poured in, the spirit pearl upon his soul suddenly stirred, drawing in a strand of the power of time and space. At the same moment, a hidden force within his bloodline also briefly awakened. Unfortunately, Su Feiyang was unable to sense it, for that latent power flickered and vanished too quickly, far beyond what his current strength could grasp. Upon learning his new name, Xingtian, Su Feiyang could not help but let out a bitter smile. Yet this was his destiny, beyond his power to refuse. Only by accepting this name could he truly merge into this new world, otherwise he would have to endure the trials of the Grand Tao again and again, facing death time after time. Under such circumstances, Su Feiyong did not hesitate for long. When the name Xingtian fully merged into his soul, his body instantly felt light, and the unease that had plagued him vanished. This world rejected him no more. Merging into it left his spirit clear and refreshed. From that moment on, there was no longer Su Feiyong in this world, only Xingtian. When Xingtian awoke, all those within the blood pool regained consciousness as well. Before he could even look around carefully, an unparalleled force suddenly surged out from the pool. Without time to react, Xingtian was swept from the blood pool and transported into an incomparably vast great hall. The sudden change made many people cry out involuntarily. While the others exclaimed, Xingtian quickly surveyed the hall. At its center stood a colossal divine statue of a giant. With a single glance, he recognized it as the very Pangu he had seen in the inheritance. Beside this giant were 12 other statues which clearly belonged to the 12 ancestral witches who had been born before him. The hall he now stood in was the Pangu Divine Hall, the place of inheritance of the Wu clan. Just as Xingtian was about to consider how to face everything that lay ahead, a cold snort suddenly boomed in everyone's ears like thunder. Immediately afterward, 12 figures appeared before Xingtian and the others. The instant they manifested, Xingtian instinctively felt a crushing pressure, the suppression of a superior bloodline. Under the oppression of bloodline, a subconscious desire to submit rose within Xingtian's heart. As that thought emerged, a brand surged out from his bloodline, seeking to sear itself deeply into his very soul. This sudden change filled Xingtian's heart with fury. Though he knew as a man from a later age that there was no true fairness in the world, he still could not accept such a fate, to become another's slave. Resist. Xingtian ground his teeth and struggled with all his might against the bloodline suppression from the 12 ancestral witches, striving to throw off their domination. Open for me. With a furious roar, Xingtian erupted with boundless violent aura. His wrath stirred the baleful qi hidden in his bloodline, and as that killing intent burst forth, it blocked the influence of his own bloodline, allowing him to successfully break free from its oppressive shackles. Xingtian's sudden outburst instantly astonished the 12 ancestral witches. That he could withstand the suppression of their bloodline left them unexpectedly excited. I thought he was some great genius, but he's nothing more than a fool with impure blood. A dullard like you dares to resist, truly courting death. As the icy words fell, a powerful pressure descended from above, bearing straight down upon Xingtian. This force was far greater than the earlier suppression of bloodline. Brutal coercion. Xingtian's defiance had provoked one of the ancestral witches, who struck out directly to force his submission. From his words alone, it was clear that in his eyes Xingtian was nothing more than an ant. Just when Xingtian could no longer endure and was about to resist, a cold snort suddenly echoed. Zhu Rong, shut your mouth. No matter what, Xingtian is our clansman. If I hear you say such things again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Upon hearing this, Xingtian realized that it was the ancestral witch Zhu Rong who had just made a move against him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Zhu Rong, you bastard. No wonder you died so early. Out with your personality. If you don't die, who will? While Xingtian was distracted, Zhu Rong hurriedly said, Big brother, I was wrong. I was just a bit too emotional. Who told Xingtian to be so arrogant? I was just afraid he would be ignorant and needed to feel some pressure. From Zhu Rong's words, Xingtian could clearly sense Zhu Rong's awe towards the ancestral witch Dijiang. Only Dijiang could keep Zhu Rong, this impulsive and ignorant person, in check. Zhu Rong said that Xingtian was arrogant and ignorant, but in reality, he was even worse than Xingtian. At least Xingtian knew what could and couldn't be done, but Zhu Rong, this madman, did not realize it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been schemed against, leading to the death of the ancestral witch Gong Gong and burdening the entire Wu clan with endless karma. Although Dijiang's intervention prevented any further escalation, Xingtian still harbored some negative thoughts towards the Wu clan. It wasn't just Xingtian. The other Wu clan members present also felt a sense of resistance towards him. Even the 12 ancestral witches were somewhat dissatisfied with Xingtian, as no leader wishes to accept a troublemaker like him. Though Xingtian believed he had integrated into this world, it was merely his own wishful thinking. He still had a long way to go before truly assimilating into this realm. For now, he could only say that he had gained the recognition of the Tao. For someone from a later era, integrating into the primordial world was far from simple. Xingtian did not feel he was in the wrong. In his heart, he believed that the 12 ancestral witches were too domineering. It was precisely because of this mindset that the current situation arose. For the other Wu clan members, they saw Xingtian as too arrogant, believing he should not oppose the ancestral witches. All these factors combined led to Xingtian being isolated from the moment he entered this world. It must be said that his start was indeed unfavorable. Xingtian said in a deep voice, Ancestral witches. Bloodline. Ridiculous to the extreme. You merely came into existence before me, you had a bit more time. In terms of bloodline, we all inherit the bloodline of the Pangu great deity, so there is no difference. I Xingtian will definitely surpass you all. Originally under the suppression of Di Jiang, Zhu Rong did not dare to say much more. However, Xingtian's words infuriated Zhu Rong. He disdainfully glanced at Xingtian and said, "You, a great witch with an impure bloodline, dare to say such ridiculous things. I want to see what you can use to surpass us. Don't even think about surpassing us ancestral witches. With your qualifications, you will soon be the weakest among all great witches. An impure bloodline will forever be the boundary you cannot overcome." Zhu Rong's words did not provoke Di Jiang's intervention again, as Xingtian's behavior angered them. In their eyes, Xingtian was simply absurd and extremely arrogant and ignorant individual. With such thoughts, Di Jiang allowed Zhu Rong to use words to strike at Xingtian. Xingtian coldly snorted in response to Zhu Rong's words, saying nothing further. At this point, any rebuttal would be futile. To earn respect, one needed strength. Xingtian's silence pleased Zhu Rong, who believed his words had finally taken effect. As a result of Xingtian's silence, all the newly emerged Wu clan members quickly divided into 12 teams corresponding to the 12 ancestral witches, while Xingtian was left unsure of how to choose, as he possessed the laws of space-time and Earth. Although Di Jiang had previously suppressed Zhu Rong from attacking Xingtian, he also did not like someone like Xingtian, who resisted authority. Thus, he was unwilling to accept Xingtian. As for the time ancestral, with Zhu Jiuyin, it was even less likely. Though he had remained silent throughout, he too was unwilling to accept a troublemaker like Xingtian, fearing it would anger him. In his heart, Xingtian was simply a tremendous hassle. Seeing that neither Di Jiang nor Zhu Jiuyin spoke up to take in, Xingtian, the most benevolent of the 12 ancestral witches, Ho Tu, let out a quiet sigh. She understood that Xingtian's earlier actions had already caused dissatisfaction among everyone. Although everyone was restraining themselves from making things difficult for Xingtian, they all held some resistance in their hearts. Ho Tu was also somewhat dissatisfied with Xingtian's actions, as they were a provocation to the dignity of the ancestral witches. However, she was even less willing to see the Wu clan just birthed fall into division. Taking a deep breath, Ho Tu spoke. "Xingtian, you embody the law of Earth, so come and cultivate with me." Once Ho Tu spoke, both Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that accepting Xingtian would unleash their pent-up anger, fearing that an impulsive moment could lead to the division of the Wu clan. Although Xingtian was just one person, they understood that if such a situation truly occurred, it would pose significant risks to the newly formed Wu clan. Among the 12 ancestral witches, the one with the gentlest personality was undoubtedly Ho Tu. Therefore, both Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin hoped she could take in Xingtian and guide him, helping him abandon his absurd ideas. While Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's intentions may have been good, reality was cruel. Xingtian observed everything that was happening, and the slight resistance in Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin's emotions deeply pierced his heart, intensifying his own feelings of resistance towards the Wu clan. Isolation. Xingtian was not afraid, nor did he care. However, the disregard from Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin filled him with immense anger. He silently raged. "Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, what makes you so great? You merely came into existence a little earlier than I did. Everything you have inherited, I equally possess. Without your help, I Xingtian can still live well." Influenced by the thoughts of the later generations, combined with his ability to resist the influence of his bloodline power, Xingtian had begun to develop the ability to break free from the power of the Wu clan, no longer affected by his own bloodline. The ancestral witches represented an insurmountable chasm for other great witches, but for Xingtian, it was no longer a barrier. His mindset had already begun to transcend. The broader his heart, the larger the stage. In the eyes of the 12 ancestral witches, bloodline determined everything, but reality was not so simple. In terms of bloodline, Pangu great deity incorporated all the bloodline laws of the 12 ancestral witches. No matter how much the 12 ancestral witches trained, it would be difficult to reach the realm of Pangu. Although Ho Tu's words spared Xingtian from being left without anyone to take him in, he felt a slight resistance towards her offer. In his view, her acceptance was not entirely sincere, it felt forced. Most importantly, in her eyes, he remained a peculiar existence. Leaving the Wu clan and venturing out on his own. In an instant, this thought arose in Xingtian's mind, but it was quickly suppressed. Though Xingtian was proud, he was not foolish. He understood what he should do now and what choices he should make. Leaving alone due to a moment of pride, without understanding the current situation outside, would undoubtedly place him in danger. With a slight misstep, his life could very well be at risk. This was not the behavior of a wise person. After a moment of hesitation, Xingtian still walked behind Ho Tu. His actions caused Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches to frown. For Xingtian, he did not believe there was anything wrong with his behavior, but to the other ancestral witches, it was not the same. Fortunately, Ho-Tu did not mind Xingtian's actions. Although their time together was brief, her wisdom allowed her to understand Xingtian's pride. Although Xingtian was merely a great witch, now he was fundamentally different from other great witches. In his heart, he did not consider himself inferior to the ancestral witches. For such a proud individual, using forceful measures would only backfire. Other ancestral witches looked down on Xingtian, but Ho-Tu would not. The 12 ancestral witches inherited the bloodline of the Pangu great deity, each possessing an incredibly pure law bloodline. This pure bloodline allowed for rapid cultivation and strong physiques, but it did not mean that someone like Xingtian with an impure bloodline had no future. Pangu was a prime example. Regarding Xingtian, Ho-Tu felt a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, Xingtian's arrogance was a challenge to their ancestral witch's prestige. However, this slight dissatisfaction did not affect her judgment of Xingtian's potential. In her view, while Xingtian was arrogant, he had the capital to be so. Xingtian lacked a pure bloodline, which would have some impact on his cultivation. In terms of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could not compare to others. However, not everything is absolute. The ancestral witches did not need to worry about finding a way, but Ho-Tu believed that Xingtian would certainly find a solution. Because all along she had not seen a hint of wavering in Xingtian's eyes. A great witch with a heart as solid as stone has a promising future. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it has been 100 years since Xingtian arrived in the Hongwang world. Over the past century, he has come to understand the current situation in Hongwang, which has just experienced the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. The land is in disarray, and the 100 years of cultivation have made Xingtian realize why Zhu Rong and other ancestral witches look down upon him so much. Bloodline. Although Xingtian does not believe that his bloodline is inferior to others, reality has made him aware of the extent of his disadvantages. The Wu clan inherits the supreme skill of Pangu, the 9 turns mystic art. This skill requires the cleansing of oneself using the spiritual energy of the earth. Those with a singular bloodline can invoke the pure laws of the heavens and the earth to cleanse themselves, while Xingtian, burdened with multiple bloodline laws, draws in a mixed and impure law force, making it impossible for him to compare with those of pure bloodlines. 100 years may seem brief for a cultivator, but in such a short time Xingtian has seen the gap between himself and other great witches. In the Wu clan, strength is revered. His previous confrontation with Zhu Rong has already isolated him within the clan, and now his situation is even more dire. With his proud personality, Xingtian is unwilling to endure the disdain of others, and the thought of leaving the Wu clan to cultivate alone has re-emerged in his mind. To leave only by departing from the Wu clan to seek his own opportunities in the vast land of Hongwang, can he hope to stand out and have a chance to reach the pinnacle of this realm? With this thought in mind, Xingtian immediately stood up to bid farewell to the ancestral witch Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu was not too surprised by his farewell. In fact, from the moment she took him, and she knew this day would come. What surprised her was that it arrived too soon. Within just a century, Xingtian made such a decision. It disappointed her that such a resolute person could not integrate into the Wu clan, and yet this reality has become almost unchangeable. It was not that Ho-Tu overestimated Xingtian, but rather that he possessed great potential. Losing such a promising clansman was a significant loss for the Wu clan. However, she felt powerless to change it. Whether it was Xingtian or Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches, a thorn had already been deeply embedded in their hearts. Trying to force a change would only worsen the situation, potentially spiraling out of control. Helpless in the face of Xingtian, Ho-Tu also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Taking a deep breath, Ho-Tu sighed. Xingtian, I know you have feelings of resistance towards your clansmen and are unwilling to communicate with them. However, I hope you understand that no matter what, you are still a member of the Wu clan. If you wish to leave the clan to cultivate alone, I will not stop you, but I hope you realize this is your home, your root. Please be careful on your journey. Although the dragon and phoenix calamity has ended, there are still countless dangers in Hongwang. You must proceed with caution. Although Ho-Tu's words could not completely dispel the resistance in Xingtian's heart, they did eliminate some of the barriers between them. At least now Xingtian felt less antagonism towards her. Xingtian nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, ancestral witch. I know what I should do." In Ho-Tu's eyes, Xingtian appeared somewhat arrogant. She feared that he might act impulsively and lose his life. In truth, she still underestimated him. When it comes to life and death, Xingtian knows how to retreat. He would not risk his life recklessly. He still possesses that much rationality. After leaving the residence of the Wu clan, Xingtian set off towards his chosen destination, Mount Buzhou. As the first mountain of Hongwang and the pillar supporting the entire world, it is home to many innate spiritual roots and treasures, making Xingtian yearn for it. Many believe that the Wu clan cannot refine innate treasures, but Xingtian does not share this view. He believes he is different from other Wu clansmen because he possesses advantages that others do not. He has the soul of a human, which is his confidence. Though lacking a pure bloodline, his journey through time and space has granted him a powerful soul enough to give him an edge over others. As Hutu said, although the calamity of the dragon and phoenix has ended, the dangers on the land of Honghuang remain immense. The reason is simple: various forces are reshuffling and countless factions are drawn in to contest for benefits. Instead of calming down after the end of the calamity, they are all taking major actions. Just after Xingtian left the Wu clan's residence, the ground suddenly shook, and with a loud boom, rocks of various sizes fell from the sky. Faced with such a sudden change, Xingtian could not help but wonder to himself, could there be an earthquake happening in this land of Honghuang? However, when Xingtian looked up, things were not as he had imagined. The flying rocks were not due to an earthquake, but rather the result of a battle. Not far in front of Xingtian, two demon beasts, each about 100 feet long, were engaged in a fierce battle, causing the heavens to shake and the air to be filled with demonic energy. One was a demon lion, its sharp claws and tail like a steel whip sending rocks flying, while the other was a giant python. However, this python was somewhat different, possessing a hint of dragon chi, suggesting a trace of dragon blood with dark scales and a single horn on its head. Xingtian noticed these two demon beasts, and they too spotted him. Facing these powerful creatures, Xingtian felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they were two peak golden immortal demon beasts, just a step away from becoming Deluo golden immortals. Although golden immortals are common in Honghuang, Deluo golden immortals are capable of truly shaking the heavens. Yet Xingtian is currently only at the early stage of golden immortal. Facing these two beasts could lead to certain death. In contrast to Xingtian's vigilance, the two demon beasts glanced in his direction with disdain before turning back to continue their fierce battle. To them, Xingtian was merely an insignificant ant, and they had no concern that a fight between them would leave an opening for Xingtian to take advantage of. Seeing the disdain in the eyes of these two demon beasts filled Xingtian with anger. If he dared to confront ancestral witches, how could he back down from these fierce beasts? In an instant, an unmatched killing intent surged within him. With the rise of his killing intent, Xingtian's heart roared, these two monsters must die. Only with their blood can all sins be cleansed. Though he spoke of sins, it was merely an excuse, a pretext for killing. Yet it was precisely this excuse that allowed Xingtian to kill without remorse. Despite the surge of killing intent, Xingtian did not rush to act. After all, his strength was inferior to theirs. It was wise to retreat temporarily and wait for them to exhaust each other before striking to take them both down. With a shift in thought, Xingtian suppressed his overwhelming killing intent and quickly retreated. Once his figure completely disappeared from the sight of the two demon beasts, they became even more frenzied. Although they saw Xingtian as a mere ant, their intelligence still prompted them to retain some vigilance. Only after Xingtian left did they fully relax. In the eyes of the two demon beasts, Xingtian had retreated. However, things were not as simple as they thought. Once out of their sight, Xingtian summoned the earth's vital energy to envelop him, swiftly merging with the ground. With the aid of this earth energy, he quickly sneaked back to his previous position. Although Xingtian's retreat and return did not waste much time, it was enough for the two demon beasts to engage in a fierce battle. By the time Xingtian returned to his original position, the two demon beasts were entangled once again. This time they held nothing back. After all, Xingtian's appearance had already made them cautious. If they delayed further, who knew what other powerful beings might appear? They could not afford to take that risk. If a Deluo golden immortal expert showed up, they would be doomed. Xingtian was unaware that his presence had brought such pressure on the two demon beasts, pushing them to engage in a desperate battle. Had he known, he would have likely found it amusing. However, this is the current situation in Honghuang, where such occurrences are as common as dust. Countless forces are fighting fiercely for their interests, putting forth all their strength, fearing any unexpected events. When Xingtian redirected his gaze towards the two demon beasts, he saw the demon python tightly coiling around the demon lion, while the lion's sharp claws tore at the python's body. Each tear revealed flesh and blood, causing the wounded python to tighten its grip even further, exerting all its strength. Faced with the python's frenzied squeeze, the demon lion gradually sensed the threat of death. Stimulated by this fear, it unleashed all its potential, a burst of golden light shimmering from its body. When the golden radiance faded, the demon lion appeared as if cast from gold, radiating a brilliant golden glow. No wonder this demon lion dared to engage the python in close combat. It turned out to possess the bloodline of the golden law, granting its body incredible hardness. Not only did the demon lion feel the threat of death, but the python did as well. As its wounds multiplied, its vital blood drained away, causing its grip to loosen. In this back and forth, it naturally fell into a disadvantage. Suddenly, a sharp blue light shot forth from the python's horn, reaching the lion's head in the blink of an eye, seemingly poised to pierce its skull. At that moment, the demon lion roared, and a powerful golden light erupted to block the python's attack. Although the golden light was formidable, it failed to stop the blue light, which pierced through the demon lion's left eye and a small portion of its skull. After unleashing that blue light, the python's aura dimmed considerably. The demon lion, enraged and vengeful from the heavy blow, opened its massive jaws and savagely bit down on the python, seeking to kill it in one fell swoop. This strike was fueled by the demon lion's entire strength. After all, its life was at stake. If it held back, it would surely meet its death. In reality, both the demon python and the demon lion had reached a critical moment of life and death. After failing to land a blow, the python made a ruthless decision. Suddenly, a swirl of pure white energy erupted, causing the temperature around them to plummet, and in an instant the 100-mile radius turned into a frozen wasteland, snowflakes swirling in the air. A powerful icy force enveloped the demon lion, encasing it in a lifelike ice sculpture that appeared before Xingtian. Innate spirit treasure. In a flash, Xingtian realized the technique employed by the python. He never expected to encounter an innate spirit treasure shortly after leaving the residence of the witch clan. It seemed that these two demon beasts had exerted themselves significantly for this treasure. Slay demons and seize treasures. This was the only thought in Xingtian's mind. If he had initially returned to settle a score, now he was entirely focused on this innate spirit treasure. The sheer power of the treasure indicated its high quality, otherwise it wouldn't have such formidable strength to encase the demon lion in ice in an instant. This innate spirit treasure took the form of a pearl radiating endless water spiritual energy. However, from the python's performance, it was evident that it had not fully refined this treasure, otherwise it wouldn't have gone to such lengths to subdue the demon lion. Just as Xingtian was filled with murderous intent to seize the treasure, the python sneered, "Foolish lion, do you think you are worthy to challenge me? You should take a look at yourself before trying to contend for the water spirit pearl. Truly ignorant of your own limitations." In the python's eyes, the lion was a fool, but to Xingtian, the python was equally foolish, as it had let its guard down at such a critical moment. Kill. With murderous intent ignited, Xingtian wasted no time locking onto the arrogant python. As the python's mind relaxed for an instant, Xingtian moved like a bolt of lightning, charging at the python's head with unmatched force, delivering a punch that carried the power to shatter stars. Many ancestral witches believed that Xingtian's bloodline was impure and lacked potential for growth. However, in this attack, Xingtian harnessed the strength from his impure bloodline. The laws of the earth allowed him to easily evade the python's line of sight, successfully returning to this place. The power of space enabled him to pierce through the void in an instant and launch a deadly strike. Caught off guard, the python had no time to react before being blasted to oblivion. Injustice. The python's death was a great injustice. After exhausting its efforts to defeat its opponent, it was unexpectedly killed by an insignificant ant it looked down upon. This was a bitter irony for it, but alas, no amount of injustice could be reversed, as it was utterly annihilated by Xingtian's attack. After delivering a fatal blow to the python, Xingtian seized the innate spirit treasure, water spirit pearl, without hesitation. He immediately sank into the ground, showing no desire to linger over the other treasures present, decisively opting to retreat. Although these two demon beasts no longer possessed any innate spirit treasures, a peak golden immortal would undoubtedly have some treasures. Even if they truly had no treasures, their physical forms alone were valuable enough to forge powerful spirit treasures. Yet none of this made Xingtian hesitate. While he was not devoid of desire, he understood the principle of moderation. One should not be overly greedy lest they fall into peril. In the world of the primordial, danger lurked everywhere. Despite the dragon and phoenix calamity having passed, resulting in the death of 90% of the experts, this was still the primordial. Xingtian did not believe that the previous battle between the two demon beasts had gone unnoticed by others. Even though he was near the residence of the witch clan, with his level of cultivation, if someone targeted him, it would surely lead to his demise. Leaving early meant a greater chance of safety. Xingtian's thoughts were astute. Shortly after he departed, a figure appeared at the scene. Before this figure could act, several others followed. Had Xingtian delayed even a moment longer, he would have been cornered by these individuals. The dragon and phoenix calamity may have ended, but the land of the primordial had not settled. With the exit of the dragon, phoenix, and Chen clans from the stage of the primordial, the land lost control. Without the restraint of upper powers, conflicts among the clans erupted, with numerous skirmishes unfolding across the primordial. Countless individuals fought for their interests, and this was just a small reflection of the greater chaos. Only those of extraordinary caliber dared to emerge at this time. Although the innate spirit treasure, the water spirit pearl, had been seized by Xingtian, the air still held traces of its aura. In their greed, the newly arrived figures began to suspect that someone else had taken the treasure before them, causing the atmosphere to grow tense once more. In the land of the primordial, strength reigned supreme, with no room for sentiment. Moreover, these individuals did not even know each other. Even if they did, relationships meant little in the face of profit. To seize the benefits left by the three clans, they were bound to act decisively. After each great upheaval, a new distribution of interests would follow. If at the end of the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, everyone had held back, now they were fully unleashed. Previously, many had remained watchful, fearing the displeasure of Hongjun Daozu, which could bring down his wrath upon their clans. They even worried that the Dragon and Phoenix calamity was not truly over. However, now everything had changed. Hongjun Daozu had not intervened, nor interfered with the happenings in the Primordial, indicating that a new set of rules was being born. If they did not seize the immense profits left by the three clans, they would be eliminated by the world. This mindset ushered in a new wave of slaughter across the entire Primordial. Dominating the Primordial and becoming its main character was the aspiration of many clans. In such circumstances, no one could resist. If it were not for the current weakness of the Witch clan, many ancestral witches would surely have joined this round of conflict and slaughter. Although the demon clans were born earlier than the Witch clan, they had yet to form a cohesive entity. In fact, the term demon clan had not even emerged. Currently, the demon clans were like scattered sand, with various clans engaging in fierce combat, driven solely by the pursuit of interests. They all yearned to become the dominant figures of the Primordial, like the Dragon, Phoenix, and Chen clans, unleashing their greatest potential in the process. As the fluctuations of the innate spirit treasure emerged, all the strong individuals in the vicinity sprang into action, eager to seize it to suppress their clan's fortune, even hoping to obtain a portion of the three clans' luck from this treasure to strengthen themselves. As Xingtian swiftly traversed underground, and sensed the intense fluctuations behind him, a cold smile inadvertently appeared on his lips. He was fully aware of what those people were fighting over. Their lives and deaths mattered little to him. In this primordial world, everything followed the law of the jungle. The strong are revered, and the fittest survive. After stealthily traveling hundreds of miles and confirming there was no danger, Xingtian emerged from the ground. Finding a concealed spot, the water spirit pearl, an innate spiritual treasure, appeared in his hand. The thrill of such a reward from taking a risk filled his heart with great joy, though it was accompanied by a hint of bitterness. Though the innate spiritual treasure was remarkable, the water spirit pearl in his possession was water attribute, which did not align with his cultivation. Give up. That thought merely flashed through Xingtian's mind. Although treasures abound in the primordial land, the water spirit pearl is an innate spiritual treasure, not a common vegetable. Even if it did not match his attributes, it remained incredibly rare and could substantially enhance his power. Refine. This was Xingtian's singular thought. He had no choice in the matter. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak had no right to exist. Only the strong could control everything, a lesson he had learned from the ancestral shaman. His inner pride compelled him to act. In the primordial world, when the heavens and earth first opened, endless chaotic energy infused the entire realm. Under the influence of this chaotic energy, life emerged along with various innate spiritual roots, spiritual treasures, and life itself. In a sense, innate spiritual treasures could also be considered a form of life. Although they possessed immense spirituality, they unfortunately lacked wisdom. Whether it be innate spiritual treasures or spiritual roots, they posed a deadly allure for the beings of the primordial land. They could elevate these beings' cultivation levels and even transform their innate powers qualitatively. Regrettably, innate spiritual treasures and roots were exceedingly rare in the primordial world, and most were held by the top-tier forces, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. For those with water attribute constitutions, the water spirit pearl is an unparalleled treasure, its functions almost miraculous. Yet for Xingtian, it felt somewhat like a double-edged sword. Although refining this innate spiritual treasure could significantly augment his strength in a short time, it also bore considerable risks. After all, his constitution was what it was. As a favored child of the primordial world, the Witch clan not only possessed formidable bodies, but also wielded supreme laws. Yet among the many witches, Xingtian was an anomaly. The laws within him were too chaotic. Refining the water spirit pearl, an origin spiritual treasure, would imbue his body with a trace of water's essence, further hindering his already unremarkable constitution. Holding the water spirit pearl, Xingtian took a deep breath, a wild look flashing across his face. He murmured, "Since my body cannot embody pure laws and cannot follow the singular path of refinement, I will take a different approach. I shall walk the path of quantitative change, leading to qualitative change, allowing myriad laws to meld within me. What Pangu the Great could achieve, I, Xingtian, can achieve as well." Madness. If anyone were to overhear Xingtian's words, they would surely scoff at him. To aspire to compare with Pangu the Great would draw mockery from all in the primordial realm. It would also mark him as a rebel in the eyes of the Witch clan. For them, such arrogance touched upon a raw nerve. Even the ancestral shamans dared not compare themselves to Pangu. How could a mere great witch harbor such delusions without inciting their wrath? Xingtian paid no mind to what others might think of his actions. For him, there was no choice. To survive in this primordial world, he had to crazily enhance his strength. In this world, everything was ephemeral. Only his own strength was real, the foundation of his existence. Everything else was unimportant. With strength, one could have it all. Regardless of the innate spiritual treasure once integrated into one's body, it would induce a qualitative transformation, allowing the body to resonate with the heavens and earth, gaining their recognition and enabling the absorption of more spiritual energy. As a member of the witch clan, Xingtian was fortunate to possess a physique superior to many beings in the primordial realm. As a direct descendant of Pangu, he was endowed with limitless potential, capable of harmonizing with the heavens and grasping the laws of the universe, something unattainable for other beings. Xingtian did not follow the conventional methods to refine the water spirit pearl. Neither blood sacrifice nor heart refinement was employed, as he was of the witch clan and his chosen path diverged from the norm. He opted to swallow the water spirit pearl whole, using his body to dissolve this innate spiritual treasure, completely absorbing its power. His choice was undeniably reckless, a gamble with his own life. Few could attempt what he was doing in the entire primordial realm. After all, no one wanted to die. As the water spirit pearl fell into his stomach, Xingtian felt an incredibly frigid aura assault his entire being, as if he were submerged in an endless cold pool. The chilling energy invaded him completely, even freezing his divine sense. The aura emitted by the water spirit pearl was overwhelmingly powerful. A frigid energy continuously radiated from Xingtian's body, causing the air around him to crystallize with frost. The rocks on his body quickly fractured under this icy aura. If this energy continued to grow, it would soon reduce the rocks to dust rather than mere fragments. The external world would surely witness such effects. One could only imagine the turmoil within Xingtian's body. This transformation made him acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the water spirit pearl and Origin's spiritual treasure. The infusion of the primal force within the innate spiritual treasure would lead to a qualitative change in his body. If he could not withstand this trial, death would be the only outcome, with no alternative path available. Integrating the spiritual treasure into his flesh required not only willpower, but also an understanding of the primal force within the essence of this innate spiritual treasure. Xingtian carefully experienced the changes in his body. The changes in his body were manifestations of the primal power. He attentively sensed the water spirit pearl, this innate spiritual treasure, transforming into waves of icy energy enveloping him. Everywhere this energy passed, whether bones or flesh, underwent wondrous changes with variations in temperature. Under the refinement of this power, his physical body grew stronger, and his primal power was augmented by a surge of strength sourced from the water spirit pearl. As the powers of the water spirit pearl and his own merged, it triggered a backlash against Xingtian's own energy. The two forces clashed continuously. Although Xingtian cautiously guided the power of the water spirit pearl, he could not fully control everything. Amidst this ceaseless clash, his body underwent new refinement, and the pain of the primal forces colliding caused his bloodline to evolve, exhibiting a hint of ancestral regression. Though his bloodline had evolved, the violent collisions within his body made him sense the taste of death. As the water spirit pearl faced the backlash of his power, it gradually unleashed all its might. The temperature around him plummeted rapidly, and the chilling aura truly froze the heavens and earth. Even his once powerful body became incredibly fragile in such low temperatures. Not only did his body grow weak, but an invisible force within a few yards around him turned all the rocks to dust, as if the void itself were about to be shattered by this formless power. Under the influence of the water spirit pearl's power, a thin layer of ice gradually enveloped Xingtian's body. As time went by, the ice layer grew thicker, soon encasing him in a spherical mass of ice crystals several yards in diameter. Meanwhile, an area of several tens of yards around him became a zone devoid of life under that chilling aura. The power of the water spirit pearl grew increasingly formidable. This eruption of power transported Xingtian's soul to a peculiar space, a boundless ocean. His body sank into this sea, and he had no idea how he arrived there. Just as he was astonished by this, the once calm ocean suddenly erupted into endless waves. A roar echoed throughout the entire space, accompanied by an unimaginable pressure. The ocean became even more frenzied under this roar. In an instant, Xingtian felt a noble and majestic aura surge towards him, as if it were interrogating him. This presence made him feel somewhat inadequate, stirring a sense of reverence within. As a member of the witch clan and a direct descendant of Pangu, such feelings were understandably shocking for Xingtian. Fortunately, his time within the witch clan had forged a powerful will, one unaffected by external forces. This sudden change did not cause him to falter. Instead, under the pressure of this immense power, he instinctively harbored a rebellious heart, seeking to contest with it. As a descendant of Pangu, he would not be subdued by any other power. This was the essence of the witch clan. In this world, the only figure they bowed to was Pangu, their bloodline's source. Apart from him, they feared no one. Xingtian endured the immense pressure, desperately rising to resist. His actions seemed to provoke the opponent, and with a roar, a colossal nine-clawed golden dragon flew out from the endless deep sea. Its massive form obscured half the sky, casting a shadow over the distant heavens. As the nine-clawed golden dragon rushed toward him, the pressure Xingtian felt intensified, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. The ancestral dragon. In that moment, Xingtian understood everything. This nine-clawed golden dragon was the ancestral dragon, the progenitor of all dragons, the first divine dragon in the world, and this ancestral dragon originated from the water spirit pearl. Could it be that the water spirit pearl is the treasure of the ancestral dragon? But how could such a small demon python possibly obtain this innate spiritual treasure? Although the dragon ancestor suffered heavy losses during the dragon and phoenix great calamity, the lean camel is bigger than a horse. The dragon clan still has surviving powerhouses. How could they let the treasure of the ancestral dragon fall into the hands of others? What exactly is going on here? Such thoughts merely flashed through Xingtian's mind. Although he wanted to understand everything, the current situation left him no time for contemplation. The might of the ancestral dragon threatened his life. If he continued to ponder issues unrelated to him, it would be a joke with his own life. He was no fool and understood clearly what he should and should not do. The appearance of the ancestral dragon ignited Xingtian's full counterattack. As a descendant of the Pangu god, the pressure from the ancestral dragon was the greatest offense to him. When Xingtian's power could no longer sustain him, a tremendous roar erupted from deep within his heart. Accompanied by this roar, a giant stepped forward, causing the boundless deep sea to surge. Every step the giant took split the ocean apart. Pangu. Under the pressure of the ancestral dragon, the imprint of the Pangu god within Xingtian's body finally erupted. Whether it was the ancestral dragon or Pangu, they were merely imprints devoid of consciousness, responding only with instinct to provocation. As soon as they clashed, they commenced a cataclysmic battle. The nine-clawed golden dragon was fundamentally weaker than the Pangu god's imprint. When threatened, it instinctively unleashed its most powerful attack, a dragon's roar accompanied by a wave of god-slaying dark water formed from the essence of heaven and earth surged toward Pangu. The water spirit pearl is the source of water in the world. Not only can it absorb the light of the sun, moon, and stars to condense divine water nourishing all things, but as the source of life, it also possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Freezing is merely one aspect. Although cold is harmful, it pales in comparison to the god-slaying dark water, which, as its name implies, holds the power to annihilate divine senses. In this situation, the god-slaying dark water is more appropriate as it faces only the imprint of the Pangu god. Faced with the attack of the nine-clawed golden dragon, Pangu let out a furious roar, shaking the entire space. The essence of heaven and earth surged violently, and spatial power was drawn out to form a massive spatial shield to block the god-slaying dark water. As the ultimate force of water, the god-slaying dark water, although the spatial shield was an invisible entity, was quickly eroded by its feminine essence. It is not that the Pangu imprint is inferior to the ancestral dragon imprint, but that the Pangu imprint was too proud. To it, the ancestral dragon imprint was merely a tiny ant and did not retaliate with full force. In contrast, the ancestral dragon imprint, under the threat of death, unleashed its full power, resulting in such an outcome. Provoked by a tiny ant, how could the Pangu imprint not be enraged? The situation of the Pangu imprint shifted as the endless deep sea shattered and boundless seawater transformed into billions of arrows surging toward the ancestral dragon imprint. The arrows struck the body of the ancestral dragon, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds accompanied by agonized howls. Under the onslaught of these arrows, many scales on the ancestral dragon shattered and golden blood splattered everywhere. Enraged, the ancestral dragon was furious. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and a tempest swept in. The ancestral dragon glared with its large, vividly colored eyes, roaring as two brilliant crimson beams shot from its eyes, ignoring the spatial shield's defenses and striking Pangu's head. This was an instinctive divine ability, the ancestral dragon's innate divine ability. Although the ancestral dragon was merely an imprint, it had not forgotten its innate divine powers. In the most perilous moment, instinct drove it to unleash this violent strike. Pangu sensed a tumult within his heart and suddenly was engulfed by a massive shadow. As the primordial deity and demon in the chaos, Pangu possessed an immortal and indestructible body. Now, having his defenses breached by an ant, it ignited the primal fury within him. With a deafening roar, Pangu's violent aura surged to the heavens, causing the spatial shield to shatter. His body charged toward the ancestral dragon, and at this moment the ancestral dragon did not retreat. The two deities engaged in close combat. In the struggle, the space fractured, fierce winds raged, the essence surged, and the boundless deep sea split apart. The endless seawater evaporated in the aftermath of the terrifying battle, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. All of this unfolded within Xingtian's body. Such astonishing changes brought him to the brink of destruction. Witnessing this battle made him feel the breath of death up close. This was the greatest crisis he had faced in his life. The blood within Xingtian's body boiled with the violent force surging rapidly through his veins. Streams of aura intertwined with purple golden light, gradually devouring and growing stronger. Wherever it passed, flesh and bones withered. If no other power could halt this change following this trend, he would ultimately be unable to escape this calamity. Such chaotic auras were beyond his endurance. Stop. Xingtian also wished to stop it, but unfortunately he was utterly incapable of doing so. That vast and violent power far exceeded his expectations and was beyond his control. Just as Xingtian was in a panic, the battle on the field reached a critical moment. With two resounding booms, the ancestral dragon seized the opportunity, while Pangu was momentarily distracted, spitting out a multicolored dragon pearl that fell heavily onto Pangu's back like stars. Even the indestructible body comparable to innate spiritual treasures could not help but sustain injuries with blood flowing profusely. Pangu roared fiercely. A golden cage spanning thousands of miles suddenly enveloped the two deities. Countless blades, arrows, spears, halberds, and swords, all formed from the essence of heaven and earth, rained down like a storm, illuminating the entire cage with brilliant golden light. The sounds of clanging echoed incessantly, accompanied by roars and wails that resonated throughout the space. Suddenly, a shadow of an axe like a force that could cleave the heavens and the earth sliced through the cage, shooting into the distance. Wherever it passed, space shattered and vanished, leaving a vast dark void hundreds of miles wide and countless miles long. The entire space splintered like spider silk, with the earth cracking and volcanoes erupting, resembling the end of the world. The massive golden cage shattered, revealing Pangu wielding a golden giant axe. The ancestral dragon was sliced into several segments under such an attack. Such a shocking transformation left Xingtian agape, incredulously watching everything unfold. At this moment, however, Pangu turned to look at Xingtian, and before Xingtian could react, Pangu transformed into a beam of light that shot directly into Xingtian's soul. A sudden intense pain surged through his mind, plunging him into a state of confusion. Although Xingtian could sense that the Pangu imprint bore no malice, he could not allow himself to fall into a slumber. This was his body. Everything here should be under his control, not something he passively accepted. No. Xingtian let out a furious roar. He wanted to resist, to reclaim everything that belonged to him, to seize control of the situation. Everything must be within his grasp. His unwilling will ignited the source power belonging to Xingtian himself. A dark and unfathomable force surged forth from his bloodlines. As this power emerged, it radiated an endless depth akin to an abyss that sought to devour everything here. The emergence of this power alleviated Xingtian's crisis. Those untamed and violent powers were consumed one by one. As a result, Xingtian's near-collapsed body finally found relief, gaining a glimmer of life, halting at the brink of collapse and shifting toward a positive direction. Streams of violent auras were consumed by this dark power, allowing it to continuously grow stronger. Although this power developed rapidly, it could not shake the strength of the Pangu imprint, nor could it disturb the power of the ancestral dragon. To be precise, it could not disrupt the source power of the water spirit pearl. All of the ancestral dragon's power originated from the water spirit pearl, especially since the ancestral dragon had already perished and its imprint had collapsed in the earlier battle. A powerful force suddenly emerged within Xingtian's body, leaving him in utter shock. At this moment, he was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why such a force resided within him. This power was evidently formidable, possessing immense offensive capabilities capable of devouring chaotic energies from its inception. Xingtian was not bewildered for long by the spectacle before him. In a moment, his mind broke free. He roared, "My body is my own. I, Xingtian, am not a puppet. Any force must be under my control. My will fuses with all things, returning to the source and restoring the fundamentals." Explode. What does the term Honghuang represent? It signifies a mythical world embodying savagery and infinite slaughter. Although the calamity of the dragon and phoenix has passed, the land of Honghuang is still teeming with strange beasts, and the era remains one of contest and dominance. Without strength, you will merely become ashes in future battles. During those times, even if you hide at home, disaster may descend from the heavens, and you will have nowhere to weep. Understanding all of this, Xingtian would not bow to any force, no matter how perilous. He would maintain his unyielding belief, for only such unwavering conviction could allow him to seize the opportunities that belonged to him. Under the influence of his powerful will, the forces of time, space, and earth that Xingtian could control were first unleashed. The tremendous power erupted directly, annihilating the boundless space. The destruction of space obliterated everything, including the ancestral dragon, and the Pangu mark that lingered within his soul. This powerful force also tore through his soul, leaving it in tatters. Before life and death there lies great terror. This statement holds no exaggeration. The tearing of the soul brought Xingtian boundless fear. His will endured the cruelest torment imaginable, not only from his body, but also from his soul. A moment's hesitation would bring death, a permanent disappearance, where both body and soul would be destroyed, vanishing in this world of Hongwang. To be placed in a situation of death and then rebirth. Faced with so many uncontrollable forces, Xingtian used his body as a foundation to simulate the Big Bang, transforming everything into the source to find his ultimate point of origin. Uncontrollable forces are akin to a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Although Xingtian understood that his only task was to quickly enhance his own strength, for only then could he thrive in this wondrous, yet perilous world, he was even more aware that he must not lose control of his body. The pursuit of even greater strength was Xingtian's dream, and heaven had granted him the opportunity to enter the world of Hongwang. He wished to grasp this chance tightly in his hands. Any power he could not control was not something he desired to witness. From the moment he departed the Wu clan, his unwavering intent was deeply etched into his soul. Willpower is the most fundamental and crucial strength of a person. No matter how powerful your body may be, without a strong and unyielding will, you cannot be considered strong. As a member of the Wu clan, being unable to possess a nascent soul is a significant flaw. This defect restricts the Wu clan's path forward and cuts off their route regarding the nascent soul, leaving them to tread the elusive path of proving themselves through strength. Xingtian did not believe in destiny. He believed he could break the chains of fate. Since the future great shaman Qi Yu could overcome the forces of destiny and reincarnate, why couldn't he, a person from the future, achieve the same? Why couldn't he break all barriers and embark on the supreme path? After all, he possessed knowledge that others could not comprehend. Knowledge is power, and as long as he has an indomitable will, there will be a chance to fulfill his wishes. Upon entering this world, Xingtian had already devised a plan for himself. He had begun training long ago. Although the Wu clan lacked nascent souls, they possessed powerful bodies. The most effective way to leverage this advantage was undoubtedly through cultivating internal martial arts. In this land of Hongwang, which had yet to form a distinct style, Xingtian had a head start over others. Knowledge. His powerful body made him fearless of any training. With a naturally strong physique, he could endure all kinds of intense training without fearing harm that could affect his future development. In terms of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his body, Xingtian truly could not compare to other great shamans. However, he possessed his own advantages. He could utilize internal martial arts and the blood energy generated from it to refine himself. Internal martial arts is a method of training that integrates the essence of refinement into the martial art itself. It features characteristics that emphasize softness and intent, relying on the heart and breath operating smoothly and evenly with intention and energy in unison, moving and stillness in harmony, overcoming hardness with softness, being flexible and unpredictable. These are the essential principles of practicing the art. When mastered, it can not only defend against enemies, but also promote health and even strengthen a person's will. Lacking a nascent soul is not terrifying. The Wu clan still possesses its own soul. If one cannot cultivate a nascent soul, there are other paths to take. Just as Zhuan Ti could create a relic and open a path to prove themselves without innate spiritual treasures, so too could Xingtian carve out a path suited to himself. A mysterious soul is like a bottle that can hold water. Its size determines a person's potential in the future. Aside from the arduous cultivation one undergoes in the physical realm, much depends on the innate talents possessed. Under normal circumstances, as a member of the Wu clan, no matter how powerful Xingtian became, there would be limitations. After all, the Wu clan has innate, irreconcilable flaws. At most, they could only reach a level akin to that of ordinary beings, like having a pool of water. However, Xingtian's soul at this moment was an infinite ocean of consciousness. If this situation were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly terrify countless beings in Hongwang. The reason Xingtian experienced this incredible situation was entirely due to the uniqueness of his identity. Of course, as a member of the Wu clan, Xingtian's body is not special. From the perspective of origin, he is merely another great shaman, no different from others. The only distinction lies in his impure bloodline, yet this does not affect the size of his soul. Xingtian's vast soul derives from the fact that he does not belong to this world. He possesses a soul unlike that of this realm. The combination of the two naturally resulted in this astonishing anomaly. The size of a person's soul is also related to the strength of their mental power. Those with a powerful soul possess equally formidable mental strength. The two are directly proportional, for the soul is the very foundation of mental energy. After a century of rigorous cultivation within the Wu clan, the mental power residing in Xingtian's brain domain has undergone a significant enhancement, and his soul space has expanded to an unfathomable degree, astonishing even him. It is precisely because of this trump card that Xingtian dares to take bold risks. Through the pure mental force enveloping his gaze, the entire world transformed into a microscopic structure in an instant. The myriad elements of energy interwoven yet distinct within the heavens and earth were rendered transparent under Xingtian's keen perception. However, he failed to locate the existence of the origin. The explosion of the soul shattered everything. A strong will sustained Xingtian's life force, granting him the time to seek the origin amidst the chaotic energies. Yet his time was exceedingly limited. After all his previous actions had been utterly reckless, as if wagering his life on everything. Time passed slowly. Xingtian could sense his life force dwindling, his soul scattering. Once his soul completely dissipated, no matter how strong his will was, it would be in vain. His life would reach its end. Though time was short, Xingtian's heart remained unflustered. He understood that in this moment he must treat everything with calmness. Urgency would not help, and it would only jeopardize his life. It is easier said than done. In the entire Honghuang, few can remain as calm as Xingtian in the face of such a crisis. After all, not everyone can confront death with such composure. Under the pressure of death, many would succumb to endless fear, causing chaos and rendering them incapable of calmly seeking the so-called point of life, a power whose existence is uncertain. Time flowed slowly, and with the dissipation of his soul, Xingtian's life force reached its critical end. That once extraordinarily powerful body had now aged, losing all traces of its former vigor. What remained was decay, resembling a decrepit elder steadily walking towards death. Old age and death. This is something that has never occurred since the inception of the Honghuang world, yet Xingtian was now taking deliberate steps towards that fate. Unwilling to accept. This is the path chosen by Xingtian himself. Since he has chosen this road, he can only face everything bravely. If he cannot achieve victory, he must embrace death. The flame of life gradually extinguished, and the breath of death enveloped Xingtian's body. Yet even so, he did not give up. He faced everything with a heart as calm as still water, his mind remaining undisturbed. Just as the flame of life was about to be snuffed out, a bright light emerged from the chaotic aura, which was the origin Xingtian had been pursuing, the origin of life. In the moment the origin of life appeared, Xingtian moved. His indomitable will surged towards the origin, merging with its powerful essence. At the instant of contact, a robust breath of life flowed into Xingtian's soul and body. The shattered soul began to heal, and the aging body was similarly restored, rising from the ashes. Whether it was the soul or the body, after enduring a frenzied torment, they were reborn, achieving a qualitative breakthrough. The water spirit pearl, a congenital spiritual treasure, completely integrated into his body, while the soul also underwent a qualitative enhancement under the devastation of this simulated cosmic explosion, becoming stronger and purer. A feeling of clarity and exhilaration surged through Xingtian's heart, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Sensing the frenzied flow of energy within his soul space, akin to an unending tide of powerful spiritual force, Xingtian's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his newly strengthened fists, and a sudden yearning for the future blossomed in his heart. The immense and pure spiritual force made Xingtian feel an unparalleled strength. Under such overwhelming power, he could command all of his abilities without any hindrance. Once the origin of life completely merged within him, Xingtian understood everything about his situation, including the mysterious powers, as well as the Pangu imprint and the ancestral dragon seal, all of which were devoured by him. Although Xingtian had absorbed these powers, their essence remained immensely powerful. Even after undergoing a catastrophic cleansing, they were still extraordinarily potent. Fully assimilating them was no easy task. At present, these powers had merely begun to integrate into his body. He would need time to fully refine them. Regardless, this daring venture yielded tremendous rewards for Xingtian. The water spirit pearl had been successfully refined, and the origin of life had visibly strengthened under its nourishment. In the origin of life, there were already imprints of time and space alongside Earth's imprint. Now, bolstered by the power of the water spirit pearl, these imprints became even more luminous, and the breath of life surged vigorously. The once aging body not only recovered swiftly, but also underwent a qualitative upgrade. The water spirit pearl is a source-level congenital spiritual treasure, and with its source power, the strength of Xingtian's body ascended to a new level. This powerful physique granted him a greater capacity to unleash strength, allowing him to fully integrate the innate spiritual treasure into his being without any reservations. Of course, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. Nothing can be perfect, especially on the path of cultivation. Refining the water spirit pearl enhanced Xingtian's physique, but this enhancement also restricted his realm's progress. He needed to absorb more of the world's spiritual energy to break through his current limits. One water spirit pearl required him to absorb double the spiritual energy compared to others. It is evident that if he continued down this path, the numbers would be staggering. Despite feeling the impact of his Buddhist transformation, Xingtian had no regrets or worries. Since he chose this path, he was already prepared and none of this was a concern. After all, one must invest to reap rewards. There is no free lunch in this world. With pros and cons intertwined, although his realm might slow, due to his own cultivation his strength would not be limited. If Xingtian steadfastly walked this path, he could not even fathom how powerful he would be when he reached the stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It seems I need to expedite my efforts to gather the world's spiritual roots and congenital spiritual treasures. Only then can I stride forward decisively. However, before that my Buddhist strength is nearly sufficient. From tomorrow onward, I must devote myself to cultivating external skills, granting me greater offensive and defensive capabilities. For now, I need to calm my mind and digest the information from the Pangu imprint and the ancestral dragon seal to thoroughly understand my physical condition. As he spoke, a brilliant light suddenly erupted in Xingtian's eyes, and for a moment, he was filled with ambition. Xingtian did not become arrogant due to his sudden surge in cultivation. He maintained a clear mind, aware of what he needed to do. A strong individual must have the most precise understanding of their own body. This is a fundamental requirement for the powerful. Moreover, the pace of his physical transformation was too rapid. In a short time, he had completed everything, and he needed more time to refine and understand the mysteries within his body. Slowly immersing his mind within his body, he used his immensely powerful spiritual force to sense all the information being transmitted back. This allowed him to gain insights about himself. As his mind fully integrated, Xingtian quickly felt an echo from his body through his spiritual power, starting with the information from the ancestral dragon seal. Everything was just as Xingtian had imagined. The water spirit pearl, a congenital spiritual treasure, indeed belonged to the ancestral dragon. However, this source-level treasure was not as simple as he thought. Through the ancestral dragon seal, Xingtian learned some secrets of the dragon and phoenix battle and understood that the water spirit pearl did not exist alone. In this world, there were 3 other spiritual pearls of the same origin: the earth spirit pearl, the fire spirit pearl, and the wind spirit pearl. Together, these 4 pearls were formed from the primordial forces of earth, water, fire, and wind birth during Pangu's creation of the world. As one of the first beings to emerge after the creation of the world, the 4 primordial spiritual pearls were divided among 4 great races. The dragon race obtained the water spirit pearl, the phoenix clan secured the fire spirit pearl, the Chen clan acquired the earth spirit pearl, while the final wind spirit pearl was seized by the white tiger clan. Thus, the complete set of source-level spiritual treasures became scattered. Although the 4 primordial spiritual treasures of earth, water, fire, and wind were scattered, it must be said that their choices were quite fitting. Among the 4 races, they could fully unleash their powers to the limit. Within the ancestral dragon's imprint, Xingtian learned that not only the water spirit pearl of the dragon race was lost in the battle of the dragon and phoenix, but also the earth spirit pearl of the Chen clan and the wind spirit pearl of the white tiger clan were lost. Only the fire spirit pearl of the phoenix clan remained untouched, still preserved in the southern immortal volcano, a forbidden ground of the phoenix clan. Unlike the other 3 races, the phoenix clan did not expend all their efforts in the dragon and phoenix battle. They retained significant power and managed to safeguard the fire spirit pearl. In contrast, the other 3 races did not achieve this. The dragon and Chen clans fared relatively better as they still had many surviving descendants, but the white tiger clan suffered devastating losses. There are hardly any white tigers left in the entire wasteland, and it can be said that the bloodline of the white tiger clan faces extinction. Upon receiving the information about the 4 spiritual pearls, Xingtian felt an instinctual desire, a yearning stemming from his essence, the origin of life. As for the ancestral dragon's imprint, Xingtian quickly understood it. However, in comparison to the Pangu imprint and the most mysterious powers, although their forces had been obliterated by the cosmic explosion, a thread of power still shielded the exploration of Xingtian's spiritual power. To uncover the secrets within the imprints, he could only fully refine them. Initial devouring would not yield any secrets, which greatly surprised Xingtian. It is worth mentioning that the ancestral dragon's imprint, the Pangu imprint, and that mysterious power are all of a higher level than the ancestral dragon. Although the ancestral dragon was among the first beings in the wasteland, he still inherited Pangu's powers. To some extent, he was comparable to the Witch clan, both being considered direct descendants of Pangu. Xingtian could acquire the ancestral dragon's imprint, but was unable to grasp the Pangu imprint and the mysterious power. Being able to command yet unable to fathom the secrets within left Xingtian with a sense of helplessness. Despite his immense ambition, strength cannot be improved overnight. Under these circumstances, he could only temporarily abandon that desire even if he longed to uncover the secrets within. For now, he needed to proceed according to plan. Regardless of whether it is the Pangu imprint or that mysterious power, they all belong to Xingtian himself. The mysterious power originates from within him, and even if he cannot obtain the secrets, he can still master it. Likewise, the Pangu imprint is the same. After all, being from the Witch clan, he is the most authentic descendant of Pangu. The power of the Pangu imprint will not reject his control. The current situation arises merely from his insufficient strength, preventing him from gaining recognition from the Pangu imprint and the mysterious power. Buzhou Mountain, the destination of Xingtian, harbors his desires within its mysterious land. This place is his opportunity, and time waits for no one. Over a century has passed since the Dragon and Phoenix tribulation, and all powers are beginning to reveal themselves. It is well known that Buzhou Mountain is filled with endless treasures, and not only Xingtian anticipates it, many others also have designs on this mountain. Those who act quickly may seize the advantage, while those who are slow will miss out. A consensus shared by all. For the sake of his future, Xingtian must temporarily set aside his curiosity for the enhancement of his strength is the true path. As long as he can elevate his capabilities, he will ultimately gain recognition from the Pangu seal and mysterious powers, uncovering their secrets. After all, this power belongs to him, and it would be unwise to lose other opportunities by getting distracted at this moment. As a pillar of the primordial world, Buzhou Mountain's significance is well understood by all beings. They know how many treasures lie here. Before the Dragon and Phoenix cataclysm, countless creatures attempted to claim it, but all ultimately failed. A powerful pressure emanates from Buzhou Mountain, a remnant of Pangu's divine might. Now that the Dragon and Phoenix cataclysm has ended, this pressure has weakened, and the number of those reaching out for it has surged. When Xingtian arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, many beings had already gathered there, with some even starting to take action. In short, chaos reigned at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. With so many beings gathered here, all with a common purpose, and many having grievances among themselves, conflicts were inevitable. Soon the foot of Buzhou Mountain was filled with bloodshed and cries of battle. To Xingtian's surprise, there wasn't a single member of the Witch clan present. This outcome astonished Xingtian. He could not comprehend whether it was the will of heaven that affected the Witch clan, or if they possessed the ability to sense the danger of Buzhou Mountain and proactively chose to retreat from this bloody conflict. Regardless of the situation, both possibilities made Xingtian cautious, forcing him to pay attention to his own safety. It is important to note that those daring to come to Buzhou Mountain to seize treasures are at least golden immortals in strength, and there are many great Luo golden immortals. Although his strength had improved, he still faced life-threatening dangers in such an environment. It is said that after great chaos there will be great order, but before that order there must be blood and turmoil. Until power is fully transferred, slaughter is unavoidable. For this reason, a storm is about to arise across the vast primordial earth, pulling countless beings into its wake. The waning of Pangu's divine might on Buzhou Mountain has intensified the outbreak of this storm. Xingtian's arrival did not stir even a ripple within this storm. After all, beings of his caliber as golden immortals were numerous. In the eyes of those great Luo golden immortal powerhouses, he was but a mere ant. Though furious at such disdain, Xingtian chose to ignore it. Entering Buzhou Mountain from the front was far too perilous. As a direct descendant of Pangu protected by the laws of the earth, he disregarded the ongoing slaughter and burrowed into the ground to enter Buzhou Mountain. Xingtian was not the only clever one. Many others shared his thoughts, yet they all failed. Although the divine might on the surface of Buzhou Mountain was weakening, the might beneath had not diminished much. Many who burrowed into the earth were annihilated by the divine might left behind by Pangu before they could even reach Buzhou Mountain, disappearing without a trace, causing widespread panic. No one dared to burrow underground any longer except for Xingtian, who had just arrived and had received no warnings. As Xingtian's body delved underground, a tremendous pressure surged toward him, accompanied by an overwhelmingly sharp, killing intent aiming directly at Xingtian's soul. Feeling this sudden assault startled Xingtian, as the killing intent evoked an oddly familiar sensation. Before Xingtian could recover from his surprise, the primal essence of life within him instinctively erupted. The clash between this life essence and the pressure was brief, and then both returned to calm. If not for the terrifying power of the earlier killing intent still lingering in his consciousness, Xingtian might have thought everything was merely an illusion. It was all too incredible. As both forces settled into tranquility, and awareness unconsciously emerged within Xingtian, seemingly guiding him toward the depths of Buzhou Mountain, as if something there was calling to him. Yet for some reason this awareness stirred his life essence, causing it to grow once more. Originally born of the Witch clan, Xingtian possessed a strong life force. Now the growth of his life essence emanated an even more immense life fluctuation. Such changes exhilarated Xingtian. As his life essence grew stronger, he felt his realm slowly advancing as well. However, amidst his joy, a trace of unease lingered in his heart, as if a powerful presence were watching him from the shadows. Yet despite his efforts to probe, he found nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to Xingtian, he was striding forward with great speed, having gradually ventured deeper into the heart of Buzhou Mountain. Just as Xingtian took several deep breaths to calm his emotions, an unimaginable, terrifying pressure suddenly descended, as if it sought to obliterate everything. This force compelled him to take several steps back. Only then did Xingtian awaken, astonished at all that lay before him. His unwillingness to yield drove Xingtian to instinctively stride forward. However, in an instant he felt an unimaginable, terrifying pressure again, as if it were distorting space and obstructing his movements. The more he advanced, the more this pressure intensified to an astounding degree, capable of crushing a person into a pulp. Fortunately, Xingtian was a great witch inheriting the bloodline of Pangu. The witch clan's formidable physique prevented him from being overwhelmed by this immense pressure. Yet even so, he could only force himself to take a few dozen steps before he could move no further. If he continued, the terrifying pressure would exceed his bodhi's limits, forcing him to yield, as he had no desire to die. Taking a deep breath, Xingtian raised his head to behold a towering pillar nearby, approximately 100 steps away. This colossal pillar exuded an aura akin to that of a chaotic deity, and above this aura there lingered a profound Pangu essence. This was the column formed from Pangu's fallen spine, the very foundation of Buzhou Mountain. Pangu, the strongest chaotic deity of legend, even in death his corporeal form transformed into mountains and rivers that still emanated such powerful pressure. If it were solely this colossal pillar, it wouldn't have surprised Xingtian too much, as it is widely known that Buzhou Mountain is formed from Pangu's body. It is entirely reasonable that Pangu's spine could manifest as such a towering pillar. What astonished him was the long spear that was embedded in the colossal pillar. This was no ordinary spear. A common spear could not be thrust into a pillar formed from Pangu's spine. This was a spear of unparalleled destructive might, the legendary soul-devouring spear. It radiated endless malevolence with the aura of annihilation, eroding the very essence of the colossal pillar formed from Pangu's spine. Gazing at the soul-devouring spear before him, Xingtian could not help but sigh. He finally understood why Buzhou Mountain would one day be destroyed. It was not merely due to the prowess of Ganqi. No matter how powerful Ganqi was, he was still just a descendant of Pangu, a primordial, which far inferior to Pangu. The true cause of Buzhou Mountain's destruction was the soul-devouring spear embedded in this colossal pillar. Although Pangu had fallen, his lingering will remained on the colossal pillar formed from his spine. This will was immensely powerful, but unfortunately it encountered the soul-devouring spear, a weapon of annihilation capable of killing deities. No matter how strong Pangu's will was, it could not withstand the endless erosion of the soul-devouring spear. Of course, the existence of the soul-devouring spear was just one of the major reasons. Other factors also contributed. The dragon and phoenix cataclysm caused significant damage to the primordial world, which also affected the foundation of Buzhou Mountain. After all, Buzhou Mountain upheld the entire primordial realm, supporting everything within it. The changes to the primordial world were closely linked to it. Buzhou Mountain serves as the pillar of the primordial world, while the colossal pillar formed from Pangu's spine is the support for Buzhou Mountain. The erosion of the colossal pillar by the soul-devouring spear has inflicted unparalleled damage upon Buzhou Mountain. It is said that a spine supports a person's life, and this holds some truth, at least in the context of the primordial world. Because the entirety of Buzhou Mountain is supported by Pangu's spine, and the whole of the primordial world is upheld by Buzhou Mountain. Unfortunately, the colossal pillar is gradually being eroded, and the power of Buzhou Mountain is also dwindling little by little. Although the erosion and loss were gradual, if this continued, it would lead to the destruction of Buzhou Mountain. Whether Buzhou Mountain would be destroyed was of little concern to Xingtian. What mattered most to him was what benefits he could gain from this upheaval, for that was his true purpose. Just as Xingtian was deep in thought, a sudden soft sound of thud broke his reverie. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the sound, and saw a drop of exceptionally pure water dripping from the soul-devouring spear, which was embedded in the towering pillar, falling into a small pool below. This water bore a resemblance to the legendary source of all waters, the chaos, divine water. Xingtian could distinctly sense the power it contained, a force that fused destruction and vitality. In this water, Xingtian seemed to perceive the breath of chaos, sensing the evolution of life and death in the world, giving him a new understanding of this realm. This was the essence of the spine of the Pangu god, mutated by the influence of the soul-devouring spear, a rare treasure. Since the opening of the heavens by Pangu, Buzhou Mountain had never been visited by anyone, and the bottom of Buzhou Mountain was even more untouched. Time had eroded this place for countless years, yet it had formed such a small pool at the base of Buzhou Mountain. Despite being the support of the entire primordial world, the roots of Buzhou Mountain remained incredibly hard, capable of forming such a pool in such an environment showcasing the power of this water. To merge all things into one and solidify his foundation was Xingtian's goal. A water spirit pearl had led to a remarkable transformation in his strength, and if he could absorb the essence of the water before him, one could only imagine the extent of his power's metamorphosis. Though Xingtian had always claimed he would surpass the Pangu god and become an eternal existence that was merely a slogan, achieving such a feat was fraught with peril. Yet now a tremendous opportunity lay before him, allowing him to hasten his pace. Greed is like a seed that grows within a person's heart. Once a thought arises, it takes root and flourishes uncontrollably. At this moment, Xingtian was just that. His heart began to race, wildly yearning to rush forward and absorb the power from the pool. If one were to discuss what was most powerful about Xingtian, it was not his body, which could rival that of the ancestral witches, nor the myriad laws he inherited from the bloodline of the Pangu god, not even his formidable magical power. Rather, it was the life origin point he had refined, which integrated the innate spiritual treasure, the water spirit pearl. The strength of the life origin point is not measured by power, but stems from his own formidable will. It is a will so explosive that only such determination can command everything. A will as powerful as Xingtian's had never existed among the witch clan. Not even among the 12 ancestral witches did such willpower reside. It is not that Xingtian's willpower surpassed that of the 12 ancestral witches, but rather that his will was fundamentally different, taking a different path. The will of the 12 ancestral witches stemmed from their devotion to the Pangu god, a fervent and obsessive faith that rendered them fearless of life and death, whereas Xingtian's will originated from himself, marking a qualitative difference. Believing in others always places one under their control, while deriving strength from oneself allows for complete mastery. Xingtian's willpower already enabled him to easily command his spiritual force. Although he lacked a nascent soul, his powerful spiritual force endowed him with a strength comparable to that of a nascent soul, setting him on an unprecedented path. In fact, among all the races in the primordial world, most possessed decent nascent soul powers, but the witch clan, due to their physical nature, could not attain it. This had a significant impact on them, making them weaker in comprehending the Tao compared to others. Perhaps this is the way the Tao maintains balance among all things. If the witch clan could possess their own nascent souls, one could imagine the terrifying scene of a group of beings with incredibly strong bodies charging recklessly on the battlefield, wielding their nascent souls to attack enemies. In such a scenario, it is feared that no race in the primordial world could withstand the onslaught of the witch clan. All would be swept away under their iron hooves. Spiritual force is more challenging to defend against than nascent souls, as the latter is a well-known power system in the primordial world, while spiritual force remains an enigma. Most importantly, Xingtian is a member of the witch clan, and no one would expect him to possess such a hidden ace. If Xingtian makes a move, it will undoubtedly be unstoppable, and in a state of unpreparedness, it will be hard for anyone to block his strike. Xingtian gazed up at the soul-devouring spear deeply embedded in the towering pillar, feeling a surge of emotion. Whether it was the towering pillar or the soul-devouring spear, after enduring such lengthy erosion and conflict, they still emitted a terrifying aura akin to that of gods and demons. How could he not be envious of such power? Xingtian also understood that only such formidable power could give rise to the essence of heaven and earth. The small pool of essence before him was even more enticing. This opportunity was one he could not let slip away, or if he did not at least try, it would leave an indelible mark in his heart, a blow he could not afford, impacting his future cultivation, something he did not wish to see. In an instant, Xingtian resolved to take the risk regardless of the danger. People die for wealth and birds perish for food. This is an unchanging truth. Although Xingtian understood this principle, he could not ignore the temptation before him, for that is the nature of humanity. Greed is the root of all life's development. It is precisely because of the existence of greed in the instincts of living beings that it drives the world to continuously evolve. If he could devour the immense power contained in this pool of water, Xingtian himself could not imagine what level his strength would reach. At this thought, his heart began to race violently, and his blood boiled. This was an opportunity, a rare opportunity, yet it was also a challenge to his future prospects. In the primordial world, anyone who could arrive here upon seeing all this would never let such an opportunity pass by. Opportunities must not be missed, they do not come again. Now the sealing power of Buzhou Mountain had begun to wane, and countless beings in the primordial world had set their sights here. If Xingtian withdrew now, he would lose this opportunity forever. He did not believe such an opportunity would only be his. At this thought, Xingtian could no longer sit still. Although the terrifying aura emanating from the towering pillar and the soul-devouring spear made it difficult for Xingtian to advance a single step, being unable to move forward did not mean he could not obtain this enticing opportunity. Nothing in this world is absolute. Xingtian's current strength could not reach the location of the pool, but he could use his spiritual force to draw the power from within. After all water flows, as long as he could stimulate a single drop, he could fully consume this opportunity, allowing his strength to soar once more. Of course, everything has two sides. While the benefits are immense, the risks are equally great. As the saying goes, one must give to receive. Without investment, there can be no returns. Investment and returns are proportional. Xingtian had greatly overestimated the essence of the water before him, but in reality, he still underestimated this opportunity. Buzhou Mountain as the pillar of the primordial world was not as simple as he imagined. This pool of essence not only possessed the power of the towering pillar and the soul-devouring spear, but also contained the essence of heaven and earth with secrets related to the opening of the heavens. The risks involved were far greater than Xingtian had estimated. Xingtian was unaware of all the secrets here, yet even if he did know, he likely would not easily let go. His nature dictated that he would not compromise when faced with danger. That was not his style. In fact, upon learning everything, Xingtian would probably become even more frantic, possibly to the point of disregarding everything, risking his life to surge forward and directly consume this opportunity, with his body maximizing his benefits and leaving no stone unturned. Using spiritual power to draw from nature would inevitably incur some loss. After all, no matter how cautious Xingtian was, he could not achieve absolute certainty. He could not grasp everything in this place, and even a slight loss was significant for him, as this opportunity was truly remarkable. However, if Xingtian were to crazily attempt to seize the complete opportunity, it would be a disaster for him, indeed a catastrophe. His strength was far too weak compared to this environment, and forcing himself to act would only lead to his demise. Yet this was something he could not resist. One must say that Xingtian was fortunate to receive such a tremendous opportunity, and due to his ignorance avoided disaster. This truly speaks to his exceptional luck. When faced with this supreme moment, Xingtian hesitated not for a second. With a thought, he immediately sat cross-legged, calming his mind and spirit. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a golden light burst forth from his deep gaze, followed by a glow emanating from his brow. Roar! Xingtian let out a low growl, and the point of life appeared before him, driven by his powerful will and spiritual force. Go! Xingtian uttered another low command, and the point of life transformed into a golden pillar of light, dragging a long golden halo as it rushed toward the pool. The further it moved forward, the dimmer its light became, and its speed slowed until it was almost devoid of light, crawling forward like a snail. By this time, Xingtian was drenched in sweat, and his spirit appeared exceedingly weak. Madman! Xingtian had truly gone to the extreme, this time wagering his life. The point of life was his essence. If it were to be destroyed, his life would end as well. Using his own point of life to absorb this opportunity seemed utterly insane to anyone. Insanity aside, one must acknowledge that Xingtian's actions had a chance of success. The point of life was fundamentally different from his physical body. It was immensely powerful and much smaller in size, which could reduce the resistance he faced, making it the best scheme for seizing treasures. The scheme was excellent and the most suitable, but nothing ever goes smoothly. As the point of life gradually approached the pool, a soft sound was heard. At the sound, the point of life underwent a shocking change. Perhaps due to the unbearable pressure, a crack appeared on its surface, which grew larger and longer with the passage of time, spreading like a spider web across the entire surface of the point of life. In an instant, Xingtian's expression twisted, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The point of life was tied to his very existence. His will and spiritual power were closely linked to it. Thus, when the point of life was harmed, he too suffered the backlash. Just a little more, merely a step away from success. I cannot give up. Faced with such a crisis, Xingtian still did not consider giving up. He persisted. He believed that if he could absorb the essence from the pool, everything would change, and the damage to the point of life would be restored. Xingtian's eyes widened suddenly, and two beams of golden light, over 2 feet long, burst forth from them. This time he completely exploded, unleashing his full potential, using this ultimate power to strengthen the point of life. Success or death, this was the only thought in Xingtian's mind. Having reached this point, he had no chance of retreat. To retreat meant he would forever lose the opportunity to reach the peak, living a life of obscurity, and perhaps, like many others in the future's War of the Sorcerers, be destroyed in the annals of history. After Xingtian detonated his full potential, the point of life emitted a faint glow and the cracks were halted. However, this situation only lasted for a brief moment before another soft sound was heard, and this time the situation became more perilous as the point of life was nearly split in half. With the sound came the disappearance of all light from the point of life, turning dull and lifeless, as if it were decaying. At the same time, Xingtian could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper, clearly suffering a heavy blow. Such a blow did not instill fear in Xingtian, rather a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. For at that moment of being struck, the point of life plunged into the pool full of essence, and he succeeded. As the point of life entered the pool, Xingtian clearly felt his soul, singing his will, and spiritual power rapidly repairing, and the strength of the point of life, soaring with boundless energy, flooding into his body through the point, causing his body to begin to evolve. With a roar, Xingtian felt a thunderous sound in his mind, as if it were about to explode. It plunged his entire consciousness into a peculiar state, as if he were in a womb surrounded by warm amniotic fluid, crazily nourishing his body, making him feel languid, unwilling to awaken, even less to open his eyes, as if everything else was superfluous. In this world he existed alone, and nothing else could spark any interest. If someone were to witness this scene at that moment, they would surely exclaim in shock. Xingtian had unknowingly entered the realm of unity with heaven and man. An opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. Anyone witnessing this scene in the primordial world would be envious of Xingtian's fortune, asking themselves why they were not the lucky one. Xingtian sat cross-legged beneath the unworld mountain, slowly closing his eyes. Everything seemed so natural, as if it were meant to be. Every action of Xingtian perfectly integrated with the surrounding world. Oh, everything was so harmonious. Unity of heaven and man. This was the supreme opportunity for cultivation. Countless experts throughout the primordial world secluded themselves in blessed lands, hoping to enter this realm and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, merging themselves with their surroundings. Unity of heaven and man not only allows for the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, but also cleanses the soul, brightening one's spirit and enhancing its depth, allowing for transcendence and a closeness to nature, and the Tao, completing one's transformation. For an opportunity such as unity of heaven and man, it is something that can be encountered but not sought after. It is incredibly rare for Xingtian to enter this realm in his great witch form, as this form inherently makes him weaker than beings of other races in the primordial world. This opportunity is immensely beneficial for him. When Xingtian fully entered the realm of unity of heaven and man, the beating of his heart slowed, and he felt as if he were an ancient turtle experiencing a transformation of life, deeply connecting with the primordial world and engaging in profound communication with the earth. Xingtian had only heard of the realm of unity of heaven and man, but had never comprehended it. This time, under the influence of external forces, he entered this mystical realm, truly touching the pulse of the primordial world and seemingly grasping some kind of opportunity within it. However, all of this was merely a sensation. If he truly wished to reach that step, how easy would it be? It was not achievable through this brief contact. Otherwise, there would be countless powerful beings in this world, as the fortunate ones in the primordial world are not limited to him alone. As Xingtian fully entered the state of unity with heaven and man, the point of life completely submerged in the pool, allowing his soul to undergo a baptism and gradually undergo a transformation. Gradually, from its initial dullness, it began to shine with a peculiar golden radiance once again. The numerous cracks that had marred its surface gradually disappeared under this cleansing, becoming smooth. Unfortunately, the enormous crack in the center of the point of life, which had nearly torn it apart, remained glaringly evident. However, in such an environment, completely repairing this crack was merely a matter of time. Not only was Xingtian's body undergoing transformation, but a tremendous metamorphosis was also occurring within his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness expanded at an unimaginable speed, with a massive vortex swirling at its center, growing larger and deeper, resembling a gigantic black hole that seemed poised to devour all the spiritual energy and matter in the world. Its darkness instilling a sense of fear. Time flowed by, and it was hard to tell how long had passed. Under the nurturing of the water pool, all the cracks in the life origin disappeared completely. The deepest crack vanished, replaced by a curve that shimmered with a noble, mysterious aura wrapping around the entire life origin like a winding dragon, dividing it into two parts, making the life origin resemble the Tai Chi symbol. Not only was the life origin undergoing transformation, but Xingtian himself was also changing. Golden mist swirled around him, constantly shifting, as if it were about to outline some kind of pattern. That pattern seemed to depict a divine demon radiating endless majesty and a heavy aura, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. Just as the divine demon pattern was about to coalesce into form, the life origin, which had been submerged in the small pool, suddenly floated to the surface, suspended in midair. At that moment, Xingtian abruptly opened his eyes, revealing an unfathomable darkness that struck fear into those who gazed upon him. As Xingtian's eyes opened, an inaudible sound wave surged forth like a tide, and at that instant a tremendous pulling force radiated from Xingtian, consuming everything in its path with the wave-like sound. In an instant, the sound wave reached the water pool. Upon contact, it ignited a transformation akin to dry wood meeting fierce flames. The essence of the pool vanished at a visible rate. Within mere moments, the pool had dried up and the sound wave dissipated, with the life origin returning to Xingtian's sea of consciousness, rendering the entire underground space eerily tranquil. At this moment, a towering image of a demon god began to take shape behind Xingtian, representing his will and mental strength, showcasing the power he possessed. The formation of this demon god signified that Xingtian had broken through the limitations of the witch clan, forging a path that belonged solely to him. Just as the final stroke was about to be drawn, a vertical eye suddenly appeared in the center of Xingtian's brow, flaring open and emitting a beam of golden light that was as solid as reality. Within his sea of consciousness, the merging of the life origin stirred up a massive wave. The black hole-like presence seemed to have reached some limit, suddenly collapsing and merging with the life origin, unleashing an unparalleled momentum that connected with the vertical eye in Xingtian's brow. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed in Xingtian's sea of consciousness, as if a certain shackle within had been unlocked, signaling the breaking of his own limitations. In an instant, Xingtian felt an overwhelming lightness, his mind clear and his spirit unburdened, as if freed from some kind of restraint, granting him a profound sense of ease. The life origin within his sea of consciousness seemed to have connected with some mysterious channel capable of unleashing his boundless mental power through the vertical eye in his brow, while also nurturing new spiritual strength. This newly born mental power surged forth like a vibrant stream, continuously seeping out to nourish every inch of his flesh and bones. Under the continuous nourishment of this inexhaustible mental power, Xingtian took another significant step in mastering himself. True power is what one can control. Uncontrolled power would only cause harm. The powerful spiritual force was the foundation of Xingtian's self-mastery, leading him down a path entirely different from the other witch clan members. For the other members of the witch clan, their mastery over themselves came from the instincts of battle and long-term training, a process not achievable in a day. Furthermore, this method had significant drawbacks, preventing them from mastering every bit of their power. This was also the difference between the witch clan and other races of the primordial era. While the witch clan, along with the three pure ones, descended from the Pangu deity, they possessed powerful physiques, yet could not compare to the three pure ones. It was not merely the disparity in power, but rather the difference in their mastery over themselves. Now Xingtian had broken free from the inherent shortcomings of the witch clan. When Xingtian's body completed its transformation, the soul-devouring spear which had been embedded in the towering pillar suddenly moved, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards Xingtian's head. Before he could react, the spear had already plunged into his sea of consciousness, dominating it in one fell swoop. In an instant, a tremendous noise echoed in Xingtian's mind, like countless steel files violently stirring his sea of consciousness, making it unbearable. His thoughts began to waver as the soul-devouring spear rushed toward the life origin, trying to seize it. What is happening? Facing such a shocking turn of events, Xingtian couldn't help but feel shaken. Why did the soul-devouring spear suddenly attempt to seize his life origin? Could it be that the spear has a life of its own, or that its spiritual essence possesses the ability to take over? This sudden anomaly was utterly unexpected, tumultuous, and unpredictable. No one could have foreseen such a shocking turn of events. Xingtian had always believed that while the soul-devouring spear was powerful, it was still constrained by the towering pillar. However, it seemed he had underestimated the spear, and his moment of carelessness had placed him in peril. Moreover, the timing of the spear's choice was impeccable, striking just as Xingtian's body and soul were undergoing transformation and were at their weakest. Seizure. Whether the soul-devouring spear is alive or its spirit is controlling everything, it posed a grave danger to Xingtian. He knew that the spear possessed immense power, capable of inflicting severe damage, even annihilating him. Suddenly facing such a treacherous scheme, Xingtian found himself in dire straits. If he could not mount a powerful counterattack, death awaited him, with no chance of reincarnation, completely erased from the primordial world, leaving not even a trace of his existence. Sensing the presence of death before Xingtian could make a decision, the life origin erupted, releasing a powerful sound wave that emanated outward. The ultra-high frequency vibrations firmly blocked the soul-devouring spear. In the face of death, not only did the life origin explode, but Xingtian also fought back, desperately shouting, "Refine it for me." With a thunderous roar, Xingtian's will and mental power erupted completely. As he battled the soul-devouring spear with the life origin, he transformed into a gigantic net, ensnaring the spear and using his powerful will combined with mental strength to refine it. Xingtian's actions appeared exceedingly reckless. Such a direct confrontation left no room for retreat. Either he would die or the spear would. With Xingtian's support, the life origin ignited like fire meeting oil, immediately triggering an intense chemical reaction. Xingtian felt a violent jolt in his mind, and the previously turbulent sea of consciousness began to stabilize. The frenzied soul-devouring spear not only failed to overcome the life origin, but was instead devoured by it. The soul-devouring spear attempted to resist, but its power was still too feeble. After countless years of stagnation, it had long lost its former ferocity. Its strength had dissipated significantly in the confrontation with the towering pillar. Previously, it had used the situation to gain momentum, but now it found no such opportunity. No matter how it resisted, it could not withstand the refinement from Xingtian and the life origin. As the refinement accelerated, Xingtian's sea of consciousness stabilized completely. The soul-devouring spear was firmly locked within the life origin, its once fierce power completely subdued. Its full refinement was merely a matter of time, and escape was impossible. At this moment, Xingtian's sea of consciousness had undergone a significant transformation. The life origin floated at the center of the sea of consciousness, supporting the entire structure, while the soul-devouring spear within it was entwined by countless chains. The first chain was a manifestation of Xingtian's immense mental power, constantly refining the spear and extracting its strength to integrate into his own body, enhancing himself. After extracting the power from the soul-devouring spear to enhance himself, Xingtian's mental strength was growing rapidly. The power of the vertical eye manifested by the spiritual energy in his brow was also increasing. Xingtian referred to this vertical eye as the eye of the spirit, more accurately described as a spiritual relic, as it was entirely composed of condensed mental power. The violent power of the soul-devouring spear merged into his being, causing Xingtian to unleash a deafening roar. In that moment, his surging spiritual power howled forth, surrounding him and forming an enormous spiritual vortex that even shook the surrounding air like a tempest. A resounding explosion erupted as countless rocks around him were reduced to dust under this spiritual storm. It is worth noting that this place is not the ordinary mountain. The rocks here are incredibly hard. When all fell silent, Xingtian slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual eye on his forehead also gradually closed, yet he could distinctly feel the vast range of his powerful spiritual strength. Even under the pressure of the mountain, his spiritual power could still perceive everything within several miles, including the movement of the wind, and even the slightest shift of dust could not escape his perception. Everything appeared like a three-dimensional projection in his sea of consciousness. This was the ability of the spiritual eye. From this moment on, Xingtian truly laid the foundation for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. As he comprehended the changes around him, he felt a surge of power within his heart that was entirely within his grasp, which fueled his confidence. His immense confidence compelled the soul-devouring spear to yield. A great door opened for him, and within his sea of consciousness a legacy emerged once more. This was the ultimate inheritance that Xingtian had long yearned for. The secret. Xingtian finally obtained the secret that came from the Pangu marked the point of life, and the soul-devouring spear, allowing him to once again witness the mysteries behind the formation of this primordial world. Pangu was not as he had imagined, being schemed against by the heavenly Tao. Behind it lay another force, not exactly human, but the chaotic will. Pangu opened the heavens amidst chaos and had to face the resistance of this chaotic will. The chaotic world was not as simple as Xingtian thought. It possessed its own consciousness. The soul-devouring spear was the ultimate weapon of chaos, and the heavenly Tao's resistance to Pangu had its reasons. Although the heavenly Tao was birthed from Pangu's opening of the heavens, no one wishes to be controlled. Once Pangu succeeded, the entire primordial world would fall under his dominion, and the heavenly Tao would not willingly be subjected to anyone. Thus, the battle after Pangu opened the heavens ensued, leading to Pangu's eventual downfall. The inheritance of the Pangu mark was incredibly simple, even mundane, lacking any profound laws, memory imprints, or experiential insights. Only 14 characters formed a couplet. The four directions and above constitute the universe, ancient and modern, create the cosmos. Upon seeing this couplet, Xingtian was momentarily dumbfounded. He had been quite invested in the inheritance of the Pangu mark, yet he never expected the result to be like this. He already knew these characters well. They had existed in his memory for a long time. Such principles were abundant in later generations. No matter how unwilling Xingtian was, this was the unchangeable truth. What he knew was merely the surface. Only when he truly understood these characters would he grasp the essence, as these characters were also the foundation of Pangu's path and the very essence of heaven and earth's laws. Knowing is one thing, truly comprehending the intricacies and integrating them into one's cultivation is another matter altogether. As Xingtian felt disappointment regarding the inheritance of the Pangu mark, a formless and intangible force emerged from the void, causing no disturbance. It naturally integrated into Xingtian's body, entering his soul and being absorbed by his point of life. Merit. Boundless merit descended from the heavens, overwhelming Xingtian with joy. Although he was puzzled as to why he received this boundless merit, he thought that it was unnecessary to delve into the origins of this benefit. What mattered now was to make good use of this boundless merit and elevate his cultivation to a new level. Xingtian's beautiful thoughts, however, led to disappointment once more. After the boundless merit merged with his body, it was completely absorbed by his point of life, leaving him with nothing. Although the point of life was condensed from his very essence, this power was not entirely under his control. Xingtian wished to use this boundless merit to condense a treasure of merit, granting him the ability to protect himself in this perilous primordial world, but everything was beyond his control. Was it not good for boundless merit to merge with oneself? Indeed, it was very good. The point of life was the origin of Xingtian, and absorbing this boundless merit would make it even stronger. This situation was far better than what Xingtian had imagined. Condensing a treasure of merit from boundless merit would only yield an external object, while merging it into oneself would lead to a qualitative transformation of his own essence. The difference between the two was as vast as the sky and the earth. If such benefits existed, why was Xingtian not happy? The reason was simple. Xingtian was a pragmatic person. No matter how great the benefits were, being able to utilize them was the best outcome. At this stage, having an unparalleled defensive treasure of merit was more important than anything else, as it would allow him to survive better. After all, survival was the most crucial. Only by living could there be hope. Those who died, even if they obtained great benefits, would find them useless. The integration of merit into oneself did not allow for such a powerful transformation, which naturally caused Xingtian to lament. Only Xingtian would have such thoughts. If it were anyone else, they would have likely jumped for joy. It can only be said that Xingtian's perspective was quite unique. In the primordial world, every being hoped for a solid foundation and deep roots, for only then could they reach the pinnacle. If those people knew Xingtian's thoughts, they might have swallowed him whole. Although Xingtian felt some regret over the boundless merit being absorbed by the point of life, he felt immense excitement regarding the soul-devouring spear. The soul-devouring spear was not merely a congenital spiritual treasure, but a chaotic supreme treasure with the attribute of time, possessing tremendous lethality, capable of erasing enemies from the river of time. Lacking the powerful defenses of a treasure of merit was not a concern, as having an unmatched attacking chaotic supreme treasure like the soul-devouring spear was still quite reassuring for Xingtian. Upon realizing the formidable power of the soul-devouring spear, Xingtian gradually understood why the great Pangu met his demise, why there was no chance for resurrection, and why he divided into the three pure ones and transformed his bloodline into ancestral witches. These were all desperate choices, and the cause of it all was not the heavenly Tao as Xingtian had long believed, but the soul-devouring spear he now wielded. The life of the great Pangu was completely severed by the soul-devouring spear from the river of time, leaving no possibility for resurrection. Ferocious. The great Pangus opening of the heavens truly enraged the chaotic, while ultimately unleashing such a frenzied and mutually destructive attack. However, it is understandable, though anyone standing on the side of the chaotic would make the same choice. After all, as long as they are sentient beings with their own consciousness, they inevitably possess a selfish side. No one would sacrifice themselves for others, especially those cultivators who all yearn for eternal life. When someone threatens their existence, they will naturally retaliate frantically. This applies to the chaotic, the heavenly Tao, the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons, and similarly to the beings in the primordial world. Whether it be Hongjun Daozu or Lu, or even those who participated in the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, they all share this trait. This is the nature of life. As Xingtian pondered the immense power of the soul-devouring spear, a sudden thought surged in his mind, leading him to inwardly muse. So the soul-devouring spear possesses such tremendous power. If it were to remain in the unyielding mountain, it would undoubtedly cause even greater harm, thereby threatening the entire primordial world. Could it be that this boundless merit was obtained because of it? If that were the case, it would indeed be quite interesting. Xingtian's thoughts were not wrong. The boundless merit he received indeed stemmed from the soul-devouring spear. Earlier, he had faced a life-and-death crisis due to the spear's ambush. That was his tribulation. After all, in this primordial world, there are no free lunches. The journey to the unyielding mountain was a monumental opportunity for Xingtian, but opportunities also require trials. Only by enduring trials could one earn the recognition of opportunities. If one fails to surpass the trials, it simply indicates that they are not suited for this great opportunity, that they lack the fate to grasp it, and death would be their ultimate destination. The cause of all this lies within their own greed. One cannot blame others, they can only blame themselves for being too greedy. Xingtian withstood the ambush of the soul-devouring spear, allowing it to depart from the unyielding mountain and resolving the crisis of the mountain. This was a grace to all beings in the primordial world, and likewise it was a grace to the primordial world itself. Such actions are not inferior to Nuwa's mending of the heavens or Huda's transformation of reincarnation. For this alone, whether in the Grand Tao or the Heavenly Tao, they cannot erase it. Naturally, boundless merit is to be had, and this is the reward he rightfully deserves. Merit. For every being in the primordial world, merit is something highly coveted. Having great merit is tantamount to receiving recognition from the Tao and the heavens. No one can have too much merit, and Xingtian is no exception. The more merit he possesses, the better. Ideally, he would refine it into a supreme treasure of merit. Hope is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Achieving one's ideals is not an easy task, especially since the primordial realm is fraught with dangers and Mount Buzhou is the most perilous of all. There are many powerful beings here, and a momentary lapse in vigilance can lead to certain death. Preach the Tao. Hongjun Dais's teachings bring boundless merit. By borrowing this endless merit, one can align with the heavens. The benefits of preaching the Tao are clear, and Xingtian has contemplated this as well. However, as the saying goes, reality is harsh. With his current cultivation, it would be suicidal for Xingtian to preach. Even if he knows many profound truths, he wouldn't dare to speak them. In the primordial world, strength is paramount. If it were known that he had a path of Tao cultivation, countless people would seek to eliminate him. The methods of soul extraction are not uncommon in the primordial realm. Many powerful beings possess such capabilities. Thinking of the terrifying consequences, this thought quickly flashed through Xingtian's mind, leading him to abandon it. No amount of merit is worth more than one's own life. If he loses his life, what good is any merit? Xingtian is not foolish enough to gamble with his own life, and he will not engage in such a perilous endeavor. Since preaching the Tao is not feasible, Xingtian must find another path and seek a viable solution. Creation. Creating artifacts to earn supreme merit. This idea surged into Xingtian's mind. Creating brings great merit, but it must be of great use, at least valuable to the beings of the primordial world. The things Xingtian knows in his mind are far from the current environment. Moreover, the crucial point is that the beings of the primordial realm are not yet qualified to be the protagonists. The demon race has not unified, and the witch race has yet to emerge. Trying to gain merit from them is like dreaming in broad daylight or fishing in the moonlight. The witch race. Xingtian himself is part of this race. If he has the opportunity to gain great merit, how could he possibly give it up? It can only be said that the current opportunity is not suitable. He must think of another way. After much contemplation, Xingtian still could not find a feasible method. Although he has received numerous inheritances, there are very few that he can actually showcase, and those few are closely tied to his own development, intertwined with his fate. Unless he is willing to forsake his future, he cannot take such risks. What method can allow him to gain supreme merit while also preserving his own safety? This question has stumped Xingtian, but no matter how difficult it is, he cannot give up. He knows his time is limited. If he does not act soon, when Hongjun Daozu makes his move, it will be too late. For those with profound cultivation, Xingtian cannot gain any benefits from them. Since these individuals are unfeasible, Xingtian shifts his focus to the weaker races in the primordial realm. It is known that these races hold no status and have always existed at the bottom of the primordial hierarchy, lacking any cultivation methods. With his deep foundation, it is not difficult for Xingtian to devise a basic cultivation method. Moreover, he also possesses the vast knowledge from later generations. In the primordial world, aside from the witch race, no one values the physical body. For them, body cultivation is a laborious task. The true essence lies in the cultivation of the divine soul. In an instant, an idea took shape in Xingtian's mind. Physical cultivation, the way of the martial artist, tempering the body, strengthening oneself to defeat enemies. This is martial cultivation. Martial Tao? Since it is called a Tao, it is a form of the great Tao. If Xingtian wishes to obtain supreme merit, he must preach the Tao, which naturally means facing Hongjun Daozu. With his current level of strength, if Hongjun Daozu sought to deal with him, it would merely take a thought. The path lies before him. Will he retreat or advance? The choice is his alone. It is up to him to decide whether to take the risk or retreat to preserve himself. Retreat. Xingtian has indeed entertained such thoughts, for what he faces this time is Hongjun Daozu, a being destined for sanctification, one who embodies the heavens and wields authority over the primordial world, a formidable power capable of eliminating him in an instant. How could he not feel fear facing such a being? In truth, it cannot be considered enmity. How any enmity exists solely in Xingtian's mind. To Hongjun Daozu, Xingtian is merely an insignificant ant, inconsequential, lacking any qualification to speak of enmity. Xingtian does not possess the capability to stand before Hongjun Daozu. As an ant like Xingtian, if Hongjun Daozu is in a good mood and does not take issue with him, then naturally his life is spared. However, if Hongjun Daozu harbors intent to kill, then he will find no place to bury his body. Of course, Xingtian is not without means of self-preservation. At the very least, he possesses supreme merit and is a descendant of the Pangu god. Although he appears to be a mere ant in terms of cultivation, he is still an ant capable of injuring an elephant. Anyone who kills him will pay a price. Damn it, it's just Hongjun. What's there to be afraid of? When people die, they go to the heavens. If I don't fight, there will be no victory. If I must risk it all, I dare to bring the emperor down. I'm all in. Xingtian let out a roar expressing his true feelings and making his final decision. One more gamble. Even if it means facing Hongjun Daozu, he cannot let himself retreat. Boldness is Xingtian's nature. If he were to retreat simply because his opponent is Hongjun Daozu, he would lose his essence and his state of mind would be shattered, damaging his foundation. Many may find Xingtian's thoughts somewhat laughable. Clearly there are other choices. Oh, why must he confront Hongjun Daozu? At least the previous two options were not unfeasible. However, that is not the case. In facing Hongjun Daozu, Xingtian still has a glimmer of hope. After all, Hongjun Daozu is the supreme power in the primordial realm, standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world. Generally, such beings do not get angry over an insignificant ant like Xingtian, as the disparity in their status is too vast, which is precisely why there is a greater chance of survival. In contrast, the Deluo Golden Immortal level experts at Mount Buzhou are far more dangerous to Xingtian. They pose a greater threat than Hongjun Daozu. These individuals do not care about status, or what they value is only profit. Bare profit, nothing else. For the sake of profit, these individuals will do anything, even murder and silencing witnesses. Seizing others' opportunities is a common affair. For Hongjun Daozu, he might care about the great merit Xingtian possesses. Even if he feels anger towards Xingtian's actions, he will still have reservations, as it is not worth ruining his own cultivation for the sake of an ant. However, for the Deluo Golden Immortals at Mount Buzhou, everything is different. To them, protective merit is of no significance. They do not care in the slightest. In their eyes, there is only the immediate gain, and everything else does not exist. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. This phrase perfectly describes the Deluo Golden Immortal level experts of Mount Buzhou. There is no better description for them. To a group of individuals who are oblivious to the might of the heavens and the fairness of the great Tao, they feel no fear whatsoever. In their minds, there is only profit. They can only see the immediate matters at hand, and they do not comprehend deeper concepts at all. Having made up his mind, Xingtian showed no hesitation and immediately took action. Although his current target is merely the lowest beings of the primordial realm, he still does not dare to be careless. He will not reveal himself, as he does not wish to be scrutinized. Currently, Mount Buzhou is incredibly chaotic. Xingtian cannot guarantee that there are no madmen among the Deluo Golden Immortals. At this point, Xingtian is vastly different from when he first left the witch race. With so many opportunities, his own strength has undergone astonishing changes. If Xingtian wishes to risk his life, it is not impossible for him to battle an ordinary Deluo Golden Immortal. He possesses such strength. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Xingtian is also someone who prioritizes profit above all else. He does not wish to work for nothing. If he invests, he expects returns. This is his bottom line. He will not engage in foolish acts that place him in danger for a mere reputation. To him, reputation is as insubstantial as floating clouds without any value. Only profit is what he truly cares about. I'm sorry for the late upload today, due to some matters. How can one complete this act of imparting teachings, quietly reaping benefits without being discovered and avoiding the attention of others? It's easier said than done. While you may have a great idea in mind, executing it often involves various complications that cannot be ignored. As his thoughts turned, Xingtian found an excellent solution: erecting stone tablets. He would inscribe martial arts on these stones and place them throughout the Buzhou mountain, allowing him to impart teachings without revealing himself. With Xingtian's current cultivation level, inscribing martial arts on stone tablets was a piece of cake. Under the control of his powerful mental strength, hundreds of martial arts stone tablets were quickly inscribed, each detailing various martial techniques, such as the tiger subduing fist and the flying dragon fist. As a direct descendant of Pangu, Xingtian was already significantly weakened by the pressure of Buzhou mountain. Moreover, having just resolved the threat posed by the soul-devouring spear and receiving supreme merit, he was no longer constrained on Buzhou mountain. Utilizing the laws of the earth, Xingtian traversed all parts of the mountain, and in a short time hundreds of martial arts stone tablets appeared throughout Buzhou mountain. The sudden appearance of these martial arts stone tablets ignited a storm of activity on Buzhou mountain, shocking countless beings, each reacting differently. Tribe leader, look at this audacious fool who dares to provoke our tiger clan's dignity by using the infamous tiger subduing fist. We cannot let this villain go. Destroy this wicked tablet. You scoundrel! How dare you speak such words, fool? Do you think a mere madman can erect such divine tablets? Just look at how many secret techniques are inscribed upon this tablet. As he spoke, the leader of the Tiger clan slapped the member who had just spoken, admonishing him to mind his words. Huh, huh, huh. The great strength eagle claw technique. Quickly take this divine tablet away. Let the younger generation of our clan know the might of the eagle clan. There were indeed many who were just as self-absorbed. Excellent. The dragon subduing palm. I must master this technique, and then conquer the seas to seize the endless treasures of the dragon clan, becoming the supreme overlord. Ha ha ha. As Xingtian placed the martial arts divine tablet on Buzhou Mountain, the entire area buzzed with excitement. Each individual had their own perspective on the event, representing various views on the appearance of the martial arts divine tablets. Regardless of their opinions, all shared a common action, frantically collecting the martial arts stone tablets scattered by Xingtian across Buzhou Mountain. To them, these tablets were priceless treasures, and collecting them promised great benefits. Upon witnessing the lively scene on Buzhou Mountain, Xingtian was somewhat stunned. He had never imagined that the martial techniques he casually created would be so highly esteemed, causing such a stir that left him in disbelief. Everything was simply too unexpected. Xingtian originally aimed at those lowly beings of the primordial world, yet he was surprised to find that even the great Luo Jingxian were taking his martial arts divine tablets seriously, each one crazily collecting them even at great cost. Originally, Buzhou Mountain was already quite chaotic, and now, with Xingtian's martial arts divine tablets, the situation became even more disorderly. Slaughter ensued relentlessly, and Xingtian's actions intensified this upheaval, causing the mountain to echo with cries of battle as countless beings fought to claim a martial arts divine tablet. To Xingtian, the martial arts divine tablets did not hold significant value, as they were merely a manifestation of his memories from a past life, combined with his own experiences inspired by observing the lives of primordial beings. To him, it was nothing remarkable. In truth, Xingtian underestimated his martial arts secrets. It should be noted that in the current primordial world, few races possessed martial arts secrets at all, let alone the opportunities these martial arts tablets provided for various races to understand their opponents, making conflicts unavoidable. Despite the endless slaughter on Buzhou Mountain, it did not affect Xingtian's accumulation of merit. The more attention the martial arts divine tablets attracted, the greater the merit he obtained. As time passed, the merit grew even larger, with the potential for his martial arts to spread throughout the entirety of the primordial world. The commotion was so grand that Xingtian felt deeply excited. For him, even if he gained nothing further during his journey on Buzhou Mountain, it would not matter. His current harvest had already far surpassed his expectations. While Xingtian was delighted, many others were not pleased. The attention on Buzhou Mountain was not limited to the surface-level slaughterers. Many powerful beings were also observing from the shadows, including the three pure ones Nuwa and Fushi. Upon arriving at Buzhou Mountain from Kunlun, the three pure ones reacted differently to the sudden change. Most excited among them was the Tongtian Patriarch, while the most composed was the Taishang Laojun. On the surface, Taishang Laojun showed no excitement, remaining calm as water, while Yuanshi Tianzuan looked down on the situation with disdain. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly, saying, "Such ignorant madmen, utterly shameless. To present such misleading side-or techniques in a sacred place like Buzhou Mountain is truly disgraceful. Such shameless individuals deserve nothing less than punishment." One must say that Yuanshi Tianzuan was quite egocentric, seeing everything from his own perspective. In his view, he alone was the orthodox, while others were mere side-or practitioners. Xingtian's martial arts were looked down upon in his eyes. He had forgotten that Pangu also possessed a formidable body, and it was precisely through this powerful physique that Pangu walked the supreme path of proving Tao through strength and creating the world. Yuanshi Tianzun's disdain for martial arts was indeed excessive. In response to Yuanshi Tianzun's remarks, Taishang Laojun showed no reaction, while Tongtian Patriarch nonchalantly stated, "Elder brother, your words are a bit excessive. This individual possesses great talent, and his martial arts skills are indeed remarkable, at least providing many beings in the primordial world with a path of cultivation." Upon hearing Tongtian Patriarch's words, Yuanshi Tianzun's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Such minor paths will only mislead the younger generation. The primordial Tao is the true path of cultivation. These side-or techniques offer no benefit. Allowing them to spread will only lead to chaos in the primordial world." Seeing Yuanshi Tianzun's intense reaction, Taishang Laojun calmly said, "All right, this matter has nothing to do with us. Keep your thoughts to yourself. There's no need for such disputes. We have our own Tao, and others have theirs. How others act is unrelated to us, so there's no need to take it too seriously." Taishang Laojun, as the leader of the three pure ones, understood the notion that everyone has their own Tao, which put him a step ahead of Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, while Taishang Laojun appeared calm on the surface, he was quite shocked internally. After all, Xingtian's martial arts secrets were substantial and his actions were so covert that they had not detected them at all with their strength, causing Taishang Laojun to be cautious. Taishang Laojun also stopped Yuan Shitianzuan because he did not want to create unnecessary trouble by engaging in a verbal dispute with a powerful being. In Taishang Laojun's eyes, Xingtian was a very extraordinary figure. His strength was not beneath his own, but unfortunately, he overestimated Xingtian. His power was far from what he imagined. In fact, many others shared Taishang Laojun's sentiment, as otherwise they would not be so frantically competing for the martial arts divine tablets. Likewise, Xingtian's martial arts divine tablets pointed them toward an unprecedented path. In the past, every race fought based solely on instinct. Now, with the guidance of the martial arts divine tablets, they saw an entirely new world and gained a new understanding of battle. Promoting the evolution of the primordial world was a great merit. Xingtian's unintentional actions also earned him considerable merit, with martial arts officially entering the primordial world becoming a path of existence. Although this martial arts was still in its infancy, as the founder Xingtian naturally enjoyed supreme merit. Unfortunately, Xingtian was unaware of this. Had he known, he would likely be even more excited. After all, who wouldn't be pleased with such a double-edged benefit? It should be known that acquiring merit in the primordial world is no easy task. With such great risks and rewards, who could not be happy? Such high returns cannot be underestimated by anyone. The battle for Buzhou Mountain came swiftly and left just as quickly. Those who had gained something were anxious about being robbed, hastily retreating one by one, fearing that the benefits they had acquired would fall into others' hands. Thus, Buzhou Mountain soon returned to tranquility. Of course, this tranquility was merely superficial. Beneath the surface, there were still undercurrents at play. Not everyone had retreated. Those who left were either lacking in strength or confidence. However, the true powers of the primordial chaos remained in Buzhou Mountain, seeking their own opportunities. For them, the martial path created by Xingtian was insignificant and failed to capture their attention. What they valued were the innate spiritual treasures and roots which were the true purpose of their visit to Buzhou Mountain. Xingtian's martial path was only highly regarded by those who were insufficient in their own abilities. The true powers did not care for it at all. The reason was simple: they all had their own Tao, or rather their own cultivation path. They would not be swayed by the emergence of this martial path. If they were easily shaken in their confidence, they would not have achieved their current level of cultivation. Confidence is paramount on the cultivation path. Losing it is akin to losing everything. However, for ordinary people, they are unaware of this, and even if they did, they would not care. They value their lives greatly and would rather lose opportunities for advancement than risk their lives for struggle. Their pursuits are fundamentally different from those of the primordial powers. For the primordial powers, though they were displeased with Xingtian's actions and thought him somewhat misguided, they were nonetheless pleased with the outcome. After all, with the departure of the unconfident individuals, Buzhou Mountain regained its peace, alleviating many troubles for them. Ultimately, fewer people meant more opportunities for themselves, which was highly beneficial. Unfortunately, these primordial powers were overly self-assured. They only saw the surface of things and failed to grasp the essence of the situation. If they knew the immense benefits Xingtian had gained from this, they would likely be hopping mad, for Xingtian had amassed great merit. Merit is not something that can be easily obtained. For them, merit is more important than opportunities. Ordinary beings of the primordial chaos do not understand the benefits of merit, but for those who have vaguely touched upon the heavenly Tao, merit is exceedingly important, as it allows them to perceive the laws of heaven and earth more clearly. While the primordial powers were rejoicing far in the depths of chaos at Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu couldn't help but furrow his brow. The emergence of Xingtian's martial path in the primordial chaos left him astonished. Preaching the Tao and imparting the teachings were insights Hongjun Daozu gained after the Dragon and Phoenix calamity. While he had acquired the method to attain sainthood, he realized the importance of embodying the Tao, which was inseparable from fate and merit. Preaching the Tao was fundamental for him to obtain the fate and merit of the primordial chaos. Originally, Hongjun Daozu intended to refine his own foundation, further deepening his roots. However, he was compelled to abandon this idea, for the emergence of Xingtian's martial path had siphoned off a portion of the chaos fate and merit. Although this did not greatly affect Hongjun Daozu at the moment, it would be different over time. In the primordial chaos, nothing is impossible. Everything is subject to change. Xingtian's martial path is also a type of great Tao, and over time it would siphon off the merit of Hongjun Daozu's preaching. With no other choice, Hongjun Daozu had to advance his teachings. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of light flashed across Hongjun Daozu's face as he softly sighed. It seems I must set out to preach the Tao, otherwise delaying further might lead to unpredictable outcomes. Though Xingtian's actions infringed upon Hongjun Daozu's interests, he did not angrily strike down Xingtian. It was not that Hongjun Daozu was unaware of Xingtian's involvement. With his saintly cultivation, discerning the story behind the incident was effortless. Why did Hongjun Daozu refrain from acting against Xingtian? On one hand, Xingtian was of the witch clan, a direct descendant of the Pangu great god under the latter's protection. On the other hand, Xingtian had resolved the danger at Buzhou Mountain and had immense merit. Killing Xingtian was easy, but it would bring down the wrath of heaven, which was not what Hongjun Daozu wished to see. Ultimately, the reason lay within Hongjun Daozu himself. He had already achieved the status of a saint, while Xingtian was merely a minor great, which a golden immortal level great witch. For a saint to target a great, which would be quite disgraceful, and all these factors combined allowed Xingtian to escape disaster. Cultivators value a tranquil mind, and since Hongjun Daozu had the intention to preach, he would not hesitate or procrastinate. Such behavior was not befitting of someone of his caliber. While the primordial powers on Buzhou Mountain were elated by the consequences triggered by Xingtian, suddenly a tremendous pressure emanated from the void, and a voice filled with infinite authority echoed in their minds. I am Hongjun. Today, I attain the Hongmeng Great Tao, achieving the supreme Tao fruit. In the chaos beyond the heavens, at Xixiao Palace, all fated beings in the primordial chaos may come to listen to the Tao. As the voice resounded, colorful clouds floated across the sky of the primordial chaos, and purple energy surged through the air. Celestial sounds resonated, creating a heavenly scene that left people entranced. At the same time, the primordial earth trembled in response to that voice. It could be said that the heavens and earth were shaken. The sudden change in the heavens and earth left all beings in the primordial chaos astonished. Attaining the Hongmeng Tao was the dream of countless beings. Now that someone had succeeded, how could they not be excited? The primordial powers on Buzhou Mountain instantly changed their expressions, abandoning their quests for opportunities. They soared into the air, heading towards the chaos beyond the heavens, fearing that they would miss the great opportunity to listen to the Tao if they were a moment too late. For them, listening to the Tao was of utmost importance. Similarly, the other great powers across the primordial land also set aside their tasks and rose into the air, all heading towards the chaos beyond the heavens to listen to the Tao. At that moment, Xingtian below Buzhou Mountain was taken aback, muttering, "What is happening? Why has the time for Hongjun Daozu to preach come so quickly? Could it be due to me? This is not good. The start of the preaching signifies the beginning of the saintly era. A new calamity will soon commence, and I too will be caught up in it." Having said this, a look of reluctance appeared on Xingtian's face. However, events had transpired beyond his control. In an instant, a resolute expression flashed across his face as he declared, "Very well, perhaps this is also good. I shall not change my opportunity, and let me witness the prowess of the saints and the so-called 3,000 great Taoists." At this moment, with Hongjun Daozu attaining the great Tao, Xingtian had no inclination to consider the so-called opportunities on Buzhou Mountain, focusing solely on attending Xixiao Palace to listen to the deist's teachings. Indeed, Buzhou Mountain harbored numerous innate spiritual treasures and roots, but Xingtian did not believe that with the primordial powers leaving he could monopolize all the benefits of Buzhou Mountain. That was unrealistic. If he held such thoughts, he would ultimately return empty-handed. Everything has its limits. Xingtian understood the principle of moderation. From his journey from the witch clan to Buzhou Mountain, he had encountered continuous opportunities, each allowing him to gain immense benefits. Particularly the last inheritance of the martial path had greatly enriched him. This accumulation had already placed Xingtian far ahead of others, but what more could he want? If under these circumstances Xingtian still refused to relent and sought to gather all opportunities from Buzhou Mountain into his own possession, he would have crossed the line. Not only would the heavenly Tao not tolerate such actions, but the great Tao would likely also not permit such occurrences. As for Hongjun Daozu, it goes without saying that taking advantage of chaos is certainly not a wise strategy. For one to attain great fortune, a crucial point must always be kept in mind: one must not be overly greedy. Excessive greed will only lead one into peril, which is not the act of a wise person. While Xingtian may not be considered a wise man, he was no fool either. He had previously touched upon the interests of Hongjun Daozu. If he remained unsatisfied, it would be sheer greed, making him a thorn in Hongjun Daozu's side. Even with his memories, he would find it difficult to navigate the primordial chaos, and the battle between the witches and the demons could very well become his tomb. With a flicker of thought, Xingtian abandoned the notion of sweeping through the Buzhou Mountain and soared directly toward the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. As a golden immortal, if he did not set off early, he might find himself unable to enter the Xixiao Palace. Even if he reached it, the early bird catches the worm. On the way to the Xixiao Palace, everything made Xingtian feel a surge of emotions. Once upon a time, the Honghuang was dominated by dragons and phoenixes, yet now he could see no trace of either clan on this road. This is the unpredictability of the heavenly path. However, what struck Xingtian most was not this, but the fact that there were indeed golden immortals like him heading to the Zixiao Palace. This made him shake his head in disbelief. These people truly did not know the dangers they faced. The chaos was not the Honghuang. Within it lay countless perils, and one misstep could cost them their lives. Xingtian dared to go to the Zixiao Palace as a golden immortal because he possessed a robust physique and unmatched foundation, while these golden immortals were no match for him. Their bodies and foundations paled in comparison to his. Halfway through they might not survive at all, and even returning to the Honghuang would be impossible. Such a scenario led Xingtian to a realization: people die for wealth, birds perish for food. These people were risking their lives to hear the teachings of Hongjun Daozu, gambling everything they had. Not only was it difficult for golden immortals to reach the Zixiao Palace, but even those Deluo golden immortals with inadequate foundations faced the same fate. There is a significant gap even among Deluo golden immortals, and often it is a chasm of difference. Such a vast disparity could not help but make Xingtian reflect. It is said that a calamity can destroy a civilization. The Dragon and Phoenix calamity annihilated the three great clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants. Similarly, a single teaching could bring about destruction, reshuffling the land of the Honghuang. This time, as Hongjun Daozu imparts his teachings, it is uncertain how many golden immortals and Deluo golden immortals will perish in this chaos, and how many small clans will face extinction because of this teaching. Such is the reality of the Honghuang. It is cruel and unchangeable, leaving one to silently endure it all. Perhaps it is precisely this that enables Hongjun Daozu to achieve supreme merit through his teachings, allowing him to absorb the fortune of the Honghuang and merge with the Tao. After all, the impact of Hongjun Daozu's teachings truly influences the entire land of the Honghuang, affecting countless beings. Such an influence cannot be compared to the meager spread of martial arts that Xingtian had previously. The gap between the two is vast. Life and death are determined by fate. Fortune and nobility are in the hands of heaven. The concept of fortune may seem elusive and ethereal, yet it undeniably exists. Among so many golden immortals and Deluo golden immortals, how many can truly reach the Zixiao Palace to hear Hongjun Daozu's teachings? With this thought, Xingtian shook his head again, clearing his mind of distractions, and strode toward the Zixiao Palace. In contrast to Xingtian's bold strides, most people moved cautiously and attentively through the chaos, as they did not possess a physique as powerful as his. Walking through the chaos requires immense magical power. Although everyone gave their all, the differences in realm and accumulation quickly became apparent, with some leading far ahead. These individuals were true mighty beings with great fortune, able to rely on their formidable cultivation and foundation to withstand the chaos onslaught, moving ahead of others. Xingtian considered himself physically strong and had set off early, but upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, he realized how absurd his thoughts were. Forget about the Sanqing Nuwa Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. Even some lesser-known Deluo golden immortals were ahead of him. What surprised Xingtian the most was encountering the 12 ancestors of the Wu in front of the Zixiao Palace. His expression froze in astonishment, and the 12 ancestors of the Wu also showed a flicker of shock upon seeing him, taken aback by his arrival. The 12 ancestors of the Wu widened their eyes and scrutinized Xingtian closely. No matter how they looked at him, he was merely a golden immortal in their eyes, which puzzled them greatly. The 12 ancestors of the Wu had traveled all the way from the Honghuang to this Zixiao Palace. They were well aware of the dangers lurking within the chaos, which no golden immortal could withstand. Yet unexpectedly, a golden immortal level Wu appeared before them, forcing them to take him seriously. As for Xingtian's appearance, Di Jiang and the others showed no enthusiasm at all. After all, in their hearts, Xingtian was not worth their attention. Even though he could come to the Zixiao Palace alone, now they remained unchanged in their views towards him. Arrogance. This is the nature of Di Jiang and the other ancestors of the Wu. They would not lower their proud heads for someone like Xingtian. It was precisely their arrogance that made Xingtian feel even more disillusioned with the Wu clan. Although Xingtian's face showed no sign of anger at the indifference from Di Jiang and the other ancestors of the Wu, his heart burned with rage, and he felt utterly hopeless towards the Wu clan. Seeing the reaction of Di Jiang and the other ancestors of the Wu, Ho Tu secretly sighed. This is the Zixiao Palace. Regardless of how Di Jiang and the others viewed Xingtian, they could not make it too obvious here, or it would only lead others to look down on the Wu clan and deepen Xingtian's hatred. Although Xingtian had been behaving quite calmly, Ho Tu understood very well the deep-seated hatred Xingtian harbored for Di Jiang and the other ancestors of the Wu, even towards the entire Wu clan. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to leave the Wu clan and venture into the Honghuang alone. Everything stemmed from the hatred in his heart, leading him to avoid the Wu clan's people and Di Jiang and the others, forcing him to leave. Ho Tu's expression changed slightly as he stepped forward with a faint smile, saying, Xingtian, what brings you to the Zixiao Palace? Did you encounter any dangers along the way? Upon hearing Ho Tu's words, the attention of everyone in the Zixiao Palace was immediately drawn. After all, the appearance of the 12 ancestors of the Wu together in the Zixiao Palace exerted immense pressure on those present. 12 De Luo golden immortal level experts appearing simultaneously could not be ignored by anyone. In an instant, thanks to Ho Tu's identity, Xingtian became the focal point of everyone's attention. Among them were Nuo Fushi, Kunpeng, the Sanqing, Dijun, and Tai Yi. Upon realizing Xingtian's strength, these individuals could no longer remain calm. They were well aware of his affiliation with the Wu clan, yet for a golden immortal to arrive at the Zixiao Palace, they could not help but be shocked. Was the physique of the Wu clan truly that formidable? Could it withstand the erosion of chaos, allowing a golden immortal junior to pass the tests of chaos and reach the Zixiao Palace? From that moment on, many powerful beings present had to reconsider the existence of the Wu clan. If the 12 ancestors of the Wu were strong enough to warrant their caution, then Xingtian's arrival left them astounded by the overwhelming physical prowess of the Wu clan far beyond their imagination. Dijun and Tai Yi's faces darkened as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered across them. Although Dijun and Tai Yi were not particularly famous in the Honghuang, they harbored immense ambitions. They shared the same frenzied aspirations as the three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins from years past, seeking to unify the entire Honghuang world and trample all other clans beneath their feet. Now the strength of the Wu clan made them feel the urge to kill, knowing that the Wu clan would become the greatest obstacle to their domination of the Honghuang world. Even before the demon clan was unified, Dijun and Tai Yi were already harboring murderous intent towards the Wu clan. It must be said that these two were truly mad. It was precisely because of their insanity that the calamity between the Wu and the demons would be ignited. Although the murderous intent of Dijun and Tai Yi flashed by, it was still noticed by some observant individuals, including the Sanqing, who shared a common origin with the 12 ancestors of the Wu, as well as Fushi Nuo and Kunpeng, who stood beside Dijun and Tai Yi. Their hearts stirred with various sentiments as they considered the murderous intent of the two. Kunpeng was a gloomy person. Upon sensing the fleeting murderous intent from Dijun and Tai Yi, he became alert. Despite Dijun and Tai Yi's earlier friendly demeanor, he felt no goodwill towards them. Just the arrogance hidden beneath their smiles was enough to put Kunpeng off. Kunpeng did not consider himself a good person, but he was unwilling to associate with Dijun and Tai Yi, who would harbor murderous thoughts over a mere glance. Interacting with such individuals could easily cost him his life, as no one could tell when they would turn against him. Kunpeng had a certain foresight. His thoughts were immensely genuine. Dijun and Tai Yi were indeed treacherous, and he would ultimately fall victim to their schemes in the future. With these concerns in mind, Kunpeng distanced himself from Dijun and Tai Yi, returning to his own position to close his eyes and cultivate, ignoring all external matters. Unfortunately, sometimes one cannot evade what they wish to avoid. Even if one does not seek trouble, calamity can still descend from the heavens. It must be said that the heavenly Tao is indeed remarkable. Even if Hongjun Daozu opened his teachings in advance, it did not alter the fates of certain individuals. Both Hongyun and Kunpeng were positioned at the forefront, meaning that once the Zixiao Palace opened, they would have the opportunity to contest for the position of sainthood. In response to the inquiry from Hotu Ancestor Witch, Xingtian nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Ancestor Witch. I will be fine." As for the other Ancestor Witches, Xingtian paid them no mind. He was a person of integrity, or rather a proud individual. Since Di Jiang and the other Ancestor Witches looked down on him, Xingtian naturally would not pay them any attention. Xingtian's actions caused Hotu Ancestor Witch to let out a quiet sigh. This was the arrangement of fate. Every situation has two sides. While Di Jiang and the others took their actions too far, Xingtian also pushed matters to extremes. If it weren't for the presence of numerous formidable beings in Zixiao Palace watching, Di Jiang and the others might have been unable to contain their anger, as Xingtian's disregard was a challenge to their bottom line. Di Jiang and these Ancestor Witches were proud individuals. For them, it was acceptable to ignore Xingtian, but Xingtian could not ignore them. This was an intolerable situation. Perhaps this was the source of conflict between Di Jiang's group and Xingtian, as both sides were proud, leading to inevitable clashes, especially since Xingtian was a junior, a great witch whose status was vastly different from Di Jiang and the others. Xingtian naturally saw the flicker of anger in Di Jiang Ancestor Witch's eyes, yet he paid it no mind. Until he had the profound gains from Fuzhou Mountain, Xingtian had no intention of regarding Di Jiang and the others. Now he cared even less about their dissatisfaction. After finishing with Hotu Ancestor Witch, Xingtian retreated to a corner alone, not standing with the 12 Ancestor Witches. His actions startled those present, and Hotu Ancestor Witch felt even more sorrowful, yet she was unable to change anything. A rift The rift between Xingtian and the witch clan grew deeper, reaching an intolerable level. If it weren't for the blood ties between Xingtian and the witch clan, they might have already parted ways, each pursuing their own paths, never to interact again. This outcome weighed heavily on Hutu Ancestor Witch's heart. Hutu Ancestor Witch urgently wished to change this situation, yet she found no clues. At this moment, even a fool could tell that the relationship between Xingtian and the witch clan was likely not harmonious. The internal unity of the witch clan was not as they perceived, which relieved many as a disunited race could not unleash their full potential. Perhaps it was fate playing tricks. Xingtian's unintentional actions created a false impression for everyone present, confusing many. Especially for Dijun and Tai. Xingtian's actions today would lead them to make grave mistakes in the future during the calamity of the witch clan, causing immense harm to the demon race. Just as everyone was astonished by Xingtian's choice, suddenly a crowd appeared outside Xixiao Palace, causing everyone to neglect the relationship between Xingtian and the 12 ancestor witches. As those individuals rushed into Xixiao Palace in a frenzy, looking extremely disheveled, it seemed they had suffered greatly in the chaos. Suddenly, the arrival of these individuals made those present alert, as no one knew what might happen next. Better to be cautious. As everyone heightened their vigilance, the doors of Xixiao Palace opened, and everyone rushed in frantically, fearing that if they were a moment late, they would be left outside. Fortunately, this was Xixiao Palace, allowing everyone to exercise some restraint, otherwise a conflict would have erupted. In contrast to the urgency of these people, Xingtian appeared quite indifferent, deliberately feigning disinterest, showing no signs of anxiety, as he followed the crowd into Xixiao Palace. Upon entering Xixiao Palace, he saw 6 cushions placed at the forefront. The Sanqing being transformations of Pangu's primordial spirit, immediately recognized the significance of those seats. The 3 of them exchanged glances and flew up, each seizing a seat. As the Sanqing moved, Fuxi and Nuwa also rushed forward to grab the remaining 2 seats. Unfortunately, Fuxi and Nuwa's luck was poor. By this time, the others in Xixiao Palace had already reacted and rushed forward to contest for the remaining 3 seats. Consequently, Fuxi and Nuwa had to make a choice. They could not both secure seats. As the elder brother, Fuxi naturally had to protect Nuwa. In a flash, he positioned himself beside Nuwa, shielding her from the crowd, allowing her to smoothly take the 4th seat. Meanwhile, Hongyun unexpectedly dashed to the 5th seat, and the last seat was seized by Kunping. Though it all happened in an instant, it showcased the cultivation levels of the individuals involved. Those who failed to secure seats felt reluctant, but this was Xixiao Palace. No one dared to act recklessly for fear of provoking Hongjun's displeasure and missing the opportunity to hear the teachings, so they could only watch helplessly. Seeing the frenzy with which people competed for a seat, a hint of disdain flickered across Xingtian's face. Although he understood the significance of the 6 seats, he had never intended to contend for one. It wasn't that Xingtian was particularly magnanimous, but rather that he felt unqualified to vie for them. Firstly, he knew his strength was insufficient, and secondly, he was treading a path unprecedented, making the seats of no use to him. Thus, he felt no desire for them. Glancing around Xixiao Palace, Xingtian found a relatively secluded corner to sit, drawing no attention. At this moment, perhaps only Hutu Ancestor Witch was paying attention to him, as she regarded Xingtian with great importance and naturally wanted to keep track of his actions. After seeing Xingtian settle in an inconspicuous corner, Hutu Ancestor Witch let out a sigh of relief. Although Hutu, as an ancestor which was unafraid of any challenges, she was still delighted by Xingtian's choice. She was very concerned that Xingtian in his pride would try to seize one of the 6 seats, which would lead to severe consequences. When all 6 seats were seized, many were fuming, when suddenly 2 disheveled individuals burst into Xixiao Palace. Upon entering, one of them quickly surveyed the situation in the palace, then cried out, "Senior brother, we painstakingly journeyed from the far west only to find we have arrived too late. How can we return to face the multitude of beings in the west? Rather than return in disgrace, I'd rather die." As he spoke, the person charged towards one of the large pillars in Xixiao Palace, putting on a dramatic show of wanting to take his own life. Seeing this performance, a smirk crossed Xingtian's face, and he inwardly scoffed at the display. With Xingtian's wisdom, he naturally recognized the 2 individuals as the future renowned Western saints Zhuanti and Jin. Most cultivators in Xixiao Palace could clearly see the intentions behind Zuni's performance. They looked down upon him with disdain. However, despite their scorn, Zhuanti showed no signs of shame, continuing his act of despair. In truth, with his cultivation, if he truly sought death, he wouldn't have to go through such lengths. His lowly performance could only deceive fools. It must be said that there was indeed a fool in Xixiao Palace, and that was Hongyun, who occupied the 5th seat. One could only wonder what he was thinking and how he had managed to survive in the primordial realm, as he failed to see through Zuni's poor performance and actually stood up. Upon seeing Hongyun stand, a hint of joy flashed across Zuni's face. He realized his performance had elicited a response, filling him with elation. As for the others, they looked at Hong Yun with disdain, each secretly cursing his ignorance. While they scolded him, they couldn't help but regret, knowing that with a fool like Hong Yun securing a seat, they should have acted first and put on a good performance themselves, thus seizing the seat. Now it seemed they had unwittingly benefited the shameless Xingtian. One cannot deny the malice in people's hearts. While they curse Xingtian for his shamelessness, they themselves are not much better. They harbor similar thoughts, yet they overestimate Hong Yun's wisdom, missing a great opportunity and allowing Xingtian to gain the upper hand. Xingtian sneered coldly at Hong Yun's foolishness. While everyone else lamented their lack of opportunity, this fool Hong Yun had received a chance, but willingly relinquished it. Such actions lead only to self-destruction. Heaven does not bestow blessings upon those who do not seize them. Those who fail to act will suffer the consequences. This saying perfectly describes someone like Hong Yun. The heavens granted him an unparalleled opportunity, yet he fails to cherish it, choosing instead to give it away. Such a person is not worth mourning. It can be said that no one in the Xixiao Palace sympathized with Hong Yun, not even his old friend Jin Yuanzi, who regarded his actions with a degree of disappointment. Rising to his feet, Hong Yun spoke, "Fellow Taoist, there is no need to panic. Since you fear facing your hometown folk, I shall gladly relinquish my seat to you." As soon as Hong Yun's words fell, a cold smile flashed across Xingtian's face. He knew that with those words Hong Yun had sealed his own fate. Death and obliteration were now his only outcomes. Heaven's will is like a knife, unchangeable by human effort. Hong Yun severed his own opportunity, binding himself to infinite karma. His actions affect not only himself, but also others. He fails to consider that there are two individuals opposing him, and even if he willingly gives up his seat, only one seat remains. Unless the others lack greed, Hong Yun is destined to entangle himself with those present. As Hong Yun stood up, Xingtian was sizing up the other 5 attendees. The 3 pure ones radiated an aura as stable as Mount Tai, unshakable by Xingtian. Anyone with common sense would know how to choose. Unless Xingtian were foolish, he would not take such a risk. Nu Hua is also formidable, supported by Fu Shi, who remains vigilant of his surroundings, preventing anyone from intervening. Ultimately, Xingtian could only turn his gaze toward Kunpeng. Among the 5, Kunpeng appeared to be the softest target. Despite having many supporters, none were truly aligned with him. Dijun and Tai seemed to be protecting Kunpeng, but were clearly waiting for the opportune moment to take his place if he showed any weakness. Human greed is insatiable. Seeing that Kunpeng had no allies, Xingtian's greed ignited. He knew opportunities do not wait. There were only 6 seats in the Xixiao Palace. Xingtian feared that someone might seize Kunpeng's seat first, so he resolved to act decisively. Xingtian stepped forward, saying, "Fellow Taoist, could you please relinquish your seat for the countless beings of the West?" Upon hearing this, the crowd once again cursed Xingtian in their hearts. Shameless. This bastard's shamelessness has reached its peak. Not satisfied with gaining a seat, he has set his sights on others. This glutton for greed deserves no good end. Kunpeng is not like that fool Hong Yun. This is going to be entertaining. If I get the chance, I must also fight for my own seat. In an instant, greed spread among the crowd, all hoping for a fierce clash between Xingtian and Kunpeng, giving them a chance to seize a seat. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they fixed their gaze on the two. Upon hearing Xingtian's shameless words, Kunpeng scoffed, disdainfully saying, "Get lost. I am not that fool Hong Yun, easily deceived by your pathetic act." Kunpeng was indeed bold, telling Xingtian to get lost. This was a direct slap in the face of Xingtian, and being humiliated before so many people drove Xingtian into a rage. However, this outcome was precisely what Xingtian had hoped for. If Kunpeng had remained silent, it would have been more challenging for him. Now everything was falling into place. Kunpeng's arrogance provided him with the excuse to act, no matter how ridiculous, as long as he had an excuse. Xingtian's expression darkened as he angrily remarked, "Fellow Taoist, you are being excessive. I merely wish to discuss this with you amicably. Even if you disagree, there is no reason to insult me. Your selfishness is one thing, but you cannot malign others. How can someone as lowly as you deserve to sit in this seat? Step aside." As Xingtian's words fell, the crowd was once again struck by awe, each internally lamenting, "What a capable person. He can twist black into white. Clearly he covets another seat, yet he fabricates such a shameless excuse. A person without shame is invincible." Originally, upon hearing Kunpeng's sarcastic words, Hong Yun's expression changed, feeling anger towards Kunpeng's ridicule. As a kind-hearted person, he could not help but feel irritated and wish to confront Kunpeng. However, before he could approach Xingtian's words brought him some comfort. To label Hong Yun as a fool would be an exaggeration. After all, if he were truly a fool, he would not have survived to this day, nor would he possess such cultivation. His ridiculous actions could only be seen as fate playing tricks on him, much like the calamity faced by dragons and phoenixes in the past. Others can see clearly from the sidelines, recognizing Xingtian's sinister intentions, but Hong Yun, embroiled in the situation, fails to grasp the unfolding circumstances, rendering him a victim of misfortune. Things have reached this point, yet Hong Yun still cannot see through Zhuan Ti's intentions. One must admit that fate truly wields a powerful hand able to manipulate Hong Yun to such an extent. Do not be fooled by the presence of the Xixiao Palace. Although everyone fears Hong Jun Dais's reputation and dares not act recklessly, Zhuan Ti is a risk-taker. To him, even the might of Hong Jun Daozu pales in comparison to profit, and he is willing to do anything for it. Just as his words fell before Kuan-Pong could react, Zhuan Ti's treasure gleamed, and a colorful spiritual treasure appeared in his hand, striking fiercely at Kuan-Pong. Although Kuan-Pong remained vigilant, he did not anticipate Zhuan Ti's shamelessness in launching a sneak attack in plain sight. This was the Xixiao Palace, as Zhuan Ti showed no regard for Hong Jun Daozu, catching Kuan-Pong completely off guard. Zhuan Ti was known for his ruthless nature. When he acts, he does so with full force. Caught off guard, Kuan-Pong suffered greatly, being swept from his seat by Zhuan Ti. Before Kuan-Pong could respond, Zhuan Ti seized the opportunity to sit down. Having suffered such a significant loss, Kuan-Pong was unwilling to accept it. He roared and charged forward to reclaim his seat. The crowd, filled with excitement, became energized, eager to seize the moment. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, snorting coldly, "Kuan-Pong, since you have been knocked down, it signifies that this seat is not meant for you. No amount of force will yield a different outcome." When Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. They had not anticipated that Yuanshi Tianzuan would come to Zhuan Ti's aid. If it were just Yuanshi Tianzuan, they would not have been afraid, but he was not alone. He had Taishang Laojun and Tongtian Jiaozhu backing him, making them tread carefully. Kuan-Pong's expression darkened as he shouted angrily, "Yuanshi, this is the Xixiao Palace, the dojo of Hong Jun Daozu. Zhuan Ti's shameless actions are clearly a slight against Hong Jun Daozu, a provocation to his authority. Instead of stopping him, you choose to assist this shameless scoundrel. Are you in collusion with him?" Kuan-Pong's words were quite vicious. Upon seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan siding with Zhuan Ti, he quickly accused both Zhuan Ti and Yuanshi Tianzuan of collusion. Although he was uncertain if Yuanshi Tianzuan's actions represented the consensus of the three pure ones, this accusation would certainly make things uncomfortable for them, especially with the lecture yet to begin. They had already offended Hong Jun Daozu. It must be said that Kuan-Pong, able to devise such a sinister and ruthless counterattack in such a short time, is indeed a capable individual. Unfortunately, his luck has not been on his side, and he has lost this great opportunity in vain. In an instant, the Primordial Tianzuan was enraged by Kuan-Pong's treacherous counterattack, shouting, "How dare you! It is not your place to shout here, you feathered beast. Get out of my sight." This time the Primordial Tianzuan was genuinely provoked. Before his words could settle, he emitted a powerful pressure, forcefully colliding toward Kuan-Pong. This clearly reflects the deep hatred he harbors against Kuan-Pong. For him, maintaining face is of utmost importance. As the Primordial Tianzuan's fury ignited, Dijun and Tai exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of relief in their eyes. They too did not wish to see Kuan-Pong in that position. After all, they harbored great ambitions, and the presence of Nuwa had already unsettled them. They did not want to see Kuan-Pong appearing among the six, as it would greatly hinder their future plans to unify the demon race. With Nuwa having Fux's support, Dijun and Tai, despite their numerous grievances, had to endure for the sake of future endeavors. However, their attitude toward Kuan-Pong was markedly different. Stepping forward, Dijun said, "Kuan-Pong, your strength is formidable. I suggest you concede. Although you have failed this time, there will be opportunities in the future to reclaim what is yours." On the surface, Dijun seemed to be kindly persuading Kuan-Pong to back down, but in reality, he was obstructing Kuan-Pong's attempt to reclaim his rightful position, subtly putting him on the defensive. With Kuan-Pong's intelligence, how could he not see through Dijun's little ploy? Yet, as Dijun mentioned, strength was indeed superior to numbers. Without any allies, even if Kuan-Pong was unwilling to concede, he was powerless to reclaim his seat. Dijun's words provided him with a chance to withdraw gracefully. Kuan-Pong fiercely glared at Zhuan Ti, saying, "Bastard, this matter is far from over." At this point, Kuan-Pong's gaze shifted to Hong Yun. If it weren't for Hong Yun's ignorance, he wouldn't have lost such a great opportunity. If a mere glance could kill, Hong Yun would have long since been dead. Kuan-Pong's murderous glare flashed momentarily before he retreated, deciding not to engage further. After all, he had to be cautious not only of Zhuan Ti and Jane, but also of the duo Dijun and Tai. He could not afford to be careless and fall into their trap, or his fate could be even more tragic. It must be said that Hong Yun truly deserves his fate. Standing there lost in thought, he failed to notice Kuan-Pong's murderous gaze at such a critical moment. Such a scatterbrained person is indeed a major highlight of the Primordial era. Although Kuan-Pong had failed, he had laid a trap for Zhuan Ti, Jane, and the Primordial Tianzuan. Despite Hong Jun Daozu not having made an appearance, yet every movement within the Xixiao Palace could not escape his observation. Whether it was the emergence of Xingtian or the commotion caused by Kuan-Pong and Hong Yun, all was clear to Hong Jun Daozu. Regarding Xingtian's appearance, Hong Jun Daozu was somewhat surprised, yet he did not pay it much mind. After all, Xingtian was behaving quite low-key. Most importantly, Xingtian's presence was favorable to Hongjun Daozu. Conversely, if Xingtian had not appeared, it would have raised concerns for him. Xingtian was untroubled, and though the primordial Tianzuan was meddling, he was one of the three pure ones and a direct descendant of the Pangu great god protected by Pangu's fortune. Even if he acted somewhat out of line, Hongjun Daozu would not hold it against him due to his status. The primordial Tianzuan had profound reserves and was not subject to Hongjun Daozu's scrutiny in this matter. However, Xingtian and Jane were different. They lacked the depth of the primordial Tianzuan and were prone to creating trouble. Whether scheming against Hongyun or brazenly attempting to seize Kunpeng's opportunity, they were provoking the dignity of Hongjun Daozu. It must be remembered that this is Zixiao Palace, the domain of Hongjun Daozu. As Kunpeng said, causing trouble here is akin to slapping Hongjun Daozu in the face, a direct provocation. Hongjun Daozu was exceedingly furious. He contemplated teaching Xingtian and Jane a lesson, hoping they would learn to temper their actions in the future. Just as this thought arose in Hongjun Daozu's mind, a wave of pressure emerged from the void. It was the pressure from the heavenly Tao which was preventing Hongjun Daozu from acting. In that instant, Hongjun Daozu gained insight, realizing the events unfolding in Zixiao Palace were orchestrated by the heavenly Tao, which was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Though Hongyun was a good-natured person, he was not a fool. Yet he made a foolish mistake in this matter, tragically so. Not only did he hand over the opportunity that was rightfully his to others, but he also ruined Kunpeng's chance. Disrupting someone's opportunity is akin to killing their parents. This is a deep-seated grudge. Such actions are something anyone with a sense of propriety would avoid. However, Hongyun not only did it, but showed no remorse at all. How could this not be astonishing? Everything was orchestrated by the heavenly Tao. Hongyun was merely a pawn in its hands, just as Xingtian and Jane were also pawns. However, their statuses were vastly different. Xingtian and Jane were valuable pieces, while Hongyun was merely a discarded piece. The disparity between them is as great as heaven and earth. For Xingtian and Jane, Hongjun Daozu could not take action against them, so he transferred his anger onto Hongyun. The fate that awaited Hongyun is clear. Although Hongjun Daozu has not yet moved, Hongyun is as good as dead. After all, a master like Hongjun Daozu can easily crush an insignificant ant like Hongyun with a mere thought. Observing the situation in the arena, Xingtian could not help but smirk coldly. This truly was a meaningless farce. Today, Kunpeng was destined to be a dejected figure. As for Hongyun, Xingtian felt no pity for him. One must save oneself to be saved. Hongyun squandered his chance and dragged others down with him. In the future, should he meet his demise, he can blame no one but himself. This is the law of heaven and earth, an unchangeable cycle of cause and effect. Although the heavenly Tao was manipulating everything behind the scenes, the great Tao is 50, while the heavenly cycle is 49. There is always a sliver of hope. The great Tao had indeed provided Hongyun with opportunities, but sadly he failed to seize them. Moreover, he ended up creating an irreconcilable enmity with Kunpeng. If he does not die, it would be a ghostly miracle. Had Hongyun been able to respond swiftly when Kunpeng countered before, he could have avoided a great calamity and reclaimed what belonged to him. Unfortunately, he did not. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the conflict between Kunpeng and Xingtian and Jane, Hongjun Daozu appeared silently before them. The sudden appearance of a living being caught everyone off guard. None had sensed it beforehand. To be precise, 3 individuals appeared, including Hongjun Daozu and his 2 disciples. The mere appearance of a single figure without a sound was astonishing enough. With 2 more disciples, it became even more remarkable. This demonstrates the immense power of Hongjun Daozu, incomparable to those present. Hongjun Daozu's appearance did not capture anyone's attention. All eyes remained fixated on Kunpeng and the others, hoping for a spectacular battle. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Hongjun Daozu could not help but frown, clearly displeased with them. Anyone in Hongjun Daozu's position would feel the same. After all, being human entails a range of emotions, and even saints are no exception. Given Hongjun Daozu's identity, he would naturally not awaken the crowd. Such a demotion was impossible for one of his status. Furthermore, this situation could not be allowed to escalate, as prolonging the chaos would only delay the teaching, something Hongjun Daozu was unwilling to witness. To be a disciple of Hongjun Daozu is no easy feat. As disciples, they understood Hongjun Daozu's intentions. Without needing a prompt, Haotian, as a disciple, spoke up. You all should sit down immediately. Anyone causing trouble will be expelled from the hall. As soon as Haotian spoke, everyone was taken aback. They suddenly noticed that 3 individuals had appeared in front of them, which sent a shock through their hearts. For those who could attend the lecture, each regarded themselves as extraordinary. However, the ability of Hongjun Daozu to bring 2 young disciples and appear silently by their side was enough to instill fear in them. Fortunately, Hongjun Daozu bore no ill will, otherwise they truly would not know how they would meet their demise. Such a threat was overwhelmingly powerful, strong enough to extinguish any flicker of anger within them. Upon seeing Hongjun Dao's appearance, Kunpeng's mind stirred, and he wished to speak, but before he could utter a word, Hongjun Daozu said, "You all sit down." As soon as these words were spoken by Hongjun Daozu, a tremendous pressure enveloped everyone in the Xixiao Palace, forcing them down into a seated position without any power to resist. Powerful, immensely powerful. This was the only thought in the minds of everyone present, and it was the deepest impression they had of Hongjun Daozu indelibly etched in their minds. Although Xingtian had gained numerous inheritances and witnessed various influences after leaving the Witch clan, having felt the might of great powers from the void, all of that was illusory and not real. No matter how strong it was, it could not compare to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Hongjun Daozu. Without becoming a sage, one remains an ant. The power of a sage is beyond one's grasp. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Xingtian could not help but feel this sentiment arise in his heart. Such terrifying power from merely a single sentence, the law following the word. That is the power of a sage, the unmatched force of law, the very essence of a sage. Seeing that no one could withstand his pressure, Hongjun Daozu spoke solemnly, "From now on you shall all sit in this arrangement, and no changes shall be made at will." Once Hongjun Daozu finished speaking, Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In felt a surge of joy. Their previous efforts were finally not in vain, as they had gained the recognition of Hongjun Daozu. With that recognition, Kunpeng's unwillingness was of no consequence. The power of a sage was beyond their ability to resist. While Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In were elated, Kunpeng's heart sank to the depths of despair. He felt great unwillingness, and a surge of resentment arose within him. No matter how unwilling Kunpeng was, he could not change anything. After all, he was facing Hongjun Daozu, someone he could not resist. Anyone who wasn't foolish would not choose to oppose Hongjun Daozu. Clearly, Kunpeng was a clever fellow, unlike Hongyun, who was foolish and knew how to make the right choice. Kunpeng dared not harbor hatred towards Hongjun Daozu, yet this resentment in his heart could not be suppressed. He needed an outlet for it, and unfortunately Hongyun became the target for Kunpeng's venting. Perhaps Kunpeng's action of targeting the vulnerable would leave Hongyun feeling wrong, but this was of his own making. Who told him not to seize his own opportunity? He could only blame his own lack of ambition. In contrast to Kunpeng, Dijuan and Tai sighed in relief. They shared the same thoughts as Zhuan-Ti and Jie-In, fearing that Hongjun Daozu might side with Kunpeng. Now they could finally feel at ease, no longer worried about Kunpeng gaining an advantage. It was not just them who breathed a sigh of relief. Fushi and Yuhua also felt a sense of relief. Until Hongjun Daozu expressed a clear stance, they could not rest easy. After all, many were vying for that position, and Fushi and Yuhua needed to be cautious. If anyone was least concerned, it would be the Sanqing, as the three of them were united and did not need to consider any side. They had that level of confidence. Speaking of that position, it left many feeling puzzled. They did not understand why the 12 ancestor witches with such formidable strength did not participate in this contest. If they had, surely no one could have stopped them, as there were 12 of them, and even the Sanqing would not be their match. Though the Sanqing considered themselves impressive, if they truly faced the 12 ancestor witches, they would not stand a chance, especially given the significant numerical disparity. 3 against 12, no matter how powerful they were, they could not compete, and moreover, the current strength of the Sanqing was only comparable to that of the 12 ancestor witches. Was this situation also controlled by the heavenly Tao in secret? No. The reason the 12 ancestor witches did not participate in the contest was not due to the control of the heavenly Tao, but rather their own unwillingness to contend. To them, those 6 positions were simply not worth mentioning. Do not think that the 12 ancestor witches are overwhelmingly arrogant. Rather, they possess such confidence. Although they came to hear Hongjun Dao's teachings, they did not place much importance on it. In their hearts, they believed that no matter how strong Hongjun Daozu was, he could not surpass Pangu. They held the inheritance of Pangu and did not regard other inheritances highly. This time, they merely wished to witness the might of the primordial powers. However, after witnessing the strength of Hongjun Daozu, the 12 ancestor witches felt some regret in their hearts, lamenting their own arrogance in abandoning those 6 positions too easily. Unfortunately, events had already transpired, and their regret was of no use. Everything was unchangeable, and they could only face the facts. Opportunities. Missing out on a great opportunity, the arrogance of the 12 ancestor witches caused them to lose a chance. At least, that is how they felt in their hearts. In contrast to the 12 ancestor witches feeling regret, Xingtian felt no fluctuation in his heart and accepted everything as natural. Hongjun Daozu did not concern himself with the thoughts of those in the Xixiao Palace. After making a clear statement, he gave the gathered crowd no chance to relax, directly beginning to expound on the Tao, starting from the fundamentals of the heavenly immortal path and continuing all the way to the Deluo golden immortal. Hongjun Daozu began speaking without pause, and before anyone realized, 3,000 years had passed. After listening to this exposition of the Tao, everyone present gained something, though each person's gains varied. If one were to say that the greatest gains were made by the 6 individuals, Sanqing Nuwa Zhuan and Jiayin, it was because they occupied a favorable position leading ahead of the others from the outset. In contrast, the 12 ancestor witches had the least gains among everyone, and the reason was simple: their cultivation direction was entirely different from the path of Hongjun Daozu. The Tao expounded by Hongjun Daozu stemmed from his own insights, and the two paths, being inherently different naturally, had little to reference. If they had felt some regret upon witnessing Hongjun Daozu's power earlier, then 3,000 years later that regret had vanished without a trace. It was not that they were too pragmatic. After all, everyone came to listen to the Tao to elevate themselves. Insufficient gains would naturally fail to pique their interest, which is a common sentiment. In comparison to the 12 ancestor witches, the others fared much better. Through Hongjun Daozu's lecture, many found their own cultivation paths, enabling them to recognize their shortcomings. For them, this experience held immense significance, providing unparalleled guidance for their cultivation. Previously, their cultivation had relied solely on their instincts, and they were unaware of the myriad hidden dangers until now. Xingtian, although also of the witch clan, was different from the 12 ancestor witches. Although Hongjun Daozu's teachings reflected his own cultivation insights, which differed from Xingtian's path, it did not hinder Xingtian from absorbing the knowledge. After all, Xingtian possessed formidable mental strength akin to the path of the primordial spirit. The stones of other mountains may serve to polish jade, allowing Xingtian to find a way to enhance his own mental strength. Xingtian believed that if given just a little more time, he would be able to create his own cultivation method, channeling all his strength to forge an unparalleled path. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Once the time was up, Hongjun Daozu ceased his lecture, and the crowd in the Zixiao Palace awakened from the profound mysteries of the Tao. As they awakened, an unbearable discomfort arose in their hearts. After all the difficulty in finding a path of cultivation, they were abruptly awakened just as they were on the verge of understanding, a situation that surely left them feeling resentful. Regardless of how much resentment filled their hearts, none dared to act recklessly. For this was Zixiao Palace, the dojo of Hongjun Daozu. They had all witnessed the terrifying might of Hongjun Daozu, and one by one, they could only endure. Hongjun Daozu observed the expressions of the crowd with keen awareness. He paid no heed to their resentment, and calmly stated, "This discourse has lasted for 3,000 years. You should all return and thoroughly comprehend the insights gained this time to prepare for the next lecture." Disappointment. Upon hearing that this lecture had concluded, everyone present was filled with immense disappointment. They had hoped that Hongjun Daozu would continue, but alas, that was impossible. Fortunately, he did not extinguish their hopes entirely, giving them a glimmer of expectation, which alleviated their feelings considerably. Seeing the change in the crowd's expressions, Hongjun Daozu spoke again. "Now that the dragon and phoenix calamity has passed, the chaos in the primordial world cannot continue." Donghua and Zhuangmu stepped forward. Hongjun Daozu's words caused the crowd to tense up. At this moment, even a fool would understand his meaning. Donghua and Zhuangmu were likely to receive great opportunities, which naturally made others envious and jealous. Especially for Dijuan and Tai, their jealousy was extraordinarily intense. They had massive ambitions, and if Donghua and Zhuangmu were to gain great fortune, it would pose a significant threat to them. At this moment, Xingtian silently thought what was destined to come has come. The opportunity is indeed real, but it also serves as a trial. I wonder if Donghua and Zhuangmu can break their own fate. Xingtian actually hoped that Donghua and Zhuangmu could overcome their destinies, as that would greatly benefit him. However, the likelihood of that happening was quite low. If fate could truly be easily broken, it wouldn't be fate at all. Moreover, Donghua and Zhuangmu had never understood what their destiny was. Even if Hongjun Daozu had not made any promises to them, they could only feel joy in this moment. Watching Donghua and Zhuangmu's joyous expressions, Xingtian sighed. Just from this point alone, he held little hope for them, as their temperament was quite lacking. Such a disposition would likely make it difficult for them to reverse their destinies, for they lacked the qualifications to do so. To break fate, one must first possess an unwavering heart capable of facing all challenges without flinching. Unfortunately, Donghua and Zhuangmu could not achieve this. Hongjun Daozu did not keep the crowd waiting long. For both those present and for himself, he did not wish to waste time. Time was extremely precious to them. Hongjun Daozu said in a somber tone, "Donghua and Zhuangmu, you possess great fortune and abilities. From this day forth, Donghua shall be the chief of all male immortals, governing all male immortals in the primordial realm, and Zhuangmu shall be the chief of all female immortals, governing all female immortals in the primordial realm. I grant Donghua the innate spiritual treasure dragon head staff, and Zhuangmu the western pure color cloud banner." As soon as Hongjun Daozu finished speaking, 2 innate spiritual treasures appeared before Donghua and Zhuangmu, radiating alluring brilliance. Although everyone present was envious, no one dared to act recklessly, not even someone as audacious as Xingtian would dare to harbor greedy thoughts. Donghua and Zhuangmu hurriedly said, "Thank you for your generous bestowal, Daozu. We will not disappoint your expectations." Upon hearing their words, Hongjun Daozu replied calmly, "All right, you may all return." After finishing, Hongjun Daozu silently vanished from their sight, just as he had appeared before. He had already departed. The crowd sighed in unison, forced to leave the Xixiao Palace. Hongjun Daozu's first lecture had come to a complete end, and the primordial world was about to enter a new era, an era of saints, with the curtain now raised on this age. Returning from the Xixiao Palace to the primordial world, the first thing many mighty beings did was not to retreat and contemplate their gains from this lecture, but to head towards Buzhou Mountain. The moment they left the Xixiao Palace, they all felt the summons from Buzhou Mountain. The innate spiritual treasure was about to emerge, and such a change stirred up a storm around Buzhou Mountain. Like falling stars, beams of light descended from the chaos towards Buzhou Mountain. Anyone with ambition would not miss such an opportunity. Previously, Hongjun Daozu's bestowal to Donghua and Zhuangmu had already made these individuals envious. Now, with such a grand opportunity before them, how could they possibly let it go? Among the crowd, only the 12 ancestors of sorcery were unaffected. It was not that they lacked ambition, rather they could not sense the call of the innate spiritual treasure's emergence. More importantly, their physical deficiencies prevented them from refining the innate spiritual treasure, making it seem like a tasteless delicacy, worthless to consume, yet a pity to discard. If there were no competitors vying for it, the 12 ancestors of sorcery would not be interested in seizing the innate spiritual treasure about to emerge. However, with so many people fighting over it, they were unwilling to attract unnecessary strong enemies for something so trivial. Seeing many mighty beings leave Hutu ancestor, which turned to Xingtian, who had not yet departed, and said, "Xingtian, the primordial world is now in chaos. You should return with me." Hearing Hutu ancestor witch's words, Xingtian shook his head and replied, "I appreciate your good intentions, but only under such pressure can one truly be tempered. No matter how dangerous it is, it will not deter my heart to move forward. A mundane life is not what I aspire to." Xingtian's refusal only made Hutu ancestor witch's heart heavier, but his reasoning left her speechless. After all, she could not hinder Xingtian's desire to ascend. Hutu ancestor witch could understand Xingtian, but the other ancestor witches could not. To them, Xingtian's refusal was clearly ignorance and intentional avoidance of their company. His attitude was seen as a disregard for their dignity, which was intolerable. Among the 12 ancestor witches, the one with the most explosive temper was Zhurong ancestor witch. He could not restrain himself and shouted angrily, "Ignorant youth! Do you think that just because you traverse the chaos you have grown wings? With your meager cultivation, how dare you speak of ambition? Truly laughable." As Zhurong ancestor witch's words fell, Hutu ancestor witch's expression changed dramatically. Originally, Xingtian had some misunderstandings about the witch clan, but now Zhurong's words would only deepen the thorn in Xingtian's heart. If an ordinary great witch faced Zhurong ancestor witch's remarks, they would not dare to refute them, as the hierarchy within the witch clan was very strict, and ancestor witches were the leaders of the clan beyond question. Unfortunately, Xingtian was not an ordinary great witch. He had dared to disregard the authority of the 12 ancestors of sorcery from the moment he was born. Now that he had obtained great fortune, he paid no mind to their pressure. Xingtian coldly laughed, saying, "I couldn't care less about what others think. Even if my cultivation is low, I will not retreat out of fear. In my heart, there has never been a word for retreat." Arrogant. The 12 ancestors of sorcery once again experienced Xingtian's arrogance. For such a brash individual, there was no doubt he became a thorn in the eyes of Dijuan and the other ancestor witches. After all, being so openly contradicted by a junior would sour even the best of moods. Furthermore, as members of the witch clan, their nature was already quite explosive, and Xingtian's provocation only fueled their rage. That they had managed to refrain from striking out was already commendable. At this moment, the leader of the witch clan, Dijuan ancestor, which could no longer tolerate Xingtian's arrogant words. He spoke in a deep voice, "Good, good, good. A truly ignorant person is fearless. Xingtian, since you do not know your own mortality, you may go on your way. We will not stop your ambition." As soon as Dijuan ancestor witch's words fell, Hutu ancestor witch became anxious. Xingtian had managed to traverse the chaos and reach Xixiao Palace, indicating his immense potential. Such a capable individual would greatly benefit the development of the witch clan and must not be lost. Hutu ancestor witch hurriedly said, "Elder brother, no." Xingtian, before she could finish, Dijuan ancestor witch interrupted her, stating calmly, "All right, Huta's sister, this matter is settled. We cannot hinder the younger generation's ambition. Moreover, we have more important matters at hand and cannot waste time on trivialities." A trivial matter. To think that such a promising junior as Xingtian could be dismissed as a mere triviality by the ancestor Di Zhang, a being of no consequence. This was hard for the ancestor Hutu to accept. After all, Xingtian was also a direct descendant of the Pangu great deity and a member of the Wu clan and should not be treated with such disdain. The concern from the ancestor Ho Tu stirred something within Xingtian's cold heart. He could ignore the disdain from Di Jiang and the other ancestors, but he could not disregard the care shown by Ho Tu. Even if there was a hint of ulterior motive in that concern, it did not diminish Xingtian's regard for the ancestor Ho Tu. Xingtian paid no heed to the contempt in Di Jiang's words. To him, it was hardly worth mentioning. No amount of disdain from Di Jiang could shake his resolve or impede his forward momentum. Xingtian smiled faintly and said, "Ancestor Ho Tu, you should return. I have matters to attend to, and once I have achieved mastery in my cultivation, I will come back." With that, Xingtian shot into the sky like a shooting star heading towards the primal chaos, following those powerful beings towards Mount Buzhou. He had not given up on Mount Buzhou as it was the center of the primordial world, and he did not want to miss this great opportunity. He wished to compete for it once more. As Xingtian flew away, the expressions of both Di Jiang and the other ancestors turned exceptionally grim. Fortunately, there was no one else around outside Zhixiao Palace, otherwise they would have truly lost face, being so completely disregarded by a junior. Although Xingtian was rushing desperately towards Mount Buzhou, he still arrived a bit late. When he reached the place that attracted him at Mount Buzhou, there were already many people present, creating a grave atmosphere that weighed heavily on Xingtian's heart. Among those who arrived earlier were the three Pure Ones, Nu Hua, Di Jun, and Hong Yun. When they suddenly saw Xingtian's appearance, the three Pure Ones were momentarily taken aback, surprised that he could appear here so quickly. However, it did not take long for them to ignore Xingtian's presence. After all, Xingtian's cultivation was far too weak, merely at the level of a golden immortal, posing no threat to them. The three Pure Ones, Nu Hua and Hong Yun, did not say anything, even though Xingtian's cultivation was a bit low. They did not want to stir up trouble or invite conflict. While the three Pure Ones had such thoughts, not everyone shared the same sentiment. Di Jun and Tai Yi felt a wicked intent upon seeing Xingtian arrive alone. Di Jun and Tai Yi harbored immense ambitions, both in Zhixiao Palace, and now Xingtian's demeanor made them take him seriously. They did not want to let such a potential enemy slip away easily. They aimed to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Even if they could not kill him, they intended to instill a psychological shadow limiting his cultivation. Tai Yi snorted coldly and said, "Kid, get lost before I lose my temper. This place is not for a mere golden immortal like you to linger. Don't even think about coveting the treasures here, or I won't show mercy and will take your life." Arrogant. As soon as Tai Yi spoke, the three Pure Ones furrowed their brows. Although Tai Yi's words were directed at Xingtian, everyone felt a dislike for his arrogance. Xingtian had never had a good impression of Di Jun and Tai Yi from the start, as they would be his future great enemies. However, he did not rush to take action. After all, there were more important matters at hand. Unfortunately, Xingtian's intentions did not come to fruition. He did not want to provoke trouble, but trouble found him regardless. Xingtian had always adhered to the principle of, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. However, Tai Yi's action angered him. Though Xingtian's cultivation was merely that of a golden immortal, he did not fear anyone present. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Since Xingtian was determined to participate in this treasure hunt, he must display his strength. Now was the perfect moment to use Tai Yi to establish his authority and instill fear in everyone present. Xingtian sneered coldly and said, "I was wondering who would dare to be so arrogant. It turns out to be a foolish little bird. How dare you act so pretentiously before me, a mere three-legged creature? Truly ridiculous." As soon as Xingtian's words fell, there was a dead silence in the area. No one expected Xingtian's reaction to be so intense, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, as the shock of the situation was overwhelming. Faced with Xingtian's counterattack, both Di Jun and Tai Yi's eyes burned with fury, their faces contorted in grimace. Tai Yi had attempted to suppress Xingtian, but instead he was slapped in the face by him, and worse still, it happened in front of so many people. How could he endure that? Tai Yi bellowed furiously, "Ignorant brat, go to hell." Tai Yi was truly enraged. As he spoke, he unleashed a devastating attack, summoning a blast of solar fire that surged towards Xingtian. His strike was ruthless, clearly intending to kill Xingtian on the spot, leaving him no chance to escape. Seeing Tai Yi's actions, the three Pure Ones displayed a hint of disdain. They held a low opinion of Tai Yi's character, and such shameless sneak attacks were intolerable to them. If Xingtian's cultivation had not been too weak to warrant their attention, someone might have intervened to stop Tai Yi's embarrassing actions. Xingtian had never expected anyone to come to his aid. Since he dared to retort, he had the strength to protect himself. Moreover, in the primordial world, strength was revered, and as long as one was powerful, they could disregard everything else. Xingtian disdainfully sneered, "What a boastful little crow. How dare you call me a junior? When I was born, you were still hiding somewhere. Go to hell." With that, Xingtian focused his thoughts, and a stream of mysterious dark water surged to counter Tai Yi's solar fire, extinguishing the attack with ease. Xingtian's actions caught the attention of everyone present. With a mere wave of his hand, he could summon mysterious dark water, something not typically achievable by an average golden immortal. Could it be that the Wu clan was truly that powerful, capable of fighting above their level? This made the three Pure Ones and Nuwa ponder. Though the three Pure Ones and the 12 ancestors all descended from the same origin, being direct descendants of the Pangu great deity, they were not well acquainted with the Wu clan. After all, their backgrounds differed. The three Pure Ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, while the 12 ancestors were birthed from Pangu's bloodline. The 12 ancestors were born with the inheritance of Pangu's great powers, while the three Pure Ones did not possess such abilities. Although the three Pure Ones' legacy included references to such powers, it was not genuine. Furthermore, they had never witnessed it. Not only were the three Pure Ones and Nuwa shocked, but Tai Yi was also taken aback. Tai Yi understood how terrifying the power behind his strike was. Although it seemed like a casual attack, it was in fact his full strength. That solar fire was condensed from his innate fire, carrying immense destructive power. Originally, Tai Yi intended to catch Xingtian off guard and eliminate him in one blow to establish his authority before the three Pure Ones, but unexpectedly, he ended up elevating Xingtian instead, which only fueled Tai Yi's anger. Since ordinary methods could not eliminate Xingtian quickly under the influence of murderous intent, Tai Yi naturally decided to use his ultimate weapon. Cold-hearted and ruthless, without a moment's hesitation, Tai Yi summoned his treasured artifact, the Chaos Bell, without uttering a single word. Under Tai Yi's command, the Chaos Bell charged towards Xingtian, and as it did, a soul-chilling sound swept across the area. Simply being cold-hearted and ruthless was not enough to describe Tai Yi. He also had to be called treacherous. His move was extremely sinister, not only a sneak attack, but also a direct assault on Xingtian's soul, attempting to use the power of the Chaos Bell, an innate treasure, to annihilate Xingtian completely, leaving no trace behind. Devious and shameless. That was the only impression the onlookers had of Tai Yi. To target a junior at the golden immortal level with such underhanded tactics was simply contemptible, especially as the three Pure Ones all disdainfully curled their lips. Although the three Pure Ones outwardly despised Tai Yi's actions, they were secretly alarmed, for they had never anticipated that one of the three treasures of creation, the Chaos Bell, had fallen into Tai Yi's hands. The three treasures of creation were formed from the Ganqi Axe, a supreme treasure wielded by the great god Pangu, embodying the power to create the world. It was shocking that such a precious artifact had fallen into the hands of a scoundrel like Tai Yi. Despite being incarnated from Pangu's primordial spirit and representing the true lineage of Pangu, the three Pure Ones were empty-handed, possessing only one postnatal treasure, the heaven and earth profound yellow Linglong Tower, held by Lao Jun. This disparity was simply too great. In an instant, the three Pure Ones looked at Tai Yi with an intense heat in their eyes. Had it not been for the inopportune moment, they might have rushed to seize the Chaos Bell from Tai Yi, for in their hearts such a treasure rightfully belonged to the true lineage of Pangu. Faced with the oncoming Chaos Bell, Xingtian's expression changed, his demeanor becoming notably grave, for he was confronting a treasure of creation. Despite the gravity on Xingtian's face, he was not intimidated. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Even if you possess the Chaos Bell, Tai Yi, what can you do? Such a treasure in your hands will only gather dust. It ought to be returned to me, for only the true descendants of Pangu can wield it. Hand it over." As he spoke, Xingtian unleashed his spiritual power, and the vertical eye on his forehead opened again. The emergence of this eye startled everyone present, for they sensed a threat emanating from it, forcing them to take Xingtian seriously. Xingtian's spiritual eye was closely linked to his life source, imbued with its essence, which was further fused with the inherited aura of Pangu. As this aura emerged, the Chaos Bell that Tai Yi had summoned responded, becoming agitated, causing Tai Yi's expression to change dramatically. The aura of Pangu. Could it be that the bloodline power inherited by the Wu clan is truly this formidable, capable of emanating such a strong Pangu aura? At this moment, the three Pure Ones were filled with doubt. Despite being incarnated from Pangu's primordial spirit, they did not possess such a potent Pangu aura as Xingtian did. Given that Xingtian was merely a junior, it was frightening to imagine the terrifying power of the 12 ancestors of the Wu. With the discerning eyes of the three Pure Ones, they could see Tai Yi's predicament, being influenced by his own innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, in battle was indeed a source of amusement. While it was merely amusing for others, it was lethal for Tai Yi. Had it not been for the significant gap in cultivation between him and Xingtian, this sudden change could have cost him his life. Even though Tai Yi forcibly suppressed the erratic behavior of the Chaos Bell, with his formidable cultivation, he could not resolve the crisis it had caused. He was gradually falling behind in the confrontation with Xingtian. As a powerful Deluo golden immortal being forced into a disadvantage by a junior like Xingtian, a golden immortal, enraged Tai. However, no matter how furious he felt, it was futile. The situation was exceptionally unfavorable to him. Despite employing various means, he had achieved such a result. How could Tai accept this? Xingtian naturally sensed the changes in the innate treasure chaos bell. Facing such a treasure of creation, even if Xingtian had a good temperament, he could not withstand it. His expression shifted, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Seize it." With this command, the spiritual eye erupted with boundless light, enveloping the chaos bell completely. Under the illumination of this spiritual eye, the chaos bell was immobilized. No, not only was it immobilized, but an invisible force was also eroding the chaos bell. Xingtian intended to forcibly snatch this treasure of creation from Tai. If Xingtian succeeded, Tai would face dire consequences. Losing the chaos bell, he would lose his arrogance. One could say that everything he had today stemmed from this treasure. Among those present, no one understood the might of the creation treasure chaos bell better than the three pure ones. Yet to see such a treasure subdued by Xingtian was shocking. "You arrogant junior. Die." Great sun rising. Tai was truly driven to desperation by Xingtian's provocations. He revealed his true form as the three-legged golden crow, and a great sun rose from his body, unleashing boundless solar flames charged with intense solar energy towards Xingtian. Tai's predicament also made Dijun uneasy. Earlier, Dijun had not deemed Xingtian worthy of attention, believing that a junior of the golden immortal realm could not possibly be a match for Tai, who wielded the treasure of creation chaos bell. However, it was now evident that he was profoundly mistaken. Tai was shameless, but Dijun was not much better. Upon seeing Tai falling into a disadvantage and revealing his true form, Dijun silently summoned his companion spirit treasures, He Tu and Luo Shu, to attack Xingtian. This action was even more shameless than Tai's earlier conduct. Shamelessness aside, neither Dijun nor Tai cared about their reputations. They attempted a sneak attack on a junior like Xingtian in front of everyone, prompting disdain from the onlookers. They felt embarrassed for the two brothers, especially Fushi and Nuwa. When the gazes of the three pure ones and Hongyun fell upon them, Fushi and Nuwa instinctively lowered their heads. As fellow members of the demon clan, they were ashamed of Dijun and Tai's shamelessness. What a disgrace. This time Dijun and Tai had truly lost face. Regardless of whether they could defeat Xingtian, they would become the laughingstock of everyone after today. While disdainful, no one believed that Xingtian could withstand the combined assault of Tai and Dijun. Even though Xingtian had surprised them previously, it did not change their opinion. The three pure ones, Fushi and Nuwa, saw no issue with the situation's progression. Although they looked down on Tai and Dijun, if they were in their position, they would likely react similarly. While losing face was unfortunate, it was better than losing their lives. At that moment, Hongyun, being the good-natured person he was, could no longer bear to watch. His old habit resurfaced as he stepped forward to speak to Fushi. "Fushi, you have interacted with Dijun before. Please intervene and urge them to stop. This is merely a verbal dispute. There is no need to escalate to such extremes. If things go too far, it may affect the birth of the spirit treasure, which would be detrimental to everyone." As for the spirit treasure, Xingtian had yet to ascertain what innate spirit treasure had appeared, as Tai and Dijun had already locked their sights on him. Fushi was keen to intervene and halt the farce, but upon seeing the fierce expressions on Dijun and Tai's faces, he had no choice but to abandon that thought. The situation had escalated to a point where mere words could not resolve it. The only way to separate them was to let them determine a victor. Of course, if someone were willing to risk offending the two brothers, they could forcibly intervene, but it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to do so. Fushi sighed. "Hongyun, you overestimate my ability. Do you think that at this stage Dijun and Tai would easily back down? And do you think Xingtian would be willing to back down?" Although the current situation had not reached a point of no return, it was close enough that anyone involved should tread carefully to avoid being burned. The three pure ones and Fushi fell into silence. Only the good-natured Hongyun dared to speak up, finding such a ridiculous excuse. For the cultivators present, protecting the innate spirit treasure was a simple task. If given the choice, they would prefer Dijun and Tai to fight to the death, as that would ensure no one would compete with them for the spirit treasure. Thus it could be said that Hongyun was quite naive. Fux's calm refusal startled Hongyun. He was not foolish, and in an instant he understood Fux's concerns, realizing that under these circumstances intervention was impossible. Glancing at the three pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi, Hongyun sighed deeply, silently retreating and ceasing his attempts to persuade, as he did not believe he had the ability to take on both. What a joke. For the three pure ones and Fushi, this is nothing but a farce. Whether it's the shamelessness of Emperor Jun and Tai, or the arrogance and ignorance of Xingtian, it is all a joke. No one believes that Xingtian can defeat the combined onslaught of Emperor Jun and Tai. In their eyes, Xingtian will either die or pay a heavy price this time. Just when everyone thought that Xingtian was cornered, a huge transformation occurred in the arena. Facing Emperor Jun's sneak attack, Xingtian scoffed coldly, saying, "Emperor Jun, do you think you can catch me off guard like this? Dream on. If you want to kill me, you are still too inexperienced." From the very beginning, Xingtian had been wary of Emperor Jun. Even during his fierce battle with Tai, he couldn't afford to relax for a moment, as this was a matter of life and death. Indeed, everything unfolded as Xingtian had anticipated. Emperor Jun could not restrain himself from striking at him, but unfortunately for him, he met the prepared Xingtian. Originally, Xingtian did not want to use his trump card, but with Emperor Jun's attack, he had no choice but to unleash it. Fortunately, they were in Buzhou Mountain, otherwise Xingtian would have been doomed. Facing the siege of Emperor Jun and Tai alone would have been impossible for him, let alone escaping unscathed. Why is this the case? What kind of power does Xingtian possess to reverse the situation? Xingtian took a deep breath and his body began to grow at a visible rate, drawing in the earth's spiritual energy from Buzhou Mountain and condensing it within himself. Hiss! At this moment, both the three pure ones and Nuwa couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had thought highly of Xingtian, but now it seemed they had underestimated his power. While everyone previously regarded Xingtian as the great sorcerer of water, his current display was entirely that of a great sorcerer of earth, adept at harnessing the laws of the earth, for he could not possibly draw upon so much earth's spiritual energy so effortlessly. This was merely the beginning, the real spectacle was yet to come. However, even this opening act left everyone present in awe and fear. Seeing this, Emperor Jun shouted, "Tai, unleash your full power. Do not hold back. We cannot allow this bastard to continue gathering strength. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to fight him." Emperor Jun was absolutely correct. If they allowed Xingtian to continue rampaging, they would indeed lose their ability to contend with him. But could they really stop Xingtian? Would he give them that opportunity? No. Xingtian would not grant them such an opportunity, for he was no fool and would not gamble with his own life. This battle was a matter of his own survival. Even without Emperor Jun's words, Tai would have attacked with all his might, for he too sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Xingtian. Hearing Emperor Jun's command, Xingtian laughed heartily, saying, "Emperor Jun, it's too late for you to think of killing me. The breath of Pangu connects heaven and earth. The veins of the earth converge in my being, and the Buzhou Mountain range merges." As Xingtian's voice fell, the entire Buzhou Mountain trembled, and endless earth's spiritual energy erupted from deep within like colossal dragons merging into Xingtian's formidable body. As such terrifying spiritual energy surged wildly from all directions of Buzhou Mountain, the onlookers were once again struck with astonishment. To have so much earth's spiritual energy converge into one being was an unfathomable feat. Such immense power could not be borne by an ordinary body. Even the three pure ones would be unable to withstand such vast earth's spiritual energy, which could burst them apart. In fact, within the entire primordial world, only Xingtian could withstand such an overwhelming amount of earth's spiritual energy. Even the earth ancestor among the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not achieve this. Why is Xingtian able to endure such immense power? The reason is simple: he has gained the recognition of Buzhou Mountain and the lingering will left by Pangu in this primordial realm. Most importantly, his body has integrated immense merit, and under the influence of these powers, Xingtian has gained the strength to defy destiny. Bastard. This bastard Xingtian is actually drawing from the spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain. Doesn't he realize that Buzhou Mountain is the foundation of the primordial world? This bastard is gambling with the lives of all beings in the primordial realm. Brother, we must not let this madman continue. We have to stop him. Upon witnessing Xingtian's actions, Yuan Shitianzun could no longer hold back his anger and began to curse. If anything were to happen to Buzhou Mountain, the consequences would be dire, which Yuan Shitianzun could not tolerate, as such outcomes would greatly affect him. As for Yuan Shitianzun claiming to care for the beings of the primordial realm, that seemed a bit disingenuous. If he were truly selfless, it would be quite laughable. Upon hearing Yuan Shitianzun's words, Taishang Lao Jun appeared unfazed, his face showing no signs of disturbance. He calmly replied, "No rush. I believe Xingtian won't be foolish enough to gamble with his life. Since he dares to act this way, he must have confidence. Let's observe how this unfolds. I am curious to see if Xingtian can truly integrate the power of Buzhou Mountain into himself." Cold-blooded. Upon hearing Taishang Lao Jun's words, Nuwa Fushi and others standing not far from the three pure ones couldn't help but shudder. Taishang Lao Jun is so cold-hearted. Even in this situation, he still seeks to test Xingtian's limits. This is even more insane than Xingtian's actions. What is Buzhou Mountain? Just as Yuan Shitianzun said, it is the foundation of the entire primordial realm. If Xingtian were to integrate all the spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain into himself, the entire primordial world would tremble and countless beings would suffer devastating consequences. Previously, no one wanted to forcibly intervene to stop Emperor Jun and Tai from attacking Xingtian, but now apart from Taishang Laojun, everyone else wished to act to prevent Xingtian's reckless behavior. Although they had such intentions, they lacked the courage. With Xingtian's wild actions, the dangerous aura he emitted grew increasingly overwhelming, instilling fear in their hearts. Indeed, fear. A mere golden immortal like Xingtian could instill fear in so many Deluo golden immortal level powerhouses present. This is nothing short of a miracle. Is a miracle good? For Xingtian, it is immensely beneficial as this opportunity allows him to feel the pulse of the earth more clearly and sense the power of the laws of the earth. However, for others, such a miracle is utterly terrible. It is simply tormenting their hearts. Such reckless actions made many present feel their hearts racing, fearing that Buzhou Mountain would suffer even the slightest mishap, bringing doom upon themselves. Xingtian, you bastard, die! Emperor Jun and Tai simultaneously shouted their hearts out, and two three-legged golden crows appeared in the sky, spraying forth their heart's blood. With the nourishment of their blood, the three spiritual treasures, Chaos Bell, He2, and Luo Shu, unleashed astonishing power. Under pressure, Emperor Jun and Tai had no choice but to resort to blood offerings for their treasures, or else they would not be able to withstand the pressure from Xingtian. No, to be precise, it was the pressure from Buzhou Mountain. After all, Xingtian had integrated most of Buzhou Mountain's power, creating terrifying pressure on them. The worst off was Tai. The innate treasure Chaos Bell was originally Pangu's Ganqi Axe, and such intense Pangu aura caused Chaos Bell to go out of control. If not for his timely blood offering to control the treasure, he would have faced a backlash from it. Taishang Laojun hoped to delay and observe Xingtian's potential, but unfortunately his plans were shattered. Fushi sighed, saying, "Friends, we can no longer delay. If we wait any longer, everything may spiral out of control. Look, so much Earth's spiritual energy has been drawn away that innate spiritual root will also be affected. We must act to prevent the situation from worsening, otherwise that spiritual root may wither and the innate treasures it nurtures may be affected and unable to emerge successfully." Previously, when Hong Yun mentioned the innate spiritual treasure, no one paid any attention. However, when Fushi brought up such a claim again, no one dared to underestimate it. Although only a brief moment had passed, the results were drastically different, which was truly absurd. Is it because Hong Yun's reputation is insufficient? No, it's the shift in the situation at hand. Interests come first in unchanging truth throughout the ages. All notions of justice are mere nonsense. Whether it's the three pure ones or Fushi, they only care about their own benefits. When the innate spiritual treasure was affected by Xingtian's actions, their attitudes changed instantly. "If you want me dead, you two three-legged crows are not qualified. Great Earth Barrier, protect me." Integrating the power of Buzhou Mountain, Xingtian's own strength surged rapidly. Although it was merely a barrier formed from the essence of the earth, it possessed formidable defensive power, as it was ultimately the force of Buzhou Mountain's geological veins. Three pieces of spiritual treasure slammed heavily against the earth barrier that Xingtian had conjured. Under the ferocious onslaught of Dijuan and Tai, the barrier could not withstand the brilliance of the spiritual treasures and shattered in an instant. However, this also bought Xingtian enough time. "Heaven-shattering fist, open for me." Xingtian roared, his right fist striking out like lightning, bearing unmatched power as it charged directly at the He2 Luo Shu and the Chaos Bell, the three pieces of spiritual treasure. It seemed Xingtian's actions were somewhat foolish, resisting the attacks of innate spiritual treasures and supreme treasures with his physical body was simply courting death. However, nothing is absolute. After a tremendous roar, Xingtian used his iron fist to block the assault of Dijuan and Tai. Of course, Xingtian also paid a price. His body was pushed back several dozen zhang by the immense impact, and his iron fist was already a bloody mess. In comparison, the cost of blocking such a fierce assault was hardly significant. They were dumbfounded. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. They had to realize that it was the innate spiritual treasures and supreme treasures that were actually blocked by Xingtian's flesh and blood. This was truly shocking. But this was just the beginning. Xingtian, unrelenting, did not give Dijuan and Tai any time to react. His left hand suddenly reached out and firmly grasped the Chaos Bell, this innate supreme treasure. Treasure snatching. Xingtian made this shocking move to seize the Chaos Bell from Tai's hands in one fell swoop. He used his flesh and blood to withstand the joint onslaught of Dijuan and Tai, all to create this opportunity to seize the treasure. Even with Tai's blood sacrifice, the Chaos Bell could not unleash its full power. Moreover, this treasure was affected by the Pangu aura from Xingtian. In a twist of fate, Xingtian's massive hand firmly gripped the Chaos Bell, rendering it immobile, while the geological force of Buzhou Mountain continuously surged towards Xingtian. Chaos Bell is Taiyi's companion treasure tied to his future. If this treasure were to be seized by Xingtian, he would never be able to reclaim it, for he could clearly sense the Chaos Bell submitting to Xingtian. Indeed, submitting. If it weren't for the fact that a trace of his own divine soul imprint remained within the Chaos Bell, it would have likely changed masters in that moment. No, blood sacrifice opened for me. Taiyi finally lost his temper. He could not bear the consequences of losing the Chaos Bell. In his frenzy, he used his own blood to sacrifice to the Chaos Bell, strengthening the connection between himself and the Chaos Bell to prevent it from being completely taken by Xingtian. Do not be fooled by Xingtian's current imposing grip on the innate treasure Chaos Bell. He himself understood how dangerous his situation was. Although Xingtian's aura could gain the Chaos Bell's recognition, the owner of the Chaos Bell was still Taiyi. Even if Taiyi could only unleash 5 parts of its power, it was beyond what Xingtian could withstand. If it weren't for the support of Buzhou Mountain's power behind him, he would have long since collapsed. Nonetheless, Xingtian was still hanging on as the attacks from Dijuan and Taiyi exceeded his expectations. Xingtian underestimated the strength of Dijuan and Taiyi. No matter how strong and richly endowed his body was, there was still a gap in realms between them. As Xingtian forcibly grasped the Chaos Bell, Dijuan went mad as well, and like Taiyi, performed a blood sacrifice to his own spiritual treasures. The He Tu and Luo Shu launched a fierce assault on Xingtian under his command. Facing the frenzied counterattacks of the two, Xingtian could not help but curse inwardly, "Bastards, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't use the soul-devouring spear, you two punks would dare to be so arrogant in front of me." If Xingtian could use the soul-devouring spear, Dijuan and Taiyi wouldn't even need to fight. With a thought, he could use the spear's power to annihilate the trace of divine soul imprint Taiyi had left in the Chaos Bell. Although Xingtian could not use the soul-devouring spear, it did not mean he lacked the power to counterattack. Just as he was preparing to fight desperately, Fushi stepped forward and said, "Friends, let's cease hostilities. It's merely a brief dispute. There's no need to fight so hard. If Xingtian continues to draw on the essence of the earth from Buzhou Mountain, it may affect the Primordial World. After all, Buzhou Mountain is the pillar of the Primordial World." Dijuan and Taiyi indeed wanted to stop. Although their confrontation with Xingtian had been brief, they understood that eliminating Xingtian was not an easy task. What's more, they were already at a disadvantage. The fact that Xingtian had seized the Chaos Bell posed a significant threat to them. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. This applies to people like Dijuan and Taiyi. Their previous arrogance and excessive contempt for Xingtian caused them to lose the initiative, leading to this dire situation. They thought about it, but now they did not dare to let go, for otherwise the Chaos Bell would change masters. They could only hold on and wait for Xingtian's reaction. Xingtian sneered disdainfully and said, "Now you know to persuade me. Earlier, when Dijuan and Taiyi teamed up to attack me, why didn't you intervene? It's too late to ask me to hold back now." Arrogant. Xingtian's reply caused the expressions of the three Pure Ones and Fushi to change drastically. They truly did not expect Xingtian to be so audacious as to mock them in this situation. Among these people, the one who cannot tolerate being ignored is Yuanshi Tianzuan. Before Fushi could speak, Yuanshi Tianzuan coldly replied, "Junior, do not think that you can act arrogantly just because you have the support of Buzhou Mountain. There are many powerful beings in this world that you cannot provoke. Stand down quickly, or do not blame us for being rude." Hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, Xingtian laughed wildly. Huh. Indeed, there are indeed existences in this world that I cannot provoke, but that person is not you, Yuanshi Tianzuan. You are not even qualified to act tough in front of me. If you have the ability, come at me. I want to see how you will be rude to me." As he spoke, an endless madness appeared on Xingtian's face, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. Under the pressure from Fushi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, Xingtian was enraged, extremely furious, and his anger finally triggered a trace of power from the soul-devouring spear. Originally, Xingtian could not touch the power of the soul-devouring spear, but the spear contained immense resentment left by its previous master. More accurately, it was left by the chaotic will. When the chaotic will was destroyed by Pangu, that endless resentment was deeply buried within the soul-devouring spear. It was this resentment that continuously eroded the trace of will left by Pangu in Buzhou Mountain. As the new master of the soul-devouring spear, when Xingtian's anger reached its peak, he would naturally trigger the spear's power. Even a trace of aura emanating from Xingtian's fury would be enough to shock the heavens and earth, instilling fear. In an instant, when such an enormous and terrifying killing intent erupted from Xingtian, the heavens and earth changed color. All beings on Buzhou Mountain felt this violent killing intent, which made it hard for them to breathe, as the killing intent threatened their very souls. Yes, this is a soul-level oppression. This kind of pressure is akin to a king's oppression over his subjects, leaving them with no power to resist. The Sanqing and Fushi were at the epicenter of a murderous aura, feeling an astonishing pressure that left them in shock. If they weren't aware of Xingtian's origins, they might have mistaken him for a madman, not knowing how many lives had perished at his hands. What could have caused Xingtian to emanate such a terrifying killing intent? Could it be that the Wu clan, bearing the bloodline of the Pangu deity, possessed such extraordinary aptitude? If a mere Xingtian could be so formidable, what would happen if the 12 ancestors of the Wu were to unleash their wrath? Witnessing the drastic change in Xingtian, the Sanqing had to secretly speculate about the power of the 12 ancestors. However, they did not realize that Xingtian was merely an anomaly, or what transpired within him could not be used to gauge the essence of the Wu tribe. To measure the Wu with Xingtian was to greatly overestimate them. Earlier, the Sanqing might have considered Xingtian arrogant, but now such thoughts had vanished. The sheer ferocity of his killing intent was enough to put them on high alert. Meanwhile, Dejuan and Tai felt an immense sense of distress. Initially hoping to find an easy target to showcase their might, they unexpectedly kicked a steel plate and hurt themselves instead. Regret. In an instant, all present were filled with profound regret. Dejuan and Tai regretted their lack of foresight, mistaking a tiger for a sheep. The Sanqing regretted not heeding Hongyuan's advice to prevent the escalation of the situation sooner. Hongyuan regretted his earlier hesitance. Had he acted decisively, Xingtian would owe him a significant karma. One must say, as a do-gooder, Hongyuan had also become assertive at this moment. This might be the evolution of human nature. The series of events had brought about a transformation in him. Xingtian had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of Sanqing and Fushi. His most crucial task was to assert dominance over Tai and Dejuan and seize the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. To accomplish this, he needed to unleash a killing intent. As his killing aura reached its zenith, he bellowed kill. As soon as Xingtian's voice fell, the soaring killing intent transformed into a formless arrow shooting directly at Tai. Xingtian's purpose was simple: to eliminate Tai or severely injure him, leaving him unable to contest for the Chaos Bell and creating an opportunity for himself to seize the treasure. When Xingtian unleashed his fury, Tai was caught off guard. Before he could react, his body was sent flying by the overwhelming killing intent, leaving a cloud of blood mist in the sky. As this blood mist intertwined with the killing intent, Xingtian was enveloped in a sanguine aura resembling a demon deity emerging from chaos. At that moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Xingtian's mind. Heaven releases killing intent, the stars shift. Earth releases killing intent, dragons and serpents arise. Humanity releases killing intent, heaven and earth turn upside down. Heaven's secrets reverse. Without virtue, killing life, destroying heaven and earth. Without virtue, killing life. This was the ultimate path of slaughter contained within the soul-devouring spear, reversing the heavenly secrets and annihilating heaven and earth. The Pangu deity himself had perished under this path, completely severed from the river of time. One must understand that with the Pangu deity's cultivation, even in failing to open the heavens, he would still have a chance of rebirth. After all, as a chaos demon, he could not lack means of self-preservation. However, encountering this without virtue killing was entirely different. Although it was a path of slaughter, its essence was the law of time. Slaughter was merely the facade. When the method of without virtue killing surged into Xingtian's heart, he felt a resonance. The endless killing intent formed a long spear in his hands. A spear of slaughter, the ethereal shadow of the soul-devouring spear condensed from the without virtue killing method. Even if it was merely a shadow, it possessed the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Die for me, Tai! Xingtian exclaimed as he hurled the spear of slaughter towards Tai, a long spear formed from killing intent flying forth with boundless malice. Upon witnessing Xingtian's sudden outburst, Taishang Laojun was greatly alarmed and exclaimed, killing intent taking form. This is the supreme path of slaughter, you scoundrel. How could the Wu clan possess such a terrifying path of slaughter inheritance? Indeed, how could the Wu clan have this inheritance of slaughter? They do not, but that does not mean Xingtian does not. Yet does the Wu clan truly lack the inheritance of the path of slaughter? No. The Wu clan still retained a portion of the without virtue killing method from the soul-devouring spear. Although it was only a small fragment, it remained embedded in the bloodline of the Wu clan, inherited since its inception from the bloodline of Pangu. The 12 ancestors of the Wu emerged from the essence of Pangu's blood. Pangu was slain by the soul-devouring spear, so it is only natural that the Wu clan would be touched by its power. Taishang Laojun's exclamation sent a chill through the hearts of those present. Even Yuan Shitianzun, who was typically self-centered, was no exception. Fear. This was the collective sentiment of all present. The path of slaughter. It was evident what those 4 words represented: endless killing. Anyone who could traverse this path was undoubtedly a ruthless character, a cold-hearted villain. Was it worth it to provoke such a vicious individual for the sake of others? In an instant, Sanqing, Fuxi, Nuwa, and Hongyun all felt sorrow for Dijuan and Tai. Their brothers were truly blind, having kicked such an iron plate. An iron plate. It should be said to be a steel plate, and a titanium alloy steel plate at that. Is Xingtian truly a great Wu? Could a great Wu genuinely possess such terrifying strength? In that instant, Sanqing and the others couldn't help but begin to doubt. They couldn't help but wonder if a great Wu had such power, what force in the primordial world could possibly hinder the Wu clan's advance? During the calamity of dragons and phoenixes, how could the Wu clan not emerge? Does Xingtian's power come from himself? Or is it derived from secret techniques borrowing the power of Buzhou Mountain? This was something both Sanqing and Fuxi were eager to clarify. If they did not uncover this, they could not find peace. Indeed, seeing such terrifying events unfold, who could find peace without understanding everything? Today Xingtian targeted Dijuan and Tai. Tomorrow he might turn his attention to them. Without clarity, how could they prepare for defense? With a single strike, Tai was sent flying. Although they did not know Tai's current condition at this point, no one believed he still had a chance to resist. Fuxi took a deep breath and cautiously asked Taishang, "Are you certain that Xingtian is utilizing the supreme path of slaughter?" Faced with such circumstances, Fuxi had to seek confirmation. After all, the implications of the path of slaughter were far too terrifying, making it imperative for him to handle the matter with care. Hearing Fuxi's words, a hint of helplessness flashed across Taishang Leijan's face as he sighed. "Fuxi, I wish I were mistaken. I hope that what Xingtian employs is not the supreme path of slaughter. But tell me, aside from the supreme path of slaughter, what other force could account for such a terrifying scene?" Taishang Leijan's statement received affirmation from Fuxi and Hongyun, who nodded in agreement. Everything was as Taishang Laojun had said. Only the path of slaughter could produce such a terrifying situation. What to do? Should they continue to intervene against Xingtian? And what price would they have to pay to stop this supreme path of slaughter? Sanqing could remain silent and Hongyun could feign ignorance, but Fuxi and Nuwa could not. After all, they were also part of the demon clan and could not watch Tai and Dijuan fall. Speaking of the demon clan, it wasn't that Fuxi and Nuwa were particularly righteous or responsible, but at that moment they sensed the aura of kingship from Dijuan and Tai, feeling the fate of the demon clan closely tied to them. If Dijuan and Tai were slain by Xingtian, the consequences for them would be unthinkable and their fortunes would suffer a heavy blow. Ultimately, Fuxi and Nuwa were still acting for their own benefit. If the life and death of Dijuan and Tai had no bearing on them, they would not care at all about their fates. It may sound cruel and heartless, but this is the truth of the matter, a reflection of the harsh reality of the primordial world. A life is indeed so cruel and unforgiving, and reality is just as harsh. Nuwa sighed and said, "If this is all true, then both Emperor Jun and Tai are in danger. This conflict is merely a temporary clash of egos. There is no need to create such a commotion. We should persuade our friend Xingtian together." Friend. At this moment, a certain term emerged from Nuwa's lips, indicating a change in her attitude towards Xingtian, as she no longer regarded him as a junior, but as an equal. This shift in Nuwa's attitude mirrored the change in the sentiments of those present. Hearing Nuwa's words, the three pure ones exchanged glances and nodded, saying this is how it should be. Their quick agreement also stemmed from their own selfish motives. They did not wish to see Emperor Jun and Tai perish on Mount Buzhou, allowing the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, to fall into Xingtian's hands. If the Chaos Bell were in Tai's hands, there would still be a glimmer of hope, but in Xingtian's possession, all hope would be extinguished, as Xingtian bore the bloodline of Pangu. As the three pure ones, the true heirs of Pangu, Taishang Laojun had no desire to give this famous opportunity to others. He stepped forward and said, "Xingtian, you and Emperor Jun and Tai are merely clashing out of pride. There is no need to take things to such an extreme. An extreme approach benefits no one. You should back down." At this moment, Nuwa also spoke up, saying, "Indeed, Xingtian, your Wu clan carries the bloodline of the great deity Pangu. As the legitimate descendants of Pangu, you should maintain the stability of the primordial world. Mobilizing the powers of Mount Buzhou on such a large scale is a devastation to the entire primordial realm. I implore you to spare Emperor Jun and Tai for the sake of heaven's compassion and to end this conflict." As Nuwa spoke, Fuxi, the primordial heavenly sovereign, the master of heaven, and Hongyun all echoed their pleas for Tai and Emperor Jun, citing simple reasons. They were concerned about the primordial world's stability, and they worried about Xingtian's large-scale gathering of the forces of Mount Buzhou. Ultimately, it was the three pure ones, Fuxi and Nuwa, who felt fear. They did not know the current situation of Xingtian. They feared that his reckless gathering of Mount Buzhou's power would exceed what they could withstand. They worried that Xingtian's overwhelming strength would suppress their own ambitions, and they were concerned that their plans would fail due to Xingtian's madness. Thus, they worked together to persuade him to abandon a battle that seemed poised for victory, driven entirely by their selfish motives. Xingtian was acutely aware of the intentions of the three Pure Ones and Yuhua. It was precisely because he had demonstrated power beyond their expectations that they now felt fear, dread, and united to stop him. This only made him sneer coldly within. Although Xingtian was eager to eliminate the treacherous brothers Emperor Jun and Tai, he had to admit that he was currently unable to do so. His strength did not originate from himself, but rather from external forces which he could not completely control. Most importantly, each time he wielded this powerful external force, it would inflict severe damage on his body. Fortunately, the three Pure Ones were unaware of this, otherwise they would not have sought to persuade him, but would have directly attacked. Benevolence and righteousness. At this moment, Xingtian did not believe that the three Pure Ones had any sense of benevolence. In fact, finding something like benevolence in the entire primordial world was not easy, even to the point of being difficult, or perhaps it simply did not exist. Everything was driven by self-interest. Xingtian paid no attention to the words of the three Pure Ones. At this point, he was already in a situation where retreat was impossible. He could only fight, and backing down was out of the question. To stop him would require forceful means. Mere words would yield no results. Most importantly, Xingtian understood that this was his best opportunity to change his fate. As long as he could eliminate Tai, everything would change. Opportunities must not be missed, they do not come again. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, Xingtian would give it his all. To him, even if it was perilous, he would not hesitate to take the plunge. The conflict between Xingtian and Emperor Jun and Tai on Mount Buzhou was not merely a struggle among themselves, it also stirred the slumbering will of the heavenly Tao, awakening a tremendous power from the void. Although the heavenly Tao had been severely weakened during Pangu's creation of the world, the power it could now recover was only about 10 to 12% of its original strength. However, this was enough to shock the entire primordial world, for the heavenly Tao was the ruler of the primordial realm. The commotion created by Xingtian on Mount Buzhou was simply too great. Mount Buzhou is the manifestation of Pangu's ultimate power and the foundation supporting the primordial world. How could Xingtian's reckless gathering of the mountain's strength not awaken the will of the heavenly Tao? For the heavenly Tao, anyone who poses a threat to it would be annihilated. Back when Pangu opened the heavens, the heavenly Tao had just begun to develop consciousness and was unafraid of death, daring to launch a devastating attack against the great deity Pangu to gain its freedom. Now what it faced was merely an ant like Xingtian, so there was no need for deliberation. It would directly descend and unleash its punishment. Even if Xingtian had great merits, he would not be spared. Did Pangu have no great merits? It was Pangu who created this primordial world, which was a measurable merit. The heavenly Tao even dared to strike down the great deity Pangu. What more could be said of Xingtian, a nameless junior, whose merits were less than 1% of Pangu's? Ants. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, beings like Xingtian were mere ants devoid of rights and dignity. To take the plunge, Xingtian had grand thoughts, but unfortunately he was disappointed. Although he had invested considerable strength and energy into dealing with Emperor Jun and Tai, when the changes in the void occurred, he still sensed it, and a strong sense of crisis arose within him. Death. Xingtian felt the breath of death, a massive wave of it, that left him gasping for air. The power he had prepared to unleash was being consumed bit by bit under this overwhelming aura of death. Was it the heavenly Tao that intervened, or was it Hongjun Daozu? This made Xingtian's heart turn cold. Whoever acted would bring disaster upon him. Unwillingness. Faced with this overwhelming aura of death, Xingtian was filled with resentment. None of this was instigated by him. Why should the other party seek to harm him so viciously? Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling or resentful Xingtian felt, this was the reality. Moreover, in this primordial world, the strong ruled, and only the fittest survived. Those with the strongest fists commanded respect. If he wanted dignity and freedom, he needed to possess great power. The weak had no right to discuss such matters. Previously, Xingtian could ignore everything in front of Emperor Jun Tai and the three Pure Ones because he possessed great strength. Now the same logic applied. The heavenly Tao could ignore all his actions because before the heavenly Tao, he was merely an and a being of no consequence. Nothing more. Bastard. Whether you are the heavenly Tao or Hongjun, if you want me dead, then don't expect to have it easy. If I, Xingtian, am to die, then let the entire primordial world accompany me to the grave. The origin of life contains all things absorbed for me. Xingtian's heart was screaming in madness. At this moment, even when faced with such terrifying danger, Xingtian did not retreat in the slightest. For a madman like him, if he was to die, he would drag everyone down with him. However, Xingtian did not intend to take just a few people, but the entire primordial world. This frenzied thought made Xingtian exceedingly terrifying. While he had previously been cautious about the safety of the primordial land and refrained from excessively drawing upon the powers of Mount Buzhou at this moment, he completely abandoned such considerations. Nothing was more important than his own life. When his life was threatened, Xingtian was willing to sacrifice everything, including the primordial world. Perhaps Xingtian's actions seemed mad and ignorant to many, but to him the opinions of others were insignificant. Everything revolved around his own life. The awakening of the heavenly Daos will not only brought immense pressure felt by Xingtian, but also resonated with all living beings within Buzhou Mountain, and even many powerful entities in the primordial era sensed it. Naturally, Hongjun Daozu was no exception, and in an instant all gazes turned towards Buzhou Mountain. Xingtian stood at the center of the heavenly Daos wrath, and the brothers Dijuan and Tai were no exception. After all, they were currently locked in a fierce battle with Xingtian, and sensed the impending aura of death. Also caught in the center of the heavenly Dao's fury were the three pure ones, and others, for to the heavenly Dao, they were nothing more than ants, and their deaths were of little consequence. Faced with such a terrifying aura of death, Taishang Laojun could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. Instead, an endless fury surged within him as he struggled to suppress his uncontrollable violent emotions. If Taishang Laojun felt this way, there was even less hope for the likes of Yuanshi Tianzuan and others. Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted angrily, "Bastard! Xingtian, you bastard, if you want to die, find a deserted place and don't drag others down with you." But cursing was of no use. That meant nothing to Xingtian. His actions were futile and could not change the current situation. If Xingtian could hold on, there would still be a glimmer of hope. If he fell, they would all be buried with him, and even a significant portion of the beings in the primordial era would suffer the same fate. Upon hearing Yuanshi Tianzan's furious curses, Taishang Laojun's expression darkened, and he coldly snapped, "Enough. At this moment, if you still have the mind to curse Xingtian, you better pray that he can hold on. Otherwise, we will all be buried with him, and no one will leave alive." Taishang Laojun's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Although they all sensed the impending aura of death, they had not paid too much attention to it, believing that everything was directed at Xingtian. They thought that once he died, everything would dissipate. Fushi exclaimed, "Dao friend Laojun, it can't be. After all, this heavenly punishment is aimed at Xingtian and has nothing to do with us. Indeed, everything that has happened is the result of Xingtian's actions with Tai, and it has nothing to do with us. If there is to be a heavenly punishment, it will only target them." Taishang Laojun disdainfully snorted, saying, "We may have nothing to do with it, but what do you think we are in the eyes of the heavenly punishment?" Without waiting for Fushi and the others to respond, Taishang Laojun said solemnly, "Ants. In the eyes of the heavenly punishment, we are merely ants. Even if the punishment is aimed at Xingtian, it will not consider us ants. If Xingtian falls, we will all suffer the consequences." Hiss. The others involuntarily gasped, cursing Xingtian for causing such trouble. They thought to themselves, why act so recklessly? If only he had listened to advice, none of this would have happened. He may be enjoying himself, but he has brought down the heavenly punishment upon all of them. No matter how angry they felt, they could not change anything, for under the heavenly punishment they were but ants. Their only hope was to pray that Xingtian could withstand the punishment, and that before it struck, Hongjun Daozu would appear to save them. For the three pure ones, the only one who could save them in this primordial era was Hongjun Daozu. After all, he was a saint, a powerful saint. Even the heavenly punishment might not be able to harm such a formidable being. Thus they all prayed for Hongjun Daozu to descend and resolve their current crisis. These individuals forgot one thing: it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Placing hope in others is in itself a disregard for one's own life. Hongjun Daozu is indeed a saint, but can a saint truly withstand heavenly punishment? Most importantly, why would Hongjun Daozu risk such terrifying danger to save these people? Is it merely because they once listened to his teachings? What is heavenly punishment? It is the embodiment of the heavenly Daos will. The manifestation of heavenly punishment signifies the anger of the heavenly Daos will. Hongjun Daozu's goal is to merge with the Dao. Would he disregard his own future benefits and choose this moment to confront the will of the heavenly Dao? The answer is a resounding no. Hongjun Daozu would not do such a thing. After all, Hongjun Daozu preached to gain the great fortune of the primordial era. Although the three pure ones possess great fortune, it only exists while they are alive. Once they die, everything is lost. In fact, if the three pure ones were to die under this heavenly punishment, it would be more beneficial for Hongjun Daozu. Even if the will of the heavenly Dao slays so many fortunate beings, it would suffer backlash, and when he merges with the heavenly Dao, he would gain greater power. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would not affect Hongjun Daozu. After all, even if the three pure ones perished, there are still other beings in the primordial era, and he can still gain great fortune. Interests. In the primordial era, everything revolves around interests. No one would do something without benefits, especially in such a dangerous situation. even fewer would be willing to intervene. If only the three pure ones could harden their hearts and take a desperate gamble, like Xingtian, even if they died, they could at least seize a piece from the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, they lacked Xingtian's resolve and relied too much on external forces. Among them, the most unfortunate were the brothers Dijuan and Tai. They had already been battered by Xingtian, and now the heavenly punishment was striking them unexpectedly, putting them in even more perilous circumstances. Seeing Xingtian still going mad, Tai couldn't help but curse loudly. "Xingtian, you bastard. At this moment, what are you still going crazy for? The heavenly punishment is about to descend. What are you fighting us for? Hurry and stop." Tai's anger did not sway Xingtian's decision. Expecting Xingtian to stop now was a naive thought. The Chaos Bell was a congenital supreme treasure. It was impossible for Xingtian to give it up with just a word, not even under the heavenly punishment. If Xingtian were to stop, it would benefit Dijuan and Tai, not himself. Xingtian was no good person. He would not act selflessly. It was rare enough for him not to harm others for his own benefit. To expect him to stop was nothing but Tai's ignorance. Xingtian was always ruthless towards his enemies. If he were to die, he would ensure his enemies did not fare well either. Tai's wish to escape was nothing but a dream. In Tai's mind, he believed the heavenly punishment was merely a result of Xingtian's excessive extraction of Buzhou Mountain's power. He thought that if Xingtian would just stop, everything would return to normal. However, Xingtian understood that even if he stopped, the heavenly punishment would not dissipate, it would still strike down. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he was an ant that had touched its bottom line. Such ants naturally had to be forcibly eradicated. If the pressure from Dijuan and Tai had previously caused Xingtian to unleash the power of the soul-devouring spear, then this heavenly punishment had triggered the ultimate power of Pangu within Buzhou Mountain. As the heavenly punishment descended, the aura of Buzhou Mountain became incredibly violent, and the power of the earth veins that had been gathered by Xingtian gradually slipped from his control. Such a change startled Xingtian. He wanted to stop it, but it had no effect. At that moment, it was as if he had lost all connection to Buzhou Mountain. In this critical moment, losing his support enraged Xingtian. Without the power of Buzhou Mountain, he could no longer even make a final attempt to take others down with him. Even without the power of Buzhou Mountain, Xingtian had no thought of retreating. With a determined heart, he intended to detonate the life origin point in his sea of consciousness, using the explosion of the life essence to forcibly control the power of the soul-devouring spear within his sea of consciousness. Xingtian believed that this soul-devouring spear could even slay Pangu himself. How could it possibly be thwarted by the injured consciousness of the heavenly Tao? Just as Xingtian was about to make his final reckless move, an overwhelming and benevolent power surged from the earth above, causing an instantaneous transformation of Mount Buzhou, as a powerful essence of the earth rose up and enveloped the entire mountain. This is the remaining will of Pangu. The appearance of heavenly punishment has stirred the last forces of Mount Buzhou. The heavenly Tao has miscalculated. Indeed, the heavenly Tao has miscalculated. In the heart of the heavenly Tao, it was believed that even if Pangu's aura still lingered in the primal chaos, it had mostly dissipated and would have no impact. Otherwise, the Western world would not have suffered during the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao was wrong. Though much of Pangu's will had faded, it was not without the power to retaliate. Previously, the soul-devouring spear in Mount Buzhou had continuously weakened the remnants of Pangu's strength, but now it was different. Xingtian had taken the soul-devouring spear away, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of Mount Buzhou, and the provocation from the heavenly Tao naturally incited a counterattack from the mountain. The counterattack from Mount Buzhou represents the entire primal chaos. As the pillar of the primal chaos, Mount Buzhou can easily mobilize the forces of the entire realm. While the power of Mount Buzhou is said to be the will of Pangu, it is not entirely accurate, for Pangu had perished many years ago, and his will had long since dissipated. Though the power of Mount Buzhou carries Pangu's aura, it is more a product of Mount Buzhou itself. The heavenly Tao could target Xingtian without issue, but the premise is that it cannot do so on Mount Buzhou. Creating such a disturbance on the mountain would naturally awaken its backlash, just as Xingtian instigated the heavenly Tao. One must admit that Xingtian's luck is astonishingly good. To escape from such a perilous situation is no small feat. When the power of Mount Buzhou emerged, the heavenly Tao could no longer focus on exterminating Xingtian, and instead turned its attention to Mount Buzhou. For it, the greatest hatred was Pangu. Were it not for Pangu, it would not have been forced to pay the price of slumber to recuperate. All beings are forgetful, especially when it comes to their own matters. The heavenly Tao forgot that it owed its existence to Pangu. Without Pangu, there would be no heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, the heavenly Tao does not contemplate these things. It only thinks of how Pangu severely wounded it. If before Hongjun Daozu was reluctant to intervene, unwilling to offend the heavenly Tao over mere ants like Xingtian and the three pure ones, at this moment, he had no choice but to act. If the heavenly Tao and the suddenly appearing power of Mount Bujo were allowed to rampage further, the entire primal chaos would face a catastrophic disaster, and countless beings would be annihilated, making his own path to enlightenment a distant dream. Enough. Stand down. A voice of boundless authority echoed from the void, and as the words fell, a jade disc appeared atop Mount Bujo. When the jade disc appeared, a powerful force emerged which significantly tempered the raging power on Mount Bujo. This was the power of order. The intervention of Hongjun Daozu relieved the three pure ones, each of them secretly sighing, "Fortunately, the master has finally arrived, otherwise we would have truly been killed by those two bastards Dijun and Tai." After just escaping their own danger, the three pure ones shifted their resentment towards the brothers Dijun and Tai, not blaming Xingtian. The reason is simple: Xingtian is far more dangerous than Dijun and Tai, and he is a madman who should not be provoked. The appearance of Hongjun Daozu did not bring joy to Xingtian. Although he had temporarily averted the crisis, the scale of the turmoil was so great that it was impossible for Hongjun Daozu not to have thoughts in his heart. Now he feared he had become a thorn in many people's eyes. After Hongjun Daozu's words, Xingtian had to reconsider. He could disregard the heavenly Tao and dare to fight it head-on, knowing that the heavenly Tao would offer him no chance of survival. However, Hongjun Daozu was different. At least he held no significant malice toward Xingtian. If Xingtian did not want to completely offend Hongjun Daozu, he had no choice but to heed the latter's words. In fact, Hongjun Daozu was not entirely targeting Xingtian. His words were not solely meant for him, but equally addressed to the heavenly Tao. Hongjun Daozu did not wish for his own opportunities to be compromised. He was warning the heavenly Tao not to challenge his bottom line. Xingtian was unaware of the deeper meaning behind Hongjun Daozu's words. None present understood it, but the heavenly Tao was very clear about Hongjun Daozu's intentions. The power of Mount Bujo is lifeless. Though it exists, it is a passive existence. Without external stimulation, it will not manifest, because this power has been supporting the entire primal chaos. However, the heavenly Tao is different. Upon seeing its interests threatened, Hongjun Daozu naturally had to warn the heavenly Tao, even if it meant turning against it. Nothing could surpass his own interests. As the creation jade disc emerged, the killing intent atop Mount Bujo began to dissipate. This was the power of the creation jade disc, but to completely quell this storm was not something Hongjun Daozu could achieve alone. It required the cooperation of both the heavenly Tao and Xingtian. Unless Xingtian could remain on Mount Bujo for a lifetime, he would have to treat this matter with caution. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish enough to endanger his own life. Even ants strive to survive, how much more so for a human? As long as there is a chance, Xingtian naturally does not wish to die. I can stand down. However, there is a prerequisite: the power of the heavenly Tao must first retreat. Otherwise, Xingtian will not back down. He does not trust the heavenly Tao, a being that would strike down its benefactor for the sake of freedom. Such a creature is not worthy of trust, no matter the reasoning. In fact, there is no true trust in the entire primal chaos. Everything is based on interests, which tightly binds the entire realm together. At this moment, Dijun and Tai, the unfortunate brothers, were overlooked. In the face of such great upheaval, no one cared about their existence as mere ants, which was a feeling that deeply unsettled them. Being regarded as ants only fueled the ambitions of Dijun and Tai. They were unwilling to suffer such humiliation and sought to grow stronger at any cost to become superior beings. This incident has further solidified Dijun and Tai's convictions, pushing the development of the primal chaos world forward. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, they remained fixated on Xingtian, unwilling to let go of the chaos bell in his possession, as it was the foundation of their existence. Time trickled away. As for the heavenly Tao, even Hongjun Daozu himself was unsure if he could persuade the other party to retreat. After all, it was the sovereign of the primal chaos. The power of the heavenly Tao remained unchanged, causing the dissipated essence of Mount Bujo to begin to coalesce again. The people at the center of the storm sensed a palpable aura of resolution, indicating that the heavenly Tao's insistence had provoked Mount Bujo, making it somewhat frenzied. At this moment, Hongjun Daozu's expression grew exceedingly grave. If this continued, another war would undoubtedly result in the collapse of heaven and earth, destroying the entire primal chaos, which was not what he wished to see. Yet he found himself powerless to stop it. Hongjun Daozu wanted to urge Xingtian to stand down first, but upon seeing the crazed look on Xingtian's face, he retracted his words. If he could persuade Xingtian, that would be good. However, if he failed, it would immediately ignite the situation, a consequence he did not wish to witness. Silence. The entirety of Mount Bujo fell into an unprecedented silence. In that moment, all beings voluntarily quieted, awaiting the fate's decree. Not just Mount Bujo, but the entire primal chaos became eerily quiet, as all beings awaited the final judgment, which concerned their survival. no being dared to act recklessly, for they were all bearing the pressure from their very souls. In the eyes of Hongjun Daozu, Xingtian was indeed an insignificant insect, yet not one to be overlooked. He could not afford to underestimate such an insect, for Xingtian possessed great merit and immense fortune. Even as an insect, he was a formidable one. Stop. Impossible. Having reached this point, Xingtian had no way out. He could only press forward. This was the only way to find a path to survival. If he chose to retreat now, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Xingtian's fate was now tightly intertwined with Mount Buzhou. A retreat would weaken his momentum and affect Mount Buzhou. While Hongjun Daozu might not take action against him, the heavenly Tao would certainly seek his death. I will make this sky no longer obstruct my eyes. I, Xingtian, fear neither life nor death. If I die, the heavens and earth shall accompany me in burial. My bloodline ignites, and with a single hand I shall rend the sky. Xingtian roared his heartfelt declaration. As his voice echoed, the bloodline inherited from Pangu ignited within him. His massive hand clutching the chaos bell emanated a terrifying aura, and without hesitation, he struck towards the heavenly punishment. At that moment, the onlookers were dumbfounded. No one expected the situation to escalate to this point where Xingtian would utter such madness. Did he possess confidence, or was he merely foolish? No one knew for sure, but one thing was clear to all: the situation had escalated dramatically, and Xingtian's actions shattered the stalemate. Bastard! Xingtian, you shall not die a good death. In an instant, such resentment arose in everyone's hearts. With Xingtian making his move, all were implicated, yet the one suffering the most was Tai Yi, as Xingtian's hand gripping the innate treasure chaos bell was thrust forward against the heavenly punishment. Xingtian's actions infuriated the heavenly punishment. How could it tolerate such provocation from an insect? In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled ominously. The creation jade disc summoned by Hongjun Daozu could no longer quell the aura of Mount Buzhou. Explosion. The power of Mount Buzhou and the heavenly punishment erupted completely after losing the restraint of the creation jade disc, and it was Xingtian who ignited this chaos. Although the primary target of the heavenly punishment was the Pangu aura on Mount Buzhou, a portion of its power also bore down on Xingtian. The chaos bell which Xingtian held at the forefront naturally became a shield, receiving the brunt of the heavenly punishment. With a light sound, the power of the heavenly punishment struck the chaos bell, and the overwhelming force obliterated the trace of Tai Yi's primordial spirit left within it. As the primordial spirit was severed, Tai Yi's true self experienced a powerful backlash. He spat out a blood arrow, and his entire being instantly became incredibly weakened. Xingtian, you shall not die a good death. This time Tai Yi could no longer suppress his thoughts and roared in fury, but sadly his shout could not affect Xingtian. Tai Yi fell into dire straits due to Xingtian's schemes. However, as the instigator, Xingtian was not faring well either. Although he endured only a small fraction of the heavenly punishment's power, it was still overwhelming. In an instant, the hand gripping the chaos bell became a bloodied mess. No, more accurately, this massive hand had turned into a bony claw. The flesh was obliterated under the force of the shockwave, and the entire chaos bell was stained red with Xingtian's blood. Big brother, we cannot allow that bastard Xingtian to continue on this reckless path. Otherwise, we will all face utter disaster. We must stop him. Yuan Shi Tianzun glared with bloodshot eyes, loudly addressing Taishang Laojun. It sounded like Yuan Shi Tianzun was just seeking self-preservation, but everyone knew it was merely a facade. Even a fool could discern Yuan Shi Tianzun's true intentions. He could not bear to see Xingtian acquire the innate treasure chaos bell and sought to rob it from him. Whether it was Fu Xinuhua or even Hong Yun, they all recognized Yuan Shi Tianzun's ulterior motives. Under the onslaught of the heavenly punishment, Tai Yi had completely lost control over the chaos bell, which was now a treasure without a master. Shameless. In an instant, Fu Xinuhua and Hong Yun all felt contempt rising in their hearts, especially Fu Xi and Nuhua, who looked down on Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yet they could do nothing to stop him. In truth, even if they wanted to intervene, it was too late. As soon as Yuan Shi Tianzun finished speaking, he had already taken action against Xingtian, launching a divine thunder towards him. Yuan Shi Tianzun's attack unleashed boundless fury on Xingtian's face. A despicable scoundrel. This was how Xingtian viewed Yuan Shi Tianzun. With Yuan Shi Tianzun attacking, Taishang Laojun naturally followed suit, summoning a yellow beam of light that crashed fiercely into Xingtian's hand that clutched the chaos bell. The innate treasure made Taishang Laojun abandon any pretense. Seizing the opportunity to snatch the treasure from Xingtian, only Tong Tianjiao Zhu displayed a hint of hesitation and refrained from attacking. Seeing Tong Tianjiao Zhu's indecision, Yuan Shi Tianzun could not help but shout angrily, "Tong Tian, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to let that bastard Xingtian kill us all?" Di Jun and Tai Yi were not fools either. Upon witnessing the actions of Yuanshi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun, they were filled with rage. Their intentions were clear. They aimed to seize the Chaos Bell. If the Chaos Bell fell into Xingtian's hands, they might have a slim chance to retrieve it. After all, Xingtian hailed from the Wu clan and lacked a primordial spirit, thus thoroughly refining the Chaos Bell would be difficult. However, if the Sanqing acquired the Chaos Bell, they would have no chance of reclaiming it. Although Dijun and Xingtian harbored deep-seated grudges at this moment, he had no choice but to set aside his hatred to help Xingtian block the Sanqing's attack, lest the innate treasure Chaos Bell fall into their hands. As Yuanshi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun launched their assaults, Dijun's He Tu and Luo Shu surged wildly towards Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzun. Bastard! Dijun, are you crazy? We are helping you, and yet you repay kindness with malice. Yuanshi Tianzun was furious at Dijun's attack, cursing loudly. Dijun sneered. Yuanshi, do not take us for fools. We are well aware of what you are thinking. The Chaos Bell belongs to us. You shall not lay a hand on it. If Xingtian were to confront the heavenly punishment, Hongjun Daozu would not be angered, for they were naturally adversaries. However, Yuanshi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun taking action at this moment infuriated Hongjun Daozu. This was clearly a lack of foresight, prioritizing personal interests over the greater situation. Their actions disrupted Hongjun Daozu's plans. Chaos ensued. Yuanshi Tianzun's intervention threw the entire situation into disarray. Fu Shi and Nu Hua saw the fortune related to themselves intertwined with Dijun and Tai Yi. They naturally did not wish to see any mishaps befall them. As Dijun and Yuanshi Tianzun clashed, Fu Shi and Nu Hua joined forces to press against Tong Tianjiao, Zhu preventing him from participating in this conflict, aiding Dijun and Tai Yi. For wealth one dies, for food birds perish. This saying could not be more accurate. Yuanshi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun could not resist the innate treasure Chaos Bell. Choosing to engage in a grand conflict under such circumstances, they paid no heed to the repercussions of their actions. Dijun even more so disregarded his deep grudge against Xingtian, directly attacking Yuanshi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun. Dumbfounded, Hong Yun found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that what started as a minor incident involving an innate spiritual treasure would escalate into this chaotic situation. No more delay. If this drags on, the situation will spiral out of control, and the entire primordial realm will face a catastrophic disaster. My chance to attain the Tao will likely be destroyed as well. No one can obstruct my path to the supreme Tao. A fleeting thought crossed Hongjun Daozu's mind. Influenced by this thought, he resolved to use absolute power to crush all forces obstructing his path to enlightenment. Anyone who hindered his path to the Tao would be considered an enemy and would face his wrath. In the primordial world, strength is revered above all, a fact that Hongjun Daozu understands well. Previously, he had endured due to his desire to conceal his intentions, not wanting to let his path to enlightenment be disturbed. However, he is now compelled to act as the situation has deviated from his expectations. Most importantly, whether it is the heavenly Tao or the Pangu aura of Buzhou Mountain, neither has fully awakened. The power they exhibit is merely a fraction of their true capabilities, as most of their strength lies dormant, or rather is restrained. The power of the heavenly Tao was severely damaged when Pangu opened the heavens, while the strength of Buzhou Mountain is needed to support the entire primordial world, leaving little that can be utilized. It is precisely because Hongjun Daozu has discerned the strengths of the heavenly Tao and Buzhou Mountain that he has resolutely decided to take a risk. This is his best opportunity. As for the fate of Xingtian and others, it is of no concern to Hongjun Daozu. For him, personal interests take precedence over everything. Though he has resolved to suppress everything and seize control of the primordial situation, Hongjun Daozu is not in a hurry to act. He knows that caution is paramount in such crucial matters. He must wait for the optimal moment to strive for a decisive battle that will determine the fate of the world. A battle that determines the fate of the world is indeed a noble aspiration, but whether this goal can be achieved depends on one's fortune, as it is not a trivial matter, but a major event concerning the entire primordial realm. Given the significant commotion caused by Buzhou Mountain, it would be false to say that the 12 ancestor witches and other experts have not noticed the anomaly, yet they have taken no action. Although Xingtian bears the identity of the witch clan among the 12 ancestor witches, only the Hudu ancestor, which has some fondness for him. The other 11 ancestor witches are indifferent despite being intrigued by the strength Xingtian displays. They have never considered incorporating Xingtian into the witch clan, but rather they harbor a sense of vigilance, fearing that his strength might threaten their own positions. It is human nature to have selfish desires, an immutable truth that applies equally to the 12 ancestor witches. Even when faced with Xingtian's life and death crisis, they have not thought of lending him a helping hand. Die for me, Xingtian bellowed, disregarding the attack from Taishang Laojun. Seizing the moment while Yuan Shitianzun was distracted by Di Jun, he unleashed his most ferocious attack, conjuring a phantom of the soul-devouring spear, once more transforming it into a streak of light aimed fiercely at Yuan Shitianzun's heart. In the face of such perilous circumstances with his life in jeopardy, Xingtian knew precisely what he had to do. He could not show an ounce of weakness, otherwise he would be met with certain death. He had to exhibit enough ferocity to intimidate everyone, allowing him a slim chance of survival. Xingtian recognized the gravity of his situation, so he braved Taishang Leijin's attack and launched his ultimate strike against Yuan Shitianzun. Xingtian aimed to kill Yuan Shitianzun in one fell swoop, using his life to establish his authority, making the Sanqing aware of the terrifying consequences of offending him. To kill him, one must be willing to exchange their own life. Anyone who dares to covet his life must be prepared to pay the price of death. This is the sole thought occupying Xingtian's mind at this moment. Regardless of who it is, anyone wishing to take his life must be ready to face significant consequences. With a loud crash, Taishang Leijin's heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower struck fiercely against Xingtian's arm. With that one blow, half of Xingtian's arm was shattered, and the innate treasure Chaos Bell fell from his grasp. Despite Taishang Laojun achieving his goal of knocking the Chaos Bell from Xingtian's hand, Xingtian's attack also landed hard on Yuan Shitianzun. Although Yuan Shitianzun is one of the Sanqing possessing great fortune and merit, he currently lacks a spiritual treasure for protection. Xingtian's attack, imbued with terrifying force, tore through his body, and the phantom of the soul-devouring spear brutally pierced through him, impacting his very soul. Oh! As his soul was injured, Yuan Shitianzun involuntarily let out a scream. The ferocity of Xingtian's combat style instilled terror in everyone present. Madman! This was everyone's first impression of Xingtian, a madman willing to gamble with his own life. Yuan Shitianzun attempted to ambush Xingtian, but his actions were thwarted by Di Jun, resulting in him not only failing to ambush Xingtian, but also being severely injured by him. As for a madman like Xingtian, his approach is always merciless. Having landed a strike, he would not easily let Yuan Shitianzun off. His goal is to annihilate Yuan Shitianzun, not merely to wound. In an instant, Xingtian made an even more reckless move. One of his arms had been incapacitated by Taishang Laojun, but he still had his legs. Taishang Laojun would have to pay a price if he sought to seize the innate treasure Chaos Bell. Xingtian swung his right leg violently against the Chaos Bell as it fell toward the ground and shouted again, Taishang Laojun, don't you want this treasure? Then I'll give it to you. With the force of Xingtian's kick, the Chaos Bell hurtled towards Taishang Laojun with unmatched power. Given Xingtian's terrifying might combined with the force of the Chaos Bell, if Taishang Laojun were struck, he would similarly suffer severe injury. After all, Xingtian had already ignited his bloodline, exchanging it for tremendous strength. At the same time, seizing the momentum from this kick, Xingtian dashed towards Yuan Shitianzun like a bolt of lightning, his uninjured arm striking towards the head of Yuan Shitianzun like a meteor. Xingtian's violent assault plunged Yuan Shitianzun into a dire predicament. At this moment, Tongtian Jiaozhu could no longer hold back, and he roared, Fushi Nuwa, get out of my way. Seeing his brother in danger, Tongtian Jiaozhu erupted with boundless killing intent, his gaze fixed on Fushi and Nuwa, ready to strike at any moment. Faced with the pressure from Tongtian Jiaozhu, Fushi and Nuwa felt uncertain. While they wished to stop Tongtian Jiaozhu from intervening in the conflict involving Di Jun and the others, they were equally reluctant to make enemies of him or the Sanqing. What a dilemma! In an instant, Fushi and Nuwa found themselves in a difficult position. They had not anticipated that Di Jun and Tai would be so reckless as to form an alliance with their nemesis Xingtian to launch a fierce joint attack on Yuan Shitianzun and Taishang Laojun. Indeed, at this moment, Di Jun and Tai launched their most ferocious strike. Upon witnessing Xingtian kick the innate treasure Chaos Bell away, Tai's eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity. He saw a chance to reclaim the Chaos Bell, disregarding his own injuries, and with claws outstretched, he lunged towards Taishang Laojun. For Tai, the most important thing was to retrieve the innate treasure Chaos Bell that belonged to him. Nothing else mattered. Even the might of the Sanqing was of little concern, for if he missed this opportunity, he might forever lose the Chaos Bell. Bastard! Taishang Laojun, despite his great composure, could no longer suppress the fury within him. After all his efforts to knock the Chaos Bell from Xingtian's hand and seize the treasure, he did not expect Tai, this bastard, to suddenly launch a sneak attack on him, forcing him to defend himself. Although Taishang Laojun was the leader of the Sanqing and had the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower for protection, he did not dare to withstand Tai's claw with his own body. He lacked Xingtian's formidable physique and lacked the madness he displayed. No matter how precious the Chaos Bell was, it paled in comparison to his life. If his life were lost, everything would come to an end. In this dire situation, Taishang Laojun had no choice but to abandon the golden opportunity to seize the Chaos Bell. He forgot that this Chaos Bell originally belonged to Tai. It was entirely normal for Tai to act to reclaim his treasure. Unfortunately, at this moment, Taishang Laojun did not think this way. He was deeply angered by the actions of Di Jun and Tai, believing that their sneak attack had caused him to miss a golden opportunity. If previously Fushi and Nuwa could step in to block the Xingtian Patriarch, when they saw Emperor Jun and Tai in danger, now they no longer wished to do so. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged a glance, and then instinctively stepped aside, no longer confronting the Xingtian Patriarch. They had abandoned Emperor Jun and Tai, and this retreat had put Emperor Jun in a dire situation. It must be known that it was Emperor Jun's intervention that gave Xingtian the opportunity to severely injure Yuanshi Tianzuan. How could the Xingtian Patriarch not be enraged? Furthermore, it concerned the life of Yuanshi Tianzuan. As soon as he acted, it was a lethal strike, and two sword energies slashed toward Xingtian and Emperor Jun respectively. The sudden action of the Xingtian Patriarch made the hearts of Emperor Jun and Tai sink, causing them to feel dissatisfaction towards Fushi and Nuwa. To help someone to the end, yet Fushi and Nuwa withdrew halfway. Wasn't this a betrayal? It made their earlier joy seem futile. Not only did the hearts of Emperor Jun and Tai grow heavy, but Xingtian also felt an overwhelming anger. The intervention of the Xingtian Patriarch interrupted his attack on Yuanshi Tianzuan, causing his plans to fall apart. Earlier, because of the sneak attack by Taishang Laojun, Xingtian had to abandon the innate treasure Chaos Bell. Now with the Xingtian Patriarch's interference, Xingtian's powerful assault had also come to nothing. How could he not be furious? Unfortunately, his anger was of no use, for the opportunity had been completely lost. Although it happened in an instant, such fleeting moments could determine the outcome of a battle. When Xingtian severely injured Yuanshi Tianzuan, the forces of heavenly punishment clashed head-on with the powers of Buzhou Mountain. The two powerful forces swept across the entire Buzhou Mountain, and the tremendous shockwave sent Xingtian and the others flying, completely robbing Xingtian of the chance to destroy Yuanshi Tianzuan. Of course, the Sanqing did not benefit either. Taishang Laojun similarly failed to seize the innate treasure Chaos Bell. It was unclear whether it was the will of heaven or Tai's great fortune, who under the impact of the shockwave, the Chaos Bell, this innate treasure, was unexpectedly sent to Tai's side, allowing him to recover it. Bastard. Upon seeing Tai reclaim the Chaos Bell, both Xingtian and Taishang Laojun felt anger swell within them. They had exerted tremendous effort only to gain nothing. How could they not feel infuriated? Before they could vent their anger, a sudden and overwhelming force appeared out of nowhere. As this powerful force emerged, it instantaneously immobilized them all, rendering them unable to muster a shred of resistance, standing there dumbfounded like puppets. Hongjun Daozu finally made his move. With a single action, he took control of the entire situation, forcibly suppressing the powers of Buzhou Mountain and heavenly punishment with the force of the creation Jade Disc, while also absorbing these two forces to enhance himself. This was indeed a moment of silence before an astonishing roar. Hongjun Daozu grasped the situation in one fell swoop, and no matter how the forces of heavenly punishment and Buzhou Mountain struggled, it was of no use. Their fortunes were partially devoured by Hongjun Daozu. Scatter! With a heavy shout, Hongjun Daozu unleashed a tremendous shockwave, dispersing the forces gathered from heavenly punishment and Buzhou Mountain. Such a powerful shout could unleash such astonishing might, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Although they all knew that saints possessed immense power, they had not expected such terrifying strength, far exceeding their imagination, filling them with dread. Unwilling, Hongjun Daozu's sudden intervention left everyone feeling resentful, yet they were helpless against the pressure of his power. Having paid such a heavy price merely to gain a reputation, this made Xingtian unwilling. The Sanqing need not be mentioned, having also paid a heavy price, and not only failed to gain benefits, but instead found themselves in turmoil. Emperor Jun and Tai were just like the Sanqing, while Fushi and Nuwa found themselves in a difficult position. The Sanqing were dissatisfied with them, and similarly Emperor Jun and Tai harbored grievances. The only one seemingly unaffected was Han Yun. Although there was some unwillingness in his heart, Tai still felt content. At least he had recovered the Chaos Bell, preventing it from being seized by others. Emperor Jun said in a low voice, "Younger brother, that bastard Xingtian hasn't refined the Chaos Bell, has he? Is there anything wrong with it?" Hearing Emperor Jun's words, Tai immersed his spirit into the Chaos Bell. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Fortunately, there is Xingtian's spiritual imprint inside the Chaos Bell." The witch tribe originally did not possess spiritual consciousness. Even if Xingtian wanted to refine this treasure, he could never place his spiritual imprint into the Chaos Bell as Tai did, for he simply did not have spiritual consciousness. Tai was indeed too careless. While he focused on examining the internal space of the Chaos Bell, he failed to notice that the bloodstains on the surface of the Chaos Bell were gradually disappearing, to be precise, being absorbed by the Chaos Bell. It must be known that this blood was Xingtian's blood, one of his last resort tactics he left for himself, and also the final killer move to scheme against the Chaos Bell, the blood sacrifice. Using his own blood to blood refine the innate treasure Chaos Bell. However, this method was too laborious and required a large amount of blood. Generally, people would not choose to do this as it could lead to losses and diminish one's own power, yet Xingtian did so. Xingtian was not one to back down, as since he had made the decision, he had to do it to the best of his ability. With Hongjun Daozu making his move, all powers were suppressed, including the force of heavenly punishment. This made Xingtian's heart ignite with even more frenzied thoughts. He desperately wanted to obtain the innate treasure Chaos Bell, but the current situation made it seem exceedingly difficult. Whether it was the Sanqing Emperor Jun Tai or even Hongjun Daozu, none would allow him to succeed. Furthermore, if he were to strike at Tai right now, it would likely provoke a furious counterattack from the Sanqing and the brothers Emperor Jun and Tai. Without the support of Buzhou Mountain's power, he could not stand against 5 alone, but thankfully, he had already left himself a backup. Since he could not obtain the Chaos Bell, he would not let go of the innate spiritual treasure of Buzhou Mountain. After all, entering a treasure mountain without leaving empty-handed was essential. However, this innate spiritual treasure was not Xingtian's ultimate goal. His final aim was heavenly punishment. He wanted to use the power of Hongjun Daozu to devour heavenly punishment. Although Hongjun Daozu's power suppressed everyone in an instant, Xingtian was an exception. This was because his body contained numerous powers: the breath of Pangu, the power of the soul-devouring spear, and the force of his own life essence. The suppression by Hongjun Daozu soon allowed him to break free. If Xingtian had set his sights on Yuanshi Tianzuan with his sudden outburst of full power, it would not have been too difficult to kill Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, such actions would have severe consequences. In the end, he would be buried alongside Yuanshi Tianzuan. After all, Yuanshi Tianzuan was a disciple of Hongjun Daozu. When Hongjun Daozu had not yet unleashed his power, he could do this. Now it was no longer feasible. For Hongjun Daozu, whether it was the heavenly Dao or the breath of Pangu, these were forces that obstructed his path to attaining Dao. Xingtian's actions against heavenly punishment were something Hongjun Daozu was willing to see. Time did not allow Xingtian to contemplate too much, and after all, opportunities are fleeting. He had only one chance, and if missed, it would never return. Break for me. Split the heavens with one hand. Xingtian roared, unleashing all the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness. Under the burning of his bloodline, all of his potential was awakened, and his body shot towards the still-gathering heavenly punishment above Buzhou Mountain like a sharp arrow. Stunned. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that Xingtian could actually break through the suppression of Hongjun Daozu and dared to strike at heavenly punishment once more. This was simply madness. However, in the blink of an eye, the Sanqing and others were filled with terror, drenched in cold sweat. If Xingtian's target this time was not heavenly punishment, but them, could they survive the lethal strike he would unleash? Could they retain their lives under such a blow? The answer was negative. Whether it was the Sanqing Nuwa Fushi or even Emperor Jun and Tai, none had confidence in their ability to withstand Xingtian's fatal strike. How could such a result not fill them with dread and fear? In the eyes of the 3 pure ones, Xingtian was nothing short of a madman, a lunatic whose very existence posed a threat to their lives. To them, it was akin to having a sharp sword hanging over their heads, poised to fall at any moment, driving them to desperately seek distance from this madman to avoid attracting his attention. Di Jun and Tai were overwhelmed with frustration, secretly regretting their lack of foresight. How could they have chosen a dangerous lunatic like Xingtian to establish their authority? Just the thought of being targeted by such a madman sent chills down their spines. Fortunately, they were not alone in shouldering this burden. The 3 pure ones would also help alleviate some of the pressure. After all, Yuanshi Tianzun and Taishang Lao Jun had already set their sights on Xingtian, and judging by Xingtian's frenzied counterattacks, it was clear he held a deep-seated hatred for the 3 pure ones, as well, which provided some comfort to Di Jun and Tai. Die? Xingtian, you bastard, hurry up and perish under the heavenly punishment. At this moment, the 3 pure ones found themselves inwardly cursing Xingtian, hoping he would die under the heavenly punishment to free themselves from future worries, but sadly their wishes were unlikely to be fulfilled. Verbal curses held no power. They could only watch as Xingtian's powerful iron fist slammed into the heavenly punishment, tearing it apart. The lightning unique to the heavenly punishment flickered continuously around Xingtian's body, a harbinger of death. Under Xingtian's assault, the power of the heavenly punishment fluctuated violently. For the heavenly punishment, being struck in the face by an ant was utterly unacceptable. Death. Xingtian must die. This was the sole intention of the heavenly punishment. Under this relentless thought, the heavenly punishment would use every means necessary to eliminate Xingtian regardless of the cost. However, at present the power of the heavenly punishment was suppressed by Hong Jundaozu, and even if it wished to annihilate Xingtian, it was unable to do so. After all, it could not break free from Hong Jundaozu's control, and could only passively rebound with its own lightning power, which was hardly enough to take down Xingtian. What to do? Should they allow such a mere ant to act so arrogantly before them, tarnishing their dignity? No. The Tao of Heaven would never permit such a thing to occur. It aimed to teach Xingtian a lesson, making the entire Honghuang world aware of the consequences of offending it, otherwise its own prestige would be diminished in the future. Indeed, the Tao of Heaven was not mistaken in its thinking. Just the confrontation with Buzhou Mountain had already caused the beings of Honghuang to lose their fear of the Tao of Heaven's power. With Hong Jundaozu intervening to suppress everyone, it further dealt a heavy blow to the Tao's authority. Now with Xingtian directly challenging it, if the Tao made no response, it feared such occurrences would become more frequent in the future. Though its power was heavily suppressed, the essence of the heavenly punishment remained intact. Since it could not actively kill Xingtian, the only recourse left was self-detonation, using the force of the explosion to eradicate Xingtian. Using self-detonation against Xingtian may sound mad, but in this world of Honghuang, if one is not mad, they have no right to survive. The Tao of Heaven had no other choice. After all, Xingtian was a lunatic, an exceedingly insane one. For the Tao of Heaven, self-detonation was merely a slight loss of vitality, while the resulting power was enough to obliterate Xingtian. Of course, this could only be done under conditions where Xingtian was not fully aware. At present, with Hong Jundaozu's sudden intervention, everyone's vigilance had waned, and the Tao believed Xingtian would be no different. It was with such thoughts in mind that the Tao of Heaven hesitated not for a moment. As the heavenly punishment surged into the center of the heavenly punishment, a flash of light erupted, and a thunderous boom resonated throughout the heavens and earth. The heavenly punishment self-detonated, its immense power surging forth like a colossal wave, carrying unmatched force in all directions, with Xingtian at the forefront. The self-detonation of the heavenly punishment was but a fleeting moment. Although Xingtian had been somewhat alert before striking, after all, he still had to break free from Hong Jundaozu's oppression. He did not believe that at such a critical moment the Tao of Heaven would lack means to reverse the situation. Caution makes for a long-lasting vessel. Before undertaking any major action, one must ensure sufficient accuracy. Though Xingtian was mad and arrogant, he was not a fool. As the power of the heavenly punishment exploded, he sensed the breath of death and instinctively plunged toward Buzhou Mountain, like a falling meteor seeking to use the mountain's power for protection and escape this calamity. Describing it as a calamity is no exaggeration. Although the power of the heavenly punishment was suppressed by Hong Jundaozu, the shockwave produced by its self-detonation was enough to severely injure a saint. If a weakling like Xingtian were struck directly by the shockwave, it would surely spell certain death. There would be no second possibility. The self-detonation of the heavenly punishment did not only bring misfortune to Xingtian. Everyone present was enveloped by that tremendous shockwave, becoming targets for the heavenly punishment. Such a drastic change caused the onlookers to lose their composure again, cursing loudly. "Bastard Xingtian, you damned pest. If you want to die, that's your business, but don't drag us into it. Encountering you is truly our misfortune." In the eyes of the three pure ones, Xingtian was a madman, reckless and heedless of danger. Yet he himself did not think so. Although he acted impulsively and wildly, he was also clear-minded. He was not blindly engaging in slaughter. Under the threat of death, the three pure ones finally broke through their own limitations, their potential erupting under this immense pressure, one by one freeing themselves from Hong Jundaozu's suppression. Once they broke free from the suppression, their first thought was not to flee from the shockwave of the heavenly punishment, but to strike down Xingtian. For them, the best way to resolve the crisis was to eliminate this bastard Xingtian. Only with his death could they find peace. "Bastard, go die." The three pure ones shouted as they launched lethal attacks against Xingtian, desperately trying to eliminate him. However, Hong Yun was an exception. Although he was equally furious at Xingtian's madness, he did not attack him. Hong Yun did not have any deep-seated hatred towards Xingtian. It was not worth risking great danger to strike him down. Even if he could kill Xingtian, that would be fine, but a dead person, no matter how formidable, was still just a dead person. If he were to fail, the consequences would be severe. Hong Yun would face Xingtian's wrath, which he wished to avoid. Certainly, a significant part of Hong Yun's reasoning also stemmed from considering the three pure ones, and Yuan Yangyang not wanting to be used as a pawn against a dangerous figure like Xingtian. Xingtian's sudden actions, followed by everyone breaking through their own restraints under external pressure, disrupted Hong Jundaozu's plans, leaving him no choice but to intervene to handle this chaotic situation. Hong Jundaozu did not believe that the actions of the three pure ones could eliminate Xingtian. If Xingtian could be easily killed, he would not have the fearsome reputation he possessed now. Everyone stop. After forcibly absorbing a little of Pangu's aura and the power of heavenly punishment, Hongjun Dao, Zhu could no longer restrain himself and shouted at everyone to cease their attacks. However, Hongjun Dao, Zhu's words came too late. By the time his voice fell, everyone had already launched a fierce assault on Xingtian, hoping to eliminate the bastard in one fell swoop. Although Xingtian was exceedingly agile, the attacks from the three pure ones were not lacking either. Before Xingtian could fully sink underground, their strikes had already reached him and their immense power slammed into his body. Under this powerful onslaught, Xingtian couldn't help but cry out. It wasn't that he lacked strength, but the three pure ones had been too ruthless. Each had unleashed their ultimate abilities, and even a saint would have to retreat from such ferocity. Under the influence of external force, Xingtian's body was directly driven into the depths of Buzhou Mountain, and it was precisely this circumstance that allowed him to evade the force of the heavenly punishment's self-detonation. For wealth one may die, for food birds perish. Xingtian was inherently a madman, and now, without any worries, he was a lunatic without restraint. Faced with such overwhelming attacks, how could he not resist? If he were to die, then so should everyone else. Even if he was unfortunate, he would drag others down with him. With a single thought, Xingtian's formidable spiritual power erupted completely. A giant hand formed from condensed spiritual energy reached directly for the innate spiritual root gourd vine that had been fiercely contested among them, intending to leave nothing for the Sanqing. Spiritual power is a force unknown to the beings of the primordial world. No one expected that even after being struck down to the ground, Xingtian could retaliate so fiercely. The Sanqing came to Buzhou Mountain precisely for the imminent emergence of the innate spiritual treasure, and now that Xingtian aimed to monopolize it, their anger soared. Leave it to me. Taishang Laojun and the others rushed to stop Xingtian's actions, but unfortunately, they had previously focused all their energy on Xingtian's body, making it difficult to shift gears in an instant. Only Taishang Laojun knew Hua Tai Yi and Hong Yun successfully plucked a gourd from the vine, while the others were left empty-handed with the remaining 4 gourds and the vine taken by Xingtian. When he acted, he astonished everyone. Even in the face of the powerful beings present, Xingtian maintained his composure, not only slapping their faces, but also obtaining what he desired. Initially, he only sought a share, but now he had taken the entire bowl, leaving nothing for others. You bastards think you can plot against me. If you don't want me to have it easy, then I'll make you suffer. Xingtian's voice echoed through Buzhou Mountain, infuriating the Sanqing, causing their blood to surge. As the gourd vine was pulled underground by Xingtian, Hua suddenly felt as if she had lost a great opportunity, filling her with fear. Opportunities must not be missed, and if lost, they won't return. Could it be that the gourd vine taken by Xingtian is linked to my own great fortune? Thinking of this, Hua couldn't help but frown. Yuan Shi Tianzun shouted angrily, "Fellow Taoists, we cannot let that bastard Xingtian succeed like this. Let us join forces to blast him out from underground. I believe he is already gravely injured from the previous battle, and we must not give him a chance to breathe." Eliminating this hidden threat of Xingtian was something Dijun and Tai Yi were naturally keen on, but the words came from Yuan Shi Tianzun, and they couldn't help but suspect his intentions, fearing he might be trying to deceive them to seize the Chaos Bell treasure for himself, especially since they were in Buzhou Mountain suffused with Pangu's aura, and the Sanqing were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. Better safe than sorry. Previously, Tai Yi had been too arrogant and was caught off guard by Xingtian. At this time, he would not make the same mistake. Tai Yi replied calmly, "Fellow Taoist, Yuan Shi's suggestion is excellent, but unfortunately it is ill-timed. With our master present, we have no say. If you wish to act, feel free." As soon as Tai Yi spoke, a flicker of ruthless killing intent crossed Yuan Shi Tianzun's face. It was a slap in the face, implying that he lacked respect for his master, which naturally infuriated Yuan Shi Tianzun. Both Dijun and Tai Yi clearly sensed Yuan Shi Tianzun's murderous intent. They vigilantly watched the Sanqing to guard against any surprise attacks, and even Tai Yi had already prepared to strike with the Chaos Bell in hand. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, as if any small disagreement could lead to a major confrontation. This situation caused Hong Yun, Fu Shi, and Hua to frown. If Dijun and Tai Yi truly confronted the Sanqing, it would be a nightmare for Fu Shi and Hua. They would have to come to the aid of Dijun and Tai Yi, as their fates were intertwined with the luck of the Demon Clan, which also affected their future development, leading to a bloody conflict. However, for Hong Yun it was of no concern. He had always been an observer. Even if they fought to the death, it had nothing to do with him. Unfortunately, Hong Yun was unaware that his observer mentality was leading him step by step toward destruction. If the counterattack of Kunpeng in the Zishao Palace was a chance for self-salvation, then this bloodshed was also an opportunity for Hong Yun. If he could forcefully intervene to resolve the previous conflict, even if he couldn't resolve it, having a strong attitude could change Hong Jundaeus' perception. Regrettably, Hong Yun once again missed a golden opportunity, wasting a chance for self-salvation and becoming a complete onlooker, which further displeased Hong Jundaozu. If a person like him didn't perish, it would truly be an affront to the myriad beings of the primordial world. How dare you? Do you not see the presence of your master? What do you intend to do? Destroy the entire primordial world? A heavy voice suddenly echoed, followed by an overwhelming pressure bearing down on the Sanqing Dijun and Tai. Although the Sanqing possessed great fortunes and opportunities destined to become disciples of Hong Jundaozu, he was also displeased with their actions. This was a perfect opportunity to give them a small lesson and make them more restrained. As soon as Hong Jundaeus' shout fell, the faces of both the Sanqing and Dijun Tai turned pale with panic, worrying about their behavior. Even a fool could discern the underlying displeasure in such words. How could they dare to be reckless? The Sanqing quickly said, "We, your disciples, dare not." Hong Jundaozu scolded, "Dare not? What do you have to fear? I see that each of you has the audacity to challenge the heavens. Tai, because of your momentary arrogance and ignorance, you have caused such a great turmoil. What punishment do you think you deserve?" As soon as Hong Jundaozu directed his ire at Tai, Yuan Shitianzun couldn't help but smile, secretly pleased as he thought, "Tai, you bastard dared to oppose me. Now you're in trouble. You better be severely punished by the master, so you know not to act so arrogantly in the future." Once Hong Jundaeus' words fell, cold sweat streamed down Tai's face, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. He knew that if Hong Jundaozu truly intended to act against him, a mere wave of his hand could send Tai's soul scattering. Just when Tai was at a loss for how to respond to Hong Jundaeus' questioning, Hong Jundaozu suddenly shifted his gaze to Yuan Shitianzun, who was secretly pleased, and coldly said, "Yuan, sure, there's no need for you to be so happy. You're not much better off than Tai. Just look at what you've done. Are you trying to instigate another conflict?" Hong Jundaeus' words struck like arrows into the hearts of both Yuan Shitianzun and Tai, leaving their faces pale with cold sweat. "Master, please calm your anger. Your disciples dare not." This was the only response Yuan Shitianzun and Tai could muster. They did not dare to offer any explanations. At this moment, any defense would be seen as an attempt to cover up. They were not fools and knew what they should do. Earlier, Yuan Shitianzun had been secretly pleased that Tai was in trouble, not expecting that in the blink of an eye he would follow in Tai's footsteps and become the target of Hong Jundaeus' questioning, which weighed heavily on his heart. Under Hong Jundaeus' questioning, both Yuan Shitianzun and Tai simultaneously began to resent Xingtian. In their view, their predicament was all caused by Xingtian. If he had not been so arrogant and ignorant, they would not be in such a situation. It must be said that human selfishness is profound. Tai and Yuan Shitianzun forgot that the events were not instigated by Xingtian, but by themselves. If their hearts had not been filled with greed, how could such a series of events have unfolded? Unfortunately, they did not see it this way, continuously placing the blame on Xingtian. In fact, not only did Yuan Shitianzun and Tai harbor such thoughts, but others present also shared this sentiment. Even Hong Yun, the so-called good person, had a poor impression of Xingtian, believing his actions were excessively arrogant. As for Xingtian, he had no time to concern himself with these matters. The most important thing for him now was to recover from his injuries, as this confrontation had inflicted significant harm upon him. Hong Jun, the Dao ancestor, was naturally aware of Xingtian's situation. However, even though Xingtian was injured, he was not someone that Yuan Shitianzun could kill. This was the Buzhou mountain, where the power of heavenly punishment had already waned, yet the aura of Pangu still lingered. Hong Jun did not wish to ignite the Pangu aura once again, especially since Xingtian also possessed great merit and luck. Did Hong Jun feel no dissatisfaction towards Xingtian's arrogance? He did. However, while Xingtian was arrogant, he was not challenging Hong Jun, but the heavenly Dao, making himself a target of its wrath. In the future, Hong Jun would seek to merge with the Dao and contend for dominion over the primordial world. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although Xingtian could not be considered a friend, having such a robust ant attracting the attention of the heavenly Dao was indeed advantageous for Hong Jun. Therefore, he naturally did not want to see Xingtian perish. Based on this reasoning, Hong Jun intervened to stop Yuan Shitianzun's actions. While he did not believe Yuan Shitianzun could defeat Xingtian, he did not want any further disturbances, at least not at this moment. The gains from this encounter were substantial, and he needed sufficient time to digest them. Everyone return. Do not cause any more trouble. Buzhou Mountain is not a place for you to wreak havoc. With that, Hong Jun paid no further attention to the crowd and vanished from their sight. Although Hong Jun left so directly, no one dared to act recklessly. The three pure ones exchanged glances and sighed before leaving together. Dijun and Tai also silently departed from Buzhou Mountain, followed closely by Hong Yun. After the crowd dispersed, Fushi and Nuwa exchanged a glance and sighed in relief. They truly hoped that no more conflicts would arise. Nuwa took a deep breath and said, "Brother, let's find a place to settle on Buzhou Mountain. The spiritual energy here is abundant and greatly beneficial for our cultivation." Fushi pondered for a moment before nodding, leaving the area. This battle had come to an end. On the surface, everything seemed to have concluded, but in reality, everyone knew that this was just the beginning. A greater storm brewed within their hearts. In the eyes of the crowd, they only saw Xingtian forcefully seizing the innate spirit root of the gourd vine, acquiring 3 innate spiritual treasures in the process. No one noticed the soil beneath the gourd vine, which was extraordinary, as it was the innate earth known as Shihua. Nuwa sensed something significant departing from her, precisely this innate earth, which was crucial for her future path to enlightenment. For Xingtian, the benefits of this endeavor extended beyond the gourd vine and the innate earth. In his final furious strike against the heavenly punishment, Xingtian experienced everything through his body, leading him to a vague understanding of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was not as he had imagined, wielding the 3,000 avenues. At least the aura of the heavenly punishment did not exude the essence of the 3,000 avenues. It contained only the purest source of thunder. It was this pure source that granted the heavenly punishment the power to punish all beings. Under the thunderous punishment, Xingtian's formidable body, along with the mysterious origin of his life and the power of the soul-devouring spear, could not withstand the ravaging force. Although much of this was due to Xingtian's low cultivation level, which prevented him from fully unleashing his power, the most crucial factor was purity. Previously, Xingtian did not believe that the 12 ancestors of Wu looked down upon him correctly, but it now appeared that pure power was far more formidable than he had imagined. Perhaps the path Xingtian chose would become immensely powerful in the later stages, but in the early stages it had fatal shortcomings. He was broad, but not refined, which was his greatest weakness. This battle made him acutely aware of this fact. Regarding the power of heavenly punishment, Xingtian truly desired to integrate it into his body, merging it with the origin of his life, to enhance his comprehension of the great Tao. Unfortunately, this power was incompatible with the Pangu aura. The two were like fire and water, unable to merge. It was precisely due to this incompatibility that Xingtian's body suffered even greater injuries from the violent impact, the wounds stemming from the clash of the two forces compounding upon each other. As for death leading to rebirth, this was the path of breaking and standing anew. For someone like Xingtian, who possessed a robust body, the only way to make himself even stronger aside from diligent cultivation was through tempering. Breaking and standing anew was the best choice. While the injuries Xingtian sustained were beneficial for his cultivation, this was not a blessing he desired. After all, it placed him on the brink of death, where a slight misstep could lead to his soul scattering and being left without a burial place. Such danger was something Xingtian was unwilling to bear. Hatred. Xingtian's hatred for the 3 pure ones ran deep in his bones. Although this incident began with Dijun and Tai, his resentment towards them was not as intense. Instead, he harbored a profound hatred for the 3 pure ones, especially Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun, while having a slightly lesser regard for Tong Tian Jiaozhu, who had some backing. It should be noted that the joint assault of Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun nearly resulted in Xingtian's demise. Moreover, the innate treasure chaotic clock that Xingtian had painstakingly acquired was rendered useless because of them. Although Xingtian had left a contingency plan, it was merely a backup. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun, you 2 bastards caused me to waste a golden opportunity and nearly brought me to the brink of death. We will not let this grudge go. Just wait and see how I deal with you 2 bastards in the future. In the depths of Buzhou Mountain, Xingtian gritted his teeth and shouted, venting his fury towards Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laojun. Such severe injuries inflicted upon Xingtian caused him immense pain. There was not a single good spot on his body except for his divine sense, which remained intact. Everything else was on the brink of collapse. Continuously burning his bloodline power had severely depleted the Pangu aura within Xingtian's body, nearly reaching the point of exhaustion. This Pangu aura was one of his vital means of self-preservation. Without it, mobilizing the power of the entire Buzhou Mountain would no longer be an easy task. A small mistake could even lead to backlash. If Xingtian had the realm of a Deluo golden immortal at that moment, he would not have cared about the loss of Pangu aura. However, he was merely a golden immortal level great, which far from the Deluo golden immortal realm, which posed a significant issue for his safety. Of course, if Xingtian wished to advance quickly, it was not impossible. However, doing so would sever his path to enlightenment, something Xingtian was unwilling to accept. He was acutely aware of his situation. If he could not establish a solid foundation in the golden immortal realm, his future development would be severely hindered, as his power was too chaotic. What does the 4 directions are the universe and all time is the cosmos mean? After cursing Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Lao Jun, Xingtian turned his thoughts back to himself, contemplating Pangu's legacy. After losing a significant amount of Pangu aura, Xingtian felt increasingly uneasy. Accelerating his accumulation was an urgent matter. Restoring the bloodline power he had consumed and enhancing his Pangu aura was not a thought Xingtian had not considered. However, he quickly dismissed it. Others' things, no matter how good, were still others, and only one's own belongings were the most suitable. Although doing so would allow for a short-term recovery of strength, in the long run, it would be highly detrimental. It should be understood that completely eliminating one's Pangu aura was not an easy task. While the Pangu aura currently benefited him, enhancing his power, it would inevitably become an obstacle to his path of enlightenment as his cultivation level increased. To gain, one must give. Without giving, how can one gain? At worst, I can stay on Buzhou Mountain for a while longer, waiting for Hong Jun to give his second sermon before going out. As long as I remain on Buzhou Mountain, I do not believe anyone would dare risk their lives to confront me. Even the three pure ones would have to think twice. Xingtian roared fiercely. Indeed, after the fierce battle earlier, Xingtian's notorious reputation had spread throughout the primordial realm. His infamy had reached every corner of the world. Who would not fear a madman willing to disregard the lives of all beings? This madman could also draw upon the power of Buzhou Mountain into himself, which made him even more terrifying. As long as one was not a fool, no one would dare oppose Xingtian in the territory of Buzhou Mountain. In the region of Buzhou Mountain, all beings of the primordial realm tacitly accepted that it was Xingtian's sphere of influence. This had almost become a consensus. Even the 12 ancestors of Wu who carried the bloodline of Pangu treated Xingtian with caution. To give and to spare. It is easier said than done for Xingtian to recognize this is not easy at all. This is thanks to his identity as a person from the future, knowing far too much. Had it been any other beings from the Honghuang, they would never possess such awareness as Xingtian does. To them, enhancing their own strength is paramount, and everything else can be set aside. This is the reason why Xingtian is at odds with many beings of the Honghuang. After Xingtian came to this realization, a voice ethereal and elusive suddenly echoed in his mind. Domination cannot last. Human hearts are treacherous, young man. You must strive harder. The emergence of this voice greatly startled Xingtian, causing him to shout loudly. Who is it? Step forward. Do not be sneaky, speak plainly. Xingtian's voice reverberated beneath the Buzhou Mountain, but unfortunately, there was no response. His mental power spread out fully, yet he found no trace of anyone. Had it not been for Xingtian's unwavering resolve, he might have doubted whether what he heard was an illusion born of his own tension. Xingtian was fully aware that what he heard was not an illusion, but real. The inability to locate the source was due to his lack of strength. Who could converse with him in silence, and then depart without a sound? This led Xingtian to ponder deeply. Could it be Hongjun Daozu? No, although Hongjun Daozu is immensely powerful, this is Buzhou Mountain, where Pangu's aura is overwhelmingly strong. Even Hongjun Daozu could not silently invade his mind without alerting the spirit of Buzhou Mountain. As for the heavenly Dao, that is even less likely. If the other party possessed such power, they would not waste words, but would strike directly to eliminate him. If it is neither Hongjun Daozu nor the heavenly Dao, could it be the great god Pangu? Is there truly a remnant of the great god Pangus within Buzhou Mountain, and is that will still lucid? This thought continually circled in Xingtian's mind, but he ultimately shook his head. This is impossible. The many opportunities he has encountered have clearly indicated that the great god Pangu has been completely annihilated, destroyed in the river of time, and it is impossible for a lucid will to remain. If it is not the great god Pangu, then who could it be? Is there an unfamiliar force in this Honghuang world, or perhaps a mysterious powerhouse? The sudden appearance of this voice left Xingtian perplexed and unable to find clarity. However, he completely recognized the truth in the voice's words. A domination does not last. Throughout history, those who have acted tyrannically have never reached the end. Qin Shi Huang unified a powerful Qin, yet fell in the second generation. The overlord Xiang Yu, despite his unmatched might, ultimately met his demise at Wujian. This shows that tyrants rarely end well, and Xingtian, who has acted tyrannically in this Honghuang world, cannot help but break into a cold sweat. Xingtian murmured to himself, fortunately someone reminded me, or I would have truly continued down this path of tyranny heading towards ultimate destruction. Human hearts are treacherous. Xingtian understands this all too well. Whether from the events of the future or the Honghuang world, he has witnessed the malice of human hearts. However, Xingtian does not believe that this mysterious voice's warning is simple. There must be some underlying reason. What reason could this mysterious individual have to warn him to beware of human hearts? Could it be that someone intends to harm him, and that person has a close connection to him? The only ones who could have a close connection with him are the Witch Clan. Are the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan unable to restrain themselves from acting against him? Xingtian keeps pondering everything, but still reaches no conclusions. His injuries forced Xingtian to temporarily set aside this futile line of thought and focus on his recovery. After all, the body is the foundation of enlightenment. If the body collapses, all of Xingtian's pursuits will become mere illusions. Meanwhile, the three pure ones filled with unwillingness were forced to leave Buzhou Mountain and return to their home at Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer suppress his inner fury and said loudly, "Eldest brother, what do you think our master is thinking? Why treat us this way, only questioning us while ignoring that bastard Xingtian? This all began because of that bastard Xingtian. He should be the one punished, not us." In Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes, Hongjun Dao's questioning was a punishment, which made him furious. To him, it was clear that Hongjun Daozu was being biased. Upon hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Taishang Laojun's expression also darkened. It was not only Yuan Shi Tianzun who felt dissatisfaction, he too harbored grievances. As three pure ones transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, they were the true successors of Pangu. Why should that bastard Xingtian possess the power of Buzhou Mountain? That should belong to them. Jealousy. Indeed, jealousy. Taishang Laojun could not help but feel envious of Xingtian. After all, the power that Buzhou Mountain provided was far too formidable, capable of contending against heavenly punishment. If he could grasp this power, why must he bow to others? Though Yuan Shi Tianzun felt dissatisfaction with Hongjun Daozu, he did not develop rebellious thoughts. However, Taishang Laojun had begun to entertain a hint of betrayal akin to how the heavenly Tao betrayed the great god Pangu. Even though Taishang Laojun had received useful knowledge from Hongjun Daozu, he still did not wish to be controlled. He desired freedom and to master his own fate rather than being at the mercy of others. Taishang Laojun said solemnly, "There is no need for so many wise. The strong are revered and the fittest survive. This is the unchanging truth of the Hongwang world." When the great god Pangu opened the heavens and created the world, it led to the current heavenly Tao. But how did the heavenly Tao treat the great god Pangu? If you cannot see this clearly, what more is there to say? Taishang Laojun's words left Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu momentarily stunned. As three pure ones, they were well aware of the grievances between the heavenly Tao and the great god Pangu. However, they never expected Taishang Laojun to say something like this. Indeed, the strong are revered and the fittest survive is an unchanging truth of the Hongwang world. However, to express it at this moment was shocking. Seeing the shock on Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu's faces, Taishang Laojun maintained his composure and said, "What? Are you afraid? Just a single statement has instilled fear in you. It seems your temperament is truly lacking. How can such a mindset adapt to the incredibly harsh Hongwang world? Wake up. Only you can rely on yourself, others are unreliable. This should serve as a lesson to understand the cruelty of this world." Taishang Laojun's admonition left Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu enlightened. The situation indeed was as he said, and although they did not want to admit it, the truth compelled them to accept it. Yuan Shi Tianzun took a deep breath and said, "Eldest brother, we accept what you say, but we do not understand why the master would help Xingtian and not us." Taishang Laojun replied calmly, "What is there to be confused about? It's merely a matter of benefits and strength. Xingtian has gained some power of Buzhou Mountain and can communicate with it. In a sense, he has grasped the lifeline of the Hongwang world. Meanwhile, although we three are the true successors of Pangu, we cannot achieve this. How could the master possibly assist us? Would you do otherwise?" Yuan Shi Tianzun sighed at Taishang Laojun's rhetorical question. Indeed, he would not choose to provoke Xingtian even if Xingtian was gravely injured. As long as he has breath, no one dares to underestimate his existence, for he is a madman capable of doing anything. Though Hongjun Daozu is a saint, saints are not omnipotent. They have their own pursuits and do not need to provoke a madman like Xingtian risking their own interests. With this thought, a wry smile involuntarily appeared on Yuan Shi Tianzun's face. The reason was so simple, yet he failed to see it clearly, leaving him feeling somewhat ashamed. During the conversation between Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shi Tianzun, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu remained silent, contemplating everything, seemingly having some understanding. What was he pondering? Chapter 39 Greed. Observing the contemplative Tong Tian Jiao Zhu, Taishang Laojun casually asked, "Tong Tian, what do you think we should do now? How should we regard our master, and how should we confront the witch clan?" Taishang Laojun did not inquire about Tong Tian Jiaozhu's thoughts, but rather asked how he perceived Hongjun Daozu and how he should face the witch clan. Tong Tian Jiaozhu pondered for a moment and replied, "Eldest brother, the matter concerning the master is simple. We should just go with the flow. Moreover, although we refer to Hongjun Daozu as our master, it is merely a title. After all, we have not truly entered the door of the Taoist ancestor. This title of disciple is merely self-bestowed. As for the witch clan, we will have to be cautious in the future. If a single Xingtian is this terrifying, one can only imagine the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan's might. The strength of the entire Witch Clan exceeds our imagination. Not only the Witch Clan, but we must also be wary of Dijuan and Tai. We have also offended them in that previous battle. We must also be cautious of Fushi and Yuhua. Upon hearing Tong Tian Jiao Zhu mention Yuhua and Fushi Yuan Shi Tian, Zun's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, Fushi and Yuhua will eventually come to settle accounts with them. If it weren't for their meddling eldest brother would have long since seized the Chaos Bell, the innate supreme treasure. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have faced that madman Xingtian. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. From this statement alone, one could hear Yuan Shi Tian Zun's deep-seated hatred for Lady Yuhua and Fushi. Cutting off opportunities is as grievous as digging up one's ancestral grave. Lady Yuhua and Fushi have severed Yuan Shi Tian Zun and Taishang Lao Jun's great opportunities, so it is no wonder Yuan Shi Tian Zun is so furious. Taishang Lao Jun shook his head and sighed. Tong Tian, we must be cautious of the Witch Clan, but one thing we must do is to uncover everything about Xingtian. The power of Buzhou Mountain must not fall into the hands of the Witch Clan. Xingtian must die, and he must die early, otherwise it will bring us great trouble. Taishang Lao Jun's words were filled with endless killing intent, indicating that Hong Jun Dae's warning did not deter him. Instead, it further stimulated his desire to kill Xingtian. Benefits are the hardest to part with. Xingtian harbors too many secrets, and these secrets are linked to the great god Pangu, making it impossible for Taishang Lao Jun, as the leader of the three pure ones, to give up. Thus the killing intent naturally arose, and under the drive of these benefits no one could make him relent. Yuan Shi Tian Zun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu's expressions changed. This statement was truly shocking, directly challenging the bottom line of Hongjun Daozu, and one could even say it was a blatant provocation. Yuan Shi Tian Zun took a deep breath and said, Eldest brother, I admit that Xingtian possesses secrets beneficial to us, but we cannot ignore the master's warning. The consequences are beyond our bearing. It would be better for us to take a step back for now, especially since that bastard Xingtian is already severely injured. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu did not side with Yuan Shi Tian Zun. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Though the eldest brother's words are shocking, they are indeed true. If we are truly to act against the Witch Clan, we must eliminate Xingtian beforehand to prevent his secrets from reaching the Witch Clan. However, a significant obstacle lies before us. How can we kill Xingtian without alarming everyone? Moreover, he is currently within Buzhou Mountain, which adds further complications. Taishang Lao Jun snorted coldly. Difficulties? Is there anything that can be accomplished without difficulties? The greater the difficulties, the more we must act swiftly, otherwise we will miss the opportunity. I now even suspect that Xingtian has obtained the true inheritance of the great god Pangu, which originally belonged to us three pure ones. Upon Taishang Lao Jun's pronouncement, Yuan Shi Tian Zun and Tong Tian Jiao Zhu were left in shock. The true inheritance of the great god Pangu is a captivating term. Although all three pure ones possess some of Pangu's legacy, they know well that their inheritance is not comprehensive. At the very least, they lack the physical refinement legacy that the Witch Clan possesses, and they certainly lack the bloodline power that the Witch Clan has inherited. If Xingtian truly possesses the true inheritance of the great god Pangu, then a complete legacy of Pangu would be laid out before them. Greed is an instinct inherent to living beings, and it is precisely because of greed that some die for wealth and birds perish for food. Under such immense pressure, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu and Yuan Shi Tian Zun were moved. If they could obtain the complete inheritance of Pangu, they would no longer need to care about the path inherited by Hongjun Daozu. After all, Pangu's legacy is the most suitable for their great Dao, as they were once part of Pangu. Act. In an instant, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu and Yuan Shi Tian Zun made their decision and said in unison, Eldest brother, you decide what we should do, we will follow your lead. Under the influence of benefits, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu and Yuan Shi Tian Zun finally yielded. This is human nature, and there are countless others in the entire Honghuang world who share such thoughts. Although the power Xingtian previously displayed was incredibly formidable in the face of absolute benefits, even a 1 in 10,000 chance, or even 1 in 100,000 chances would drive people to madly seize it. Compared to the enormous secrets contained within Xingtian, no one currently cared about the three innate spiritual treasures that Xingtian had seized along with the gourd vine. Buzhou Mountain, the divine mountain supporting the entire Honghuang world, has countless eyes fixed upon it. The remnants of Fushi and Yuhua have further heightened many people's vigilance. Perhaps Fushi and Yuhua themselves harbor no malice towards Xingtian and have no ulterior motives, but in the eyes of others, particularly the three pure ones, it is not so. Taishang Lao Jun sneered. Do not forget, Fushi and Yuhua did not leave Buzhou Mountain as we did. They chose to remain. What could their intentions be? I need not say more. You should understand Xingtian. Their target is Xingtian. We must seize the opportunity before Fushi and Nuwa do and not allow the secrets of the great god Pangu to fall into their hands. If Fushi and Nuwa heard Taishang Lao Jun's words, they would likely explode with rage, for they are truly suffering from unwarranted disaster. They merely feel that the spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain is abundant and suitable for cultivation, yet are viewed as scheming against Xingtian, and the blame is directed at them. What a great injustice! Injustice does not change the opinions of others. Unless they leave Buzhou Mountain, people will always believe that Fushi and Nuwa harbor ill intentions. Yuan Shitianzun exclaimed loudly. What you say is very true, eldest brother. I have long known that those two are not good people, and they are in league with Dijuan and Tai. Now it seems that is indeed the case. Although Dijuan and Tai appear to have left, Fushi and Nuwa remain at Buzhou Mountain as their inside informants collaborating in a scheme. This cunning is truly insidious and malicious. Taishang Laojun nodded and said, Yuan, sure, it is good that you have this understanding. In the face of absolute benefits no one can resist, neither can we. Hongjun's teachings are merely the Tao of the Great Luo, while the higher realms are entirely empty. Our current cultivation has reached the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but the legacy left by the great god Pangu directly points to the Supreme. We emerged from Pangu, and the Witch Clan shares the same origin. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Taishang Laojun does not know that the inheritance of Pangu consists of only a few words which are not as powerful as he believes. As long as one can comprehend those words, they might gain some insight into the great Tao. However, if one cannot comprehend them, they gain nothing. Moreover, even if one comprehends them, without great fortune, they cannot cultivate. The path of Pangu belongs solely to him, and is not suitable for everyone, even for the three pure ones who are Pangu's direct descendants. Although there are 3,000 great Taoists, not every individual is suited to all 3,000 paths. Unfortunately, the three pure ones remain unaware of this. Their hearts are filled only with greed. They believe that the things Xingtian can achieve, if they gain his secrets, they too can achieve, or even surpass Xingtian. This is human nature. Greed is displayed vividly in them. In the eyes of some younger generations, the battle at Buzhou Mountain marked the beginning of peace. However, for those with long-standing experiences, it was clear that this battle heralded the onset of a new war. In the face of the grand trend of heaven and earth, even the saints could not hold back. The emergence of the anomaly Xingtian sparked endless fantasies in many, igniting boundless greed in their hearts. Under such frenzied greed, anything could happen. Xingtian himself, perhaps, was not yet aware of this, despite possessing numerous memories from his past life. When it came to the Honghuang world, it must be said that he had yet to scratch the surface. Xingtian was unaware that at this moment he had already become a key target for many, especially for those who had contact with the three pure ones, Dijun and Tai. Even within the Witch Clan, there were many differing opinions, all eager to uncover the secrets of Xingtian, even if it meant resorting to force. The development of a race requires unity and cannot afford internal strife. Yet now some among the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan had disregarded this principle, resorting to force to uncover the secrets within Xingtian. This demonstrates the treachery of human hearts. Driven by interests, they could become utterly insane. The unity of the Witch Clan is well known, but regarding the issue of Xingtian, that unity has faltered. It is a bitter irony. The issue concerning Xingtian has caused great headaches for the 12 ancestors. While some are willing to resort to force to obtain Xingtian's secrets, this does not represent everyone. At least Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestors, disapproves, and there is no need to mention the ancestor of Earth. They cannot tolerate such self-destructive actions. Though Xingtian may be arrogant, he is still a great witch. Whether he admits it or not, this is a fact. Moreover, his fortune is tied to the Witch Clan. As long as the Witch Clan does not act against him, this fact cannot be altered, and Di Jiang is clear on this point. If the Witch Clan were to take action against Xingtian first, it would sever the relationship between Xingtian and the Witch Clan, inevitably driving him away. This would not bode well for the Witch Clan. Though Xingtian is arrogant, his strength is undeniable and provides considerable support to the Witch Clan. The hot-tempered Zhu Rong exclaimed loudly, Elder brother, if you do not agree to use force to compel Xingtian to reveal his secrets, then we should capture this boy. Otherwise, if someone else forcibly takes the secrets from him, we will have regrets that cannot be undone. Zhu Rong's little scheme was seen through by Di Jiang at a glance. On the surface, it appeared that Zhu Rong was protecting Xingtian, but in reality, he had ulterior motives. Once Xingtian returned to the Witch Clan, leaving would not be so easy, and with Zhu Rong's fiery temperament, he would inevitably create difficulties for him, ultimately leading to using force to compel Xingtian to reveal his secrets. Di Jiang calmly stated, bringing Xingtian back to the Witch Clan is easier said than done. Do you think Buzhou Mountain is just a decoration? How strong do you think you are to withstand the might of Buzhou Mountain? Do not underestimate Xingtian. He knows how dangerous his current situation is, and our relationship with him is not so harmonious. Di Jiang's words sealed the discussion, leaving Zhu Rong with nothing to say and forcing him to abandon his little scheme. At that moment, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up, saying, in fact, we do not need to focus our intentions on Xingtian. What he can accomplish, we can achieve as well. If we cannot surpass a mere great witch, then what face do we have to call ourselves the ancestors? I believe there is powerful strength within our bloodlines. We simply have not made the effort to uncover it. As long as we are willing to work hard, we will surely reap rewards. Zhu Jiuyin's words illuminated Di Jiang's mind. What works for Xingtian may not suit us. After all, Xingtian is a unique existence. His mixed bloodline is different from that of the other witches. Rather than trying to seize Xingtian's secrets, it would be better to develop our own. It was precisely Zhu Jiuyin's words that led to the early emergence of the 12 Duhua divine array within the witch clan. At this moment, Xingtian was unaware of the storm he had stirred within the witch clan. He was focused on strengthening himself, having removed the 3 innate spiritual treasures from the gourd vine and integrated them into his life's origin. Even the gourd vine was incorporated into his life's origin. As the gourd vine and the 3 innate spiritual treasures fused into his being, an unexpected event occurred. The gourd vine, which had been on the brink of withering, suddenly revived with vitality. The strength absorbed by the gourd vine was none other than the essence of Pangu, while the 3 treasures returned to their source, absorbed by the soil beneath the gourd vine. This change left Xingtian astonished, making it difficult for him to accept. Everything felt so bizarre. With the dissipating essence of Pangu within Xingtian, the soil beneath the gourd vine began to expand, transforming into a small medicinal field, forming a tiny space within his life's origin. When this small space stabilized, a sudden flash of spiritual light traversed Xingtian's sea of consciousness, creating a universe above and below spanning time, from ancient to modern times. This universe above and below refers to space, while ancient and modern denotes time. The unification of space and time forms the world, and indeed Pangu's inheritance was the method of world formation. Xingtian could not help but ponder, could it be that the great god Pangu initiated the creation of the heavens and the earth precisely because he had the method of world formation? It must be said that Xingtian's thoughts were correct. Pangu's act of creating the heavens and the earth was not as selfless as people claimed. He aimed to create a world for himself. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. The world was formed, but it did not belong to him, and he lost his life in the process. At this point, Xingtian felt a new doubt arise in his heart. Since the great god Pangu possessed the method of world formation, why did he insist on the path of opening the heavens rather than choosing to cultivate an inner world within his body? Surely if he could achieve this with an innate spiritual root, the great god Pangu should be able to do so even more easily. However, matters were not as simple as Xingtian imagined. It was not that the great god Pangu did not wish to open an inner world within his body, but rather that he was unable to do so. He lacked the materials to cultivate an inner world. The treasures that could form space were not easily obtainable. At that time, all treasures were in the hands of the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons, while Xingtian only possessed a single axe for opening the heavens. How could he possibly carve out an inner world for himself? Most importantly, to cultivate an inner world, one must have a profound understanding of both space and time. In this respect, the great god Pangu still fell short. It was precisely for this reason that he risked opening the heavens. It was not a responsibility, but rather his ambition. Though the great god Pangu wielded the powers of 12 laws when opening the heavens, he only had a superficial understanding of the laws of time and space. If he had truly mastered these powers, he would not have met with such a tragic end. The concept of ancient and modern is easy to understand, referring to the laws of time. However, what do the 4 directions above and below represent? This poses a bit of difficulty. It cannot simply refer to the cardinal directions. If it were that simple, the laws of space would not be one of the 2 great defiant laws, and the concept of above and below would be even less significant. Xingtian found it difficult to comprehend what the 4 directions above and below represented, so he redirected his focus inward. Since a small medicinal field space could form within his life's origin, it must be connected to the concept of space. As long as he could understand everything about himself, he would naturally reap rewards. If he could grasp this secret, he would be able to condense a world of his own, which made Xingtian feel an exciting thrill. Unbeknownst to Xingtian, after the small medicinal field world formed within his life's origin, his body gradually began to recover. An invisible life force emanated from the world, nourishing his broken body and continuously revitalizing it. Under the nourishment of this life force, Xingtian did not need to expend effort to heal. As long as he had enough time, his body would automatically recover. What an astonishing effect that was! This was merely a fragmented world. How incredible would the power of a complete world be? If the great god Pangu had succeeded, who could have possibly killed him? After careful observation, Xingtian finally gained a clearer understanding of the four directions. The four directions do not refer to east, west, south, and north, but rather to the powers of the four extremes of heaven and earth. Since the opening of the heavens by Pangu, the forces of the four extremes, earth, water, fire, and wind, have existed. Within Xingtian's own body, there were the powers of earth and water combined with a trace of spatial essence from three precious gourd and the essence of Shi Rang, which formed this incomplete small world. Shi Rang is not the law of earth as Xingtian thought, but rather the lower part of the four directions, the power of the earth. The power of the earth is fundamentally different from the law of earth. The two have essential distinctions. Once everything was clarified, a sudden joy arose in Xingtian's heart. It is said that Nuwa became a saint because she created humanity. Now that he has integrated Shi Rang into himself, hasn't he cut off the foundation of her path to sainthood? Without Shi Rang, how could Nuwa create humanity, even if she had a seat? Thinking of this, Xingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Changing the course of the primordial world also meant that he could grasp a slight change in the world, gaining more power for self-preservation. In deep contemplation, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this century, countless beings were watching Mount Buzhou, frantically searching for him on the mountain, yet no one could find any trace of Xingtian. Although the secrets surrounding Xingtian were incredibly tempting, no one had the ability to waste 100 years. A century may not seem long, but for those powerful beings it was crucial. 100 years could allow them to better comprehend the grand Tao imparted by Hongjun, and wasting such time would mean falling behind others. In reality, the true powerful beings of the primordial world only focused on Mount Buzhou for 10 years. After failing to find any trace of Xingtian for that duration, they gave up and directed their descendants or subordinates to search for Xingtian's whereabouts. In the latter 90 years of that century, the mountain was filled with junior golden immortals who took action. They all hoped to discover Xingtian's whereabouts and to obtain the grand Tao taught by their ancestors as imparted by Hongjun, allowing them to cultivate to the great Luo and become lords. During this century, some did not retreat to closed-door cultivation. Among them, the most renowned were Dijun Tai Yi and Donghua Dijuan. Dijun and Tai Yi brothers traveled east and west during this century, quickly uniting most of the demon clan and establishing themselves as the demon sovereigns, while Donghua Dijuan, leveraging the decree of Hongjun, built his own imperial palace on Penglai Island, seeking to formally take control of the primordial world. Driven by ambition, Donghua Dijuan opposed the demon clan established by Dijun and Tai Yi, as well as the Wu clan, because both factions disregarded him as an emperor and ignored the decree of Hongjun. Similarly, Dijun and Tai Yi also opposed Donghua Dijuan. After the establishment of the demon clan, they continually struck at Donghua Dijun's influence, believing he was competing with them for interests, leading to constant conflict between the two sides. As for the Wu clan, despite their considerable renown in the primordial world, they had never participated in the struggle for power. It was not that they lacked ambition for control over the primordial world, but their energy was consumed in seeking to understand their own nature, leaving them unable to engage in the battle for dominance. Over the course of a century, many races were destroyed. The small races living between the demon clan and Donghua Dijun's forces dwindled. They either allied with the demon clan or were drawn to Donghua Dijuan, while those wishing to remain neutral were attacked by both sides. Only those races deemed unworthy of even being cannon fodder barely managed to survive. As for the Wu clan, whether it was Dijun and Tai Yi or Donghua Dijuan, they dared not act recklessly. At least until they understood the true strength of the Wu clan, they would not move against them. Just the existence of Xingtian was enough to keep them vigilant. The Wu clan also benefited from Xingtian's influence, free from external disturbances, allowing them to develop calmly. This was also a product of the cycle of cause and effect. Though Xingtian's body had not fully recovered after a century, it had improved significantly. Moreover, after comprehending the secrets of the world, his ambitions surged. The four directions form the universe. Naturally, Xingtian chose the four spirit pearls created by Pangu at the opening of the heavens. He had already refined the water spirit pearl along with the wind spirit pearl, fire spirit pearl, and earth spirit pearl, corresponding to the powers of heaven and earth. Xingtian had yet to decide on the power of heaven, but he need not worry about the power of the earth, as the innate soil of Shi Rang was quite suitable. Xingtian also wished to master the complete power of space as soon as possible, but the materials involved in spatial power were too extensive and could not be accomplished overnight. Left with no choice, Xingtian opted for the power of time. Space reigns supreme while time holds respect. The laws of time are incredibly domineering. Mastering the laws of time allows one to completely obliterate a being from the river of time, a power unmatched in strength. Similarly, those who master the laws of time can ensure their own invincibility. What is time? For many beings in the primordial world this is unclear, but for Xingtian, who possesses memories from a later life as a great shaman, it is not difficult. Time encompasses the past, future, and present. Only by mastering these three aspects does one truly grasp time. For someone like Xingtian who walks a different path, quiet meditation is not a good choice. Accumulating spiritual energy is not very efficient for him. Opportunities are what truly matter, and those won't fall from the sky while sitting at home. To attain opportunities, one must seek them out. Leaving Mount Buzhou was Xingtian's thought and decision. He knew that although 100 years had passed, it would not weaken the greed of those who coveted him. Leaving Mount Buzhou would undoubtedly bring numerous dangers, but Xingtian was not daunted by these dangers. Staying on Mount Buzhou was safe, but also deprived him of opportunities and weakened his will. No matter how safe it was not what Xingtian sought. Although he previously claimed he would stay on Mount Buzhou until Hongjun's second lecture, that was merely a moment of frustration and should not be taken seriously. A cultivator without a heart that fears not the challenges and dangers ahead will find no future. On the path of cultivation there are many dangers. If one wishes to retreat at the first sign of danger, what development can be anticipated? After making up his mind, Xingtian did not covet the safety of Mount Buzhou. After some preparation, he boldly left the mountain. For the present primordial world is an era overflowing with treasures. If he missed this opportunity, he would truly regret it. Xingtian had considered sweeping away the treasures within Mount Buzhou, but unfortunately opportunities are not something one can simply wish for. His spiritual power had swept over Mount Buzhou, and he found no trace of the legendary treasures. Other innate spiritual herbs did not attract his attention, leading him to decide against staying. Most importantly, the small area of his little medicine field could not accommodate many spiritual grasses, forcing him to abandon those innate spiritual herbs. Although these innate spiritual herbs may not seem appealing now, once the calamity of the Wu and Yao ends, the entire primordial world will be profoundly affected, and the innate spiritual herbs will become rare treasures in the primordial world. While Xingtian may overlook these innate spiritual herbs, they are indeed rare treasures for others in the primordial world. Unfortunately, those individuals lack the opportunities to find such spiritual herbs, as many beings are still searching for opportunities on Mount Buzhou. In the 100 years since Xingtian's disappearance, the martial arts he imparted gradually gained recognition among some. The term martial ancestor emerged among the beings of the primordial world. The strong bodies and powerful physical attacks cultivated through martial arts attracted much attention. Although physical attacks have their flaws, the strength of the body provides many beings with a certain level of self-preservation, thus gaining the recognition of the masses. Xingtian, the one hidden in the background, came to be revered by some as the martial ancestor. Martial ancestor, the ancestor of martial arts, stands on the same level as the Dao ancestor in name. However, his martial arts cannot be compared to the 3,000 great Daos taught by the Dao ancestor. After all, the martial arts Xingtian taught were quite simple, and initially, he only intended to experiment. The core power of martial arts was not imparted. Xingtian was unaware that within merely 100 years he had earned the title of martial ancestor. Perhaps this title seemed inconspicuous now, but as time progressed it would bring him greater benefits. In 100 years, martial arts had taken root and flourished within the primordial world, establishing its own system. Some perceptive individuals had already begun to collect the martial divine monuments that Xingtian had once disseminated. Although these ancestral monuments were quite simple, they contained the essence of martial will, which was the core of martial arts. Unfortunately, very few could comprehend this martial will, and those who could do so relied on the martial divine monuments. It was no small achievement for Xingtian's martial legacy to have made such progress within a century. When he learned this from various beings in the Buzhou mountain, he was somewhat surprised. While he had considered the possibility of martial arts flourishing in the primordial world, it had merely been a passing thought, for the beings of the primordial realm still yearned for the 3,000 avenues, the path of primordial spirit cultivation. The martial arts focused on refining the physical body were seen as a lesser path to them. Upon realizing the success of his martial arts, Xingtian felt a stirring in his heart, contemplating whether to teach more profound martial arts. However, this thought quickly flickered through his mind. Currently, Xingtian's situation was far from ideal, with many watching him closely. Perhaps by teaching deeper martial arts, he could divert some attention, improving his circumstances. Yet that would only deter those of lesser strength, while the true powers would remain indifferent to martial arts. Most importantly, if Xingtian taught martial arts again, it would mean competing with Hongjun Daozu for the primordial fortune, which would likely infuriate him. Xingtian was not foolish enough to offend Hongjun Daozu for the sake of weaker individuals. When Xingtian first taught martial arts, it was not a significant issue, as he only imparted the basics and superficial aspects of martial arts. However, if he were to teach profound martial arts, setting aside Hongjun Daozu's attitude, the impact on the primordial realm would compel him to reconsider. It should be noted that this was the calamity of the witch and demon clans. If profound martial arts spread, it would greatly enhance the strength of the demon clan, which would be extremely detrimental to the witch clan. As a member of the witch clan, Xingtian could not avoid this calamity. He would never place himself in danger for temporary gains, and he would not commit such a foolish act of aiding the enemy. Of course, if Xingtian were to cease teaching martial arts, it would also put him in a difficult position. After all, martial arts had already spread, which was monumental news for him. As long as martial arts did not perish, it meant a continuous influx of fortune. Xingtian could not bear to let go of such a tremendous opportunity. As a madman, although the threat from Hongjun Daozu prevented him from fully unleashing his potential, the arrogance inherent in a madman would not yield. If this path proved unpassable, there were other paths to pursue. With a shift in thought, Xingtian conceived a brilliant idea. Buzhou Mountain as the support for the entire primordial realm posed a threat to both the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu. Neither the Heavenly Dao nor Hongjun Daozu wished to see Buzhou Mountain continue to exist, for they could not foresee whether Pangu would use the power of Buzhou Mountain to resurrect. Thus the destruction of Buzhou Mountain was their mutual consensus. In truth, it was not just the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu who wished for the obliteration of Buzhou Mountain. The ambitious brothers Dijuan and Tai also desired its demise. The three pure ones felt similarly. It could be said that in the primordial realm, aside from the witch clan, anyone with ambition wished for the eradication of Buzhou Mountain. Xingtian's ability to harness the power of Buzhou Mountain was truly astonishing, instilling fear in them. The thought of their lives being in the hands of others left them uneasy. Many sought to destroy Buzhou Mountain, yet they all witnessed the fate of the Heavenly Dao. The power of Buzhou Mountain could contend with the Heavenly Dao. To obliterate Buzhou Mountain was beyond their capabilities. They could only suppress this wish deep within their hearts for the time being. Many in the primordial realm did not believe Buzhou Mountain could be destroyed, or at least they thought it was impossible in the short term. However, Xingtian understood that the fall of Buzhou Mountain was inevitable. Once the power of the Heavenly Dao recovered even slightly, it would undoubtedly turn its focus on Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain's eventual destruction after Hongjun Daozu achieved Dao unity was precisely due to the collaboration between Hongjun Daozu and the Heavenly Dao. They both sought to eliminate Buzhou Mountain. Since Buzhou Mountain was bound to be destroyed sooner or later, Xingtian would not let this golden opportunity slip by. This was a splendid chance to spread the martial arts legacy. Even if Hongjun Daozu disapproved of his actions, it would not matter, for he was the one who released the martial arts legacy. He could not blame anyone else. With this thought in mind, Xingtian immediately took action, carving out one martial divine monument after another, imbuing them with the essence of Pangu to cloak the heavenly secrets. In a short time, Xingtian prepared 3,000 martial divine monuments. It was not that he could not create more, but with 3,000 avenues, success would only lead to failure. After burying these 3,000 martial divine monuments behind Buzhou Mountain, a smile appeared on Xingtian's face. Excitement. Thinking about the moment Buzhou Mountain would be destroyed and how these 3,000 martial divine monuments would emerge, spreading martial arts throughout the primordial realm, Xingtian could not help but feel ecstatic. Achieving Dao and becoming an ancestor was something he could not refuse. It had always been his wish. After gathering his emotions, Xingtian cautiously departed from Buzhou Mountain. Although he understood that his actions could not escape the notice of the watchful, having one less enemy would provide him with more safety. Even if Xingtian was strong, two fists could not defeat four hands. If he were targeted by a large group of determined individuals, it would be difficult for him to resist. As soon as Xingtian left Buzhou Mountain, those with ulterior motives in the primordial realm quickly sensed it. Some individuals could not help but sneer, saying, "Xingtian, you finally couldn't hold back and left Buzhou Mountain. Without the power of Buzhou Mountain, let's see how you escape my grasp." As Xingtian moved, a hidden current surged throughout the primordial realm. Many began to take action, heading straight for Xingtian, intent on seizing the secrets he held. On the sun above, Dijuan and Tai wore gloomy expressions upon hearing this news. Though they knew Xingtian was a madman, he was not a fool. Since Xingtian dared to step out of Buzhou Mountain, he must have his own schemes. Tai, unable to hold back, said to Dijuan, "Elder brother, we must act quickly, or others will seize the opportunity first." Dijuan coldly laughed, replying, "Seize the opportunity. They must have the ability to do so. Do you think that bastard Xingtian can be easily killed? Have you not noticed that the three pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi, are all silent? Even that bastard Donghua has remained quiet. Why should we rush?" Dijuan was not wrong. As soon as Xingtian moved, the three pure ones and Nuwa along with Fushi sensed it. Yet none of them rushed to act. They remained silent. Even the Emperor Donghua on Panlai Island did not move, all waiting for others to take action first, so they could gather information on Xingtian. Speaking of Emperor Donghua, one must mention the West Queen Mother. Dijuan and Tai felt somewhat powerless regarding her. Although the West Queen Mother was proclaimed the highest female immortal in the primordial realm by Hongjun Daozu, she had not taken any significant action, merely gathering a few capable female immortals and staying in the western Kunlun, leaving them with no opportunity to act. Kunlun Mountain was not an ordinary place, it was the lair of the three Pure Ones. As long as the three Pure Ones were present, Dijuan and Tai would not dare to target the western Kunlun, especially since they had no excuse to do so. Tai dismissively said, "Elder brother, while that may be true, the early bird catches the worm, those who delay suffer misfortune. I understand that everyone is waiting for Xingtian to move further away from Buzhou Mountain, but if we truly wait, until then we might end up with nothing. Countless people will rush in. Fortune favors the bold. Without risk, how can there be rewards? I believe we should take the initiative and act before others are prepared to capture Xingtian." Tai's idea was good, but was it truly so easy to capture Xingtian? Those who could become great powers in the primordial realm were not fools. Surely they could see this point. Dijuan shook his head in response to Tai's words, choosing to ignore him. The last incident had dealt him a significant blow, and he would not make the same mistake again. Seeing the appearance of Dijuan, Tai, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The previous incident had been a heavy blow for him, and that humiliation lingered in his heart. He was eager to eliminate Xingtian to wash away the shame with the other's blood, which is precisely why he was so anxious. Unfortunately, Dijuan did not agree with his thoughts, which left Tai feeling somewhat disappointed. Disappointment aside, Tai did not harbor any resentment towards Dijuan. In truth, he understood Dijuan's concerns. Despite Tai's fierce words, he himself lacked certainty regarding the pursuit of Xingtian. If they succeeded, it would be well. However, if they failed, the entire demon race would surely be at the forefront of disaster, potentially scattering the demon clan that had been painstakingly united. Dijuan glanced at the silent Tai and said, "Tai, being the one who sticks out is not easy. Without the absolute power to subdue all beings of the Honghuang, we cannot take on this role, otherwise we will meet a terrible end. Do not forget we have enemies beyond just Xingtian. That scoundrel Dong Hua is waiting for us to make a mistake, ready to strike us down in one blow. And do not worry about Xingtian escaping. Many within the Honghuang have their own ideas about him. We just need to wait and see what happens." It's easy to say, but when it comes to actually doing it, suppressing one's own resentment is not a simple task. Yet no matter how difficult it may be, Tai would overcome it, for this concerned the safety of the entire demon clan, and he could not afford to be careless. Thinking of the demon race, Tai's thoughts shifted as he said, "Big brother, the sudden appearance of that scoundrel Xingtian has already drawn everyone's attention. Can we take this opportunity to strike at Kunpeng first and unify the entire demon race?" Kunpeng possesses immense power within the demon race, controlling the entire North Sea. Most importantly, Kunpeng is a master himself. If they could subdue him, the strength of the demon race would greatly increase, and they would no longer need to tread carefully when facing Donghua Dijuan. Although Kunpeng is powerful, he has remained low-key since returning from Zishao Palace, focusing on closed-door cultivation in the North Sea. Tai and Dijuan had sent people to persuade him several times, only to be met with closed doors. Now Tai no longer wished to use soft tactics to persuade Kunpeng. Instead, he wanted to use overwhelming strength to subdue him directly. Kunpeng indeed was minding his own business at home when trouble came from the skies. He did not wish to engage with Dijuan and Tai, yet they insisted on causing him trouble. Upon learning that Xingtian had left Buzhou Mountain, various factions in Honghuang were closely observing his movements. Aside from those ignorant fools rushing to intercept Xingtian, the others remained silent. Those who could become overlords are not fools. They all know Xingtian's strength and do not wish to alert him. Even if they plan to act against him, it would be best to wait until he is far from Buzhou Mountain to avoid pushing him back there, which would be disastrous. When Xingtian moves, the wind and clouds stir. Perhaps among the upper echelons of the Honghuang, only the 12 ancestors of Wu are unaware that Xingtian has left Buzhou Mountain. They remain immersed in their own legacies. Indeed, legacies. The legacy of the 12 does of heavenly gods' formation appeared in their hearts as they focused on comprehending their own beings. As the most fearsome and terrifying formation in the Honghuang world, it excited the 12 ancestors of Wu. The 12 does of heavenly gods' formation possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth. Once perfected, it can summon the true body of Pangu. Even a small completion of the formation wields terrifying power, yet such a small completion requires the strength of a Quasi Saint. Currently, the 12 ancestors of Wu are merely at the level of Great Luo Jinxian, still far from the realm of Quasi Saints. For a complete 12 does of heavenly gods formation, all 12 ancestors must be Hunyuan Great Luo Jinxian. When all 12 set the formation, they can summon a fully realized Pangu capable of creating and destroying worlds. Such a powerful and terrifying 12 does of heavenly gods formation is enough to drive the 12 ancestors of Wu mad, its power far exceeds that of Xingtian's ability to absorb the power of Buzhou Mountain. To say that the entire Wu clan is unaware of Xingtian's situation would be abnormal. The 12 ancestors are absorbed in understanding the 12 does of heavenly gods' formation and cannot spare their thoughts for anything else. However, the other powerful Wu should not be so passive. The Wu clan's lack of action is partly due to Xingtian's arrogance. They cannot let go of their displeasure towards him. It must be said that Xingtian's status within the Wu clan is quite awkward. Despite being a powerful great Wu, he receives no recognition. Is it because of Xingtian's arrogance, or should it be blamed on the selfishness of the Wu clan who would abandon even their own comrades? In truth, neither Xingtian nor the other Wu can clearly explain this matter. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. The Wu clan has its own persistence, and for the other Wu, the 12 ancestors, are their sky a strict hierarchy that allows no room for error. However, for Xingtian, he yearns for freedom and cannot endure any constraints which has led to their conflict. In this matter, there is no clear right or wrong, of both sides have their beliefs, and neither will compromise for their faith. Xingtian is also aware of his own circumstances. He knows that leaving Buzhou Mountain will inevitably attract the greed of countless beings in the Honghuang. Numerous individuals will be waiting for him ahead, and if he cannot resolve these ignorant fools swiftly, then the likes of the three purities will swarm him, tearing him to pieces. As for the Wu clan, Xingtian has never considered that they would lend him a helping hand. For Xingtian, he would never entrust his life to others, especially since his relationship with the 12 ancestors is not harmonious. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. One must handle their own affairs, as depending on others is irresponsibility. Amidst such chaos, the only way to swiftly extricate oneself is with a single word: kill. Kill. For anyone daring to covet him, Xingtian can only respond with one word: kill. This is his only option. The reason he left Buzhou Mountain so leisurely was to lure those ill-intentioned individuals into action, allowing others to be cautious and not act rashly, giving him enough time to crush those who strike first with overwhelming force, thus delivering a shocking warning. For Xingtian, no matter how many people he kills, he will not show mercy. On the path of cultivation, weakness is not tolerated. Iron-blooded dominance is essential. If he wishes for freedom in the Honghuang world, he must demonstrate ruthless methods. This time he cannot rely on the power of Buzhou Mountain. Even the might of Buzhou Mountain has its limits and will not make everyone abandon their greed. He can only rely on his own strength. Carrying out a massacre with one's own strength is not an easy task. Even for Xingtian, it involves great risk. Fortunately, everything unfolded just as Xingtian had anticipated. The first group of individuals to appear were not very strong, merely a bunch of mediocre beings. Moreover, these people had long been blinded by their greed, unable to see the situation clearly, rushing in like a pack of madmen without any proper preparation. Perhaps in their eyes, no matter how strong Xingtian was, he could only be limited in strength. And with so many of them, even if Xingtian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not withstand their assault. It was precisely because they thought this way that these ignorant fools walked step by step toward death and destruction. If Xingtian were truly weak, would such good fortune allow them to take action? Unfortunately, these people had long since lost their reason and did not consider this direction at all. In their hearts, only greed remained. If they did not die, it would indeed be a miracle. Those without strength, but with an unsettled heart, are not worth mourning. For them, death is the best return. As these madmen moved, dark currents stirred throughout the Honghuang, and a storm quietly brewed in the shadows, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. As Xingtian left Buzhou Mountain and traveled a few hundred miles, those arrogant and ignorant individuals finally appeared, charging at him like a pack of vicious dogs. Without declaration of war, these madmen didn't even exchange formalities, each one crazily rushing towards Xingtian. To them, there was no room for negotiation, only slaughter. As long as they could take down Xingtian, that would be victory. The ancient powers, observing the battle from the shadows, couldn't help but shake their heads in disappointment upon witnessing this scene. This was their only thought at that moment. Initially, they had hoped for these madmen to demonstrate enough strength to force Xingtian to reveal his capabilities, but it was now clear they had overestimated these fools. Fools. This term did not insult them, rather it elevated them. Even if they were greedy and wished to attack, they should have been prepared. To charge in like a swarm, without any preparation, was not to attack, but to be attacked. No matter how furious those watching in the shadows felt, it was of no use, as they could not change the situation. One does not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. In such chaotic circumstances, what more was there to say? The only fate awaiting these individuals was death. If Xingtian had any worries beforehand, seeing this chaotic scene brought him joy. Was this not a feast being served to him, a free opportunity to kill and establish his reputation? Xingtian chuckled to himself. I never expected to encounter such good fortune. What I think comes to pass. If such opportunities were to arise more frequently, it would be even better. The entire wilderness would go mad for me. A rabble. No matter how many there were, it was useless. Without unified command, everyone fought based on their instincts, which would only lead to a quicker demise. As this mob charged forward, Xingtian's thoughts stirred, and like lightning he dove into the crowd. Before Xingtian made his move, some in the shadows still held a glimmer of hope that these individuals could force Xingtian to reveal a fraction of his power. Yet as soon as he moved, they realized this thought was unrealistic. Xingtian would not grant them such an opportunity. Once Xingtian rushed into the crowd, he began to unleash a massacre, taking down several people. Their deaths were not unjust. They were too complacent, always thinking that their numbers would intimidate Xingtian into avoiding direct confrontation. Because of this line of thinking, they perished, killed by Xingtian in a single blow, becoming nameless extras lying on the ground from the very start. Surround him. Don't let this bastard escape. A series of shouts erupted as the group of brainless individuals crazily surrounded Xingtian, misinterpreting his movements as an attempt to flee. One cannot deny how oblivious these people were. Watching this battle, Tianzhen's face turned exceptionally angry as he shouted, "Fools! Truly a bunch of ignorant fools. They think their deaths aren't fast enough and dare to surround him. Aren't they just delivering themselves to Xingtian for slaughter? It's utterly foolish to expect these idiots to drain Xingtian's strength." Seeing Tianzhen's furious demeanor, Taishang Laojun calmly replied, "We never had any expectations for these fools. Whether they live or die is of no concern to us." Though he claimed not to care, who could truly remain indifferent? Not only was Tianzhen furious, but those secretly orchestrating this also felt the heat, yet there was nothing they could do to change the outcome. For Xingtian, the most daunting aspect was this melee. Being alone, the more chaotic the scene, the more advantageous it was for him. He didn't even need to exert much effort to indulge in unparalleled slaughter by using others' strength. With the strategy of borrowing strength, Xingtian acted according to his thoughts. After initially killing a few once he entered the encirclement, he completely relied on leveraging his opponent's strength. The martial arts prowess he wielded was fully displayed, and soon a circle of bodies fell around him. Xingtian was right there. Despite the deaths of a few, not even the sight of numerous bodies could instill fear in those greedy individuals. Many continued to charge forward, fearing that if they delayed, the benefits would be snatched away by others, driving each of them into a frenzy. Watching as people fell with Xingtian's every gesture, Taishang Laojun could no longer remain calm. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "What an impressive Xingtian. What a remarkable Wu tribe. He has truly unleashed the power of the physical body to such an extent it is hard to believe. If it weren't for his low realm, I might even think that this martial arts was taught by him." Though Taishang Laojun looked down on martial arts, considering it to be a minor path, he could not deny the astonishing power it exhibited in the hands of someone like Xingtian, with a formidable physique, especially in such chaos, where it was like a fish in water, unstoppable. Tianzhen, unable to contain himself, said, "Brother, don't you think we should take action? With the strength of these fools, they likely won't be able to hold Xingtian back. Their actions may alert him, and he might immediately retreat back to Buzhou Mountain." Tianzhen's concerns were not unfounded. If these people had the ability to restrain Xingtian, the situation would not have strayed from their expectations. But now not only did Tianzhen look down on them, all those who plotted in the shadows felt the same, believing they could achieve nothing. In response to Tianzhen's inquiry, Taishang Laojun did not rush to answer. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and he couldn't act too hastily. It was crucial for them to consider their own interests and not be careless. After pondering for a moment, Taishang Laojun shook his head and said, "No. We will not act for now, but let us observe for a while longer. I believe that at this moment it is not just us who are anxious, there are others who are even more eager. If you look closely at those among them, you will discover more." Taishang Laojun's words left Tianzhen and Tongtian Jiaozhu momentarily stunned, somewhat unclear about his intentions. Could it be that there was something worth paying attention to among these fools? Tianzhen hurriedly replied, "Brother, these fools are merely a rabble. What is there to observe? We must seize this opportunity, it will not come again." Taishang Laojun sighed, "You ensure your heart is troubled. Remember, the greater the matter, the calmer you must remain. Don't let your emotions affect your judgment, or you will suffer great losses." Under Taishang Laojun's reminder, Tongtian Jiaozhu carefully re-evaluated the rabble and noted, "Brother, I think I understand. There seems to be something different among these fools. It appears some individuals are trying to act before us. Unfortunately, their efforts will be in vain. They will not only gain nothing, but may also suffer losses from their endeavors." Hearing Tongtian Jiaozhu's words, Tianzhen quickly calmed himself to observe the rabble he had previously looked down upon, and indeed, he made some discoveries. Tianzhen sneered, "I never expected Xingtian to be taken seriously. There are even individuals among these fools arranging personnel for such probing actions. Truly, they have some ambition." They aren't afraid of overreaching, as such matters are not something these incompetent fools can meddle in. Indeed, among this rabble there were many pawns arranged by those with ulterior motives, and the most conspicuous among them were the demon clan. Seeing these demons, Yuanshi Tianzuan naturally understood they were arranged by Dijuan and Tai. Yuanshi Tianzuan had no good impression of either. The last battle at Buzhou Mountain had a significant impact on Yuanshi Tianzuan, leading him to view Dijuan and Tai as mere pretenders hardly worth mentioning. Seeing demons stirring in the shadows made Yuanshi Tianzuan feel disdain. Unfortunately, Yuanshi Tianzuan forgot that he was not much better than Dijuan and Tai. He too had nearly lost his life at Xingtian's hands, and thus had no grounds to look down on them. Among the chaotic crowd, there were not only members of the demon clan, but also individuals from other factions. One of the most prominent figures in the conflict with the demon clan was Emperor Donghua. He had arranged more personnel than the demons themselves. As a chosen manager of the primordial realm by Hongjun Dazu, Emperor Donghua had grand ambitions, and driven by these ambitions, he had invested considerable effort in the matter concerning Xingtian. The greed for wealth drives men to their doom, and birds perish for food. Xingtian was frightening with a background from the witch clan, yet this did not hinder Emperor Donghua's ambitions. Just from the title of emperor he had taken, one could discern his intentions. Unfortunately, he possessed ambition without the strength to match it. Xingtian had no intention of considering what the hidden figures were thinking. For him, others' thoughts were their own affairs and could not influence his decisions. Kill. After inciting madness among everyone, Xingtian was finally ready to get serious. He did not wish for trivial disturbances. If he wanted to establish his authority, a significant event was required. As those besieging him went into a frenzy, a cold smile appeared on Xingtian's face. With the rise of this smile, an endless aura of killing intent erupted from Xingtian, spreading like smoke and enveloping the crowd surrounding them. Not good. That bastard Xingtian is going to strike. Upon witnessing the terrifying killing intent erupting from Xingtian, Yuanshi Tianzuan could not help but shout out loud. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's loss of composure, Taishang Laojun calmly said, "Calm down. Look at yourself. Oh, as one of the Sanqing, the authentic disciple of Pangu, should be mindful of your own identity." Yuanshi Tianzuan urgently replied, "Elder brother, if Xingtian opens a massacre, things will spiral out of control. If we can't contain him, the consequences will be unimaginable." Before Yuanshi Tianzuan could finish, Taishang Laojun interrupted, "The lives or deaths of those people have nothing to do with us. They are merely a group of ignorant fools. Even if they die, it won't affect the greater situation. You needn't worry so much, as someone will take action." It must be said that Yuanshi Tianzuan was indeed troubled by concern. Earlier, Taishang Laojun had already explained the situation, yet now seeing Xingtian about to take lethal action, Yuanshi Tianzuan still exhibited such panic. This shows how greatly Xingtian affected him, almost becoming his inner demon. Regarding Yuanshi Tianzuan's behavior, Taishang Laojun could not help but sigh inwardly. Although he understood how dire Yuanshi Tianzuan's situation was, he did not actively express it. It was not that Taishang Laojun was heartless and could not tolerate Yuanshi Tianzuan's existence, but rather some matters could not be assisted by others. Everything had to be resolved by one's own strength. If Yuanshi Tianzuan could not see this point himself, even if Taishang Laojun laid everything out clearly, it wouldn't be of much help to him, and might even have the opposite effect. As Taishang Laojun stated, they needn't worry. With such a significant event occurring, naturally someone would be anxious to intervene. When Xingtian's killing intent surged, the Emperor Donghua, who had been closely observing the battle, could no longer contain himself. After all, among these people were many of his subordinates. If they were all eliminated by Xingtian, it would significantly damage his vitality. While it wouldn't lead to a complete collapse, it would cause the majority of the forces he had painstakingly gathered to disperse, which he could not bear. To stop Xingtian, he had to pay any price necessary. Although the Sanqing and many others were closely watching Xingtian's every move, they did not rush to act, and kept their distance from him. However, Emperor Donghua was different. To ensure that his plans went without a hitch, he had already brought enough subordinates to surround Xingtian. "Xingtian, my friend, please hold your hand. We can sit down and talk things over." Emperor Donghua could no longer contain himself and jumped out from the shadows. Upon hearing Emperor Donghua's words, Xingtian scoffed disdainfully and replied, "Donghua, we have no friendship between us. It's impossible for me to spare you. Since these people dare to oppose me, they must be prepared to die. None of them will leave here alive today." In the face of Xingtian's disdain, Emperor Donghua did not show any intense reaction. After all, he was in a position where he needed something from Xingtian. Most importantly, he was worried about his own strength being compromised, so he had to swallow his anger. Emperor Donghua took a deep breath and said, "Xingtian, heaven has a virtue of giving life. These people are merely confused for a moment. Why must you pursue a total massacre? Why not spare them a way out? It would also leave you a favor." As soon as Emperor Donghua's words fell, Xingtian scoffed repeatedly. Not only Xingtian, but also others observing from the shadows couldn't help but sneer. Truly ignorance breeds fearlessness. What did Emperor Donghua take Xingtian for? If Xingtian were so easily deceived and swayed by words, he wouldn't have had that battle on Mount Buzhou in the first place. Xingtian sneered disdainfully, "Enough, Donghua. Put away your facade. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child, easily fooled? Don't think I don't see through your little schemes. If you have any sense, get the hell out of here quickly, or I won't hesitate to take you down as well." Hiss. Xingtian's words made everyone involuntarily gasp. Although they all knew Xingtian was extremely arrogant, and that Emperor Donghua's actions would infuriate him, no one expected him to say such a thing, showing no regard for Emperor Donghua at all. "Bastard Xingtian, do you wish to defy authority? Don't forget that the Emperor is the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor." Before Emperor Donghua could speak, one of his companions could no longer contain himself and shouted, displaying utter ignorance. In response to this person's words, Xingtian sneered disdainfully, "Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll kill you bastards too. What does being the foremost male immortal mean? It's just an empty title. You truly think you are the overseers of the primordial world? How absurd." Smack. Xingtian didn't give Emperor Donghua any face, directly slapping him across the face. After all, he didn't regard the orders of Hongjun Daozu at all. If Hongjun Daozu were present, Xingtian would not dare to act out, as Hongjun Daozu's cultivation level was beyond what these petty figures could compare to. What does it mean to be the foremost male immortal? As Xingtian said, it is merely an empty title. Without any real power in hand, to truly be the foremost male immortal and master of the primordial world requires immense strength, which Xingtian could not sense in Emperor Donghua. When Xingtian confronted Emperor Donghua, the two figures Zhuan and Jieyin, who had been hidden in the void, couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Zhuan said, "Brother, our opportunity has come. As long as we can persuade Xingtian to abandon this slaughter, Emperor Donghua will owe us a favor. Most importantly, if we can intervene, these people may join the West, allowing our Western faction to flourish." Zhuan, once he opened his mouth, revealed his true nature. He and Jieyin had not been in a hurry to return to the West to meditate and cultivate, but had instead stayed in the East for hundreds of years to seek opportunities for the West's rise. After all, Zhuan and Jieyin's greatest dream was to promote the West. To achieve this goal, they were willing to pay any price, disregarding everything. The idea was good, but unfortunately achieving this was not an easy task. Xingtian was not so easily persuaded, and their appearance would also cause unnecessary trouble. However, Zhuan couldn't care about that now. As soon as Zhuan finished speaking, a smile flashed across Jieyin's face. Although Jieyin also knew that accomplishing this task was no easy feat, opportunities must not be missed. This was truly wonderful. Now that the opportunity had come, they had to seize it. As those destined to attain sanctity and enlightenment in the future, both Jieyin and Zhuan are undoubtedly aware of this. If they lacked even this level of insight, they could only be described as two foolish birds. In the eyes of others, fleeing from such a situation would be too late, yet only those with great ambition, profound wisdom, and a wild spirit, like Zhuan and Jieyin, would dare to intervene. Xingtian's madness is taken seriously even by the three pure ones. Unfortunately, Zhuan and Jieyin were not intimidated. Before the Eastern Emperor could react, they suddenly appeared and spoke. "Friend Xingtian, be merciful. Although these people are somewhat greedy, there is no need to exterminate them. Moreover, it is only fitting that the Eastern Emperor, as the chosen leader of the primordial male immortals by Hongjun Laozu, intervenes to resolve your conflict." The sudden appearance of Jieyin and Zhuan stunned everyone. No one expected them to show up in such a situation. Xingtian sneered disdainfully, ignoring Zhuan's words, and mocked the Eastern Emperor, saying, "What a shameless Eastern Emperor. You need to ask Westerners to meddle in Eastern affairs with such limited abilities. I suggest you find a cool place to stay. Don't think that bringing in two experts as negotiators can alter my thoughts. I tell you, I Xingtian fear no one. My life is my own, not dictated by heaven. If I want to kill, no one can stop me today." As he said this, the murderous aura emanating from Xingtian grew even more intense. Under the influence of his overwhelming killing intent, the 7 stars of the Dipper suddenly emitted a brilliant light, making all the beings of the primordial world feel an endless sense of danger. As Xingtian unleashed his terrifying killing intent, everyone in the primordial realm was shocked. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who were in seclusion devising the 12 cities' celestial array, were disturbed. The path of slaughter, this is the supreme path of slaughter. It seems that this madman Xingtian is serious now. Jieyin and Zhuan will surely be humiliated. Yuan Shitianzun said with a hint of glee, his eyes revealing a flicker of excitement that was quite distasteful to behold. Taishang Laojun nodded and said, "Indeed, the supreme path of slaughter. For a gold immortal to harness the power of the Big Dipper and make the stars manifest in broad daylight is astonishing. This madman Xingtian is truly formidable, exceeding our expectations." In such a short time, he has made a slight progress on this path of slaughter. Although it was only a slight improvement, that improvement was as insurmountable as a chasm, not something an average person could traverse. Yet Xingtian succeeded without even using the power of the Wu's-Haoshan. How could this not shock and worry Taishang Laojun? As Taishang Laojun finished speaking Yuan Shitian, Zun's expression grew heavy, losing the earlier excitement replaced by a somber demeanor. He knew that Xingtian was an enemy of the three pure ones, and now that his enemy had grown so powerful, how could he remain cheerful? Although Yuan Shitian Zun did not wish to see Jane and Junti meddling in Eastern affairs, he was even less willing to see his enemy Xingtian grow ever stronger, threatening his own safety. With the unexpected appearance of Jane and Junti, along with Xingtian's words, the entire primordial populace would believe this to be a scheme orchestrated by the Eastern Emperor, inviting outsiders to interfere in major Eastern affairs, thus lowering the Eastern Emperor's reputation among the people. Yet the Eastern Emperor felt wronged. Jane and Junti were not summoned by him. They came of their own accord. Unfortunately, he found himself at a loss for words. Even if he forced an explanation, no one would believe him, for the facts were laid bare. No one would think Jane and Junti acted without thought, intruding at such a critical juncture and offending the madman Xingtian. The only conclusion was that the Eastern Emperor had invited them. Xingtian had struck Jane Junti and the Eastern Emperor a resounding blow, and this was merely the beginning. He looked disdainfully at the Eastern Emperor and declared, "Eastern Emperor, do not think that just because you were named the primordial male immortal by Hongjun Daozu you can dictate to others. You are not qualified for this. Today I will show you what true power is. In the face of absolute strength, your petty schemes are nothing but dust. Big Dipper condense murderous intent manifests. The heavens unleash their slaughter, stars shift. Earth energy condense, earth unleashes its slaughter, dragons and snakes rise from the land, killing intent ascends. Humanity unleashes its slaughter, heaven and earth turn upside down, supreme killing blood devours the sky, perish." As Xingtian's voice fell, the heavens and earth trembled. The three paths of killing intent converged, and those shrouded in killing intent felt the arrival of death. They wished to flee, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape the binding of the three paths of killing intent. Was the gaze of death a massacre of the soul? Hiss! At this moment, Jane and Junti gasped in disbelief. Although they had greatly overestimated Xingtian before making their decision, it now seemed they still underestimated his strength. Even without the support of Wu's-Haoshan's power, he could still invoke the supreme path of slaughter. Now Jane and Junti felt a pang of regret, but alas, regret was futile as the facts had already transpired. They were powerless to change anything. It was too late to stop Xingtian. The convergence of the three talents of heaven, earth, and humanity touched the source of power, a force beyond their grasp to diffuse. "Please spare me. I was deceived and brought here. Friend Xingtian, if you let me go, I will agree to anything." Numerous voices cried out, desperately pleading with Xingtian. Unfortunately, no matter how loud or sorrowful their cries, it was in vain. Xingtian remained unmoved. Xingtian was not one to show mercy. Once he made a decision, it would not change. If he intended to kill, then these people must all die. Just as he said, no one could hope to stop what was about to happen. Looking at those ignorant souls who continued to plead for their lives, Xingtian's face revealed an insane killing intent as he coldly laughed. "Wanting to live is too late. You have no one to blame but yourselves for being so foolish as to oppose me, Xingtian. Go perish." As soon as Xingtian's command fell, those who were loudly pleading fell silent. In an instant, their faces filled with boundless terror, as if they had seen something horrifying. They died. All dead, not a single survivor. With a single word from Xingtian, those enveloped in killing intent were all slain. What it means to be ruthless, what it means to kill without mercy. Xingtian had just delivered a profound lesson to everyone, making them understand the meaning of these two words. With a single command, lives were extinguished. Under his word, thousands were slaughtered, and these were not ordinary primordial beings, but powerful gold immortals and great Luo gold immortals. Such beings had no opportunity to resist before being annihilated, leaving everyone with a deep sense of fear. A ruthless person. In an instant, everyone's heart elevated Xingtian to the highest level of caution. He was a madman without limits. Is this the supreme path of slaughter? Is the supreme path of slaughter truly this terrifying? Where did this madman Xingtian obtain such a supreme path of slaughter? Why has the heavenly Tao not destroyed such a crazed and ruthless person? Seeing the terrified faces of the thousands slain in an instant, everyone could not help but ponder these questions, yet no one was there to provide answers. Is this the supreme path of slaughter? Yes, this is the supreme path of slaughter. The heavenly Tao does not wish to destroy Xingtian, rather he has not yet failed. Xingtian's supreme path of slaughter was no longer as simple as everyone imagined. His path of slaughter had merged into all aspects of his being. A single word determines life and death. It is not something the path of slaughter can achieve. Yet after merging with Xingtian's terrifying killing intent and spiritual power combined with the power of the treasured soul-devouring spear and external forces, they fused into one, resulting in such a terrifying strength. Stunned in an instant, the Eastern Emperor was left speechless. The people he had placed among the crowd were his trusted subordinates, yet now they were all eliminated by Xingtian. He wanted to take revenge for these people, but upon seeing Xingtian's eyes filled with madness and endless killing intent, the Eastern Emperor felt a chill of fear that made him regret provoking such a madman, trapping himself in a situation he could not escape. The three clear were equally dumbfounded, never expecting things to change so rapidly. Though those individuals were foolish, their strength was undeniable. Even slaughtering thousands of pigs would take time. Yet these people were effortlessly slain by Xingtian with a single word which left them naturally unsettled. Yuan Shi Tianzun shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible. Xingtian cannot be this strong. He is merely a golden immortal without the strength granted by Buzhou Mountain. He cannot achieve this." Taishang Laojun nodded and said, "Indeed, Xingtian cannot be this powerful. We must have overlooked something important. There must be aspects we did not pay attention to. After all, it involves thousands of golden immortals and great Luo golden immortals, which cannot be so easily decimated by a mere individual." Suddenly, Taishang Laojun's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Wait a group. I understand now. We have all been deceived by that scoundrel Xingtian. Everyone has been toyed with in his hands." As soon as Taishang Laojun finished speaking, Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu urgently asked, "Elder brother, what methods did that scoundrel Xingtian use to kill those people?" Taishang Laojun sighed. "Those scoundrels deserve their fate. They did not die at Xingtian's hands, but rather by their own actions." "This is impossible. Elder brother, you must be mistaken. No matter how foolish those scoundrels are, they would not kill themselves." Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tongtian Jiaozhu exclaimed in unison. Taishang Laojun shook his head and lamented, "I wish I were mistaken, but this is the truth. Earlier, when that scoundrel Xingtian charged into the crowd, it was not as simple as we thought. He intended to create chaos, but he had more insidious motives. Unfortunately, we did not realize this before." Yuan Shi Tianzun asked in confusion, "If Xingtian charged into the crowd to create chaos, then what was his actual purpose? If he did not enter the crowd, he would be doomed regardless of his strength." Taishang Laojun sighed. "Previously, we all shared this thought, which is why we were played by that scoundrel Xingtian. Although he is formidable, do you think that the supreme path of slaughter is something a mere golden immortal can wield? How could a mere golden immortal unleash the supreme path of slaughter to such a terrifying degree?" Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded and said, "What elder brother said is true. To wield the supreme path of slaughter so effectively is absolutely beyond what a mere golden immortal like Xingtian could accomplish alone. Could it be that he has hidden contingencies, or that the 12 ancestors of Wu are secretly assisting him?" Taishang Laojun shook his head and replied, "No, the 12 ancestors of Wu did not appear. If they had, we would have sensed it. Everything is a scheme devised by Xingtian. What truly allowed him to unleash the supreme path of slaughter so thoroughly was his charge into the crowd. Those foolish scoundrels naturally directed all their murderous intent at him, and in the center of that crowd, Xingtian easily absorbed this powerful killing intent." Before Taishang Laojun could finish, Yuan Shi Tianzun interjected, "I understand now. That scoundrel Xingtian is indeed cunning and ruthless. He is employing the art of misdirection, using the enemy's killing intent to connect with the heavens. It is precisely because of this killing intent that Xingtian effortlessly completed his ultimate transformation." Taishang Laojun nodded and remarked, "Exactly, we underestimated Xingtian. He is a madman beyond limits, exceedingly insidious, terrifying, and cruel. A moment's inattention could lead to being toyed with by this scoundrel. It is feared that he had already anticipated such a situation when he left Buzhou Mountain, having arranged everything in advance, waiting for people to walk into their doom." Though Yuan Shi Tianzun felt much resentment within, he understood that those thoughts in his heart could hardly come to fruition this time. He sighed heavily and said, "Elder brother, what should we do now? Should we proceed with the previously set plan?" Taishang Laojun shook his head and replied, "In this situation, what plan can we execute? We must treat everything as if it never happened." Treating everything as if it never happened sounds simple, but Taishang Laojun's heart was immensely heavy, no less than Yuan Shi Tianzun's. This was his second time being outsmarted by Xingtian. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Although the three clear did not reach such extremes, it was still a failure. However, they were much stronger than Donghua Dijun and the others, as they had at least not been publicly humiliated by Xingtian, losing face completely. In fact, many who did not get a chance to act shared the same sentiment, as the three clear, feeling relieved that they had not rushed forward, avoiding the fate of Donghua Dijun and the others. Not being able to steal the chicken resulted in losing a grain of rice, which encapsulated the current situation of Jiayin Zhuanti and Dong Huadijun. Especially Jiayin and Zhuanti, as their rash actions had alerted the Three Clear and others. After a deep sigh, Taishang Lao Jun's expression turned serious as he said, "This can also be seen as a wake-up call for us. We cannot focus solely on Xingtian. Jiayin and Zhuanti should also be vigilant. These two harbor significant ambitions, and we must be cautious." Yuan Shi Tianzun nodded and said, "What elder brother says is true. It is all Dong Hua's fault. He is clearly inviting a wolf into the house. I truly do not understand why Hong Jun allowed this scoundrel to be the chief of the male immortals of Hong Huang." Taishang Lao Jun shook his head and replied, "Hong Jun has his own thoughts which we cannot comprehend. What we need to do now is to be cautious. As for Dong Hua, he has stirred up a hornet's nest. Provoking Xingtian is undoubtedly his greatest mistake, and his actions have also given the Wu clan the opportunity to go to war. Not only will the Wu clan not let him off, but even Di Jun and Tai Yi will not spare him. He won't have many good days ahead." Taishang Lao Jun, being the leader of the Three Clear, possesses an insightful perspective on issues. He immediately saw the situation behind this matter. Originally appointed by Hong Jun Dao Zhu as the chief of the male immortals of Hong, Huang Dong, Hua was already standing at the forefront, being eyed by many ambitious individuals. Now with this blunder, he has brought himself endless trouble, and the mistake he made this time is fatal. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu said solemnly, "Elder brother, should we teach Dong Hua a lesson, show him some strength, and reap some benefits from it?" Upon hearing this, Taishang Lao Jun shook his head and said, "No, we do not need to be the ones to stick our necks out. Although Dong Hua has many benefits on him, he also brings trouble. Do not forget that he is the chief of the male immortals of Hong Huang, appointed by Hong Jun. We do not need to anger Hong Jun for the sake of a small gain." While Taishang Lao Jun viewed it as not worth doing, others did not share this sentiment. This time Dong Hua Di Jun had acted unethically and should be punished. Those ambitious individuals would not easily let it go, and for those seeking to unify Hong Huang, this presented a significant opportunity. Although the threat of Hong Jun Dao Zhu exists, they believe they have enough excuses. Even if Hong Jun is displeased, they believe they can weather this storm. In the end, Dong Hua Di Jun could only blame his own carelessness. He never expected Jiayin and Zhuanti to appear, nor did he anticipate that they would utter such words, leaving him without a chance to explain and forcing him to bear this enormous blame. Frustrated. This was the feeling of Dong Hua Di Jun at that moment. Though he wanted to angrily curse Xingtian for trapping him and scold Jiayin and Zhuanti for meddling, causing him to have no way to argue, he could only silently endure it all. Unfortunately, no matter how resentful Dong Hua Di Jun felt, it was of no use. Everything was beyond his control. He could only silently endure it, swallowing his anger with no other option. At this moment, Dong Hua Di Jun could only secretly hope that Xingtian would not push matters too far, allowing him to find a small way out and retreat unscathed. As for the grand plans he once held, he could only abandon them, prioritizing his own safety. Many people are filled with regret, and so are Jiayin and Zhuanti. However, like Emperor Donghua, they find themselves in a situation where they cannot retreat. They must confront everything hidden. Looking at the bizarrely fallen crowd, Zhuanti spoke in a deep voice, "Friend Xingtian, do you not think you are being too cruel? Regardless of the circumstances, Donghua is the foremost male immortal appointed by Master Hong Jun. Your actions are not only a slap in his face, but also a disgrace to Master Hong Jun." Unable to outwit Xingtian, Zhuanti could only place a heavy accusation on him, hoping to provide himself with a way out and leave with a semblance of dignity. Unfortunately, Zhuanti overestimated his own abilities and underestimated Xingtian's arrogance and strength. His intentions were good, but reality is cruel. Things could never unfold as beautifully as he envisioned. Xingtian scoffed disdainfully. "What a grand accusation, Zhuanti. Do you truly believe you are formidable enough to see everyone else as fools? If we are to speak of disrespecting Master Hongju, you and Jane are the ones at the forefront. Even if I were to suffer misfortune, it would only be after you. Do not think you can suppress others with mere accusations. You lack the qualification. And do not forget, this is the East, not your impoverished West. Do not think that just because you are allied with that scoundrel Donghua, you can dictate terms here. Your ignorance is only worthy of disdain. If you have the ability, face me in a fair fight. If not, get lost. I despise cowards like you." Zhuanti placed a heavy accusation on Xingtian, and in return Xingtian labeled Zhuanti as ignorant. Neither of them is easy to deal with. Emperor Donghua could no longer tolerate Xingtian's sarcasm. Although Xingtian's attacks were directed at Zhuanti alone, everyone understood that he was also targeting Donghua. If Donghua did not react now, he would no longer have a foothold in this world, and the power he had gathered would soon collapse. Xingtian's tactics were exceedingly ruthless, forcing Zhuanti, Jane, and Donghua to express their positions and bear an enormous burden. Of course, the blame would fall solely on Donghua, while Xingtian and Jane could only say they brought this upon themselves. Enough. Xingtian, do not flaunt your verbal prowess. Do not think that just because you are backed by the witch clan you can act as you please. Such a villain is despised by both gods and men. Emperor Donghua roared madly, showing no trace of an emperor's demeanor, only unending fury. As Emperor Donghua was in the midst of his fury, a sudden and intense killing intent surged through the air, aimed directly at Xingtian's heart. Indeed, when he struck, it was a lethal move. In an instant, Xingtian once again faced a life-and-death crisis, and at that moment many could not help but inwardly sigh, what a formidable Donghua. Truly ruthless and cunning, not only colluding with Jane and Xingtian, but also orchestrating such a deadly move. Remarkable indeed. Upon witnessing this sudden assassination, Jane and Xingtian exchanged glances filled with excitement as they realized that if Xingtian were eliminated, the pressure they faced would vanish, leading to a qualitative change in their circumstances. Of course, Jane and Xingtian secretly admired Emperor Donghua's cunning, as this plan was intricately designed. They feared that everything prior was merely a ruse to confuse Xingtian, and the cost he was willing to pay to eliminate Xingtian was truly terrifying. It must be said that Emperor Donghua was once again in a dire predicament. Things were far from what everyone imagined. This time he was set to bear the blame, and the sudden assassination left him in tears as he cursed the scoundrel responsible for attempting to kill Xingtian, questioning why they had to strike at this moment, as if it were a trap set for him. At this moment, Emperor Donghua could already envision the predicament he would face. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan would undoubtedly not spare him. Faced with this sudden assassination, Xingtian's expression turned grave. Although he was fully aware that things would not unfold as he had planned, he never expected Emperor Donghua to be so treacherous as to engage in such underhanded tactics in plain sight. Originally, Xingtian wanted to hold back, but at a moment of life and death, he could no longer afford to hesitate. He shouted in a deep voice, "Inch away, leap miles." With his command, Xingtian's body instantly tore through space, escaping the deadly assassination just in time, while the two dark red swords that had come slicing through the air struck nothing but emptiness. He missed. Such a meticulously planned assassination actually failed, leaving everyone speechless once again. How was this possible? How could Xingtian have evaded such an assassination? Regardless of whether they were willing to admit it, the facts remained: the assassination had failed and Xingtian had escaped a calamity. "Mingyi, you scoundrel, come out." After dodging the assassination, Xingtian roared in anger, his voice filled with boundless killing intent. While others may not have known who was behind the assassination, Xingtian was very clear. The intense smell of blood could only belong to Mingyi. The two swords that had attacked him were Ming's treasures, Yuan Tu and Abai. Before Mingyi could appear, Xingtian coldly laughed and said to Emperor Donghua, "What a good Donghua. You are capable of such despicable tactics. Just because you arranged for a Mingyi, you think you can kill me, Xingtian." This time, Emperor Donghua truly dared not take the blame for this. If he did, he would find it impossible to navigate the Hongwang. Emperor Donghua spoke solemnly, "Xingtian, do not spout baseless accusations. Mingyi was not arranged by me, nor were Jane and Xingtian invited by me. All of this is a mess you created yourself. Do not slander me. Accusations without basis should not be made lightly." No matter how Emperor Donghua explained, no one would believe him. No one would think this assassination was not orchestrated by him. Ignoring Emperor Donghua's defense, Xingtian shouted solemnly, "Mingyi, do you dare to deny your actions? Do you truly believe your tactics are so secretive that no one knows you intend to assassinate me? If I am not mistaken, those should be the Yuan Tu and Abai dual swords, treasures from the Blood Sea." As soon as Xingtian's words fell, Mingyi, who had been hidden in the shadows, was taken aback. He had not expected to be exposed by Xingtian, nor did he anticipate that Xingtian would recognize his dual swords and know their origins. The meticulously planned assassination failing like this cast a shadow over Ming's heart. Initially, he aimed to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Xingtian and seize his opportunities, but he did not expect to end in failure and have his identity revealed, leaving him regretting his actions. Greed is an inner demon, an uncontrollable one. Now Mingyi was ensnared by this inner demon, becoming a target of resentment, not only offending Xingtian, but also incurring the wrath of Emperor Donghua. Mingyi was not worried about Emperor Donghua, but the limitless madness of Xingtian forced him to be cautious. Such a frenzied individual, once fully enraged, could bring unimaginable crises upon him. Moreover, Xingtian had the powerful witch clan backing him, making Ming's head throb at the thought. Unfortunately for Mingyi, he had no opportunity to ponder, as after his identity was exposed by Xingtian, he had no choice but to show himself. Upon his appearance, Emperor Donghua could not help but roar angrily, "Mingyi, you scoundrel, why did you betray me?" Although this assassination indeed had nothing to do with Emperor Donghua, Mingyi would not bear the consequences alone. If he did, the repercussions would be dire. It is said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Even if Mingyi and Emperor Donghua had no relationship in the face of life and death, it was not worth mentioning. With a darkened expression, Mingyi said solemnly, Donghua, what do you mean by that? Just because things failed you want to shift all the blame onto me? Do you think I, Mingyi, am easy to bully? Forget it. If it weren't for you, why would I be at odds with Xingtian? We have no conflict. Good heavens, Mingyi is truly shameless, directly striking at Donghua Emperor with a clever ploy that left him stunned. With this single blow, Donghua Emperor is now burdened with an unshakable suspicion. There's no way to wash himself clean of this black pot. Ming's words infuriated Donghua Emperor to the point of wanting to spit blood. Truly, he has been plagued by bad luck, with calamities arriving one after another. That rascal Xingtian seems to be his nemesis. Nothing good ever comes when he's involved. If only he had known, he should never have plotted against this scoundrel. Unfortunately, it's too late for Donghua Emperor to regret now. Everything has already transpired. The thief's call has penetrated deeply, and now Ming's words have blocked all his avenues of retreat. It's akin to falling into a pit of mud. There's no escaping the truth, and no one will believe him anymore. However, he finds solace in the fact that at this moment Jiejin and Juani have yet to strike him down further. Had they done so, he would truly be doomed to never rise again. Donghua Emperor is not someone to be trifled with. Since Mingyi is willing to disregard everything for his own safety, employing such despicable methods, what's stopping him from doing whatever it takes? With this thought, a glimmer of determination appeared on Donghua Emperor's face as he coldly laughed. Mingyi, you claim that all this is orchestrated by me, then dare you swear an oath to the heavens? Swear an oath to the heavens. Donghua Emperor indeed has the audacity to pull a rug from under Mingyi, attempting to free himself from Xingtian's accusations and shake off this unjust burden. Mingyi is no fool, since he dares to wrong Donghua Emperor so brazenly in front of everyone. He must have made some preparations. If he hadn't prepared at all, he wouldn't have the right to stand there. With a cold sneer, Mingyi said, What a crafty Donghua. I concede you, I admit I cannot outplay you in this matter, but this grudge I shall remember. Be careful, for I shall take my leave. Withdrawing as a form of advancement, Mingyi played his cards brilliantly, publicly admitting defeat. This inevitably raised suspicions about any dealings between Mingyi and Donghua, yet Donghua Emperor played his hand even better, outmaneuvering Mingyi. Ming's counterattack riled Donghua Emperor to the point of wanting to spit blood. Mingyi was far more treacherous than he anticipated. This retreating tactic immediately cleared him of suspicion. Watching the spectacle of Mingyi and Donghua Emperor tearing into each other, Xingtian wore a constant sneer. As Mingyi attempted to leave, he spoke in a deep voice. Mingyi, do you think this is just any place? You can't come and go as you please. What do you take me, Xingtian, for? If you wish to leave, you must leave your life behind. Xingtian does not care whether this matter was instigated by Donghua Emperor in the shadows. To him, since Mingyi dared to raise a hand against him, he must pay the price. As soon as Xingtian's words fell, a fierce, killing intent surged towards Mingyi. Though it lacked the previous terrifying aura, it remained sharp and unmatched. The greatest difference between Xingtian and Donghua Emperor is that Xingtian holds nothing back and dares to attack, while Donghua Emperor merely relies on words. Such a person is not suited to survive in the chaos. His character flaws will undoubtedly lead him to a poor outcome. Had Donghua Emperor not wasted so many words and directly confronted Xingtian, the situation would not have reached this point. He wouldn't be in such a dire predicament, burdened with this massive black pot offering many an excuse to act against him and plunging himself into irreversible doom. Xingtian's attack made Mingyi acutely aware of the kind of madman he had provoked. He had already shifted all blame onto Donghua, yet Xingtian, that rascal, still targeted him, and the violent killing intent made it clear that this was not a mere show of force, it was a genuine attempt to slay him. The power of the innate path of slaughter is extraordinarily horrifying, and combined with Xingtian's formidable spiritual strength, Mingyi could not afford to underestimate this impending battle. Faced with Xingtian's assault, Mingyi dared not be careless. With the thought of blood-red lotus flower bloomed beneath his feet, and the encroaching killing intent was blocked by the strong defensive power radiating from this lotus, gradually consumed by the flames of karma. The 12-petal karma red lotus is Ming's defensive treasure, evolved from the shards of the shattered chaos blue lotus, possessing immense defensive power. When Mingyi summoned the 12-petal karma red lotus, a greedy glint shot from Zuni's eyes. Such a powerful defensive treasure ignited his covetous desire. Known as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, it is just a hair's breadth away from the innate supreme treasure. How could such a potent treasure not tempt the impoverished Juani? If not for Ming's formidable strength, Juani would have likely rushed to seize the 12-petal karma red lotus without a second thought. Upon seeing the 12-petal karma red lotus, Donghua Emperor's expression darkened severely. Initially, he had thoughts of avenging himself against Mingyi for framing him, but upon witnessing the immense defensive power of the lotus, his spirit instantly waned. With his strength, he simply could not break through the defense of the 12-petal karma red lotus. Mingyi was far stronger than he had imagined. Donghua Emperor could not help but curse, Mingyi, you scoundrel. With such formidable strength, why would you frame me? You shall not die a good death. Donghua Emperor is a typical bully afraid of the strong and picking on the weak. After witnessing Ming's might, he could not muster even a hint of a fighting spirit. This is undeniably a significant flaw in his character. A person like him will never have a future. In response to Xingtian's attack, after blocking it, Mingyi solemnly stated, "Xingtian, do not be too tyrannical. There's no good to be found in pushing things to the extreme. This is not Buzhou Mountain, and without its power you cannot break through my 12-petal karma red lotus. There is no deep hatred between us, so there's no need for a fight to the death. The one you should be targeting is not me, but Donghua." As soon as Mingyi finished speaking, Donghua Emperor was once again furious to the point of wanting to spit blood. He had seen many shameless people, but none as shameless as Mingyi. Donghua Emperor wanted to retort, but when the words reached his lips, he found himself unable to say them. Given the current situation, even if he countered again, few would believe him. Moreover, if he continued to argue, he risked provoking Mingyi, inadvertently plunging himself into a crisis. Of course, the most important factor is that Donghua Emperor now believes that the threat posed by Xingtian is far less than that of Mingyi. Even if Xingtian is crazed, he is still merely a golden immortal, and one without a powerful innate spiritual treasure at that. In contrast, Mingyi is a fully armed great Luo golden immortal. He knows very well how to choose. Donghua Emperor is timid as a mouse, incredibly weak in the face of strength, while Xingtian remains unmoved by such force. Although Xingtian's realm is somewhat lower, his fighting spirit remains unaffected. What is most valued in martial arts is the fighting spirit, and as the progenitor of martial arts, Xingtian would naturally not undermine his own foundation. Huh. Mingyi, do you think you can intimidate me with this? Dream on. I am not like that weakling Donghua who wouldn't dare let out a peep. I don't care if you come to kill me willingly, or if you were sent. As long as you stand against me, you must die. There's no other way unless you can kill me. No matter how strong the defense of the 12-petal karma red lotus is, it is not an invincible existence. Prepare to die. Xingtian roared madly once more. Although the murderous aura surrounding Xingtian had weakened significantly after the previous battle, he could still invoke the supreme path of slaughter. The Big Dipper in the sky and the fluctuations of power in the earth roared in response to Xingtian's furious roar, merging with his killing intent to form a powerful dragon of slaughter. Xingtian's actions once again demonstrated what true madness looks like. Offending a lunatic like Xingtian means facing severe retaliation and counterattack. Despite the overwhelming crisis, this madman remains fearless and undaunted, bravely facing everything without an ounce of retreat. Damn. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse Xingtian. He had made all sorts of preparations considering various possible scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Xingtian would be so reckless, risking his own life in such madness. One must understand that there are many who wish to take advantage of Xingtian in the vastness of the primordial world. Without going far, just among those present, who hasn't thought of seizing benefits from Xingtian? Whether it be Jiayin Zhuan or even the Eastern Emperor, all have such intentions. Once the opportunity arises, they would certainly strike with lethal force. In such a situation, Xingtian remained unmoved, showing no signs of compromise, still determined to fight to the death against Mingyi. How could Mingyi not worry? He might not care about Xingtian's life or death, but he certainly could not be indifferent to his own. Indeed, many sought to take advantage of Xingtian, but after revealing 3 powerful innate spiritual treasures, those who aimed to harm him also increased. Mingyi was well aware of this, so he did not want to engage in a bloody confrontation with Xingtian, fearing it would provide others with an opportunity. Mingyi's thoughts were indeed correct. Upon seeing his assets, greed was evident on the faces of the 3 pure ones. The Primordial Lord spoke solemnly. I didn't expect that this bastard Ming, he had hidden so deeply, possessing such powerful, innate spiritual treasures for protection. The heavens are truly unfair. As the orthodox disciples of Pangu, none of us possess even one spiritual treasure for our defense, yet this bastard Ming, he has so many innate treasures. Brother, do you think we should eliminate this bastard Ming and seize his innate treasures? The Primordial Lord was quite formidable himself, speaking of killing and plundering treasures with righteous conviction. Perhaps this was the true state of the primordial world, where countless individuals engaged in such actions. Hearing the Primordial Lord's words, Taishang Laojun sighed deeply, saying, as long as the blood sea does not dry up Ming, he will not die. Do you really think that the 3 of us joining forces can eliminate Ming? Do you really think Ming would provoke that madman Xingtian without any preparation? Do you think things are that simple? Taishang Laojun's series of retorts momentarily stunned the Primordial Lord. After a moment, he sighed and said, what you say is true. I was a bit too impulsive. This bastard Ming, he dares to turn against the Eastern Emperor. Indeed, he is not someone easy to deal with. Seeing the treasures on Ming's body, it wasn't just the Primordial Lord who was tempted. Tai, the Emperor of the demon race, was also moved. He couldn't help but speak up. Brother, do you think we should change our strategy? Right now that bastard Dong Hua is already in crisis, and this bastard Ming, he possesses so many innate treasures. Why not eliminate these two bastards first, and then deal with Koan Pong? Treasures can indeed stir the heart, and under the allure of three supreme innate treasures he couldn't help but be influenced speaking such words. In response to this, Dijun was also tempted, but he did not react as crazily as Tai. After pondering for a moment, Dijun shook his head and said, no, we will proceed according to the original plan, first dealing with Koan Pong. Whether it be Dong Hua or Ming, they can be set aside for now. Our current goal is to unify the demon race. Only by achieving that can we have the strength to contend with Dong Hua and compete with the witch race for dominance in the primordial world. It is unrealistic to think that the 12 ancestral witches will remain hidden forever. Indeed, behind Xingtian there exists the entire witch race. Many perceptive individuals have sensed the situation since the battle at Buzhou Mountain. The relationship between Xingtian and the witch race was not as harmonious as they initially imagined. It was precisely because of such awareness that today's events unfolded. But can the 12 ancestral witches truly ignore Xingtian's life and death? No. No matter how great the contradictions between Xingtian and the witch race, they are still internal conflicts. When facing external pressures, they will remain united. On major issues of principle, the 12 ancestral witches know how to choose. Previously, they were in seclusion, comprehending the 12 capital heavenly gods, killing formation, unaware of Xingtian's plight. However, now they have been awakened by the overwhelming might that Xingtian has displayed. Just as Dijun said, when the 12 ancestral witches awoke from their cultivation and learned of Xingtian's current predicament, they were filled with fury. The ancestral witch Dijiang shouted angrily, what a Dong Hua, what a Ming he. How dare they lay hands on a member of our witch race? No matter how much of a bastard Xingtian is, he is still a great witch of our race. Anyone who bullies him is an enemy of the witch race. Let's go and reclaim our honor. Let them know that our witch race is not to be provoked. Dijiang's words expressed the sentiments of the witch race. Although everyone did not hold a good impression of Xingtian, they were equally unwilling to see anyone dare to bully him. Such actions challenged the bottom line of the witch race. For those who challenge the bottom line, there is only one response: kill. The witch race has never feared provocation. With the powerful legacy of the 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, the ambitions of the 12 ancestral witches have surged. They secretly desire to dominate the primordial world, and Xingtian's situation has provided them with an excellent excuse to act truly a win-win situation. Just as Xingtian prepared to strike Ming, for the second time a sudden spatial fluctuation occurred, and a powerful force tore through the space. Then a furious roar came. Bastards, who gave you the audacity to confront my witch race? Do you really think my witch race is easy to bully? As soon as the voice fell, the faces of Ming, the Eastern Emperor, and Jieyin and Zhuan Ti changed instantly, each of them thinking, not good, it's the 12 ancestral witches. Indeed, it was the 12 ancestral witches. Just as the voice fell, they appeared before everyone. Although the residence of the witch race was quite far from here, under Dijiang's powerful spatial abilities they arrived in an instant. The appearance of the 12 ancestral witches forced those who had thoughts against Xingtian to abandon their plans. It was all too late. They had missed the opportunity. Many felt a twinge of regret, thinking they should have acted sooner. At that moment, their hearts, influenced by greed, forgot those who had perished at Xingtian's hands. Was Xingtian truly so easy to kill? Thousands had failed, and even Ming, he who wielded powerful innate spiritual treasures, had failed. What made them think they could succeed? These individuals did not consider all this. Their eyes were solely focused on greed. As the 12 ancestral witches emerged, Ming, his heart sank. This time his situation was truly perilous. Although he possessed an immortal body, it could not protect the innate treasures in his hands. Just as Xingtian had previously stated, although the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus has powerful defensive capabilities, it is not invincible. Faced with the attacks of the 12 ancestral witches, he had no confidence in escaping unscathed. Damn it! If I had known Xingtian would be this troublesome, I shouldn't have shown myself, nor should I have let a momentary grievance put me in such danger. Ming, he inwardly regretted. Although he placed all the blame for the assassination of Xingtian on Dong Hua, it was precisely his actions that had led him into this crisis. This could be seen as karmic retribution. Harming others ultimately harms oneself. What to do? Whether it was Ming, the Eastern Emperor, or Jieyin and Zhuan Ti all were pondering how they could escape this dire situation. Facing the 12 ancestral witches in a direct confrontation, they had no confidence in doing so. Even if Ming, he possessed 3 supreme innate treasures, he did not believe he had that capability. After all, the numbers were against them, 4 versus 13. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, victory would be difficult. Seeing the appearance of the 12 ancestral witches, Tai Shang Lao Jun spoke solemnly to the primordial lord. Do you see? The witch race is not the demon race, nor is it Donghua. Although Xingtian's relationship with the witch race is not harmonious, they will not abandon him for this reason. Externally, they remain united. Anyone wishing to take advantage of Xingtian must consider the witch race's reaction. This time Ming He Donghua and Jia and Zhuan have trouble ahead. The Primordial Lord and Tong Tian also agreed with Taishang Laojun's words, yet they held no favorable views towards the witch race, as they too had ambitions. One could only hear the Primordial Lord bitterly say it would be best if some bastards could fight to the death, inflicting mutual destruction. The idea was good, but reality was harsh. In this situation, Ming He and Dong Hua did not dare to act unless they were willing to throw their lives away. What they were thinking was not about fighting to the death, but rather how to escape unscathed. As for their dignity, they had long ceased to consider it, ere as long as they could preserve their lives, everything else could be sacrificed. The sudden appearance of the 12 ancestors of witches left Tai Yi shocked, exclaiming, "Fortunately, we did not plan to attack Xingtian earlier, otherwise we would have suffered the same fate as Donghua." Tai Yi's exclamation darkened Dijun's face, making it even more ominous. He took a deep breath and said, "We must hurry, we cannot let the witch clan eliminate Donghua before us. If they do, we will have no chance to contest the dominion of the Hongwang with them. If Kunpeng does not recognize the situation, we will have to eliminate him directly. We don't have much time." Dijun had no intention of killing Kunpeng, but the emergence of the 12 ancestors of witches forced him to reconsider. Time was of the essence for the monster clan. If the witch clan destroyed the power of the Donghua emperor, they would definitely charge at the monster clan with overwhelming momentum. A divided monster clan would be unable to withstand the witch clan's assault, especially given the immense power the witch clan had exhibited. Dijun did not want to place his hopes on others. Given the current situation, he found it hard to believe that the Donghua emperor could escape unscathed from the 12 ancestors of witches, which made him anxious. Seeing the appearance of the 12 ancestors of witches, Xingtian felt a warm current flow through his heart. Although he did not quite fit in with the witch clan, their support during a critical moment touched him. Xingtian said solemnly, "Thank you, ancestors. The grudge between Ming He and me must be settled by myself. I will make him pay a sufficient price for the assassination attempt." Upon hearing Xingtian's words, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of the 12 ancestors of witches, but it quickly vanished. The ancestor Dijiang nodded and said, "Very well, if you wish to do so, then go ahead." Ming He felt quite miserable and could not help but curse Xingtian in his heart. He simply could not understand why Xingtian clung to him so stubbornly. Did Xingtian see through his tricks and realize that his assassination attempt was not directed by Donghua? Xingtian had not seen through Ming He's tricks, nor did he care to. Whether it was instigated by Donghua was irrelevant. What mattered was that Ming He had attempted to assassinate him, and he must pay the price. Moreover, Xingtian had his eyes set on the 3 innate spiritual treasures in Ming He's possession. It would be a disservice to himself not to take advantage of such an excellent excuse. The reputation of killing for treasure was not pleasant, but for Xingtian it meant little. Besides, he had enough excuses now. Of course, he also wished to use Ming He to establish his authority. Though he appeared ferocious, he was still lacking against the formidable beings of the Hongwang. "Kill!" Xingtian roared and soared into the air, charging towards Ming He with a punch. As he swung his fist, he tore through space and appeared behind Ming He, delivering a devastating blow that shocked everyone present due to the immense spatial power contained within that iron fist. Ming He held the powerful innate treasure, the 12-grade fiery red lotus of karma. But now he faced Xingtian, who wielded supreme murderous intent and manipulated spatial power with ease. As the firelight of the 12-grade fiery red lotus flashed, waves of karma fire blocked Xingtian's path. Facing this punch, Ming He disdainfully said, "Xingtian, stop. I acknowledge that your manipulation of spatial power is impressive, but that's all it is. It is impossible to break through my defenses. You are surpassing your realm, otherwise you would not succeed. Your insistence is just a waste of effort." Ming He's arrogance infuriated the 12 ancestors of witches. Dijiang's face revealed a hint of anger as he said in a deep voice, "Xingtian, stand down. Leave this to us, or rest assured we will make Ming He pay for his transgressions." Despite Dijiang's goodwill, Xingtian still refused. He shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Ancestor Dijiang. I believe I can handle this myself. No matter how strong the 12-grade fiery red lotus is, it has its limits. With merits on my side, dissipate." As Xingtian's voice rang out, an endless golden light erupted from his body. A beam of merit light rose from behind him, forcefully pressing towards Ming He. Under the illumination of the merit golden light, the brilliance of the 12-grade fiery red lotus began to fade. No matter how strong the karma fire was, it could not withstand the merit light. At this moment, Ming He panicked, wanting to retract the 12-grade fiery red lotus, but it was too late. It had already been fully ensnared by Xingtian's merit golden light. To reclaim it, he needed to break through Xingtian's merit light. Xingtian, you treacherous bastard, how dare you deceive me? Ming, he bellowed in fury as the Yuan Tu and Debai twin swords crazily slashed towards Xingtian. No one expected that Xingtian had such a trump card. The earlier attack was merely to lure Ming He out, while the real ace was the merit light. This was truly harming oneself to hurt others, using merit to suppress others. Even though Ming He possessed the 12-grade fiery red lotus, he was still suppressed by the merit light. If he could not escape from the merit light unleashed by Xingtian, swiftly a tragic fate awaited him. The 12-grade fiery red lotus would change hands. What a madman. Xingtian taught everyone a lesson. The confrontation between the merit light and the karma fire from the 12-grade fiery red lotus was consuming his own merit. Merit is not something that can be had just on a whim, and Xingtian's madness instilled fear in everyone. Just as Xingtian stated, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, no matter how strong, had its limits. Under the merit light, it was utterly powerless to break free. It could be said that from the very beginning Ming He had stepped into the trap Xingtian had prepared for him. At this moment, even a fool would understand that Xingtian was attempting to seize the 12-grade fiery red lotus from Ming He. Xingtian's madness made Donghua Emperor even more uneasy. If he did not dare to offend Ming He, how could he confront a more ruthless Xingtian? This left him in turmoil. The sudden emergence of such powerful merit from Xingtian left both the 12 ancestors of witches and others in shock and confusion. They were all puzzled about the origin of Xingtian's merit. Xingtian paid no heed to what others thought. He sneered, Ming He, how does it feel to be deceived by me? Open up. After the karma fire emitted by the 12-grade fiery red lotus was suppressed by Xingtian's merit light, his spatial power easily tore through Ming He's defenses. His iron fist struck brutally against Ming He's body. The powerful attack instantly shattered Ming He's body, causing a rain of blood to rise into the sky. Ming He was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. How is this possible? How could Ming He be blown apart by a single punch from Xingtian? I must be seeing things. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes, unable to accept what had just occurred. A powerful being like Ming He at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal stage being obliterated by a mere Golden Immortal like Xingtian was utterly inconceivable. Regardless of how much doubt the crowd expressed, the blood mist in the sky confirmed the reality of the situation. Ming He had indeed been defeated, and he had lost his life here. Looking at the blood mist filling the sky, Xingtian disdainfully said, Ming He, stop your tricks. Do you think these little antics can deceive me? Don't dream too much. As long as the blood sea is not dry, you will not perish. It is impossible for you to reclaim the 12-grade fiery red lotus from me. What? Ming He is not dead. This is impossible. Didn't he just get blown apart by Xingtian? Upon hearing Xingtian's words, everyone began to doubt him, thinking he was a bit insane and that such a ridiculous lie showed a lack of taste. The so-called as long as the blood sea is not dry, Ming He will not die was dismissed by everyone. If he truly had such a trump card, why would Ming He be so low-key? Xingtian's words did not change the blood mist filling the sky. Ming He showed no response, further leading everyone to believe that Xingtian was merely bluffing, deliberately trying to deceive them. Seeing that Ming He had no reaction, Xingtian sneered and said, Ming He, I advise you to retract your tricks. Don't force me to take action, otherwise the price you pay will not be so small. While speaking, Xingtian grasped the 12-grade fiery red lotus tightly. His powerful merit light coalesced around that iron grip, preventing the 12-grade fiery red lotus from escaping. At the same time, the vertical eye on his forehead opened, emitting a strong mental force. With a mental shock, Xingtian revealed his immense mental power. As the formidable spiritual power of Xingtian swept across the scene, the blood mist, which had previously shown no response, began to rapidly coalesce, guided by an invisible force. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Xingtian, I, the ancestor, will remember you, you bastard. This is far from over between us. At the moment the scream erupted, two beams of blood light carrying the swirling blood mist swiftly broke free from the defenses of the 12 ancestor witches and then vanished from everyone's sight. The 12 ancestor witches were too careless. They underestimated Ming He, allowing him to escape easily without any precautions, even taking away the two supreme innate spiritual treasures, Yuan Tu and Abai. Though as members of the witch clan they did not care much about the gains and losses of innate spiritual treasures being so easily outsmarted by Ming, he turned their expressions dark and terrifying, as if they were being slapped in the face. It was ironic that while Xingtian could see through Ming He's tricks, the 12 ancestor witches could not. After witnessing Ming He flee at high speed, Xingtian felt a sense of relief in his heart. In reality, he was not as composed as he appeared. If Ming He had dared to fight back, Xingtian would have been unable to suppress the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus, and the price he would have to pay would not be less than Ming He's. Ultimately, Xingtian won the gamble as Ming He chose to abandon the fight against him under the influence of the 12 Ancestor Witches. With Ming He no longer in control, the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus was quickly sealed away by Xingtian using vast merits and golden light, then stored in his incomplete space, completely severing the connection between the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus and Ming He. When the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus was taken by Xingtian, Ming He immediately sensed it. His attempt to steal did not succeed, and he ended up losing his treasured spiritual item, the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus. Moreover, he had also offended the Witch Clan and Emperor Dong Hua, making his situation extremely perilous, which caused great anger within him. While it is true that as long as the Blood Sea does not dry up Ming, he will not perish, executing this is not an easy task. Although he has the Blood Sea to protect him from death, every time he dies, he enters a phase of weakness, which significantly affects his cultivation. If the Witch Clan and Emperor Dong Hua truly hold a grudge against him, the consequences would be unthinkable, which naturally infuriated Ming He. After Ming He escaped, the 12 Ancestor Witches, in their fury and embarrassment, turned their anger towards Emperor Dong Hua and the trio of Jie and Zhuan Ti surrounding them with the intent to kill, wanting to wash away their humiliation with their blood. Jie and Zhuan Ti couldn't help but feel regret. If only they had not been so greedy and had known when to retreat, they would not be facing such a dire situation now. Emperor Dong Hua felt even more regretful. He was not much better off than Ming He. While Ming He lost his treasured item, the 12-grade Inferno Red Lotus, Emperor Dong Hua had lost his wife and soldiers as well. He had borne several black pots that tarnished his reputation, and he lost many trusted subordinates. Most importantly, he was now in a precarious situation himself. Kill. Xingtian could use Ming He to establish his authority, and the 12 Ancestor Witches would not simply leave. They intended to use Emperor Dong Hua and the trio of Jie and Zhuan Ti to assert their dominance. Sensing the intense killing intent from the 12 Ancestor Witches, Jie could no longer hold back and said, "Fellow Taoists, we mean no harm. There's no need for you to attack us so fiercely. After all, no matter what, Dong Hua Taoist is the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm, appointed by Teacher Hongjun. If you truly kill him, you will have to face Teacher Hongjun's wrath. The dignity of a saint cannot be provoked." Faced with the crisis of death, Jie had to use Hongjun Daozu as a shield. This was his only way to stop the 12 Ancestor Witches. They did not believe that the 12 Ancestor Witches would show mercy, and just by looking at Xingtian, one could see how fierce the Witch Clan was. Dijiang sneered and said, "Jane, do not use Hongjun Daozu to intimidate us. Since you dared to provoke our Witch Clan, you must face our retaliation. Kill." Upon Dijiang's command, the 12 Ancestor Witches joined forces to attack Jie, Zhuan Ti, and Emperor Dong Hua. Without any hesitation, Jie's words had no effect on them. Emperor Dong Hua was enraged, shouting, "Who dares? I have the dragon head staff bestowed by my teacher." Emperor Dong Hua raised the dragon head staff, his eyes blazing red as he fixed his gaze on Dijiang Ancestor, which resembling a furious rabbit. Dong Hua's actions caused Dijiang to pause for a moment, but soon a decisive look flashed across Dijiang Ancestor Witch's face. He said in a deep voice, "Even Hongjun Daozu cannot be unreasonable. Kill. I want to use their blood to show the primordial beings the fate of opposing my Witch Clan. Kill." Upon hearing Dijiang's command, no one hesitated. They all charged fiercely at their respective opponents, overwhelming them with numbers. The 12 Ancestor Witches split into 3 teams with 4 against each, and in an instant Jie, Zhuan Ti, and Emperor Dong Hua found themselves in a perilous situation fraught with danger. Seeing the 12 Ancestor Witches act so recklessly, the expression on Taishang Lao Jun's face turned heavy. He had initially thought that Emperor Dong Hua presenting the dragon head staff bestowed by Daozu would cause the Witch Clan to hesitate, but unfortunately, he was wrong. The 12 Ancestor Witches showed no regard and were directly intent on attacking Emperor Dong Hua. If the 12 Ancestor Witches truly managed to eliminate Emperor Dong Hua, Jie, and Zhuan Ti in one fell swoop, it would be a major upheaval. The Witch Clan would dominate the primordial realm, and with their tyranny, one could only imagine what the entire primordial realm would become. This outcome was something the Sanqing did not wish to see. Yuan Shi Tianzun could not help but speak up. "Elder brother, we cannot allow Dijiang and these bastards to be so arrogant. We brothers are the true orthodoxy of Pangu." Hearing Yuan Shi Tianzun's words, Taishang Lao Jun raised his head and glanced at him solemnly, saying, "What do you think we should do? Should we confront Dijiang and them directly? I fear that is exactly what they hope to see, and do you really think we stand a chance against Dijiang and them in battle? Not a chance at all. What true orthodoxy of Pangu? This primordial realm respects strength above all. The strength of the 12 Ancestor Witches is evident, and Xingtian's madness is frightening. More importantly, the Witch Clan has numerous powerful witches. If the Sanqing intervenes, the consequences would be unbearable for them." Taishang Lao Jun's questioning left Yuan Shi Tianzun speechless, and a hint of helplessness flashed across Tong Tian Jiaozhu's face. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the three brothers indeed did not compare to the 12 ancestor witches, nor to the witch clan. Some were joyous while others were worried. The Sanqing was deeply troubled, but far away in the North Sea Kunpeng was extremely excited. If the 12 ancestor witches eliminated Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, his position would return to his hands. Such good fortune was enough to make him thrilled. The phrase joy turned to sorrow aptly described Kunpeng's situation. Just as he was elated at the prospect of the 12 ancestor witches clashing with Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, disaster descended upon him. Trouble came from above while one sat at home. Di Jun and Tai Yi silently arrived at the North Sea, heading straight for Kunpeng. When Kunpeng heard reports that Di Jun and Tai Yi had surrounded the North Sea, he was stunned. Bastards! What do those thieves Di Jun and Tai Yi want? Kunpeng could not help but curse loudly, his earlier excitement gone. As Kunpeng raged, Di Jun and Tai Yi stormed into Kunpeng's palace, without any regard, rampaging all the way, slaying anyone who dared to block their path. Kunpeng, you should know why we are here. Today you must make a choice: join my demon clan to become the master of all demons, or fight us to the death. With Di Jun's voice, Di Jun and Tai Yi appeared before Kunpeng. Their murderous aura from their violent entrance made Kunpeng tremble in fear. This was not a choice, it was clearly intimidation. Indeed, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi are imposing there, while leaving Kunpeng with no choice but to comply. Refusing equates to death. There is no other path to take. Emperor Jun believes that as long as Kunpeng is not foolish, he will not choose to refuse. Refusal means death. Does Kunpeng dare to risk his life against the two despicable birds, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi? Is he as mad and limitless as Xingtian? No, Kunpeng does not have that courage. He dares not stake his life in battle, as he can clearly sense the murderous intent emanating from Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Kunpeng took a deep breath and said, "You are ruthless, I agree." As soon as Kunpeng's words fell, a hint of a smile appeared on the faces of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Emperor Jun exclaimed, "Good, the Demon Master is indeed wise and knows when to advance and retreat. With the Demon Master's assistance, our demon clan will surely become the overlord of the Primordial World." Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were pleased, but Kunpeng felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Kunpeng is no good bird. He cannot let Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have it easy just because he is suffering. Kunpeng said indifferently, "The Demon Emperor is celebrating too early. Even if you can persuade me, becoming the overlord of the Primordial World is still a long way off. The unification of the demon clan is merely your belief. There are many powerful demon beings in the Primordial World who have not submitted to you. Can you subdue Fuxi and Nuwa from Mount Buzhou? Can you make Xinyuanzi from Wuzhuang Guan submit? Not to mention the despicable Han Yun. What about the many members of the demon clan under the leadership of the Western Queen Mother and Donghua, who were personally appointed by Hongjun Daozu?" As Kunpeng finished speaking, the expressions of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi darkened. Kunpeng was not wrong. They are far from dominating the Primordial World. There is also one more thing. Kunpeng did not mention the Witch Clan, whose power is not something the current demon clan can compare with. Disappointingly, this scoundrel Kunpeng thoroughly dampened the spirits of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, venting his own frustrations and also making things difficult for them. Emperor Jun took a deep breath and said, "The Demon Master has a point, but we must proceed step by step. We cannot be too hasty. Why don't we have the Demon Master accompany us to persuade Fuxi and Nuwa?" While it seemed like an invitation for Demon Master Kunpeng to join them in persuading Fuxi and Nuwa, Emperor Jun's words carried an undeniable force, leaving no opportunity for Kunpeng to refuse. Emperor Jun's treatment of Kunpeng ignited a fire of anger within him. If it weren't for the treasures in their hands, Kunpeng would truly want to turn against Emperor Jun and Tai Yi in battle. If Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had approached Kunpeng with kindness, perhaps they could have won him over. Unfortunately, they chose to impose their will, and while it appeared they subdued Kunpeng, they buried a hidden danger within. As long as Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have absolute strength, Kunpeng will not act rashly nor oppose them. However, once Emperor Jun and Tai Yi lose their absolute strength, they will undoubtedly face Kunpeng's retaliatory strike. Regardless, for now, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi have managed to gather the demon clan together, accomplishing a significant feat. What happens next will depend on the development of the situation. Kunpeng is not without his own agency. Regarding Emperor Jun's words, Kunpeng replied indifferently, "Persuading Fuxi and Nuwa is indeed crucial, but the conflict between the 12 ancestor witches and Donghua is equally important. Everything must consider prestige. If the 12 ancestor witches kill Donghua, even if we persuade Fuxi and Nuwa to join the demon clan, we will still be unable to contend with the witch clan. The two demon emperors should think carefully." Kunpeng's words left Emperor Jun and Tai Yi troubled. They were unaware of this point. Knowing is one thing, but solving the problem is another. At present, they do not have the ability to resolve this trouble. The power of the 12 ancestor witches is undeniable. Unless an unexpected event occurs with the strength of Emperor Donghua and the three Jian and Zhuanti, there is little hope for survival. If these three are slain by the 12 ancestor witches, the witch clan's reputation will soar, and they will become the true overlords of the primordial world. Once the witch clan establishes its dominance in the primordial world, it will be impossible for the demon clan to contend with them. Not to mention competing, it is likely that the demon clan, which they have painstakingly gathered, will collapse under the witch clan's stronghold, returning to a scattered state. Emperor Jun deeply gazed at Kunpeng and said, according to the demon master's words, what should we do? Are we meant to rescue that scoundrel Donghua? At this moment, Emperor Jun was seriously dissatisfied with the demon master Kunpeng, who repeatedly undermined his confidence. If he did not need Kunpeng to strengthen the demon clan's power, Emperor Jun would have long since eliminated this scoundrel. It is not only Emperor Jun who has a bad impression of Kunpeng. The Tai, who had been silent, also held a poor opinion of him, but the situation forced them to endure. Kunpeng is well aware of Emperor Jun and Tai's thoughts. However, just as they have calculated Kunpeng's mindset, he has also gauged theirs. These two scoundrels harbor great ambitions, and they will not harm him as long as the demon clan has not fully dominated the primordial world. With this understanding, Kunpeng calmly said, how to choose is up to the two demon emperors. I am merely analyzing the cause and effect of the matter. I will naturally follow your orders. At this moment, attempting to stop the 12 ancestor witches would be seeking death. What kind of character do the 12 ancestor witches have? Anyone who dares to interfere with their actions will face a conclusion of no survival. Although Emperor Jun and Tai had long intended to compete with the witch clan, they would not make such a reckless decision at this time. Such actions would be tantamount to self-destruction. Emperor Jun took a deep breath and said, currently our strength is insufficient to confront the witch clan. It is better to persuade Fuxi and Nuo first. With their support, we will have the confidence to face the witch clan. A small tolerance can lead to great plans. We must endure for now. As Emperor Jun spoke, Kunpeng could not help but sigh inwardly. Originally, he spoke those words with malicious intent, hoping that Emperor Jun and Tai would confront the witch clan. In that case, he would have the opportunity to free himself from their threat. Unfortunately, his scheme has fallen through. Emperor Jun did not make a rash decision to fight the witch clan. Disappointment aside, Kunpeng's expression showed no change. As a cunning and scheming individual, he understood what kind of demeanor he should display at this moment. Regarding Emperor Jun's words, Kunpeng did not express any opinion, following the arrangements of Emperor Jun and Tai, as he had previously stated, not giving them an excuse to create trouble for him. Caution leads to safety, and this point is well exemplified in Kunpeng. His carefulness only served to secretly irritate Emperor Jun and Tai. Although the changes on the side of the Biming River occurred swiftly, causing little disturbance, those with insight realized that Emperor Jun and Tai's schemes did not escape their notice. Those who pay the most attention to Kunpeng are naturally Xinyuanzi and Han Yun. Han Yun and Kunpeng have already formed a deadly feud due to the incident at Zhixiao Palace. As a friend of Han Yun, Xinyuanzi is naturally concerned that Han Yun might be retaliated against by Kunpeng and must keep a close eye on the Biming River's every move just in case. It is precisely because Xinyuanzi values Kunpeng that he sees through Emperor Jun and Tai's schemes against him, using diversionary tactics. When Emperor Jun and Tai chose not to deal with Xingtian, but instead used diversionary tactics to capture Kunpeng without attracting attention, Xinyuanzi's heart grew heavy. Although Han Yun is carefree, he understands the situation he is facing at this moment. Just one Kunpeng has made him worry. Now that Kunpeng has allied with Emperor Jun and Tai, it is easy to imagine how dangerous his situation will be. Han Yun is not a fool. These consecutive changes forced him to worry about his safety. That is why he has stayed at Wuzhuangguan since leaving Mount Buzhou. Unfortunately, he forgot that hiding is not a solution. Having seized the 12th grade infernal fire red lotus from the hands of the river of Hades, Xingtian was not satisfied. This success filled him with an overwhelming confidence, a desire to change his fate, to alter the primordial world. Since he could achieve success from the river of Hades, he could equally succeed against others. Among those besieging him, Xingtian's greatest hatred was not for the river of Hades, nor for the Eastern Emperor, but for Zhuanti. His disdain for Zhuanti ran deep, further fueled by the latter's greedy gaze, which infuriated Xingtian. In this dire situation, Zhuanti still harbored immense greed for the 12th grade infernal fire red lotus. How could such a person not provoke Xingtian's wrath? Since he had decided to use this opportunity to instill fear in the beings of the primordial world, why not go for something grand? In that moment, a wild thought surged in Xingtian's heart: to annihilate Zhuanti. Greed is a sin. Zhuanti did not expect that his momentary lack of control over his greed would incite such a terrifying ambition in Xingtian. Had he known, he likely would not have shown such a reaction. Of course, Xingtian's desire to kill Zhuanti was not solely due to Zhuanti's greed. There were certainly many others in the primordial world who covet the 12th grade infernal fire red lotus. There was another reason behind Xingtian's actions. Xingtian is a saint as determined by the heavenly principles. If Xingtian could slay Xingtian, it would signify that the heavenly principles are not so formidable that the notion of an unchangeable trend is mere talk. This primordial realm is not something the heavenly principles can fully control. Although such an act would undoubtedly bring about great terror and danger, it was not enough to make Xingtian waver. Kill. As the murderous intent surged within Xingtian, he transformed into an unparalleled demon. After several slaughters, the supreme path of killing seemed to have merged into his body. With his murderous heart ignited and the path awakened, he almost believed he could command the endless killing intent within the world. Though this was merely a fleeting illusion for Xingtian, it proved that he had touched the gates of the supreme path of killing. As long as his cultivation reached a certain level, he would be able to wield this unparalleled path. For Xingtian, this was not the most crucial aspect. What mattered most was that he felt his grasp over the soul-devouring spear within his sea of consciousness had increased. What kind of person can instill fear in others? A madman. An unpredictable madman is the most terrifying, for you cannot foresee his next move. Xingtian had already displayed his prowess in a frontal confrontation. There was nothing more to achieve there, or what he needed to focus on now was the shadows. If the river of Hades could disregard face to assassinate a mere golden immortal like himself, then why should he not be able to cast aside his dignity to kill Xingtian? Perhaps his assassination would upset the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who might think it tarnished the reputation of the sorcery clan, but did he care about any of that? No, I do not care. What does reputation matter? As long as I can survive, I will do anything, dare to do anything. Xingtian quietly reassured himself. With such a spirit, what could possibly pose a challenge to Xingtian? A madman who disregards his reputation and acts recklessly is a disaster to contend with unless you possess absolute strength to suppress him. Die! Xingtian roared, unleashing his spatial power, which tore through space in an instant. His double iron fists ruthlessly struck Xingtian. Although everyone was wary of Xingtian's madness, Xingtian never expected that the target of the attack would be himself rather than the Eastern Emperor. To him, it seemed he was merely exchanging barbs with Xingtian, not engaging in any direct conflict. On the other hand, it was different for the Eastern Emperor. Even if Xingtian intended a sneak attack, it would surely be aimed at him instead of Xingtian. This miscalculation allowed Xingtian to land a successful blow. If previously Xingtian could engage the river of Hades using spatial power and avoid his assassination, demonstrating formidable self-defense, then this time his sneak attack on Xingtian revealed the terrifying might of the spatial power combined with the supreme path of killing. Under the force of Xingtian's iron fist, Xingtian was instantly gravely wounded. Although Xingtian failed to deliver a fatal blow, such a powerful sneak attack still caused everyone to change color. Even though Di Jiang was reluctant to admit that Xingtian was superior to him in the use of spatial power, this was the undeniable truth. No! Jie exclaimed in shock upon seeing Xingtian ambushed by Xingtian, his face filled with unrelenting worry. Having succeeded in the first strike, Xingtian showed no mercy. He soared upward, intent on completely annihilating Xingtian, and this sudden shift sent ripples of fear through the entire primordial realm. Fleeing back to the sea of blood, the river of Hades had to admit that Xingtian was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Facing someone who could wield spatial power so adeptly was indeed a chilling prospect. Revenge. The river of Hades longed for vengeance, but he had to admit that he could derive no benefit from Xingtian. With his mastery of spatial power, Xingtian held an unbeatable advantage. Xingtian's sneak attack placed Xingtian in immediate danger of death. Previously being besieged by 4 ancestral witches had already pushed him to his limits. Now severely injured by Xingtian's ambush, if he could not swiftly alter the current situation, only death awaited him. Faced with the threat of death, a person's potential can be fully unleashed, and Xingtian was no exception. Even with his potential fully realized, escaping from the Siege of 5 would be impossible. His only choice was to fight for his life. Betting his life was Xingtian's only chance. Being favored by the heavenly principles, Xingtian naturally had his own unique strengths. As he was injured by Xingtian, Xingtian clearly understood how perilous his situation was. Without any hesitation, he roared, revealing his true form. A massive golden tree appeared before everyone. The innate spiritual root of the Bodhi tree, Xingtian manifested his true form, and the colossal spiritual root quickly burrowed into the earth, absorbing the endless essence of the earth's veins to heal his injuries. Simultaneously, countless tree branches wildly swept towards Xingtian and others. It must be said that Xingtian, upon revealing his true self, was an incredibly terrifying entity. As a plant, rooting was his instinct, and after rooting, Xingtian gained powerful support, continuously replenishing himself with the essence of the earth's veins. Though he could not integrate the power of the unnamed mountain into himself like Xingtian, his strength surged after revealing his true self. To annihilate him was no simple task. Of course, with benefits come drawbacks, as everything has two sides. Although Xingtian's power became incredibly strong upon revealing his true self, he also left himself with considerable risks. Trees perish when moved while beings thrive. In his human form, no matter how Xingtian moved, he wouldn't suffer harm. But in his true form, any movement could injure his essence, which was a heavy burden for him. Naturally, Xingtian could not afford to be overly cautious now. If he hesitated and risked injuring his essence, he would surely lose his life here. By comparison, this was his best choice. As one of the 5 innate spiritual roots, Xingtian's true form possessed unmatched offensive power and formidable defense, representing a perfect fusion of attack and defense. Coupled with his instinct to root, it became incredibly challenging for Xingtian and others to annihilate him. No matter how powerful their attacks were, Xingtian and the others struggled to harm Xingtian, even when Xingtian exerted his formidable spatial power. Xingtian had now become a powerful porcupine, making it difficult for others to approach him. Fortunately, Xingtian, unable to move after revealing his true self, prevented the 4 ancestral witches from getting into serious trouble. While Xingtian could defend himself with his powerful spatial power, the other ancestral witches found it much more challenging unless they were willing to engage Xingtian in a mutual destruction. Xingtian being forced to reveal his true self pleased the Eastern Emperor, who saw an opportunity for escape. In contrast, Jian's expression darkened as he understood the great cost Xingtian had incurred, yet he lacked the power to change anything. Though there was immense pain in his heart, Jian knew what he should do at this moment. He could not let the sacrifice of Xingtian go to waste. He pressed forward toward Xingtian despite the onslaught of the 4 great ancestral witches, hoping to meet with Xingtian, for only then could he escape his predicament. Similarly, Donghua Emperor was doing the same, but he did not care about the price Xingtian had paid. To him, as long as it was beneficial to himself, that was enough. He never considered the immense karmic debt he would owe Xingtian if he managed to escape. Originally, Donghua Emperor had depleted much of his fortune due to this scheme, and if he were to incur an even greater karmic debt, to Xingtian his demise would be inevitable. No one could save him. After all, Xingtian was a man from the West, and he was one who wholeheartedly sought to elevate the West. As the head of the prehistoric male immortals personally appointed by Hongjuan, if Donghua Emperor owed such a colossal debt to the West, who would survive? In fact, from the moment Donghua Emperor plotted against Xingtian, his fate was already sealed. Death was his inevitable conclusion, of fate that no one could alter. Though the 12 ancestor witches wished to surround and kill Jian and Donghua to prevent them from uniting with Xingtian in the face of Jian and Donghua's desperate fight, unless they were willing to risk their lives to forcibly intercept them, they could only watch as the two came together. As fellow great Luo golden immortals, once Jian and Donghua fought desperately, even 4 could hardly ensure their own safety, for no one knew if the other side might resort to a desperate self-explosion. Seeing Jian, Xingtian, and Donghua Emperor come together, the face of the ancestral, which Daijang revealed endless gloom. This was a slap in the face to the 12 ancestor witches who, despite being 12 against 3, they had not annihilated the enemy. How could such a result not make him furious? Must we really resort to the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation to forcefully annihilate these 3 bastards, Jian, Xingtian, and Donghua? Daijang's heart began to hesitate. If he activated the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, he believed that annihilating these 3 bastards would be a simple task. However, doing so would completely expose their trump cards. After all, Daijang had great ambitions, and under these ambitions they not only had to face Jian, Xingtian, and Donghua, but also the increasingly powerful demon race. In Daijang's heart, the demon race was their ultimate enemy. Exposing their trump cards to the enemy would be a disaster, alerting them and losing the opportunity to catch the enemy off guard for a decisive kill. Yet letting Jian, Xingtian, and Donghua go like this was also unacceptable to Daijang. After all, they had caused such a significant uproar, and to end it in this manner would give the impression of a tiger's head and a snake's tail, greatly harming the reputation of the witch tribe. Daijang was in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Xingtian and Jian were even more troubled. Xingtian knew that staying in his true form for even one more second would worsen his own injuries. They both desperately hoped for the battle to end soon, wishing for someone to intervene and resolve their crisis. The demon race and the 3 pure ones became the hopes of Xingtian and Jian. As long as either side appeared, they would be able to escape and leave this place in the east that broke their hearts. With alongside Jian said, Daijang, we harbor no deep-seated hatred between us. Why must you all take things to the extreme? Forcing us into a corner benefits no one. If you truly wish to kill us, I believe you will also pay a heavy price. At least dragging a few ancestor witches down with you is not a difficult task. I think Daijang would not want to see such a situation where the kin suffer pain while the enemies rejoice. Hearing Jiayin's words, Donghua Emperor felt a surge of fear. He was afraid that the enemies Jiayin referred to were himself. If Jiayin and Xingtian abandoned him at this moment, what awaited him would be destruction. After all, he had made it clear before that Jiayin and Xingtian were not invited by him. Thus, it was inevitable that they would harbor resentment. What should I do? I cannot sit and wait for death. I cannot be betrayed by those two bastards Jiayin and Xingtian. I must find a way to escape. Donghua Emperor's heart was screaming in madness, thoughts racing through his mind as he frantically sought a way out. It must be said that Donghua Emperor was underestimating Jiayin's character. If Jiayin truly wished to abandon him, he would not allow him to meet with Xingtian. In fact, Jiayin was referring to the demon race. It was just unfortunate that Donghua Emperor misunderstood and began to guard against Jiayin and Xingtian. What do I still have? Oh right, the dragon head staff. This was bestowed by teacher Hongjun. The 12 ancestor witches dare not offend the might of the teacher. I am saved. In a dire situation, some people can withstand the pressure while others cannot. Clearly, Jiayin and Xingtian endured the pressure as they were still not overwhelmed by external forces, while Donghua Emperor had obviously not held up. He was becoming somewhat deranged. Daijing, get out of my way. I have the dragon head staff bestowed by teacher Hongjun. Do not force me to unleash my fury. If you disturb teacher Hongjun, you should know the consequences. Donghua Emperor shouted madly. Upon hearing his words, Jiayin and Xingtian could not help but curse Donghua, you bastard. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. We have barely stabilized Daijing, and now you with a single word ruin everything. You are truly a pig. If Jiayin's earlier words had given Daijing some hesitation, for he did not want to see the demon race reaping the benefits, not wanting to activate the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. However, now with Donghua's words, Daijing had made up his mind to use the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation to annihilate Donghua, Jiayin, and Xingtian. Face was very important to Daijing. If he retreated under Donghua Emperor's words, the entire witch tribe would become a laughingstock in the wilderness. Such a consequence was not what Daijing wanted to see, so he had to strike decisively. Kill. Daijing had no choice. He said in a deep voice, set up the formation. As soon as Daijing's words fell, the other ancestor witches moved swiftly. Soon the breaths of the 12 ancestor witches intertwined, forming a massive net that trapped Jiayin, Xingtian, and Donghua Emperor. When the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation was activated, the malevolent energy surged towards them. At the moment Daijing shouted, set up the formation, Xingtian's heart trembled. In an instant he thought of the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. However, the timing was clearly wrong. How could the 12 ancestor witches have comprehended the trump card left to the witch tribe by Pangu so long in advance? Could it be that his appearance had influenced the 12 ancestor witches, causing everything to be expedited? Xingtian did not feel fear about all this. On the contrary, he was excited. Though every change would prevent him from having a clear judgment of the prehistoric world, the more this was the case, the more it indicated that the heavenly Tao was not an unbeatable existence. He could gain greater freedom. Feeling the overwhelming malevolent energy surging in, Xingtian secretly thought, indeed, it is the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. Everything has come early. With the emergence of the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation, Xingtian did not believe that Jiayin, Xingtian, and Donghua Emperor could withstand the siege of the 12 ancestor witches. With their cultivation levels, they had no chance of resistance against the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. Even self-detonation would not impact the formation, as they were merely great Luo golden immortals, far from being able to shake the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. However, nothing was absolute. Now that the 12 ancestor witches had comprehended the supreme killing formation in advance, it was likely that the heavenly Tao and Hongjun would not allow this to continue, letting the entire wilderness lose control. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Dijuan and Tai, the two thieves, had also been influenced by his appearance. In an instant, Xingtian's mind was also in turmoil as thought after thought surged forth, compelling him to carefully consider the future developments. Although he sensed the intense killing intent from the ancestor deity of Di Jiang, still did not want to give up on persuading him. He would exert all his efforts, even if there was a glimmer of hope. Jiayin shouted loudly, Di Jiang ancestor deity, your enemy is not us, but others. Have you never considered that this might just be a trap? You are currently being used by someone. Di Jiang ancestor deity was not a fool. Jiayin's repeated persuasion made him wary. He spoke in a deep voice. Jiayin, are you referring to Di Jun and Tai, those two thieves? Perhaps they had their own schemes, but what use was that? In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy becomes utterly useless. No matter how beautifully you speak today, it will be of no use. This exchange between Di Jiang ancestor deity and Jiayin left Donghua Emperor stunned. He had initially thought Jiayin wanted to abandon him, but he did not expect that Jiayin had other intentions. Now he had made a fool of himself. What could he do? Jiayin sighed. and said, Di Jiang Ancestor Deity, perhaps if you knew where Di Jun and Tai Yi were, you wouldn't say this. Jia wanted to regain Di Jiang Ancestor Deity's attention, but unfortunately Di Jiang did not respond, and the malevolent energy gathered by the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation surged even more wildly. Faced with such a situation, Jia lamented, Biming Si Di Jun and Tai Yi have gone to the Biming Si to unify the entire demon clan. Di Jiang Ancestor Deity should understand the significance of this news. At this moment, did Di Jiang Ancestor Deity still find it necessary to fight to the death with us who are not on the same level? As soon as Jia words fell, Donghua Emperor was once again dumbfounded. He had always felt good about himself, thinking he was remarkable, yet he had not realized he was like a clown being toyed with by his enemies. This made him hate Di Jun and Tai Yi immensely. Bastards. If Di Jun and Tai Yi are plotting against me, that's one thing, but you Di Jiang are adding insult to injury. If you want to kill me, then let us perish together. Dragon Head Staff explode for me. Under continuous blows, Donghua Emperor went mad. He no longer cared at all, and directly detonated the Dragon Head Staff given to him by Hongjun Daozu. He wanted to drag everyone down with him. He believed that the self-detonation of the Dragon Head Staff, even if it could not destroy these bastards from Di Jiang, would surely attract the attention of Hongjun Daozu. And in the end, Di Jiang Ancestor Deity and the others would also meet their demise. Donghua, you bastard. As Donghua Emperor self-detonated the Dragon Head Staff, the first to bear the brunt were Jia and Zhuan-Ti, who stood by his side. The powerful shockwave caused their blood to surge, and had it not been for Zhuan-Ti's timely defense, they might have been torn to shreds by that colossal shockwave. Jia had initially wanted to provoke a conflict between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan to divert Di Jiang Ancestor Deity's attention, but unexpectedly, he did not divert the attention of the 12 Ancestor Deities. Instead, he had driven Dong Hua to madness, catching him off guard, which made him furious. Although the Dragon Head Staff was a remarkable innate spiritual treasure, unfortunately Dong Hua had obtained it for too short a time and had no opportunity to refine it. Even if he self-detonated this treasure, he could not unleash its full power. The shockwave, while formidable, could not directly break through the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation and destroy the 12 Ancestor Deities. On the contrary, his actions further ignited the killing intent within the 12 Ancestor Deities. Whether Jia actions were intentional or accidental, they had already sown the seeds of killing intent in Xingtian's heart. If the war between the witches and demons broke out prematurely, it would undoubtedly threaten Xingtian's safety. For anyone who threatened his safety, Xingtian had only one word: kill. Previously, Zhuan-Ti had relied on revealing his Bodhi true body to send Xingtian away empty-handed, but he did not believe that Jia had the same life-saving means as Zhuan-Ti. Moreover, he believed that under the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation, Jia would not survive unscathed. Given the opportunity, Xingtian would definitely slay Jia. Die. Di Jiang Ancestor Deity was completely enraged by Donghua Emperor's crazy actions. The 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation began to operate frantically, unleashing endless malevolent energy to mercilessly attack the enemies within the formation without any reservations. As the 12 Ancestor Deities fully operated the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation, Jia, Zhuan-Ti, and Donghua all felt the approach of death. Zhuan-Ti's immensely powerful Bodhi true body finally began to crack under the endless malevolent energy's assault. The powerful attacks broke through his defenses, and despite the continuous influx of Earth's spiritual energy, Zhuan-Ti's Bodhi true body was still powerless against the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation. Death had arrived. Although there was much reluctance in their hearts under the furious counterattack from Di Jiang Ancestor Deity, and the others, Jia, Zhuan-Ti, and Donghua Emperor, were already exhausted. To save or not to save, the three Pure Ones were in an incredibly difficult position. If they saved them, they would directly face the massacre of the 12 Ancestor Deities. The power of the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation exceeded their imagination. If they did not save them, the deaths of Jia and Zhuan-Ti were not significant, but if Donghua died, the Penglai Immortal Island would inevitably descend into chaos. The Demon Clan and the Witch Clan would lose 1 point of restraint, which might anger their teacher Hongjun, but no one could guarantee that Hongjun would indeed be enraged and take action against the Witch Clan. If this matter truly led to a serious blow to the Witch Clan, the Demon Clan would lose their restraining power, making it difficult to suppress them in the future. It was difficult. The three Pure Ones were in a very difficult position, but the time given for their decision was too short, not allowing them to discuss. Just as the three Pure Ones were in a dilemma, a massive pressure descended from the heavens. Hongjun Daozu could no longer restrain himself from stopping the actions of the 12 Ancestor Deities. Just as Donghua Emperor had calculated, he did not believe that Hongjun Daozu would truly watch him be slaughtered by the 12 Ancestor Deities. The dragon head staff was a life-saving spiritual treasure given to Donghua Emperor by Hongjun Daozu. Now that Donghua Emperor had self-detonated this treasure, it had attracted the assistance of Hongjun Daozu. However, it also severed the relationship between Donghua Emperor and Hongjun Daozu. Without the dragon head staff, the last bit of fortune belonging to Donghua Emperor began to dissipate. Perhaps he could escape this disaster, but once this last trace of fortune vanished, he would undoubtedly die. Dijiang, stop. They should not die at your hands. You all go back. As Hongjun Daozu's words fell, the 12 ancestor deities felt immense pressure, causing their 12 capital, heavenly fiend great formation to cease functioning normally. Though Dijiang ancestor deity and the others knew that Hongjun Daozu was a sage with unmatched power, they had always believed that with the 12 capital heavenly fiend great formation, they could compete with the sage. Now it seemed they were gravely mistaken. A sage was not something they mere great Luo golden immortals could withstand. Even with a supreme fiendish formation like the 12 capital heavenly fiend great formation in their hands, it was futile. As Hongjun Daozu made his move, Jiayin Zhuanti and Donghua Emperor could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, finally safe. When they felt they were safe, Zhuanti dared not use his Bodhi true body again and immediately returned to his human form. When he transformed back, his face was incredibly pale, clearly showing he was severely drained. Hatred. Jiayin and Zhuanti felt immense hatred towards Donghua Emperor the bastard. If it were not for this bastard, how could they have sustained such heavy injuries? For Zhuanti, his hatred for Donghua had already surpassed that of Xingtian, who had once injured him. It is not the fear of a godlike opponent, but the fear of a pig-like teammate. Had they known that Donghua would be so useless, they should not have participated in this conflict. Regret. Jiayin and Zhuanti felt immense regret, realizing they had been blind to help this bastard Donghua. Thinking of this, Jiayin and Zhuanti glared at Donghua Emperor, wishing they could devour him alive. Whether Jiayin or Zhuanti and even Donghua all believed that with the appearance of Hongjun Daozu, they were utterly safe. Unfortunately, they were wrong, and gravely so. As Jiayin and Zhuanti turned their attention to Donghua, Xingtian made his move. The power of space erupted with full force, making another insane move, launching a sneak attack on Jiayin, intending to kill this threat to his safety. With the endless malevolent energy gathered by the 12 capital heavenly fiend great formation assisting him, the power unleashed by Xingtian was terrifying. A pair of iron fists ruthlessly struck towards Jiayin's head. If this blow landed, Jiayin would undoubtedly die. That immense power could completely shatter Jiayin's primordial spirit. No. Upon seeing the sudden ambush on Jiayin by Xingtian, Zhuanti let out a cry, rushing recklessly towards Jiayin, shielding him with his own body to block Xingtian's lethal strike. Having already suffered from injuries to his vital energy, Zhuanti endured Xingtian's fatal blow. Even if he managed to avoid a critical hit, it still inflicted indelible harm upon him. At this moment, a soft sigh echoed from the void. Although Hongjun Daozu did not favor Jiayin and Zhuanti, Xingtian's actions were a provocation of his bottom line. Most importantly, he needed to give the Tao of Heaven an explanation. After all, Xingtian's strike had shattered the foundation of Zhuanti's cultivation, severing his path to sanctity through personal cultivation. Even if he forced his way to become a saint using external power, it would be difficult to progress further. Having taken Xingtian's lethal strike, Zhuanti's complexion turned extremely pale as endless murderous intent surged into his body, violently tormenting everything within. Nobody expected Xingtian to dare disregard Hongjun Daozu's warning and launch such a deadly strike at Jiayin. If Zhuanti hadn't reacted quickly, Jiayin would likely have perished completely. A madman, Xingtian is far too reckless. Although he may not match the 12 ancestors in strength in terms of madness, they are no comparison. He has no regard for anything in his heart. Xingtian, you are being too audacious. Hongjun Daozu's voice resonated from the void, though faint it carried a hint of anger. It was clear that Xingtian had crossed Hongjun Daozu's line. Xingtian was not intimidated by Hongjun Daozu's words and replied dismissively, "The cycle of cause and effect, this is their rightful retribution. Since they dared to plot against me, they must be prepared for death. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Anyone who stands against me is my enemy." Xingtian was not wrong, and his reasoning was sound. Even Hongjun Daozu had to admit that Jiayin and Zhuanti had made a grave mistake. If not for their excessive greed, they wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. However, regardless of the situation, Hongjun Daozu had to punish Xingtian. This was essential for his prestige. If he let Xingtian go simply based on his words, who would heed his orders in the future? Hongjun Daozu stated calmly, "While that may be true, Zhuanti and Jiayin do not deserve to die. Your attack was too heavy, and you must face punishment. I will not use my power to bully the weak. Just withstand my strike, and this matter will conclude, resolving your entanglement." Hongjun Daozu's words left Zhuanti and Jiayin feeling highly dissatisfied, as they feared he would go easy on Xingtian and deliberately let him off. Similarly, Donghua Emperor was worried. He not only feared that Xingtian would be spared, but also that he himself might face punishment from Hongjun Daozu. Xingtian laughed heartily. Come on. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. I Xingtian fear no one. Seeking death, Xingtian is courting his own demise. This was the sole thought in everyone's mind. His madness and arrogance were misplaced. He was not facing beings like Jin and Junti, but rather the lofty saints. Moreover, this was not Buzhou Mountain, and he could not draw upon its power. Good, very good. I hope you can endure. To many, Xingtian appeared boundlessly reckless, but Hongjun Daozu did not share this view. Only with a heart like Xingtian's could one be considered a true powerhouse capable of reaching the pinnacle, provided he could survive this punishment. Many feared that Hongjun Daozu would show mercy, but with his level of cultivation, he would not act that way. His words were law and would not change due to external forces. The 12 ancestors truly wished to assist Xingtian, but under the overwhelming pressure exerted by Hongjun Daozu, they were powerless to resist. The immense force left them gasping for breath, and the 12 heavenly gods' great formation was rendered ineffective under this pressure. They could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Power. In the primordial world, strength is paramount. At this moment, the 12 ancestors craved power more than ever. They no longer wished to endure such oppression. With a deafening boom, a colossal sound reverberated from the heavens, causing the entire sky to tremble. As the noise rang out, all beings in the primordial world gasped in shock, for they witnessed a rift opening in the sky. Immediately following, a chime echoed from the rift, solemn the sound, entering the ears like a divine enlightenment, calming the mind and resonating with the spirit. Oh, this was a feeling that arose involuntarily in everyone. Even those of insufficient cultivation were unable to bear the pressure and fell to their knees. The chime was too sacred and too solemn, akin to a summons from their souls, instilling a sense of reverence that compelled them to bow and worship. Many did not understand what was happening, unaware of why such terrifying events occurred suddenly. They could only helplessly endure it all. This was the fate of the weak, with no choices left. As the chime resonated, a purple divine thunder fell from the sky, aimed directly at Xingtian. This divine thunder carried immense pressure, seemingly capable of annihilating the world. It was the Zixiao divine thunder cultivated by Hongjun Daozu, an existence that could judge all things. Under this divine thunder, all powers would face judgment. Zixiao divine thunder to judge is impossible. Bloodline burning, all sources return to the origin. Facing the Zixiao divine thunder, Xingtian roared madly as the burning of his bloodline emitted an endless Pangu aura from his body, as if Pangu had been reborn, possessing boundless divine might. Bastard Xingtian is actually burning his own Pangu aura, using this supreme Pangu aura to resist the judgment of the Zixiao divine thunder. Di Jiang, the ancestor, which could not help but roar in anger discontent with Xingtian's actions. Hutu ancestor, which sighed and said, Big brother Xingtian has no other choice. This is not Buzhou Mountain. To survive this tribulation, he must do this. Death is nothing to fear. It is merely returning to the embrace of the Father God. Even if he can survive the judgment of the Zixiao divine thunder, he will lose everything, losing the bloodline of the Father God. Can someone like that still be considered a great witch? In Di Jiang's eyes, death was merely a return to Pangu's embrace, nothing to fear. However, for Xingtian it was entirely different. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would exert all his effort without hesitation. Nothing mattered. No consideration for Pangu's bloodline or being a great witch of the witch tribe. As long as he could survive, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Living was his greatest obsession. Hongjun Daozu also felt Xingtian's madness. This madness shocked him, revealing that he did not truly understand Xingtian, a great witch capable of forsaking the faith of Pangu. As the bloodline burned furiously, endless power surged towards Xingtian, integrating into his body. Xingtian's madness was incomprehensible to others regarding the severe consequences, but as a bearer of the Pangu bloodline, all witches understood that after this battle Xingtian would possess not an ounce of Pangu bloodline left. All his blood would transform into boundless spiritual energy. A great witch without Pangu bloodline would emerge in this world. Such irony. As the bloodline burned wildly, everyone present sensed something strange. They could no longer perceive Xingtian's existence with their spiritual awareness. Even with their naked eyes, he was unclear, as if he were about to vanish from this world. Endless essence of heaven and earth poured into Xingtian's body, causing his form to grow immensely. In an instant, a giant resembling a divine demon appeared before everyone, wielding a colossal axe that shimmered with infinite ferocity. The Pangu Axe. Upon seeing this giant axe, everyone's heart involuntarily generated a thought. It was the Pangu Axe used by the great god Pangu to split the heavens. Of course, this was merely a phantom, an apparition formed from the essence of heaven and earth, a remnant left behind by the Pangu Axe during the heavens opening. To face the Zixiao divine thunder with the body of a great which was to court death. However, with this phantom of the Pangu axe, Xingtian gained a flicker of hope. "Open for me." Xingtian roared, swinging the phantom of the Pangu axe in his hand, unleashing a stunning axe light that slashed towards the purple lightning of the divine judgment. To break the lightning with an axe was Xingtian's intention, and his thought proved correct, as the axe light temporarily blocked the judgment of the purple lightning, but unfortunately it vanished after only a few breaths. Seeing this change, an endless madness flashed across Xingtian's face. If an axe light couldn't withstand the judgment of the purple lightning, then he would use the entire phantom of the Pangu axe to complete this final battle, channeling all the power derived from his burning bloodline to deliver this ultimate strike. He believed that with the name of Hongjun Daozu, he would not go back on his word. As long as he could withstand this strike from the purple lightning, this tribulation would pass. Kill. The power within Xingtian surged violently, his blood boiling, turning his skin a deep red, with a trickle of blood seeping out, indicating that his body had reached its limit. In the face of such circumstances, Xingtian did not retreat, pouring all his strength into the phantom of the Pangu axe in his hand. His body suddenly shook, and he shouted, "Break for me." In an instant, the Pangu axe in Xingtian's hand shot out, rapidly transforming into a shooting star, rushing towards the purple lightning in the void like a dragon breaking free. At this moment, everyone in the audience could hardly believe their eyes. The purple lightning of divine judgment personally unleashed by Hongjun Daozu was actually shattered by Xingtian's axe, completely disintegrating. Although many had previously worried that Hongjun Daozu would show mercy to Xingtian once the purple lightning appeared, all such thoughts vanished. They could feel the immense power of the purple lightning, even they would find it hard to escape unscathed. Yet now this purple lightning was dispelled by Xingtian's single axe. Heavens! How could this madman Xingtian be so powerful? Was he still a golden immortal? Even a great Luo golden immortal couldn't achieve this. The faces of the three clear ones changed color. They had once again witnessed Xingtian's ferocity. Others might not know what that giant axe in Xingtian's hand was, but they understood in their hearts that it was a phantom of the Pangu axe. They simply could not fathom how Xingtian could unleash such a terrifying strike. If that strike had been aimed at them rather than the purple lightning, could they withstand such a horrifying blow? Though the three clear ones were incredibly proud, they could not deceive themselves in this regard. The answer was no. They found it impossible to escape unscathed from Xingtian's terrifying blow. If on Mount Buzhou Xingtian had relied on the mountain's power, then he had drawn upon external forces, but this strike now issued from his own strength. Was the power of the witch clan's bloodline truly this formidable? The three clear ones could not help but ponder, but alas, they were unaware that what they inherited was merely the primordial spirit of Pangu, with no understanding of the power of Pangu's bloodline. In contrast to others, the expressions of the 12 ancestors of Wu were exceptionally grim. They could clearly sense that when the phantom of the Pangu axe struck out, the Pangu aura on Xingtian completely vanished. They could no longer feel any trace of the power of Pangu's bloodline on him. A strike that risked his life, to them Xingtian's blow was entirely a sacrifice, exhausting all his vital energy, leaving him with no potential for the future. The essence of the witch clan was the power of Pangu's bloodline. Having lost the Pangu bloodline, the 12 ancestors of Wu were utterly disappointed in Xingtian. No matter how terrifying this strike was, they would not be shocked, but rather mournful for Xingtian. Despite their poor impression of Xingtian, the 12 ancestors of Wu did not wish to see his downfall. After all, no matter how arrogant and ignorant he was still one of their own. However, everything had changed now. In the void, Xingtian stood upon the clouds, his blood-red form radiating boundless killing intent. With the disappearance of the Pangu aura, the power of the supreme killing Tao took precedence in Xingtian's body. Good. Xingtian, since you have survived the judgment of the purple lightning, all previous causalities are now concluded. You should know your place. A warning from Hongjun Daozu echoed in the void. For a madman like Xingtian, Hongjun Daozu remained cautious. After all, Xingtian was far too reckless. Xingtian paid no heed to Hongjun Daozu's warning. Though this tribulation had cost him the Pangu bloodline forever, to him, it was a blessing in disguise, as losing the power of the Pangu bloodline purified his own strength. No, this can't be true. How could Xingtian be unscathed? Donghua Dijuan shouted, somewhat delirious. It should be noted that Donghua Dijuan had thoroughly offended Xingtian and the witch clan. Now that Xingtian was safe, one could only imagine the retaliation that would follow. Hearing Donghua Dijuan's words, an endless killing intent flashed in Xingtian's eyes. Initially, after the purple lightning dissipated, he felt a sense of unease, not understanding where it came from. But now, with Donghua Dijuan's shout, that unease intensified, as if a heavy stone pressed down on his heart. What on earth was happening? Hongjun Daozu had already left, and such a person would never go back on his word. Did this mean that even though he had survived the judgment of the purple lightning, the heavenly Tao still would not spare him? Everything unfolded as Xingtian had envisioned. As Donghua Dijuan shouted madly, a tremendous pressure enveloped him again, and the sounds of the heavenly Tao rang out. This was the judgment of the heavenly Tao, which sought to obliterate Xingtian, to destroy this once insignificant ant who had provoked it. At the moment the heavenly Tao's voice resounded, the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Donghua Dijuan's expression flickered with boundless excitement. He seemed to envision Xingtian being destroyed by the heavenly Tao, while his companions Jane and Junyi stood beside him, their faces heavy. Though they harbored immense hatred for Xingtian, they did not lose their reason in their hatred. If Xingtian emerged unscathed, then the causalities would be resolved. But if Xingtian fell, it would likely lead to a deadly feud between the Western faction and the Witch clan, which would be a disaster for Jane and Junyi, who sought to elevate the West. Watching the excitement on Donghua Dijuan's face, Jane and Junyi were filled with fury. Their miserable fate was all thanks to him, and now this bastard remained unrepentant. If they continued to associate with him, they feared they would eventually be harmed. Thinking of this, Jane and Junyi quietly distanced themselves from Donghua Dijuan to avoid being implicated again. Just as Jane and Junyi pulled away from Donghua, the 12 ancestors of Wu cast their murderous gazes towards Donghua, which made Jane and Junyi secretly breathe a sigh of relief, glad they had acted quickly. Those who disrespect the heavens shall be killed. Before Jane and Junyi could catch their breath, a divine sense surged into their sea of consciousness. Everyone present felt the same. This was the voice of the heavenly Tao. Xingtian had withstood the judgment of Hongjun Dao's purple lightning, but that was merely a consequence of Hongjun Daozu himself. Now the heavenly Tao targeted Xingtian under the pretext of disrespecting the heavens. When this divine sense appeared, the mood of all beings in the Honghuang grew heavy, for no one wished to have a sword of death poised above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Perhaps the only one who felt joy now was Donghua Dijuan, this oblivious fellow. In his delirium, he only saw Xingtian, while everything else had long been cast aside. If a person like him did not perish, it would truly be a sign of the heavens being blind. As the voice of the heavenly Tao rang out, no one held any hope for Xingtian anymore, not even the 12 ancestors of Wu. They pessimistically believed that Xingtian was doomed this time. After all, the previous judgment had exhausted all his energy, leaving him with no strength to withstand the heavenly Tao's judgment. To intimidate the masses upon hearing the voice of the heavenly Tao, everyone believed that the heavenly Tao's intention was not solely aimed at Xingtian, but to establish authority by using Xingtian's demise as a warning to them, showing them who truly ruled this Honghuang. Anger surged in the hearts of many, yet they had no means to resist, for it was the heavenly Tao. In the battle at Buzhou Mountain, the justification of the heavenly Tao was already flimsy. If it weren't for the presence of the Sanqing and others, that conflict would have surely provoked the wrath of all beings in the primordial chaos. Now he had once again made such a grand display of power, especially after Hongjun Daozu had given his promise. How could this earn the hearts of the people? The heavenly Tao did not anticipate that his actions would provoke such a huge response. Perhaps in his eyes he saw himself as the ruler of all beings in the primordial chaos and was indifferent to their lives and deaths. To him, the creatures of the primordial chaos were merely a swarm of ants, utterly insignificant. The sudden action of the heavenly Tao made Hongjun Daozu, who had just departed, feel a surge of anger. What a slap in the face. The heavenly Tao was slapping Hongjun's face by targeting Xingtian. It undermined Hongjun Dao's prestige in the eyes of all beings in the primordial chaos. If Xingtian were to be annihilated, the beings would no longer have any faith in Hongjun Daozu, as his words would hold no weight and would not be worthy of belief. The heavenly Tao was indeed playing a treacherous game, attempting to strike multiple targets with a single arrow, but he forgot that overreaching would only backfire. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu wore a dark expression and sneered, "What a heavenly Tao. Do you think this can bring me down or prevent me from merging with the Tao? In your eyes, Xingtian is merely an ant, but sometimes even ants can defy the heavens." Regarding Xingtian, Hongjun Daozu understood far more than the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavenly Tao spent most of its time in slumber, unaware of the happenings in the primordial chaos. While Hongjun Daozu was different, there was little he did not know about the entire primordial world. Hongjun Daozu was well aware of what kind of person Xingtian was and how many trump cards he had. While others believed that Xingtian had exhausted all his resources, Hongjun Daozu did not share this view. At least up to this point, Xingtian had not yet used his vast merits, and with such immense merit protecting him, the heavenly Tao could not kill him. Of course, Hongjun Daozu also did not wish for Xingtian to truly use his merit to confront the heavenly Tao. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about Xingtian's hidden cards. Facing the pressure emanating from the void, Xingtian disdainfully sneered, "Heavenly Tao, how dare an ungrateful wretch like you speak such words? If you wish to judge me, you must first judge yourself." Your very existence is a result of the Pangu great god opening the heavens, so you could say your life was created by him. And how have you repaid him? By betraying him. You not only betrayed the Pangu great god, but also repaid kindness with malice, attempting to stop him from attaining the Tao. You personally caused the death of the Pangu great god, the very benefactor who gave you life. How can a despicable person like you dare to speak such words in front of me? Is that not laughable? Upon finishing his words, the entire primordial chaos was shocked. After all, Xingtian showed no mercy to the heavenly Tao, employing his divine abilities in his speech, which resonated with most of the beings in the primordial chaos. What? The heavenly Tao is so shameless that he even caused the death of the Pangu great god, who gave him life. This is truly a shameless wretch. How can he have the audacity to criticize others when he himself is so disgraceful? It's utterly ridiculous. Though everyone thought this way, no one dared to echo Xingtian's words. After all, they did not want to gamble with their own lives. The heavenly Tao was so shameless that no one dared to guarantee that he wouldn't lash out in anger at them. None possessed the strength to fight against the heavenly Tao. While words may not kill the heavenly Tao, as the sovereign of the primordial chaos relied on the faith of its beings, which was greatly beneficial to him. Now that such a scandal had erupted, who would still believe in such a shameless figure? Oh, to be precise, the heavenly Tao is not a person, but merely a being. Anger. Provoked once more by an ant like Xingtian, the heavenly Tao was filled with rage, and his desire to kill Xingtian grew even stronger. For an ant that dared to repeatedly provoke him, it was not enough to simply kill him. He must use the most brutal methods to make an example of him, to let all beings in the primordial chaos know the consequences of defying him, and to make it clear who truly ruled this realm. You deserve to die. 1,000 deaths are not enough. This voice snapped everyone's thoughts back to reality from their shock. They understood that yet another trial was about to begin. In an instant, all faces turned pale, their expressions fluctuating, and their eyes filled with horror as they gazed into the void. The void had become shrouded in dark clouds, with golden clouds swirling violently, sweeping in like a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, the entire horizon was enveloped by these golden clouds, which rolled like a boiling sea, shaking the souls of all. This time, the heavenly Tao's pressure was not only aimed at Xingtian, it was directed at all beings. He was demonstrating his power to the creatures of the primordial chaos, intending to suppress them all. To suppress others by force, one must admit that the heavenly Tao was truly insane. At the same time, he underestimated the human heart. The hearts of mortals cannot be conquered so easily. While some might choose to succumb under such pressure, others would inevitably choose to resist. After all, no one wishes to have their fate dictated by another, and those with ambition would not permit such a thing. Thus, the reactions of the beings in the primordial chaos toward the heavenly Tao were predictable. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from the rolling thunderclouds, sounding as if the apocalypse was upon them. With a thud, one person fell to their knees, hands raised, beginning to worship the heavenly Tao. Soon after, a second, a third, one after another, countless beings in the primordial chaos succumbed under the heavenly Tao's pressure, kneeling and worshiping him. This is the might of heaven. The might of the heavenly Tao. When the heavenly Tao is enraged, the heavens and earth change color. Seeing such terrifying might, the expressions of the Sanqing, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and many other powerful beings in the primordial chaos were filled with fear. They sensed the breath of destruction within this supreme might, and none had any confidence that they could emerge unscathed from the heavenly Tao's fury. Though this might of the heavenly Tao was not aimed at them, they could not feel at ease. Today, the heavenly Tao could deal with Xingtian. Tomorrow, it could very well be themselves, instilling fear within them. Under the threat of death, their hearts raced wildly. They desperately needed power, the power to protect themselves. The arrival of the heavenly Taos might accelerated the changes in the primordial chaos, forcing the ambitions of many powerful beings to rise. Those with ambition began to ponder how to enhance their strength after this catastrophe. The rolling thunderclouds roared like a tumultuous sea during a storm. Countless purple golden lightning bolts sprang forth, resembling the Zixiao divine thunder, similar to the punishment that Hongjun Daozu unleashed upon Xingtian. However, these Zixiao divine thunders were slightly weaker, but their thunderous sound was deafening, instilling fear in all. The might of heaven is unpredictable. Those who offend the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly perish. While some may have doubted before, at this moment, all beings in the primordial chaos felt how insignificant they were in the face of this might. They had once been weak, seen as ants, and now they were still ants before the heavenly Tao. Insignificant ants. Under this terrifying might, everyone had no choice but to lower their heads, unable to gaze upon the heavenly Tao in the void. In the entire primordial chaos, there was only one person still sneering and gazing at the heavenly Tao, and that was Xingtian. Xingtian stood tall, looking up at the thunderclouds in the void, as if he were a solitary sail adrift in a stormy sea, appearing so lonely. He gazed, furrowing his brow. Though at this moment he was no longer arrogant, domineering, disdainful, or frenzied, the aura emanating from him still exuded fearlessness. The defiance reflected in his features continued to bloom brazenly, even in the face of heavenly might. With the heart of a strong man, Xingtian possessed an unparalleled heart of strength. Supported by this heart, he remained unmoved by external forces, and even the overwhelming might of heaven could not extinguish his spirit, nor could it obliterate his will. A feat many could not achieve, whether they were the Sanqing or the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the direct descendants of Pangu. Why is this so? The reason is simple: they have faced too few trials. They have never experienced such terrifying trials, and have not even undergone the true test of death. Thus, even the most authentic descendants of Pangu could not possess a heart as invincible as Xingtian's. Xingtian's arrogance is not merely his nature, but also a manifestation of his strength. At the very least, he could persist in staying true to himself under the might of heaven. The Sanqing looked down upon Xingtian, always believing themselves to be the true inheritors of Pangu. However, under the might of the heavenly Tao, their so-called legitimacy faltered, while Xingtian stood firm, defiantly raising his proud head against such overwhelming celestial power. Although countless beings in the wilderness despised Xingtian, they could not help but admire his resilience. After all, he faced the heavenly Tao, and this time he was relying solely on his own strength to resist the immense heavenly pressure without the slightest use of external force. How could such a formidable figure not command their respect? Gazing at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky that obscured everything, the clouds roared like a tsunami. Within them, the purple-golden Zixiao divine thunder was coalescing. As a crack of thunder echoed, all beings in the wilderness seemed to tremble in fear, as if time itself had momentarily frozen, imparting an overwhelmingly heavy sensation. Such a grand spectacle! It seems the heavenly Tao truly intends to bring me to my end, Xingtian said disdainfully, shaking his head with an expression full of endless contempt. At this moment, Xingtian still dared to speak such words and take such actions, but indeed lives up to his notorious reputation for madness, leaving one deeply moved by his state of mind. Just as Xingtian's voice faded, another thunderclap erupted with a resounding roar. The thunderclouds churned like boiling water, and the Zixiao divine thunder stirred, signaling that the judgment was about to commence. Such a frightening thunderstorm did not cause Xingtian to panic. He calmly stared at the thunderclouds in the void, speaking in a tone of utter disdain. Heavenly Tao, you need not show off so ostentatiously. Bring forth your powers, and see if you can obliterate me, Xingtian. Xingtian's attitude left onlookers dumbfounded. Even Hongjun Dais's expression twisted, his mouth twitching unnaturally. Xingtian was far too arrogant. This was essentially a slap in the face of the heavenly Tao, a slap that was quite a heavy one, pushing the heavenly Tao to the brink. Should it falter, its prestige in the wilderness would be irreparably damaged, which was quite advantageous for Hongjun Daozu. Compared to the Sanqing and others, they all believed this was Xingtian's final act of madness, a desperate counterattack in the face of death. Upon realizing he had no escape, he retaliated wildly. Thus his demeanor appeared so casual, as if he did not regard the heavenly Tao as significant. No one believed that Xingtian could escape the might of the heavenly Tao alive. After all, this was the power of the heavenly Tao, and Xingtian in his withered state had no strength left to resist. But is it truly so? No, Xingtian is arrogant, but not ignorant. Since he dares to act thus, he must have his reasons and justifications. Xingtian shook his head, and then withdrew his gaze, calmly addressing Jane Zhuanti and Donghua Dijuan. You have all witnessed remarkable things. With your insight, how likely do you think it is that I can withstand the might of the heavens in this situation? Dumbfounded, Xingtian's sudden change left everyone astonished. What is this? How could this madman Xingtian ask such outlandish questions at this moment? Under such heavenly pressure, instead of focusing on resisting, he inquires meaninglessly to Jane and others. This abrupt shift is truly bewildering. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances. Although they did not believe Xingtian could survive out of caution, they chose silence. They did not wish to take any risks. Whether it be the heavenly Tao or the madman Xingtian, they were unwilling to offend. Despite Xingtian having nearly taken their lives and holding deep grudges against them in the face of survival, these grievances mattered little. While Jane and Zhuanti opted for silence, Donghua Dijuan did not share their mindset. After a brief pause, he began to laugh maniacally. Ha! 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 Xingtian, have you been scared senseless to ask such ridiculous questions? Who do you think you are? You dare to oppose the heavenly Tao? You truly do not know the meaning of death. Let me tell you, you have no hope whatsoever. Under this heavenly might, you are doomed. Though many believed Donghua Dijuan was correct, as everyone held little hope for Xingtian, his brazen and arrogant tone made it all the more displeasing. Especially for those with ambitions, they viewed Donghua Dijuan as a sycophant of the heavenly Tao. Donghua Dijuan's actions had already infuriated Hongjun Daozu, and now his mocking words left Hongjun with no hope for him, severing even the last thread of possibility. Upon hearing Donghua Daijin's words, Xingtian did not respond violently, but rather calmly stated, Donghua, you see me as doomed, yet I see you as equally doomed. I, Xingtian, dare to fight against the heavens while you lack such resolve. I still have a glimmer of survival, but you are truly inescapably doomed. Without me lifting a finger, many would eliminate you, the ignorant fool. You are beyond saving. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Xingtian, you still dare to speak such ridiculous words at this time. You have clearly lost your composure under pressure. Donghua Daijin laughed wildly, his expression brimming with joy, as if he had already envisioned Xingtian's downfall beneath the heavenly might. Xingtian replied calmly, Donghua, do you know why the heavenly Tao is so intent on killing me, yet has not acted? Because I, Xingtian, possess great fortune, it must tread carefully. If it cannot achieve a guaranteed kill, it will lose this opportunity. That is my justification. Xingtian's words left the Sanqing and other mighty beings of the wilderness in shock, each quietly questioning, is this true? Does Xingtian truly possess the strength to make the heavenly Tao wary? Hongjun Daozu had previously made a pact with Xingtian for a single strike. If that were true, could it be that this madman actually stood a chance of surviving beneath the heavenly Tao? A single strike. Xingtian was not wrong. Although the heavenly Tao sought to eliminate him, Xingtian had escaped the bounds of the Buzhou Mountain. However, the heavenly Tao possessed only a single strike's worth of power. If it could not eliminate Xingtian in that strike, it would have to withdraw, or else it would confront the Pangu aura from the wilderness anew, potentially alarming the great Tao, especially since Xingtian possessed great fortune. Of course, Xingtian's decision to converse so extensively with Jane Junti and Donghua Daijin at this moment was not out of boredom. He had his objectives, hoping to provoke the heavenly Tao into acting prematurely, reducing its preparation time and increasing his own slim chance of survival. Xingtian was scheming against the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was aware of this, as was Hongjun Daozu. Those with quick wits could also discern Xingtian's intentions. Knowing is one thing, but Xingtian's approach was open and not covert. Even if the heavenly Tao knew, it had no choice but to act in accordance with Xingtian's intentions. If it did not strike preemptively, Xingtian would only become more arrogant, and the heavenly Tao's prestige in the wilderness would surely plummet. What a cunning scheme by Xingtian. Truly remarkable. Taishang Laojun said with a grim expression, for Xingtian's behavior unsettled him all the more. Xingtian seemed to have become Taishang Laojun's inner demon. These successive tactics rendered him vigilant, erasing the earlier calmness. He was anxious that Xingtian might truly escape the clutches of the heavenly Tao. Not only was Taishang Laojun's heart unsettled, but many others in the wilderness were also uneasy. True, the heavenly Tao was a great threat, but it was lofty and distant. As long as they exercised caution, it posed no immediate danger to their safety. However, Xingtian was different. He was a tangible threat to their existence. Previously, everyone believed Xingtian was certain to die, so there lingered a trace of regret in their hearts. But now they had to change their minds, hoping that the heavenly Tao would not be fooled and could strike down this madman Xingtian in a single blow. Yet everyone knew deep down that this was impossible. Even if the heavenly Tao knew this was Xingtian's cunning plot, it had no choice but to cooperate with him. Some were elated, others dismayed. The Sanqing and others were filled with worry, while the 12 ancestors of sorcery saw hope, a chance for Xingtian to survive beneath the might of the heavenly Tao. As long as Xingtian lived, even if he lost all his cultivation, his mere existence would still serve as a powerful deterrent. This would be a tremendous boon for the witch clan. In that moment, the 12 ancestors of sorcery seemed to forget that Xingtian had burned his Pangu bloodline to withstand Hongjun Daozu, earlier forgetting that Xingtian was now devoid of the Pangu bloodline. At the sight of hope, the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches stirred with a thought. Even if it meant paying a price, they had to protect Xingtian, for this was of utmost importance to the witch clan. In the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches, even if Xingtian could withstand the might of the heavenly Tao, he would still suffer severe injuries. At that moment, they did not believe that those harboring malicious intent toward Xingtian would easily let him go, and another bloody battle was inevitable. Thus, they had to prepare in advance. One must say that the changes in this situation were overwhelming, so much so that the 12 ancestral witches were left bewildered, forcing them to tread carefully. Indeed, the actions of the 12 ancestral witches were not wrong. Many harbored murderous intentions against Xingtian, especially Daijin and Tai Yi, who were itching to take action. They did not want Xingtian to leave alive, as that would spell a tremendous disaster for the monster race. The idea was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Achieving this was no easy feat. To say nothing of the fact that it was already exceedingly difficult for the monster race to kill Xingtian under the protection of the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were no pushovers, and the monster race lacked enough experts to confront them. Moreover, they had already witnessed the terrifying killing formation laid down by the 12 ancestral witches, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array. Dijun and Tai Yi were eager to discuss matters, but the events surrounding Xingtian unfolded too quickly, leaving them no time to prepare. They could only wait for the heavenly Dao's fatal strike, placing their hopes on it, entrusting the fate of the monster race to others, which was itself a great joke. Under Xingtian's calculations, the heavenly Dao could no longer endure. It could not continue to gather the supreme purple cloud divine thunder, or it would become a laughingstock of the wilderness. Kill. In an instant, the endless purple cloud divine thunder in the void rained down upon Xingtian like a torrential storm, the simultaneous strike of thousands of thunders, making all beings in the wilderness feel the might of heaven and the impending doom. As the violent rain of purple cloud divine thunder fell, the Sanqing Dijun Tai Yi and others who felt uneasy about Xingtian all sighed in relief. They did not believe that Xingtian could survive the onslaught of thousands of thunders. Let alone Xingtian being merely a minor golden immortal, even they could not withstand such a ferocious attack. At that moment, Xingtian had already become a dead man in their hearts. In the face of the simultaneous strike of thousands of thunders, Xingtian remained unperturbed, sneering disdainfully. A boundless mockery reflected on his face. He could imagine how his enemies felt at that moment, yet it was merely their wishful thinking. The heavenly Dao still needed a bit more to kill him. The light of merit emerges, supreme merit block for me. With Xingtian's roar, an endless light of merit rose from him. This time Xingtian held nothing back. All of his merit was unleashed, and the immense light of merit coalesced above his head into a grand sun of merit. As this grand sun of merit emerged, the entire wilderness trembled, and all beings felt an endless auspiciousness emanating from the grand sun of merit above Xingtian's head. Bastard! How is this possible? How could Xingtian possess such powerful merit? Where did such immense merit come from, and why did we have no inkling of it? Dijun and Tai Yi were roaring in madness. Not only Dijun and Tai Yi, but also Yuan Shitianzun could not help but speak up. Elder brother, what is going on? We Sanqing are the true legacy of Pangu, inheriting Pangu's legacy. None of us possesses such terrifying merit. Where does Xingtian's merit come from? Many wished to clarify this question, but sadly they had no leads. They could only surmise that it came from Pangu's legacy. However, that explanation didn't hold water. After all, the 12 ancestral witches were above Xingtian, and they did not possess such terrifying merit either, so how could Xingtian? Only Hongjun Dao Zhu understood the source of Xingtian's immense merit, knowing his other identity as the ancestor of martial arts. As for the matter of Xingtian resolving the hidden dangers of Zhou Mountain, Hongjun Dao Zhu was unaware. He believed that the merit was derived from Xingtian inheriting Pangu's legacy. Once the grand sun of merit appeared, the myriad thunders from the void were held in place by this golden light of merit. The purple lightning and the supreme light of the grand sun of merit began to collide, both sides fiercely contending with both the light of merit and the purple cloud divine thunder dissipating wildly. Previously, when Xingtian had outsmarted him, he had been harboring a grudge while fleeing to the Blood Sea. In his view, his failure was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because Xingtian was too treacherous. If he had been more cautious, Xingtian would not have gained any advantage from him. Once Xingtian's grand sun of supreme merit appeared, his thoughts vanished into thin air. If Xingtian had unleashed this grand sun of supreme merit from the beginning, would he have had any chance to escape back to the Blood Sea? Even if he had a chance to return, the price paid would likely not just be an infernal flame red lotus. His Yuan 2 and Abyss dual swords would probably fall into the hands of that bastard Xingtian. Xingtian, you bastard, how treacherous you are! With this grand sun of merit out, I can't imagine how many will be disturbed. He finally couldn't help but voice his feelings. Xingtian truly did not intimidate himself. This bastard was fully capable of delivering a fatal blow. If he were to hang this grand sun of merit above the Blood Sea, he wouldn't just be skinned. Even if someone took the hit for him, it would still be considered a stroke of great fortune. With the emergence of this grand sun of merit, he understood that the heavenly Dao's intent to kill Xingtian was no longer possible. After all, he had personally experienced the power of the supreme golden light of merit. No matter how powerful the heavenly Dao was, it could not break through the defense of this grand sun of supreme merit. In the end, both sides would suffer. Xingtian did not care about the dispersal of the golden light of merit. For a madman like him, nothing was more important than his own life. However, the heavenly Dao was different. For every golden light of merit it eliminated, it would have to bear the backlash of the great Dao. After all, Xingtian had merits for heaven and earth and merits for the great Dao. Once Xingtian's golden light of merit had fully dissipated, he would not necessarily face any trouble. But the heavenly Dao was different. If it truly destroyed this grand sun of supreme merit, the condemnation of the great Dao would surely descend. Even the heavenly Tao would have to bear the punishment of the great Tao. Was it worth it to invoke the supreme punishment of the great Tao for a mere Xingtian? Would the heavenly Tao do such a thing? Clearly the heavenly Tao would not, unless it no longer valued its life and dared to oppose the great Tao. Bastard. Madman. In an instant countless people erupted in curses. Yet no matter how they cursed, they could not change the fact that no one believed Xingtian would fall now. This grand son of merit was enough for him to safeguard himself. Amidst the crowd's furious insults, the heavenly Tao retreated. It could no longer hold on. After all, the heavenly Tao itself was already injured, and that madman Xingtian was clearly intent on a mutual demise, willing to harm others at the cost of his own merit, leaving it with no way to avoid. In an instant, the dark clouds in the void began to disperse. It was not because of the mutual exhaustion with the grand son of merit summoned by Xingtian, but because the heavenly Tao itself chose to disperse the clouds. To force the heavenly Tao to back down is no small feat, and indeed Xingtian was powerful. However, not everyone could achieve this level of power. After all, few in the wilderness possessed such terrifying merits as Xingtian, and even fewer had the audacity to engage in such reckless endeavors. As they witnessed the dark clouds in the void retreating, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh, and Donghua Dijuan, who had just been boasting, was dumbfounded. Everything before him was hard for him to accept, leaving him standing there in a daze, his eyes devoid of their usual brightness. With such a turn of events, even a fool could foresee what would happen next. Due to Xingtian's nature, Donghua Dijuan was finished, for Xingtian would not spare him. In contrast to Donghua Dijuan, Jane and Zhuanti felt secretly relieved, glad that they had not been blinded by hatred like him, and that they had not foolishly confronted Xingtian again. Otherwise, they would have faced severe consequences. Xingtian did not need to exert much effort, but just pressing that grand son of merit against them would be unbearable, especially now that even the heavenly Tao was retreating, let alone them. Retreat. If you wish to withdraw, now dream on. Xingtian roared once more, and amidst his thunderous cries, the great sun above his head did not retract, but instead charged wildly into the void. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail. After being repeatedly struck by the heavenly Tao, Xingtian's brutality erupted completely. Since the heavenly Tao did not wish to spare him, he would fight to the death. Though merit is good for protection at this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with gains and losses. Instead, he must intimidate those hidden in the shadows. Even if all merit were to be consumed, as long as his strength remained, there would be opportunities in the future. Xingtian's previous actions had already left everyone astounded, but when they witnessed his next move, they were all taken aback. No one had anticipated that Xingtian would go so recklessly, not only refusing to show mercy, but even resorting to self-harm. To abandon such immense merit so casually was truly terrifying. At that moment, everyone re-evaluated their attitudes toward Xingtian. With a thunderous bang, the dark clouds in the void erupted, dispersing into the sky, and the once sun-like merit was reduced to the size of a fist. This strike consumed a significant portion of merit, causing awe and fear. Bastard. Following the resounding explosion, an incredibly furious voice echoed from the void, filled with murderous intent, but sadly the voice quickly dissipated. The heavenly Tao wished to eliminate Xingtian, but it underestimated his tenacity and madness, as well as the depths of Xingtian's resources. Thus this time it suffered a severe backlash. Rather than saying this scheme was orchestrated by Xingtian, it was more accurate to state that it was all accomplished under the impetus of Hongjun Daozu. Although Xingtian gained great fame in this battle, he also exposed far too many of his trump cards, suffering considerable losses. In comparison, while Hongjun Daozu faced a minor setback in reputation, he reaped the greatest benefits and could be considered the true victor of this battle. Seeing the voice emanating from the void, a trace of disdain flashed across Hongjun Daozu's face. Xingtian's self-destruction of a significant portion of merit dealt a devastating blow to the heavenly Tao. Although this blow would not endanger the heavenly Tao's life, it would plunge the already wounded heavenly Tao into a deep slumber, once more not knowing how many years it would take to awaken again. This would bring tremendous benefits to Hongjun Daozu, allowing him to merge with the Tao without restraint and contest for control of the primordial world against the heavenly Tao. In the eyes of many powerful beings in the primordial world, Xingtian was a dangerous madman. However, after Xingtian self-destructed a significant portion of his merit, Hongjun Daozu no longer regarded him as a threat. A Xingtian who had lost the bloodline of Pangu and lacked substantial merit was merely an ant in Hongjun Daozu's eyes, posing no threat. With Xingtian's threat eliminated, Hongjun Daozu turned his gaze toward the 12 ancestors of sorcery. The earlier emergence of the 12 heavenly god-slaying formation had made Hongjun Daozu vigilant. If one Xingtian could harness the power of Buzhou Mountain, then what terrifying force would the 12 ancestors of sorcery wield together? The witch clan must be annihilated. At the very least, the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not be allowed to survive. Otherwise, they would eventually pose a threat to himself. In that moment, a murderous intent towards the witch clan arose within Hongjun Dais's heart. Unfortunately, while he harbored such intent, he could not take action. After all, the 12 ancestors of sorcery carried the bloodline of Pangu. They were imbued with the legacy of Pangu, and he did not wish to follow the heavenly Tao in receiving backlash from the great Tao. Using others to kill is Hongjun Dais's intention, and it reflects his cleverness compared to the heavenly Tao. Since the dragon and phoenix calamity, Hongjun Daozu gained profound insights. Taking direct action was the worst option. The strength of the witch clan would inevitably provoke hostility from many ambitious individuals, and war was unavoidable. He only needed to subtly manipulate events from the shadows, and everything would proceed smoothly, without any damage to himself. Although the heavenly Tao is also a living being, it lacks sufficient cunning. This is precisely why the heavenly Tao repeatedly faltered. The enormous consumption of merit left Xingtian's complexion somewhat pale. Although this battle was initiated by the heavenly Tao, Xingtian was also greatly affected. After all, the final strike was initiated by him. However, he felt no regret about this. Xingtian's pale face revealed boundless murderous intent. By chance, he repelled the heavenly Tao, but he understood that he was not the true beneficiary of this battle. It was Hongjun Daozu who was the greatest beneficiary. To him, he was merely a pawn in the opponent's hands, and such a result naturally fueled resentment in Xingtian's heart. Xingtian was not a match for Hongjun Daozu, but that did not mean he would remain silent and unresponsive. He wanted to eliminate the Eastern Emperor Tai to destroy this piece on Hongjun Dais's chessboard. Even if he was merely a discarded piece, Xingtian still aimed to eliminate him to quell his own hatred. Die for me. Ignoring his own injuries, Xingtian unleashed the powers of space, instantly appearing before the Eastern Emperor Tai. Without a moment's hesitation, his iron fist struck brutally against the Eastern Emperor Tai. Many believed Xingtian was already exhausted, but when they witnessed his sudden resurgence, their faces darkened. They had underestimated Xingtian's reserves. Although Xingtian had warned before attacking, in the eyes of the crowd his assault was a complete ambush, a cowardly act. After all, the Eastern Emperor Tai had yet to recover from his shock and appeared somewhat dazed with no defense whatsoever. Xingtian paid no heed to such opinions. For him, what mattered now was venting his frustrations regardless of how others felt. All he sought was the death of the Eastern Emperor Tai, nothing more. Xingtian's act of holding no grudges left many gritting their teeth in frustration. Di Jun and Tai Yi wished to intervene, but upon seeing the presence of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, they could only sigh and abandon that thought. They had no confidence in facing the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Though the demon clan appeared unified on the surface, they were still unable to contend with the witch clan. He did not believe the 12 ancestors of sorcery would come unprepared. If Xingtian could be so cunning, how could the 12 ancestors of sorcery be any less sinister? A single misstep could plunge oneself into a trap meticulously laid by the witch clan following the fate of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Big brother, what should we do now? Are we just going to watch that bastard Eastern Emperor be taken down by the witch clan? Tai Yi spoke anxiously. Di Jun took a deep breath and said that madman Xingtian is dead set on eliminating Eastern Emperor. Now even Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao cannot stop his madness, and we certainly cannot. Since that is the case, we shall change our target. Without the Eastern Emperor's presence, there would be no significance to Penglai Island. Gather the army to attack Penglai Island. Those who align with my demon clan shall live, those who oppose shall perish. For the rise of our demon clan, we must seize Penglai Island and take the foundation from the Eastern Emperor, leaving Xingtian and the witch clan at a disadvantage. What a cunning fellow Di Jun is. Since he cannot stop Xingtian and the witch clan, he seeks to reap all the benefits and completely annihilate everything belonging to the Eastern Emperor. Many shared Di Jun's sentiments, but while many had ideas, they lacked the strength to act, merely dreaming. The three pure ones, however, were different. The might of the witch clan posed a significant threat, and as the true descendants of Pangu, they did not wish to see themselves suppressed by the witch clan. Since the Eastern Emperor's forces were to be destroyed, it would be best if it were at their hands, seizing the foundation from the Eastern Emperor. With such thoughts, many shifted their focus from Xingtian to the hard-earned Penglai Island developed by the Eastern Emperor, all eager to claim a share of the spoils. As the mentality of the many powerful beings in the primordial world shifted, the last thread of luck surrounding the Eastern Emperor Tai gradually dissipated, and death approached him. Hongjun Daozu was fully aware of the actions of the three pure ones, and Di Jun, Tai Yi and others, but he did not intervene to stop these events. He tacitly allowed it to happen, needing the three pure ones and others to grow stronger in order to deal with the witch clan and resolve his potential threats. With a single punch, Xingtian forcefully struck the Eastern Emperor, inflicting severe injuries. Had Xingtian not exhausted so much energy prior, this punch would have surely killed the Eastern Emperor, who was now devoid of reason and defenses, merely relying on instinct to withstand the blow. Flee! The only thought occupying the Eastern Emperor's mind, now heavily injured from Xingtian's punch, was to escape. He had been so thoroughly frightened by Xingtian that he could not muster even a hint of resolve to fight back, and he did not even consider calling for help from Jie and Xuanti. The Eastern Emperor frantically darted away, hoping to escape Xingtian's clutches. Unfortunately, he was too deluded. In such a dire situation, he had no chance of survival. The more he tried to flee, the faster he would meet his demise. Even though Xingtian was greatly weakened, the presence of the 12 ancestor witches loomed over him. If he were willing to risk his life and fight to the bitter end against Xingtian, he might have had a slim chance of survival. The Eastern Emperor did not consider this. His only thought was to escape this perilous place, which ultimately led to his demise. As they saw the Eastern Emperor frantically trying to flee, Jie and Xuanti sighed, deeply feeling utterly disappointed. It is not the godlike opponent that is feared, but rather the pig-like teammate, and the Eastern Emperor was indeed such a teammate, failing to grasp the situation, leaving no room for hope. Xuanti gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, you have truly done something foolish. Had we known the Eastern Emperor was this incompetent, we should never have come here to stand alongside such a scoundrel. It would be lucky not to have been led to our demise by him. This fool does not even consider that in such circumstances he has no chance of escaping. Even if he did escape, does he really think he could rise again? Many might have already attacked his stronghold." Jie nodded. Oh, indeed, they had underestimated the situation. They had always believed the Eastern Emperor was the foremost immortal of the primordial world, personally appointed by Hongjun Daozu, a being of extraordinary intellect, but it appeared they were gravely mistaken. As Xuanti noted, the Eastern Emperor's Panglai immortal island had already been seized by the Demon Clan. One could only admire the Demon Clan's audacity and the capabilities of Dijun and Tai Yi, who decisively made such a decision, prioritizing the attack on the Eastern Emperor's stronghold to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Witch Clan. Both Jie and Xuanti witnessed the fate of the Eastern Emperor and Panglai immortal island, feeling immense regret in their hearts. Had they not been involved, they might have shared in the benefits within the Panglai immortal island. Eastern Emperor, you truly are a fool, daring to flee before me. I must say you are too ignorant. Go to hell. With a thought, Xingtian unleashed his spatial powers, appearing before the Eastern Emperor in a flash, and his iron fists brutally struck into the Eastern Emperor's body. Then a flash of blood erupted as the Eastern Emperor's body was violently torn in half by Xingtian, a blood arrow shooting skyward, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of resentment. The Eastern Emperor was unwilling to accept this fate, loathing that he had met such a tragic end at the hands of Xingtian. Sadly, no matter how much he resented it, it was already too late. He was dead, slain by Xingtian, leaving not even a parting word. After tearing the Eastern Emperor in half, Xingtian let out a long roar towards the heavens, filled with boundless killing intent. He was venting his own brutality, blood staining his entire body, making him resemble a demonic god, exuding an endless aura of menace that sent chills down the spine. Although Xingtian's strength was currently quite diminished due to the consecutive battles draining his energy, the aura he emanated was still incredibly intimidating. Xingtian discarded the Eastern Emperor's body and turned to Jie and Xuanti, saying, "Jie and Xuanti, if you seek revenge, feel free to come find me, Xingtian, but be prepared to die." Upon hearing Xingtian's words, Jie and Xuanti's expressions changed. Though they indeed harbored thoughts of seeking vengeance against Xingtian, they knew this was not the right moment. If they acted rashly, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the Eastern Emperor who had been slain here. Although Xingtian was now near exhaustion, the 12 ancestor witches remained robust and vigorous. Jie said, "We dare not. This matter was our recklessness. We hope that fellow Taoist Xingtian and the 12 ancestor witches will forgive us. If there are no other matters, we will take our leave." Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Facing Xingtian's furious roar, Jie had no choice but to bow down and admit fault, prioritizing his life above all else. Xingtian indeed wished to eliminate Jie and Xuanti, but he lacked the strength to do so. A half-hearted attempt would only result in his own demise, having already lost too much in this battle. While Xingtian conversed with Jie and Xuanti, the Panglai immortal island was ablaze with bloodshed. Whether it was the Demon Clan or others, the only word for the Eastern Emperor's subordinates was kill. Countless bodies fell into pools of blood, transforming the entire Panglai immortal island into a land of slaughter, no longer resembling a serene immortal isle. People die for wealth and birds perish for food. The Eastern Emperor was utterly ignorant of this, and one can only imagine the folly of his subordinates. Many wished to defend Panglai immortal island and protect the endless riches, but the more they tried, the faster they perished, staining the entire Panglai immortal island with blood. This massacre marked the beginning of the witch-demon calamity and the onset of conflict between the two clans. Although it was not a direct clash between the witch and demon clans, the demon clan's actions incited boundless killing intent from the 12 ancestor witches, who were no fools. and would not swallow this silent grievance. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. Bastards, had we not been intent on protecting this Xingtian kid, I would have loved to eliminate those two thieves Dijun and Tai Yi for daring to seize from us. Truly seeking death. Zhu Rong the ancestor, which exclaimed in anger, his face revealing an expression of unparalleled madness. Di Jiang the ancestor, which said solemnly, "We will settle this matter with Dijun and Tai Yi later. The most important thing now is to preserve Xingtian's life. Everything else is secondary. We must take Xingtian away." As soon as Di Jiang finished speaking, he dashed like lightning to Xingtian's side, grabbing his hand and saying, "Let's go, this is not a place to linger." Without giving Xingtian a moment to respond, Di Jiang unleashed his spatial powers, taking Xingtian back to the center of the 12 ancestor witches. "Anyone who dares to make a move against our witch clan shall die." After rescuing Xingtian, the 12 ancestor witches shouted in unison into the void, issuing a warning to all beings in the primordial world. Although their actions were exceedingly arrogant, no one was willing to step forward, not even Hong Jundaozu at this moment. No one knew what would happen if the 12 ancestor witches were to go on a rampage, nor the consequences it would bring. The shock Xingtian had brought them was immense. As the words of the 12 ancestor witches fell, Di Jiang activated the 12 capital celestial devil formation, using the might of this supreme fierce formation to tear open space and leave. Such means from the 12 ancestor witches cast a shadow over many hearts. The witch clan possessed such mysterious abilities to traverse space. Opposing them would be terrifying. Unfortunately, Dijun and Tai Yi did not witness this scene, nor did the three pure ones. They were busy frantically seizing the spoils that should have belonged to the witch clan on Penglai, Immortal Island. Previously, the three pure ones and the demon clan had maintained a tacit understanding of calmness, but upon entering the Eastern Emperor's treasure chamber, their previous composure and restraint vanished. The allure of wealth stirred their greed, and before the endless treasures they could no longer suppress their inner desires. 10,000 Immortals Formation. In the center of the treasury lay an immensely powerful formation diagram, the 10,000 Immortals Formation. Such a formidable formation diagram rendered the three pure ones Dijun and Tai Yi unable to resist, all eager to seize it, knowing it would greatly enhance their strength. As the three pure ones and the demon clan sparked a conflict, the tacit understanding they had maintained shattered, setting the stage for a potential violent confrontation. At the moment he saw the 10,000 Immortals Formation, the heart of the Heavenly Master stirred, sensing a certain connection between the formation and himself tied to his future. In that fleeting instant he resolved that this formation diagram was a treasure he must obtain, and no one could stop him. The usually composed Heavenly Master spoke in a deep voice, "Dijun, this formation diagram is destined for me. You may take the other treasures here, but this one must remain." As soon as the Heavenly Master spoke, the expressions of Dijun and Tai Yi turned extremely grim. They already had enmity with the Sanqing, and now the Heavenly Master's arrogance infuriated them. Tai Yi scoffed disdainfully and said, "Do you not think you are being too excessive, Dao friend Tongtian? Do not assume you are so remarkable. This is not Kunlun Mountain, and you cannot just take treasures with empty words. Dream on." The Heavenly Master's expression shifted, and he coldly laughed. "Good, very good. I want to see what Dijun has to be so arrogant about. If you do not retreat, you will die." As he spoke, an endless killing intent erupted from the Heavenly Master within, which was an unparalleled sharpness, the sword chi of the sword Dao. It seemed the Heavenly Master was genuinely enraged. As the Heavenly Master moved, Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitianzun also unleashed their own auras, the three of them merging into one, their immense might pressing down fiercely upon Dijun and Tai Yi. Is it bullying the fewer with the more? The Sanqing are indeed shameless. Because of you, my good fortune in the Zixiao Palace was ruined. Today, we shall settle this karma. As Kunping spoke, he unleashed his own aura, joining forces with Dijun and Tai Yi to confront the Sanqing, with Kunping targeting Yuan Shitianzun. Although Kunping disliked Dijun and Tai Yi's overbearing ways, he equally loathed the Sanqing. Just as he said, the Sanqing had ruined his good fortune, and now that he had the chance for revenge, he would not let it slip. Most importantly, if he could assist Dijun and Tai Yi in seizing the 10,000 Immortals Formation diagram, he might become the owner of this treasure. After all, both Dijun and Tai Yi possessed their own precious artifacts. Interests stir the heart. Without tremendous benefits, how could Kunping dare to risk his life against the Sanqing? Sacrificing oneself to save another was never Kunping's style. For him, interests were paramount. Kill. With a thought, Kunping manifested the two paths of wind and water, sending forth a water dragon formed from true water, and a wind dragon condensed from fierce winds towards Yuan Shitianzun. At this point, Kunping had no mood for verbal disputes with the Sanqing. If he wanted to obtain the 10,000 Immortals Formation diagram, he had to seize it through sheer strength. As Kunping moved, Tai Yi laughed heartily. "Good, the Demon Master truly has extraordinary momentum. Taishang Lao Jun, let us also settle our grudges. Tai Yi then summoned the Chaos Bell, a heavy sound resonating through the great Tao, an invisible sound wave crashing towards Taishang Lao Jun without a hint of hesitation. Facing Tai Yi's attack, Taishang Lao Jun scoffed disdainfully and said, a mere three-legged crow dares to boast. Allow me to teach you a lesson and show you what is the true essence of Pangu. With a thought, Taishang Lao Jun summoned the postnatal treasure heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, a golden light of merit rising to form a solid barrier in front of him, blocking the invisible sound wave. Huh, huh, huh. A turtle hiding its head, what a fine turtle. Taishang Lao Jun, is this all you are capable of? To think you aspire to teach me a lesson. How utterly ridiculous. Tai Yi laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with endless mockery, showing no regard for Taishang Lao Jun's dignity. Daring to call Taishang Lao Jun a turtle hiding its head, one can imagine the extent of Tai Yi's hatred for him. The conflicts between the two had long become irreconcilable. With Tai Yi and Kunping both taking action, Di Jun said nothing more. With a thought, the river chart and Lo Shu, two innate spiritual treasures, flew towards the heavenly master, and the battle between the Sanqing and the demon clan erupted fully. Although many in the Pangu Immortal Island were envious of the treasure left by the Eastern Emperor, no one dared to take advantage of the battle between the Sanqing and the demon clan to seize treasures. At this moment, if anyone approached, they would surely be turned to ashes. Everyone could only wait for the Sanqing and the demon clan to determine the victor. After the 12 ancestors of sorcery and Xingtian left, Jieyin and Xuanti finally sighed in relief, their taut nerves relaxing. Yet they could not help but lament that this time they truly had suffered a loss, and seeing the commotion caused by the Sanqing and the demon clan on the Pangu Immortal Island made them feel even more miserable. Xuanti said with jealousy, it's truly a case of dogs biting dogs. None of the Sanqing or Di Jun are good people. They are all despicable, shameless little men who only know how to take advantage of others. Xuanti's words were a classic case of sour grapes. Had it not been for their own miscalculation and being caught off guard by Xingtian, they likely would not have let go of the immense benefits on Pangu Immortal Island. Suddenly Xuanti's eyes gleamed as he said, Senior brother, do you think there is any possibility for us to obtain a share of the benefits from Pangu Immortal Island now? Seeing Xuanti plotting again for the treasures of Pangu Immortal Island, Jane sighed and said, Junior brother, do not be too greedy. Have you not learned from this lesson? Do you think the Sanqing and the demon clan will give us this opportunity? Do you think those powerful beings gathered on Pangu Immortal Island will let us interfere again? Let us return to the west. If it is not necessary, do not come back to the east before our master gives the teachings again. Jiayin's words left Xuanti momentarily stunned. He did not expect his senior brother to say such a thing, voluntarily giving up the endless benefits of the east. Xuanti's obsession was too heavy, weighing down on his heart and character. Perhaps part of the reason was that the previous battle had wounded his foundation, leaving his heart scarred. Regardless of the circumstances, Xuanti was now too obsessed, his eyes fixated only on interests. Fortunately, Xuanti held great respect for Jiayin. Although he still felt some reluctance, he did not refute Jiayin's words, nor did he scheme to stay. When the Eastern Emperor fell, a powerful aura of death rose once more in the east, and the calamity of the Wu and Yao officially began. At this time, if Xuanti and Jiayin dared to plunge into it, they would inevitably be tainted by the aura of calamity, and in the future, they would also be implicated in the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Fortunately, Jiayin's resolve was firm. After suffering a setback, he made the right choice in time, not getting himself trapped in the calamity of the Wu and Yao, but Xuanti was not necessarily so, as his obsession was too profound. As the calamity began, countless beings of the primordial era would be drawn into it. The Sanqing had already been tainted by the aura of calamity, forming karma with the demon clan. At this moment, Fuxi and Nuwa and Mount Buzhou were incredibly confused. They could sense a thread of karmic connection between themselves and Di Jun and Tai, yet they did not wish to become enemies with the Sanqing, leaving them in a state of perplexity, unsure of what to do. Although the Sanqing were the direct descendants of Pangu, possessing great fortune and merit in the face of the demon clan, they gradually fell at a disadvantage. It was not due to insufficient cultivation on their part, but because they lacked the powerful spiritual treasures that Di Jun and Tai Yi possessed. The Chaos Bell in Tai Yi's hand was one of the 3 treasures for opening the heavens, its power astonishing. Even if Taishang Lao Jun had the postnatal treasure heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, it was merely for self-preservation. Yuan Shi Tianzun could contend evenly with Kunping, but overall Kunping held the advantage due to his superior speed, holding an undefeated position, while the Heavenly Master and Di Jun also fought, but their efforts were insufficient without a powerful spiritual treasure to confront Di Jun directly. As the Sanqing-proud descendants of Pangu were being suppressed and beaten by the perceived inferior demon clan of Dijun and Tai, they felt immense indignation and were unable to save face. The Wu clan, also descendants of Pangu, shared the same origin as them, yet whether it was the 12 ancestors of sorcery or Xingtian, they were incredibly formidable. Even the heavenly Dao and Hongjun Daozu treated them with caution. However, they were being pressed down by the demon clan represented by Dijun Tai and Kunping, unable to lift their heads, which severely wounded their pride. In the eyes of Taishang Laojuan, an endless killing intent was revealed. Such achievements deeply stimulated him, making it impossible for him to accept. They had come with high spirits, and it was them who had boasted first. If they were to falter in this contest, the Sanqing would become the laughingstock of the entire Hongwang. The 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan possessed their own powerful bloodline heritage. As members of the Sanqing, they naturally also hold the formidable Pangu primordial spirits Dao legacy. The Wu clan has the 12 capital heavenly gods array, while the Sanqing has the innate 3 talents formation. Taishang Laojun said in a deep voice, "Do not hold back, set up the formation heaven, earth, and man, activate the 3 talents formation." As soon as Taishang Laojun's words fell, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiao Master erupted with all their might. The powerful Sanqing divine thunder surged forth, forcing their opponents back. Then the 3 of them came together, arranged according to the positions of heaven, earth, and man, and in an instant a tremendous aura emanated from the Sanqing, completing the great formation. Though the innate 3 talents formation was not as ruthless as the 12 capital heavenly gods array, as an innate great formation, it possessed tremendous power. Once the formation was activated, the faces of Diju and Tai and Kunpeng turned exceptionally grim, losing all traces of their earlier arrogance. When they pressed down on the Sanqing, both Dijuan and Kunpeng could not help but underestimate the Sanqing, believing them to be far inferior to the Wu clan. The power of the Sanqing was vastly different from that of the Wu clan, but now they realized their mistake. They had underestimated the Sanqing, who, stemming from the same source as the Wu clan, surely inherited Pangu's legacy. A miscalculation. This moment of miscalculation cost them the initiative, and all the advantages they had previously established were lost. On the contrary, they found themselves in an unfavorable position. The battlefield is perilous. Even a slight mistake can lead one into a dire situation. This time Dijuan and Tai were somewhat fortunate, at least they had no immediate life-threatening issues. If they were facing the 12 ancestral witches, they would have likely been torn to shreds by now. The 12 capital heavenly gods array is not something that can be compared to the innate 3 talents formation. To become a hegemon daring to contend for the role of protagonist in this Hongwang, Dijuan and Tai's vision was naturally extraordinary. As they fell into the innate 3 talents formation, Dijuan swiftly retrieved the He Tu and Luo Shu, the 2 innate spiritual treasures, to protect Tai and Kunpeng. Tai was better off holding the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell. Even if he fell into the formation, he was not in immediate danger. After all, the Chaos Bell was not something given lightly. However, Kunpeng was not so fortunate. Lacking any significant spiritual treasures for protection made it much harder for him to ensure his own safety within the innate 3 talents formation. Junior brother, go all out and forcibly break this formation. Teach the Sanqing a lesson, Dijuan shouted loudly. With the tacit understanding between Dijuan and Tai, there was actually no need for him to shout. Tai would react swiftly. With a thought, Tai activated the Chaos Bell, emitting continuous innate Dao sounds. A radiant light surrounded Tai as chaos runes flickered around him, a manifestation of his understanding of the Pangu Dao through the Chaos Bell. The physical divine ability is the most fundamental divine ability within the Pangu legacy, combining both defense and offense into the most powerful method. It is one of the strongest innate divine abilities of the chaotic divine demons. This divine ability relies on breaking through countless methods, destroying the opponent's strength and divine abilities with overwhelming power. If cultivated to perfection, any divine ability can be effortlessly broken. This is also the most terrifying aspect of the chaotic divine demons. Since Tai learned this divine ability from the Chaos Bell, he had yet to fully cultivate it. This cultivation requires a strong Pangu bloodline. Though the bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow is powerful, it is merely a demon clan bloodline and cannot be compared to the Pangu bloodline. There remains a significant gap in cultivating such a powerful divine ability. Although he knew that his physical body had its shortcomings, Tai never considered giving up. After all, he had seen the strength of Xingtian's physical body. The demon clan would eventually have to battle the Wu clan, so Tai naturally needed to understand the Wu clan's divine abilities. After countless efforts, he finally made a breakthrough in the understanding of the physical divine ability of the Pangu Dao. Chaos Bell is the supreme treasure created by the Pangu great deity at the beginning of the world. To fully refine it, one either needs the Pangu bloodline or must cultivate the Pangu physical divine ability to perfection. Only then can one unleash the greatest power of this innate supreme treasure. As a member of the demon clan, Tai lacks the Pangu bloodline, so cultivating the Pangu physical divine ability is naturally his only choice. Unfortunately, the Pangu physical divine ability he acquired is merely a superficial understanding lacking its essence. His comprehension of the Pangu Dao is only a mere glimpse. Although he barely grasped it, his qualifications require an exceedingly long time to cultivate to a minor success. Fortunately, Tai has the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell in hand, allowing him to leverage this innate supreme treasure to comprehend the Pangu Dao, constantly gaining insights. Otherwise, he would have likely abandoned this tedious cultivation long ago. Upon seeing Dejuan, Tai, and Kuanping trapped in the Sanking's innate three talents formation, those who were originally watching were filled with greed. Someone shouted loudly, "Everyone hurry and grab it." In an instant, countless people rushed into the treasure vault of the Eastern Emperor, frantically seizing everything in sight, paying no heed to the Sanqing and Dejuan, Tai, and Kuanping, as they were already unable to extricate themselves. Among these people were the great saints of the demon clan and other casual cultivators, all of whom were madly seizing treasures. Such a drastic change caused the faces of the Sanqing to turn exceptionally grim. They wanted to stop the others, but doing so would inevitably allow Tai and Dejuan to break the formation, and the hard-won advantage they had gained would be lost again. In the midst of the Sanking's hesitation, Tai finally erupted. The killing intent in his heart surged wildly, and when it became uncontrollable, he suddenly let out a long howl towards the sky, and the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell flew out. Countless bell sounds rang out, resonating through the skies, crashing towards the innate three talents formation. Tai's target was not limited to just the Sanqing. Those who were currently plundering the treasures in the vault were also caught in the Chaos Bell's attack. After all, sound waves are formless and unaffected by formations. Moreover, even if someone wished to retaliate, they would first have to go through the Sanking's innate three talents formation. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attack of the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, those who were unprepared were blown apart by the sound waves, and the treasure vault was instantly splattered with blood. Upon witnessing such a change, Xingtian couldn't help but angrily scold Tai, "You bastard, you are truly ruthless, not even sparing the demon clan." In Tianzin's eyes, he thought Tai was cruel, but that was merely his one-sided view. As the demon emperor, Tai was considering the bigger picture. As long as he could achieve his goals, sacrificing a few minions was nothing. If one lacked even this determination, how could they possibly become a higher-up? Of course, Xingtian was not so benevolent himself. His actions were also intended to make Tai reconsider and slow down the attack. However, his idea was destined to be unachievable. Under the attack of the Chaos Bell, the void barrier created by the Sanking's innate three talents formation was shattered in large chunks by the sound waves. The rebound force caused the Sanking's vital energy to surge. If it weren't for Taishang Leijin's prior precautions using the postnatal merit treasure Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Linglong Tower to withstand a large portion of the attack, the innate three talents formation would have likely been shattered by this strike. The power unleashed by the combination of Pangu's physical divine ability and the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell far exceeded the Sanking's expectations. It was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The Sanking's calculation of Tai's attacking power with their previous perspective was indeed a grave error. Excitement. With a single blow, the Sanking's innate three talents formation trembled, filling Tai with immense excitement as he glimpsed the prospect of dominating the Hongwang. His choice was indeed correct. The Pangu divine ability and the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell complemented each other. Kill. Without hesitation, Tai once again activated the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell to strike at the Sanqing, sweeping through all the living beings on Panglai, Immortal Island. He intended to unleash a massacre to capture everyone in one fell swoop and to monopolize all the benefits of Panglai, Immortal Island. Madness. In this moment, Tai bore the same madness as Xingtian, suggesting that his contact with Xingtian had caused significant changes in his character. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous cries of despair echoed across Panglai, Immortal Island as many low-level cultivators turned into blood mist under Tai's sound wave attack, while the innate three talents formation set up by the Sanqing also swayed precariously. Of course, Tai's own consumption was also unparalleled. After just 2 strikes, more than half of his magical power had been depleted, and he could only unleash 1 more strike at most. Just as Tai was excitedly preparing to launch his final strike, the 10,000 Immortals formation diagram in the treasure vault suddenly erupted with intense light, and a massive formation diagram rose, releasing streams of celestial chi that merged with the Sanking's innate three talents formation. The 10,000 Immortals formation, it seems my appearance has truly accelerated the entire course of the primordial era. First the 12 capital heavenly gods killing formation, and now the 10,000 Immortals formation. I fear the great array of the stars from the demon race will soon emerge as well. However, within this 10,000 immortals formation resides a trace of chaotic divine demon aura. It appears that bastard Tai has already managed to grasp a hint of Pangu's physical body divine abilities. Even though my mind suffered significant damage during the previous battle, Xingtian still sensed everything happening atop the Pangu Fairy Island. The calamity has begun. The first impression this change gives Xingtian is that the calamity between the witch and demon races has commenced, and slaughter will once again descend upon this primordial world. He will also find himself caught in the midst of the calamity. Previously, Xingtian did not notice the changes within himself, but when the 10,000 immortals formation appeared, he clearly felt himself entangled with traces of calamity aura. As for the conflict between the three pure ones and the demon race, Xingtian harbored no worries. He believes everything is being pushed from behind, and that person is undoubtedly Hongjun. No matter how the three pure ones and the demon race clash, neither side will harm the vitality of the other, as their ultimate goal will certainly be the witch race. Time is running out for me. The first battle between the witch and demon races is about to begin, and I will be at the forefront. If I lack sufficient strength, I may very well be the first to fall among the witch race. With that thought, Xingtian's heart grew heavy. Things are not as easy as he hoped. No matter how much he does, the fate of the witch race has never changed. Whether it's the heavenly Tao or Hongjun, they both see the witch race as a thorn in their side, yet the 12 ancestral witches remain completely unaware and continue to feel self-satisfied. My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens. Anyone who aims to harm me must be prepared to face death. No matter how dangerous the future may be, it will not obstruct my determination to forge ahead. Those who obstruct my path to enlightenment shall perish. Xingtian resolutely decided that after returning to the witch race, he would leave quickly to seek out his own opportunities. With the 10,000 immortals formation having emerged early, he believes many spiritual treasures will also appear ahead of time. The 3 spiritual pearls he needs might also be forthcoming, and it seems his journey to the Phoenix clan will need to be expedited. As Xingtian contemplated his future, the battle at Pangu Fairy Island reached a critical moment. No one expected that at this juncture the 10,000 immortals formation would automatically rise and recognize the lord of the Xingtian sect as its master. This sudden change left Emperor Jun Tai and Kunping momentarily stunned. Although everyone knew this 10,000 immortals formation was a spiritual treasure, its automatic recognition of a master left them unsure whether to fight or negotiate, causing hesitation. The 3 pure ones shared different emotions. Taishang Laojun appeared quite indifferent, showing no sign of disturbance at the recognition of the 10,000 immortals formation. However, a hint of jealousy flashed through the eyes of Yuan Shitanzun as he knew he had no treasures of note himself, while the lord of the Xingtian sect was overjoyed. With the emergence of the 10,000 immortals formation, the innate 3 talents formation, which was about to collapse, stabilized. With this treasure in hand, the joy on the lord of the Xingtian sect's face was boundless. Seeing Tai and Emperor Jun suddenly halt their actions, Taishang Laojun said in a deep voice, "Friend Emperor Jun, the spiritual treasure has recognized its master. Given the situation, there's no need for us to continue fighting, right? Continuing to battle will only benefit others, and it won't be good for either of us." Upon hearing Taishang Laojun's words, Emperor Jun's expression changed. Although Taishang Laojun's demeanor was calm, there was an undeniable tone in his words that infuriated him. Not only was Emperor Jun furious, but Tai was also filled with anger. If it weren't for Emperor Jun's repeated signals, Tai would have already launched another attack. As for Kunping, he wore a dark expression, looking as if he could hardly bear it. It was infuriating to see a juicy piece of meat slip away just like that. Regardless of how unwilling Emperor Jun, Tai and Kunping felt the situation had developed to this point and left them no choice. Just as Taishang Laojun said, continuing to fight would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing others to reap the benefits. In the end, was it worth it over an innate spiritual treasure? After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun shook his head. In his view, it was not worth it. Although the 10,000 immortals formation was quite impressive, it wasn't worth risking life and death with the 3 pure ones over a treasure that had already recognized its master. Most importantly, he feared that if both sides fought to the bitter end, the witch race would suddenly strike, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Taishang Laojun's tone was not pleasant, it couldn't compare to his own life. Emperor Jun took a deep breath and said, "Very well, it's the will of heaven. We won't go against it or forcibly seize it. Fellow Taoists, please feel free to leave. We won't keep you any longer." Taishang Laojun's earlier tone had not been pleasant, and Emperor Jun was no pushover either. He immediately responded in kind, treating Pangu Fairy Island as his own territory and asking the 3 pure ones to leave, his tone equally indisputable. Taishang Laojun was not surprised by Emperor Jun's small retaliation. If Emperor Jun had shown no reaction at all, that would have been a cause for concern. Taishang Laojun replied calmly, very well, we shall leave now. Fellow Taoists need not see us off. As Taishang Laojun spoke, he exchanged a glance with Yuan Shitianzun and the lord of the Tongtian sect. The three of them left Penglai Fairy Island cautiously, choosing not to argue with the demon race. Once they left Penglai Fairy Island, Yuan Shitianzun exclaimed angrily, elder brother, that bastard Emperor Jun is too arrogant to be so audacious. Taishang Laojun replied solemnly, we will have our chance to settle this score later. Right now the most important thing is to leave here. Fortunately, we did not come away empty-handed this time. Let that bastard Emperor Jun be arrogant for a while longer. It won't be long before the demon race clashes with the witch race, and then he will suffer. At this point Taishang Laojun paused, and then asked the lord of the Tongtian sect, third brother, what is so remarkable about your 10,000 immortals formation? What is its power? The lord of the Tongtian sect replied with concern, elder brother, I fear we have obtained a rather useless existence. Although this treasure is powerful, it requires the formation of 10,000 immortals. No wonder it's called the 10,000 immortals formation. With only the three of us, where can we find 10,000 immortals to form the array? The only fortunate thing is that this formation has a slight effect on suppressing destiny. Taishang Laojun lightly furrowed his brow, seeming somewhat unwilling to accept this treasure. He sighed softly, the 10,000 immortals formation truly lives up to its name. But having it is better than not having it at all. You should refine it well. Perhaps one day you will be able to unleash the power of this treasure. Upon hearing about the efficacy of the 10,000 immortals formation, Yuan Shitianzun's jealousy dissipated. In his view, this was indeed a somewhat useless treasure, not particularly useful. Is the 10,000 immortals formation truly as worthless as the three pure ones think? No, things are not as they seem. This is a significant opportunity, but unfortunately the lord of the Tongtian sect failed to perceive it and wasted a chance. It's not just the lord of the Tongtian sect. Emperor Jun and Tai are the same. The emergence of the 10,000 immortals formation was a chance for them to change their fate. If they could seize this treasure, they would have the opportunity to bridge the gap between the demon race and the witch race. Unfortunately, they let this opportunity slip away. Opportunities are fleeting, once missed, they may never return. If one abandons such chances, it means abandoning their future, just like Han Yun, who lost his life. Although the demon race is developing quite well and has been unified in a short time, their luck is rather superficial. Despite Tai possessing the innate treasure Chaos Bell to suppress the demon race's luck, the Chaos Bell is a Pangus opening heaven artifact. It does not naturally align with Tai, and unless fully refined it cannot unleash its full power, rendering it incapable of suppressing the entire demon race's luck. If they had the 10,000 immortals formation, it would be different. The demon race has abundant manpower. With this formation in hand, they could completely contend with the witch race. The great Tao treats all beings equally, providing fairness to the creatures of the primordial world. However, some individuals are unable to seize opportunities. This cannot be blamed on others, it is merely due to their lack of vision and steadfast belief. The three pure ones harbored deep resentment towards Emperor Jun and Tai, while Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kunping felt similarly. They watched the retreating figures of the three pure ones with hatred. Regardless, the 10,000 immortals formation is an innate spiritual treasure, and losing it so easily left them unwilling. Yet for the greater good, they could only give up, allowing the three pure ones to leave, so easily unwilling to engage in a life and death struggle. It seems they chose to compromise for the greater good, preserving their strength, but the true costs and benefits of this decision are indeed difficult to ascertain. The battle at Penglai Immortal Island soon came to an end. Under the ravages of various forces, the power established by the Eastern Emperor was crumbling, and he, the foremost male immortal of the primeval era, fell into the river of time, becoming a part of history. The entire Penglai Immortal Island was then occupied by the Demon Clan, granting them a precious territory in the East Sea. Jun and Tai gained great fame from this battle in the primeval era, prompting many hesitant loose cultivators to resolutely join the Demon Clan, leading to a rapid expansion of their influence, closely approaching the Wu clan, the foremost power of the primeval era. Speaking of the Wu clan, after the 12 ancestors brought Xingtian back, they meticulously examined his body, still hopeful that a trace of Pangu's bloodline might remain within him. Unfortunately, the result greatly disappointed them. Xingtian's body had become incredibly pure, devoid of any trace of Pangu's bloodline. Even the divine abilities originally within his bloodline had qualitatively transformed, with the bloodline's change no longer carrying the slightest essence of Pangu, completely bearing the imprint of Xingtian himself. If the 12 ancestors had previously harbored a glimmer of hope for Xingtian, after examining his body, they no longer held any hope. Although they had been astonished by the power he had unleashed earlier, he had lost the Pangu bloodline and expended 90% of his merits. In their eyes, Xingtian had lost all potential, and he could only exist as a mere decoration, a figure to bring glory to the Wu clan. This time the 12 ancestors did not look down on Xingtian as before, for they needed his reputation to elevate the Wu clan's name. Their arrangements for him were quite favorable, yet they inadvertently revealed a hint of indifference. In their eyes, Xingtian was no longer one of the Wu clan. As the person involved, Xingtian with his insight and cunning could hardly fail to perceive the changes in the 12 ancestors. Although the members of the Wu clan still showed him respect under the pressure of the 12 ancestors, that respect was not heartfelt. The rift between Xingtian and the Wu clan remained, and rather than lessening it seemed to be intensifying. Bloodlines were viewed as exceptionally important by the Wu clan. A person who had lost the Pangu bloodline was no longer considered a comrade in their eyes. Once he had slightly regained his divine sense, Xingtian quickly sought out the 12 ancestors, proposing his desire to leave the Wu clan and venture out to cultivate. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, the 12 ancestors frowned, feeling resistance to his suggestion. Zhang, the ancestor, spoke solemnly. Xingtian, you are a wise man and should understand your current situation, knowing how many people outside are eyeing you. If you leave the Wu clan, you may face a storm of blood and danger. Your life will be at risk. I advise against leaving. Xingtian smiled calmly and replied, thank you for your concern, Zhang ancestor. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. If one cannot face even this minor danger, how can they hope to reach the pinnacle? Xingtian's insistence infuriated the notoriously hot-tempered Zhu Rong, who sneered and said, Xingtian, you should realize one thing, you are no longer the Xingtian of the past. The battle earlier has destroyed your foundation. You need to face reality and not aim too high, as that will only jeopardize your life. Although Zhu Rong's words contained some good intentions as a reminder to Xingtian, the way he expressed it carried a certain tone that was unacceptable to Xingtian. However, after witnessing the 12 ancestors put aside past grievances to save him, Xingtian felt a certain warmth in his heart. Even though Zhu Rong's tone was harsh, he did not feel anger. Xingtian calmly stated, I understand the good intentions of you ancestors. It is precisely because of my current situation that I must leave the Wu clan to undergo training. Only by doing so can I restore my strength and have the opportunity to advance further. If I remain in the Wu clan, I fear there will be no chance for me to enhance, as my Pangu bloodline has been completely burned away and my potential has been largely consumed. Was Xingtian's potential truly consumed to such an extent? No, this was merely the excuse Xingtian used to justify his departure from the Wu clan. This reasoning was also accepted by the entire Wu clan. During his time in the clan, he had heard the whispers of the members who believed that the disappearance of his bloodline meant he had lost all potential and had become a useless individual. Xingtian's calm response left the 12 ancestors in distress. They did not wish to see him perish, as that would be a blow to the Wu clan, yet they found themselves unable to reject his wishes. Zhang ancestor took a deep breath and said, Xingtian, I advise you to reconsider carefully and not rush into a decision. After all, this is no small matter, it concerns your life. Xingtian shook his head and replied, Zhang ancestor, there is no need for further consideration. I have made up my mind. If I do not succeed, I shall perish. Rather than living under the protection of the Wu clan, I would rather risk my life for a chance. Perhaps I can seize a glimmer of hope. Even if I die, it is better than living in such a precarious manner. Xingtian's determination caused Zhang ancestor to shake his head. He could see that Xingtian was resolute in leaving the Wu clan. Unless he was willing to take drastic measures to confine him, he could not stop Xingtian's resolve. Zhang ancestor sighed, very well, since you have said it to this extent, I will no longer obstruct you. I believe your wisdom does not require me to say much more. Go back and prepare well. As soon as Zhang ancestor finished speaking, the other ancestors were taken aback and hurriedly said, Elder brother, this matter is absolutely inappropriate. We cannot just watch Xingtian walk down the path of destruction. Before the other ancestors could finish their words, Zhang ancestor waved his hand to interrupt them, saying, enough, the matter is settled. Xingtian, you may go. Be careful, and if you encounter danger, return immediately. Your clan will handle everything for you. Xingtian nodded and said, thank you, Zhang ancestor. I understand what to do. Having spoken, Xingtian bowed to the 12 ancestors and then turned to leave, striding away without hesitation, showing no signs of wavering in the face of the so-called danger. After Xingtian left, Ho-Tu ancestor sighed, Elder brother, how can you let Xingtian leave the Wu clan like this? With his current cultivation, he is likely to never return if he goes. Zhang ancestor replied calmly, he has chosen his own path. We cannot stop him. Moreover, if we attempt to intervene, it will only provoke a backlash from Xingtian. You all know what kind of person he is. Rather than turning against him, it is better to let him find his own way. Zhang ancestor, as the leader of the Wu clan, understood Xingtian's thoughts better than the other ancestors. They only saw the impact of Xingtian's departure on the Wu clan, but failed to recognize the calamity that could arise from forcing him to stay. A bent melon is not sweet. Rather than forcing Xingtian to remain, it is better to let him go and preserve some goodwill for future meetings. Although the other ancestors disagreed with Dejiang ancestors' handling of the matter, the decision had been made, and they could only acquiesce. After all, Dejiang ancestor was the leader of the Wu clan, and they needed to uphold his dignity. Looking at the disappearing figure of Xingtian, Ho-Tu ancestor sighed inwardly. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she had to agree with Xingtian's words. Opportunities are earned through effort. In the past, everyone doubted Xingtian, believing that the chaotic bloodline meant he had no future. However, after Xingtian left the Wu clan for training, he underwent an astonishing transformation, gaining strength comparable to her own. This time, she still held a vague belief that Xingtian would forge his own path. Perhaps for other members of the Wu clan, losing the Pangu bloodline meant losing everything, but for Xingtian, it was entirely different. He still possessed the supreme path of slaughter. The supreme path of slaughter is not inferior to the Pangu path they inherited. In fact, it may even surpass the inheritance they received. After all, the Pangu inheritance the Wu clan obtained is not complete, and there is a slight gap compared to the complete supreme path of slaughter. Dejiang ancestor understood this point as well, but he did not voice it to avoid discouraging others and causing instability within the Wu clan. Leaving the witch clan, Xingtian made no pause and headed straight toward the southern volcano where the Phoenix clan resided. Having lost the Pangu bloodline and a significant amount of merit, he was eager to restore his ability to protect himself. He was not someone who would entrust his life safety to others, and he took his sense of crisis very seriously. From the day Xingtian went mad, the witch clan has been under the scrutiny of the mighty beings of the primordial era. As soon as he left the witch clan, he was immediately detected by many powerful beings of the primordial era. In the hearts of the 12 ancestor witches, they believed that once Xingtian left the witch clan, he would undoubtedly be besieged by the ambitious powers of the primordial era. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. After the previous battle, no one was willing to confront the madman Xingtian for a legacy that might not even exist and might not even resonate with them. Xingtian's fierce reputation had instilled deep fear in them. The death of Emperor Donghua had taught them a harsh lesson. Compared to life, even the best legacy is fleeting. Without life, nothing else matters. They did not wish to follow in Donghua's footsteps. The so-called Pangu legacy may be incredibly powerful, but it is not the only one. The Dao taught by Hong Jun is not necessarily weaker than the Pangu Dao. They had no reason to risk their lives to seize the Pangu legacy, wagering their own lives and the future of their race. Despite Xingtian appearing weak, no one dared to harbor malicious thoughts, for they did not know if this was a trap set by the witch clan and Xingtian. Caution makes for a safe journey. This time no one tried to stop Xingtian. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but after many occurrences it becomes abnormal. Everyone must be cautious. Life is only once, and once lost it cannot be regained. Some key figures have already sensed the changes in the primordial era, feeling the subtle opposition between the demon clan and the witch clan. This opposition reminded them of the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. A great calamity had destroyed many powerful clans in the primordial era. They did not want to follow in the footsteps of those races, so keeping their distance from the demon clan and the witch clan was the most prudent course of action. Xingtian traveled unimpeded to the southern immortal volcano. The Phoenix clan was somewhat surprised by his arrival, unsure of his intentions. When Xingtian sought an audience with the Phoenix Emperor outside the immortal volcano, the Phoenix Emperor, who had been suppressing the volcano, did not refuse him. After the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, she was already stained with endless karma, and with her keen insight, she could naturally see the aura of calamity surrounding Xingtian along with the faintly visible karma fire. Another calamity is about to arrive was the Phoenix Emperor's first thought. She was well aware of the dangers of calamity. Although the Phoenix clan had retreated to the immortal volcano, she could not guarantee that they would not be entangled in this calamity. After all, misfortune could strike unexpectedly at home. The world of the primordial era revered the strong, the weak had no choice. In Xingtian, there was a powerful fortune, otherwise he could not have repeatedly escaped the punishments of the heavenly Dao and Hong Jun. For someone like Xingtian, a fierce person with great fortune, the Phoenix Emperor would not underestimate him. That would be a crime against herself and her race. Soon, under the guidance of the Phoenix clan, Xingtian arrived deep within the immortal volcano and saw the Phoenix Emperor, who was strenuously suppressing the volcano. Xingtian pays his respects to the Phoenix Emperor. Facing the Phoenix Emperor, Xingtian expressed great respect. After all, a person willing to sacrifice themselves for their race is admirable. Not everyone can do this, and Xingtian knew he could not. He could fight for the witch clan, but to sacrifice himself for the safety of his race was an unheroic spirit he did not possess. He had his own selfish desires. The Phoenix Emperor smiled faintly and said, "I wonder what brings you, friend Xingtian, to see me. I cannot think of what abilities the current Phoenix clan has to assist you." Xingtian could sense the faint distance in the Phoenix Emperor's tone. He was not a fool and understood why she felt this way. The calamity was approaching and he could sense the impending conflict between the witch and demon clans. As the Phoenix Emperor, she would undoubtedly be aware as well, but this did not worry Xingtian. Xingtian calmly said, "I have come to seek the Fire Spirit Pearl." As soon as his words fell, a hint of surprise flashed across the Phoenix Emperor's face. However, the expression changed too quickly to grasp, but did not escape Xingtian's eyes. The Phoenix Emperor took a deep breath and said, "I do not sense the aura of fire from you, rather a sense of water. The Fire Spirit Pearl is an innate fire source. I wonder what you need it for." Xingtian replied, "Since the Phoenix Emperor can sense my aura, you should also be aware of my situation. Losing the Pangu bloodline has impacted me immensely. I do not wish to return to obscurity, so I can only take risks. Water and fire do oppose each other, but I believe they can coexist. Only through destruction and rebirth, through life and death, can I unleash my potential." Hearing Xingtian's answer, the Phoenix Emperor looked at him in surprise and said, "I did not expect you to understand the Tao so well, friend Xingtian. While the concept of water and fire coexisting sounds easy, it is extremely dangerous in practice. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Do you think this is worth it?" Xingtian smiled lightly and said, "Perhaps many would think it is not worth it, but to me it is. I would rather die gloriously than live in a cowardly peace." Seeing through life and death, the Phoenix Emperor knew of Xingtian's firm resolve, yet she did not expect him to see through life and death. This shocked her, as he was far too young enough to astonish anyone. For such a young person to see through life and death and fearlessly seek his own path amid life and death is a rare thing. The Phoenix Emperor sighed and said, "Friend Xingtian, I admit I am moved by your steadfast belief. However, you must know that the Fire Spirit Pearl is a rare innate spiritual treasure and the supreme treasure of the Phoenix clan. What do you offer in exchange for it? Surely you cannot come asking for it empty-handed." Hearing the Phoenix Emperor's words, a smile appeared on Xingtian's face. He was not afraid of what the Phoenix Emperor might demand, he only feared she would refuse him from the start. Xingtian smiled and said, "I understand the importance of the Fire Spirit Pearl, and since I have come to seek it, I am naturally prepared." The Phoenix Emperor said, "Oh, since you speak so confidently, I am quite curious to hear what you intend to use for exchange." Xingtian's expression turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone thinks that after the calamity of the dragon and Phoenix, the Phoenix clan returned entirely to the immortal volcano. However, I know the Phoenix Emperor still has 2 children in the Primordial era. Although they have yet to emerge, I believe you understand that even if you abandon them, not wanting them to bear the heavy responsibility of the Phoenix clan, the grave consequences of the calamity will still affect them. The cycle of cause and effect will bring them a great calamity. They may not face death, but it is normal for them to be enslaved and lose their freedom. If the Phoenix Emperor is willing to give me the Fire Spirit Pearl, I, Xingtian, will ensure their safety from this calamity." Xingtian's words exploded in the Phoenix Emperor's heart like thunder. She never expected that someone would know the secret she had kept hidden for so long. It was terrifying. If an ordinary person had said such words, the Phoenix Emperor would have dismissed them as a joke. However, coming from Xingtian, she could not help but take it seriously. Taking a deep breath to calm her mind, the Phoenix Emperor said in a deep voice, "How can I trust your words? And what can you offer as assurance that you can accomplish this?" Xingtian smiled lightly and said, "I wonder if the Phoenix Emperor has heard of the Karma Fire Red Lotus." The Phoenix Emperor nodded and said, "I know of the 12th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus born from the remnants of the 36th-grade Primal Chaos Green Lotus. However, it is in the Blood Sea, which belongs to the Nether River. The Blood Sea does not dry up and the Nether River does not die. During the peak of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, no one dared to covet the Nether River. I do not believe you have the ability to obtain this treasure from the Nether River." Xingtian laughed heartily and said, "The Phoenix Emperor's information is outdated. I admit the Blood Sea does not dry up and the Nether River does not die, but nothing is absolute. Look at this. How could this be? The 12th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus is in your hands." The Phoenix Emperor exclaimed in shock. Seeing the astonished expression of the Phoenix Emperor, Xingtian did not seem overly pleased. Instead, he calmly said, "It seems that the Phoenix Emperor has not been paying attention to the trends of the Primordial era for a long time, and you are unaware of many matters. If you had paid a little more attention to the developments of the Primordial era, you would not be so surprised. This treasure was seized from the hands of the River of the Underworld, and there are quite a few people in the entire Primordial era who are aware of it. It is precisely because of this treasure that I dared to come and seek it." Hearing Xingtian's words, the Phoenix Emperor sighed lightly and said, "The time of the Dragon and Phoenix has long passed. The calamity wrought by the Dragon and Phoenix caused boundless evil, and my Phoenix clan needs to exert all efforts to suppress the undying volcano. How could we have the heart to pay attention to the trends of the Primordial era? Since you managed to seize this treasure from the River of the Underworld, I naturally have no concerns. This transaction is agreed upon." Upon hearing the Phoenix Emperor's words, Xingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he appeared calm, he was actually extremely tense inside, fearing the Phoenix Emperor might reject him. That would be troublesome. The Phoenix Emperor was not the river of the underworld, and no matter how arrogant Xingtian was, he would not dare to make a move here in the undying volcano, as that would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Xingtian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Phoenix Emperor. May I ask if you know the whereabouts of the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Wind Spirit Pearl?" Xingtian's question caused the Phoenix Emperor to furrow her brow, and she said in a deep voice, "Xingtian, one must not be too greedy. Achieving harmony between water and fire is already quite difficult. If you pursue more excessively, it will only backfire. Beyond the Great Luo lies the laws. Excessive cultivation will only hinder your own progress." Xingtian smiled faintly and replied, "I appreciate your goodwill, but my situation is different from others. I still want to give it a try, and even if I fail, it would just be an opportunity to find a couple more protective spirit treasures for myself." Seeing Xingtian's stubbornness, the Phoenix Emperor shook her head and chose not to persuade him further. Although their time together was brief, the Phoenix Emperor could naturally discern Xingtian's character. Once he had made up his mind, he would not be swayed by the opinions of others. After pondering for a moment, the Phoenix Emperor said, "The Earth Spirit Pearl is a treasure of the Chen clan, but it was lost during the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. The Wind Spirit Pearl is similar. If you wish to find these two spirit treasures, you need to go to the west, as that great battle occurred in the west, and they should be scattered there." At this point, the Phoenix Emperor paused, and after a moment of thought, she added, "Since you are determined to find the Wind Spirit Pearl and the Earth Spirit Pearl, you can use the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl to aid your search. After all, they were all born from the primordial heaven and earth at the same time when Pangu opened the sky, and there is a certain connection between them." Having decided to engage in this transaction with Xingtian, the Phoenix Emperor did not intend to hold anything back and revealed everything she knew to him. As for whether Xingtian could succeed, that would depend on his own fortune and opportunity. The dragon and phoenix calamity caused heavy losses among the clans, and it is hard to say how many treasures were left behind. After the calamity, many people went on treasure hunts, making it difficult to ascertain the whereabouts of those lost treasures. Once the Phoenix Emperor finished speaking, with a thought, a fiery red pearl appeared in her hand, emanating a strong aura of fire. This was the innate spirit treasure, the Fire Spirit Pearl, one of the 4 primordial source spirit pearls produced when Pangu opened the sky. The Phoenix Emperor did not hesitate and effortlessly handed it to Xingtian. To the Phoenix Emperor, although the Fire Spirit Pearl was a fine, innate spirit treasure, it could not be compared to her own child. As long as she could secure her child's future, giving up a Fire Spirit Pearl was not a significant sacrifice. The Phoenix Emperor was not worried that Xingtian would deceive her, nor did she make him swear any oaths. Their agreement was merely verbal. Nonetheless, she did not believe that Xingtian would lie to her for the sake of this Fire Spirit Pearl. She trusted that he would not do such a thing. Xingtian did not hesitate to reach out and take the Fire Spirit Pearl. He also did not make any guarantees to the Phoenix Emperor. Everything was left unsaid. The cause and effect were far more solid than any oath. Anyone who was not a fool would not establish a causal relationship with the Phoenix clan for the sake of a single treasure. With the Fire Spirit Pearl finally in hand, Xingtian felt a sense of relief. His accumulation had increased once again, and it was a crucial step forward. With the Fire Spirit Pearl along with the Water Spirit Pearl he already possessed, he had obtained 2 of the 4 Spirit Pearls. Xingtian could fully rely on the primordial powers of these 2 Spirit Pearls to search for the other 2 Spirit Pearls. Once he found all 4 primordial Spirit Pearls, establishing his own small world would not be difficult. While Xingtian was trading with the Phoenix Emperor at the undying volcano, Dijun and Tai approached Fu Shi and Nuwa. Without any surprises, Fu Shi and Nuwa quickly agreed to join the Demon Clan. Although Dijun and Tai had previously operated under the banner of the Demon Clan, it was only a verbal agreement. After Fu Shi and Nu was consent, the fortunes of the entire Demon Clan had completely coalesced. At this point, Dijun and Tai were no longer satisfied with mere verbal promises. They sought to establish a heavenly court for the Demon Clan to contend with the Witch Clan. As Dijun and Tai shared this common intent, they suddenly felt a moment of daze, as if a force was drawing them towards something they needed to seek. Opportunity. Could it be that the Demon Clan's opportunity lies atop the Buzhou Mountain? This thought arose in the minds of Dijun and Tai, causing their expressions to grow serious. Buzhou Mountain is not an ordinary place. If the Demon Clan's opportunity is indeed on Buzhou Mountain, then Dijun and Tai must carefully consider how to face the Witch Clan. After all, Xingtian's grasp of Buzhou Mountain was astonishing. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire Demon Clan. Seeing Dijun and Tai's expressions change drastically in an instant, Fu Shi asked, "Is there something wrong, 2 Demon Emperors? Why have your faces suddenly turned so grave?" Dijun and Tai exchanged a glance and sighed. "To be honest, just now we sensed a faint aura The fortunes and opportunities of the demon clan are on this Buzhou mountain, which has left us somewhat hesitant. As soon as Dijun spoke, Fu Xinhua and Kuan Peng understood immediately. They knew perfectly well what Dijun and Tai Yi were concerned about. Kuan Peng said in a deep voice, Demon Emperor's opportunities must not be missed, and once lost they will not return. We have nothing to worry about. Since it is an opportunity, we should go and seek it. If there are any unforeseen circumstances, we will find a way to deal with Xingtian. We cannot let the situation of the demon clan be dictated by one person. Even if we have to go to war with the witch clan, it is not a big deal. These are the challenges we must face. Kuan Peng's words eased the mood of Dijun and Tai Yi considerably. Their concerns were not about Xingtian's threat to the demon clan, but rather the fear of differing voices within the demon clan. As long as the demon clan maintained a unified stance, they had nothing to worry about. When they decided to establish the demon clan, Dijun and Tai Yi had already prepared for war with the witch clan. In contrast to Kuan Peng, Fu Shi and Nu Hua could not be so carefree. There was a shadow in their hearts, yet they understood that this was a challenge the demon clan had to face. Even if they were unwilling to confront the witch clan, it would be futile, as this was the trend of the times and could not be resisted. Thus, they could only remain silent. Let's go. Let's all see what this opportunity truly is. Dijun declared as he stepped out of the cave of Fu Shi and Nu while heading towards the peak of Buzhou Mountain, following the feeling he had. What is going on? Could it be that our opportunity lies at the peak of Buzhou Mountain? This seems a bit too unbelievable. Fu Shi said in surprise. It should be noted that Fu Shi and Nu Hua had been cultivating on Buzhou Mountain for some time and had a certain understanding of it. There was nothing particularly special at the peak of Buzhou Mountain unless one were to say it was simply a bit higher. The higher they climbed up Buzhou Mountain, the greater the pressure they faced. For Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuan Peng, the pressure was bearable, but for ordinary small demons, it was overwhelmingly powerful, making it impossible for them to reach the peak of Buzhou Mountain, leaving them somewhat disappointed regarding this opportunity. As they descended, everyone was holding their breath, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Under the leadership of Dijun and Tai Yi, the five soon reached the summit of Buzhou Mountain. However, looking around from the peak, they saw only a sea of clouds with no sign of any opportunity, which left Kuan Peng, Fu Shi, and Nu Hua looking at Dijun and Tai Yi in confusion. Not only were Kuan Peng and the others puzzled, but Dijun and Tai Yi were also confused. They sensed again, and indeed the aura was pointing to this very spot, yet they could not see any opportunity. Just as Dijun and Tai Yi were at a loss for how to explain, an oppressive force suddenly descended, and a towering path appeared out of nowhere. With the emergence of this path, celestial sounds echoed from deep within, and as this road appeared, Dijun and Tai Yi felt the pull of the aura, clearly indicating that the opportunity they sought lay behind this celestial path, where the ultimate opportunity of the demon clan awaited. And they went. Dijun and Tai Yi rushed into the heavenly road without a moment's hesitation, fearing that they might miss out on benefits if they delayed. Although it could be said that Dijun and Tai Yi had somewhat dark thoughts, one had to admit that their instincts were correct. Just as they rushed into the heavenly road, Kuan Peng followed closely behind them. If they hesitated even slightly, Kuan Peng would surely be the first to enter. In contrast, Fu Shi and Nu Hua displayed a calm demeanor, unmoved by the immediate benefits. Only after Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kuan Peng had entered the heavenly road did they leisurely follow. As the five of them stepped into the heavenly road, a flash of light appeared, and the originally vast path vanished from the peak of the Buzhou Mountain as if it had never existed. They arrived in a world unlike any they had ever heard of, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds, where splendid palaces towered amidst the clouds. This was the heavenly court, the chance of the demon clan. Upon entering the heavenly court, Dijun and Tai Yi were immediately acknowledged and took control of the heavenly court. With this heavenly court, how can I worry that my demon clan will not flourish? Dijun could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, laughing maniacally, his face filled with boundless excitement. Tai Yi, like Dijun, laughed wildly. With the heavenly court, the demon clan no longer needed to fear the threat of the witch clan. With the heavenly court, the demon clan could stand invincible, possessing their own world. Fu Shi and Nu Hua smiled upon seeing this miraculous world, feeling gratified for the demon clan's great fortune. However, a shadow flickered in Kun Peng's eyes, though he concealed it well. The others were so entranced by their joy that they failed to notice Kun Peng's unease. Originally, Dijun and Tai Yi planned to issue hero invitations from Donghua Daijin's Penglai Fairy Island, seeking the testimony of the great ones of the primordial era to witness the establishment of the demon clan. But after obtaining the heavenly court, they immediately changed their minds, deciding to use the heavenly court as their base, making it the stronghold of the entire demon clan. Although the heavenly court was connected to Buzhou Mountain, this would not affect the safety of the demon clan. As the masters of the heavenly court, Dijun and Tai Yi could sever the connection between the heavenly court and the primordial world at any time. Unless the Witch Clan launched a full-scale attack, it would be difficult to breach the defenses of the Heavenly Court. After a moment of venting their emotions, Dijuan and Tai finally regained their composure. They all sat down in the central Lingxiao treasure hall of the Heavenly Court. Tai spoke solemnly. Big brother, the heavens are with our demon clan. We should take advantage of the Witch Clan's recovery from the previous battle and establish the demon clan, immediately catching them off guard. Upon hearing Tai's words, Dijuan nodded and said, "Good, that is my intention. Demon Master, I entrust this matter to you. Spread invitations widely so that all beings of the primordial world know the might of our demon clan." In contrast to Dijuan and Tai's excitement, Kunpeng spoke calmly. "Your Majesties, it would be wise to consider this matter carefully. The demon clan is newly established and lacks any reputation in the primordial world, making it impossible to compare with the Witch Clan. It is better to be cautious at this moment. We don't need to invite the great ones of the primordial world. Simply declaring the establishment of the demon clan will suffice, reducing unnecessary trouble and confusing the Witch Clan." As Kunpeng finished speaking, the expressions of Dijuan and Tai darkened. Their joyful mood was abruptly shattered by Kunpeng's words, which infuriated them. However, they could not retort, as Kunpeng's suggestion was indeed for the safety of the demon clan. Fuxi and Yuhua exchanged glances and stepped forward, saying, "What the demon clan has proposed is wise. Caution brings long-lasting benefits. The Witch Clan is a group of madmen. If we act too ostentatiously, we may provoke their wrath, which would be counterproductive. After all, there are many entangled causes and effects between the demon and Witch clans. If those madmen from the Witch Clan seize the opportunity to attack the Heavenly Court, our demon clan's reputation will suffer." Faced with the persuasion of Kunpeng, Fuxi and Yuhua, Dijuan and Tai, despite their reluctance, had to compromise. They could only nod and say, "That is also acceptable." Demon Master summoned the demon army to the Heavenly Court. Cultivating in such a treasure land will accelerate our progress and narrow the gap with the Witch Clan. Seeing that Dijuan did not stubbornly insist on his opinion, Fuxi and Yuhua breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more optimistic about the future of the demon clan. Under the covert guidance of Demon Master Kunpeng, many experts from the demon clan stealthily entered the Heavenly Court. Soon the demon army gathered in the Heavenly Court, leaving only some inconsequential minor demons and those who had not submitted to Dijuan and Tai in the primordial world. When all the powerful beings of the demon clan gathered in the Heavenly Court, Dijuan and Tai led them to offer sacrifices to the heavens and announced the establishment of the demon clan. As Dijuan and Tai made their offerings to the heavens, the entire primordial world erupted in turmoil. A powerful pressure emanated from the 9 heavens, and then Dijuan and Tai shouted loudly, "Heavenly way above, today, I, Dijuan and Tai, lead the many powerful beings of the demon clan to gather in the Heavenly Court to establish the demon clan. We hope the Heavenly way grants us this." With this proclamation, the entire primordial world was shocked. No one expected that this sudden heavenly change was brought about by Dijuan and Tai, nor did they anticipate the establishment of the demon clan. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed, and a brilliant golden light flew down from the void. The light was dazzling, and when it descended upon the primordial world, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. The merit golden light indicated that the establishment of the demon clan by Dijuan and Tai not only gained the recognition of the heavenly way, but also received immense merit, which left many feeling unsettled. As the merit golden light fell, Dijuan and Tai each took 60%, while the remaining merit was distributed among the powerful beings of the demon clan. With the support of the heavenly way, the ambitions of the entire demon clan surged wildly, letting out frenzied roars that echoed through the skies. After the merit golden light fell, the Heavenly Court, which had originally been hidden within the clouds of the 9 heavens, appeared before the eyes of all beings in the primordial world. Once the merit golden light completely dissipated, the Heavenly Court vanished again, leaving the beings of the primordial world in shock, envious of the good fortune of the demon clan who had managed to possess such a realm. At the moment the demon clan was established, Xingtian was leaving the immortal volcano, heading west. Upon seeing the Heavenly Court gradually disappearing in the 9 heavens, Xingtian sneered and said, "What a heavenly way so reckless to support the demon clan with such great backing. But what does the establishment of the Heavenly Court matter? It still cannot interfere with the operations of the primordial world." While others did not sense the hidden implications of the appearance of the Heavenly Court, Xingtian, who had battled the Heavenly Way multiple times, felt the aura of the Heavenly Way as it emerged. It seemed that the last failure had prompted the Heavenly Way to change its strategy, choosing to support the Demon Clan to oppose the Witch Clan, using the Demon Clan to destroy the Witch Clan. The early appearance of the Heavenly Court also stirred something within Xingtian. In the entire primordial world, there were few treasures that held the pure essence of the 9 heavens. If he wanted to establish his own inner world, the pure essence of the nine heavens was essential. Although such treasures were hard to find with the appearance of the heavenly court, Xingtian thought of another way to plunder. Plundering the pure essence above the heavenly court, although this method seemed a bit reckless, it was not difficult as long as it was calculated properly. Moreover, it was the fastest approach. While others were unaware of the direction of the primordial tides, Xingtian was clear that Buzhou Mountain would eventually fall and the nine heavens would collapse. As long as he made complete preparations, everything would be within reach. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his greed, Xingtian said solemnly, "I must speed up. With the appearance of the heavenly court and the establishment of the demon clan, it is likely that before Hongjun Daozu preaches a second time, the witch and demon clans will clash, igniting the great calamity between them." The appearance of the heavenly court and the establishment of the demon clan allowed any discerning great one of the primordial world to sense the brewing calamity, understanding what it signified. Individuals like Zenyuanzi closed their doors to guests, ignoring the struggles of the primordial world, hoping to extricate themselves from the calamity, while some ambitious figures revealed their claws, wanting to use the eruption of this calamity to enhance their own strength. Among them were the representatives of the recently returned Western figures Zhuanti and Jin. Everything was as Xingtian had anticipated. Time was running short. With the rise of the demon clan and the appearance of the heavenly court, the atmosphere of calamity thickened. Especially the demon clan, emboldened by the support of the heavenly court, it grew increasingly arrogant and reckless. Previously, they would not dare provoke the witch clan, but now they disregarded the witch clan entirely and even clashed with them. Although Emperor Jun and Tai Yi did not wish to confront the witch clan at this time, they could not control the numerous demons. Those ignorant individuals inevitably undermined Emperor Jun and Tai Yi's plans and tarnished the reputation of the demon clan. Consequently, the demon clan quickly became a target for everyone in the primordial chaos. If it were not for their formidable strength, they might have already been eliminated, fading into history. Xingtian had no time to concern himself with the conflict between the witch and demon clans. His thoughts were solely focused on searching for the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Wind Spirit Pearl. His footsteps traversed the entire western region, and just as he worried that his presence might disrupt the flow of the primordial chaos and lead to the two original spiritual treasures being taken away, an unexpected incident occurred. In a vast desert in the west, the fire spirit pearl in Xingtian's hand began to react. He hurriedly rushed in the direction indicated by the pearl, and after exerting considerable effort, he finally reached his destination. The scene before Xingtian left him perplexed. According to the fire spirit pearl's guidance, he had arrived at his destination, yet it remained an empty desert with nothing in sight. What on earth is happening? Is it my eyes playing tricks, or is there something wrong with the fire spirit pearl's guidance? Xingtian couldn't help but ponder. No, if this truly is a desert, it should not be devoid of anything. There are no winds or sands. This is an illusion protected by a formation hiding the treasures within. Xingtian quickly found the flaw in this place. If he found nothing, it would be difficult to break through everything. However, once Xingtian identified the problem, everything became considerably easier. After all, the formation was operating on its own without anyone controlling it, and with Xingtian's cultivation level, breaking through was not a challenge. With just a slight exertion of power, Xingtian opened a gap in the formation, revealing a massive underground cave before his eyes. This cave was not naturally formed, but was man-made. Surrounding the cave were countless battle scars, indicating that a fierce battle had once taken place here, creating this peculiar environment. Although this place had been abandoned for a long time, the aura of slaughter left by that battle had not dissipated. One could still feel the remnants of the fierce atmosphere from that time. What exactly was hidden within this cave? Why was there a formation protecting it? And why, after such a long time, did such a fierce aura still linger? Xingtian felt even more perplexed. To unravel the mysteries in his heart, he had to enter the cave and investigate. While others might worry about the dangers within, Xingtian was not concerned. With his powerful physique, he possessed formidable self-preservation capabilities even in such an environment. Xingtian did not hesitate and boldly stepped into the cave. As soon as he entered, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Countless corpses appeared before him, belonging to the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, the White Tiger Clan, the Qilin Clan, and even the Xuanwu Clan. The common feature of these corpses was that they had all died in a gruesome manner. Not a single body was intact, revealing the horrific battles that had transpired here. The Dragon and Phoenix clans had fought brutally for dominance over the primordial chaos. That battle had darkened the skies, but why were so many individuals engaged in such a fierce struggle here? Was there some astonishing secret hidden within? Thinking of this made Xingtian's heart burn with urgency. He desperately wanted to uncover everything, to know what secrets lay hidden within this cave. Although Xingtian was eager to uncover the truth, he did not act recklessly. Caution was the mother of safety. Now that he had found the entrance, he needed to be even more meticulous and not let his guard down. Xingtian cautiously entered the cave, pausing at every step, wary of any unforeseen events. After taking several dozen steps without incident, he let out a sigh of relief, inwardly thinking, perhaps I was too cautious. This place has endured for so long. Even if there were hidden mechanisms, they would have been eroded by the passage of time. Just as Xingtian was lost in thought, an unexpected event occurred. A chilling wind blew from the depths of the cave. After the wind swept through, Xingtian shivered involuntarily, and what he saw next horrified him. After the icy wind passed, all the corpses suddenly stood up, exuding a strong aura of killing intent directed at Xingtian. Damn it! Who set up such a treacherous trap, not even sparing the dead? Faced with this terrifying situation, Xingtian couldn't help but curse aloud. Cursing was futile, it wouldn't resolve the crisis at hand. Xingtian had now completely fallen into a tide of corpses surrounded by countless bodies. The intense killing intent made him uneasy. This was merely the beginning, and such a terrifying situation had already arisen. One could only imagine what lay deeper within the cave. Regardless of how dangerous the situation was, Xingtian had no way to retreat. He could only move forward as the path behind him had vanished after the chilling wind swept through. A conspiracy. Xingtian's first thought was that he had stepped into a place rife with traps that he had been set up. Indeed, Xingtian had been schemed against. This place was far more complex than he had initially thought. It contained boundless terror. The current situation left no room for him to ponder further. After the icy wind passed, the resurrected corpses paused for a moment before crazily attacking Xingtian, charging at him as if intent on tearing him to pieces. As the tide of corpses surged, an overwhelming killing intent coalesced, creating a powerful shockwave that weighed heavily on Xingtian's heart. Under the impact of this killing intent, he felt the breath of death. The intense killing aura triggered a qualitative change, forming a massive aura of death. The fact that Xingtian could feel such a thing speaks volumes about how terrifying this environment was and how insidious and cruel the one who set the trap must be. Even though Xingtian had witnessed many scenes, he was still shocked. Who set such a trap? Soon the name Luo Ho flashed in Xingtian's mind. Only Luo Ho could be so ruthless and insane in the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, laying such a terrifying and malicious trap. Thinking of Luo Ho's terrifying schemes, Xingtian dared not be careless. Focusing his mind, a radiant light of merit appeared above his head, dissolving the killing intent under its illumination. The tide of corpses, revived by the sinister energy, was also restrained by the powerful merit light. Soon the corpses closest to Xingtian turned to ashes under the brilliance of the merit light. Although the merit light subdued the revived tide of corpses and destroyed many of the bodies, Xingtian's actions angered the tide. The evil corpses let out howls, charging recklessly at Xingtian. Before he could mount a defense, the evil corpses began to self-destruct. Amidst the deafening explosions, dark energy rose quickly, blotting out the merit light, suppressing it fiercely. How could this be possible? How could the merit light be suppressed by the tide of corpses? What kind of sinister method was used to forge this tide? What lay within this cave? Xingtian was filled with confusion and worry. Everything was too shocking. The events unfolding before him were too absurd. If he could not quickly find a solution, Xingtian believed, he wouldn't last much longer, as the merit light could not sustain itself for an extended period. A swift resolution. This was the only thought in Xingtian's mind, the best way to resolve the immediate crisis. Kill. The tide of corpses emanated an astonishing killing intent, and how could Xingtian lack such overwhelming killing intent? Mastering the ultimate path of slaughter, Xingtian's killing heart stirred, and boundless killing intent surged forth, forming a powerful storm that swept toward the tide of corpses. To stop the killing with killing was Xingtian's choice. With pressure comes motivation. Amidst the endless tide of corpses and the aura of death, Xingtian unleashed his latent potential, an unceasing murderous aura radiating from him, specifically from the soul-devouring spear within his sea of consciousness. Under the pressure of such killing intent, the fusion between Xingtian and the soul-devouring spear advanced another step. Although it was merely a small step, this advancement allowed Xingtian to pass a critical barrier. He could now freely harness the power of the soul-devouring spear and summon it from his sea of consciousness. Kill. With a furious roar, Xingtian summoned the soul-devouring spear into his hand and charged madly into the tide of corpses. Countless bodies fell under the spear's onslaught, their souls devoured by the soul-devouring spear and transformed into its nourishment. The soul-devouring spear had sustained significant injuries during the creation of the world by Pangu, and its self-recovery would take a long time. Originally, Xingtian had no way to summon it since it was hidden within his sea of consciousness, rendering the idea of devouring external forces to restore its power impossible. Now that limitation had finally vanished, and as each soul was consumed by the soul-devouring spear, its power was gradually restored. Roar. Just as Xingtian was reveling in his slaughter, a brutal roar echoed from deep within the cave. That sound was filled with endless killing intent, indicating that Xingtian's actions had enraged someone. Although Xingtian could tell from the cave's formation that it was artificially created, he did not expect that despite the passage of time, since the dragon and phoenix tribulation, there were still living beings within the cave. It could even be said that the cave still had its owner, which weighed heavily on Xingtian's heart. Though arrogant, Xingtian was not foolish, nor did he overestimate his abilities to contend with the primal powers from the dragon and phoenix tribulation, even if they were severely injured. The disparity between them was too great for a mere golden immortal like him to confront. At this moment, Xingtian even suspected that the roar emanating from the depths of the cave belonged to Luo Ho. Many believed that Luo Ho had perished during the dragon and phoenix tribulation, but Xingtian did not share this belief. At least after witnessing the incredibly mysterious and terrifying cave, he had his doubts. Luo Ho was a true power during the dragon and phoenix tribulation, a top-tier existence. Xingtian could not believe that he would have no backup plan, or perhaps this cave was a contingency left by Luo Ho, explaining the presence of so many corpses. Although heavy-hearted, Xingtian did not retreat. The situation had reached a point where retreat was not an option. He had no way out. As the roars sounded, the environment around him changed drastically, engulfing him in endless darkness that obscured his retreat. Darkness. This was a tide of darkness, and the endless tide of corpses lurked within it, intertwining to make Xingtian's predicament exceedingly perilous. Though wielding the powerful soul-devouring spear, Xingtian was shrouded in the tide of darkness, unable to see the path ahead or the enemy's movements. How much of his strength could he truly unleash in such conditions? Of course, Xingtian could once again unleash his formidable merit golden light to dissolve the endless tide of darkness. However, he refrained from doing so, uncertain whether his merit could sustain the consumption against the dark tide unleashed by the opponent. If it couldn't, this trump card would be wasted, something Xingtian wished to avoid. With merit at hand, he held a measure of self-preservation power. Conversely, losing that merit would make everything different for him. He would not gamble with his life, at least not when the situation hadn't deteriorated to that level. Fire. With a thought, Xingtian summoned the fire spirit orb in his hand. He originally did not plan to merge the fire spirit orb at this moment, but the situation left him no choice. Only by doing so could he fully unleash the orb's power, providing a chance to break through the endless tide of darkness. However, this action was quite dangerous for Xingtian. He had to confront the conflict between the two elemental origins of water and fire. While the concept of their harmony sounded easy, the reality was fraught with peril. Xingtian had originally intended to wait until he obtained the Wind Spirit Orb and Earth Spirit Orb before proceeding, merging all four Spirit Orbs together. But now he had to take the risk, as this gamble was less perilous than using his merit golden light. Under the influence of the life origin, the Fire Spirit Orb erupted with boundless divine might. Flames appeared from thin air, transforming into a fiery cloud that rapidly spread, clashing against the endless darkness. Simultaneously, a source of fire merged into the life origin. As the source of fire merged, it immediately triggered the water source already present within Xingtian, leading to a violent clash between the opposing elements of water and fire. At this moment, Xingtian found himself caught in a dilemma, surrounded by endless darkness, while internally facing the clash of water and fire. He had to gather all his focus to resolve the crisis at hand. Breaking and then establishing anew, achieving life from the brink of death, Xingtian was using external pressure to trigger his own potential. After burning through all his Pangu bloodline, although his power became incredibly pure, he also lost much of the Pangu bloodline, resulting in diminished potential. Open for me. Xingtian roared, and the fire cloud became incredibly violent, relentlessly crashing against the endless darkness. When the fire cloud erupted, the tide of corpses hidden within the darkness suffered a devastating blow, being consumed by the raging fire cloud and reduced to ashes. This was merely the beginning. The power of darkness was far more formidable than Xingtian had imagined. Although the fire cloud was rage-filled, it could not completely breach the endless darkness. What to do? Endure. The fire spirit orb, being the source of fire from the creation of the world, possessed endless fire spiritual energy, enabling a consumption battle against the opponent. This was something Xingtian could withstand, but it also posed significant risks as he was unaware of the opponent's hidden cards. While a battle of attrition seemed ideal, any unexpected turn could lead to severe consequences. Ultimately, Xingtian decided against it. While harmonizing water and fire was challenging, causing them to explode was much easier. In an instant, a wild idea surged in his mind. He would control both water and fire elemental powers and make them collide. The collision of two opposing forces would unleash a powerful shockwave, not merely a sum of 1 + 1 = 2, but an overwhelmingly impressive force. Let's do it. In a moment, Xingtian made his decision. There was no choice left at this point. To achieve his desires, he needed to take risks, for he did not know what would transpire next. After all this was the West filled with many latent dangers. With a thought, a water spirit cloud formed in Xingtian's hand, quickly absorbing the power of water from within his body, releasing a potent aura of water. As this water aura emerged, the previously existing fire spirit cloud grew even more violent, gradually beyond Xingtian's control. The simultaneous emergence of water and fire would inevitably lead to intense conflict. This was the law of nature. Die for me! Xingtian roared, throwing the water spirit cloud, while his body retreated frantically, desperately, trying to evade the shockwave generated by the collision of water and fire. No! After the water spirit cloud was thrown by Xingtian, another furious roar echoed from deep within the cave. Unfortunately, his roar could not change anything as the water spirit cloud collided with the fire spirit cloud. With a thunderous explosion, the water spirit cloud collided with the fire spirit cloud. Powerful shockwaves radiated like a tsunami in all directions. Before such a tremendous shockwave, the endless tide of darkness and the tide of corpses crumbled, obliterated in an instant. Although Xingtian had prepared himself in the rush, he could not mitigate all the shockwaves, only managing to dodge the sharpest edges. Yet even the residual waves inflicted a heavy toll on him. Had it not been for his timely reaction, using the 12-grade Karma Flame Red Lotus as a shield, he would have likely suffered serious injury from the shockwave. The shockwaves generated by the clash of water and fire came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In mere moments, the shockwaves had dissipated, and when the endless tide of darkness receded, what appeared before Xingtian was a scene that chilled him to the bone. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and the devastation was horrifying. Before him lay countless corpses. The sheer magnitude of such a sight was enough to instill fear in any heart. Xingtian did not know what had transpired here, but he understood that deep within this cave something even more astonishing awaited him. The Earth Spirit Pearl and the Wind Spirit Pearl he sought were likely in the hands of the one who had caused this. A chilling, sinister voice echoed from deep within the cave, filled with an infinite, killing intent. You have angered me, young one. Upon hearing this voice, Xingtian sneered and replied, if you have the capability, then show yourself. Hiding in the shadows is no skill at all. I, Xingtian, stand here unafraid of your revenge. Provocation. Facing the presence in the depths of the cave, Xingtian issued his challenge, eager to draw out his opponent for a battle and to avoid being placed at a disadvantage. Xingtian's intentions were good, yet they were destined to fail. Anyone who had survived the terrifying battle of the Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm was no mere candle in the wind. Oh, how could they be roused by such childish tactics? A cold snort echoed from the depths of the cave, dismissing Xingtian's words. The presence remained unmoving, hidden in the shadows. Seeing no reaction from his opponent, Xingtian continued, I see you are not angry, rather you are unable to move. That Dragon and Phoenix Cataclysm must have left you too weak to stir. Kid, put away your tricks. No need for more words. If you have the guts, come in. Otherwise, stay put. Trying to leave is impossible. Leave? How could Xingtian abandon his quest when he had yet to find what he sought? Yet venturing deeper was not a wise strategy. Earlier, he did not know the true strength of his opponent and dared not act rashly. Now, however, the killing intent in the voice sent chills down his spine, making him even more cautious. If he had sufficient time, Xingtian would not mind holding his ground for a while. However, he had no time to spare. The Wuliao Cataclysm had already begun. If he did not hasten to increase his strength, a dead end awaited him. After a brief pause, Xingtian sighed and pressed on. Indeed, he had to advance cautiously. His previous encounters demanded that he be even more careful and vigilant, pushing aside every obstacle he encountered to leave no potential threats. In such an environment, Xingtian had to be careful, for he did not know what kind of actions the enemy hidden in the darkness might take. It was surprising to Xingtian that after their brief clash, his opponent seemed to vanish into thin air. During this time, he had not suffered any ambush, which left him puzzled, as it was not like his opponent's usual tactics. How could a being capable of slaughtering so many lives remain indifferent to his approach? Unless they harbored deeper schemes. With this thought, a chill ran through Xingtian's heart, and he became fully alert, wary of everything around him, fearing that he might fall into a trap. Such a situation caused Xingtian to sigh inwardly. Since arriving in this primordial world, he had never encountered such a dilemma. Even facing the Tao of Heaven and Hongjun, he had not felt such unease, which stemmed from the depths of his soul. Despite having the upper hand in their earlier confrontation, this only deepened his unease. He even began to doubt whether everything had been a deliberate ploy to lead him into a trap. It was no wonder Xingtian had such thoughts. Oh, everything here was too abnormal. It is said that abnormality indicates malevolence, and it was understandable for him to think this way. Cautiously, Xingtian advanced. After a long while, the narrow passage vanished, replaced by an incredibly spacious hall. To call it a hall was an understatement. It was more accurately described as a plaza adorned with countless statues, each radiating an endless aura of malice, shrouding the entire plaza in shadow. Upon seeing this plaza, Xingtian finally understood the source of the dark tide he had encountered earlier. It came from the countless statues within. Though merely statues, they instilled an overwhelming sense of terror in Xingtian. He sensed danger emanating from them. Yes, danger, as these statues could threaten his safety. A formation. In an instant, Xingtian realized it was a grand formation. This plaza was likely a vast and fearsome array, though otherwise it would not evoke such a sense of danger in him. Xingtian prided himself on his knowledge, yet after scrutinizing everything before him, he could not discern the nature of the formation created by these statues. From the feelings they imparted, he knew this formation was certainly not weaker than the Wuliao clan's 12 capital heavenly god array or the Zhuxian sword array. With this thought, Xingtian halted in his tracks, unwilling to test the grand formation of the plaza, lightly fearing that a moment of carelessness could trap him within its confines. Kid, you finally arrived. I am right before you. Come, I await you. As Xingtian pondered his next move, the earlier chilling voice resounded once more. Huh. Do you think him a fool? This plaza must be a gigantic, malevolent formation. Do you really believe a mere sentence can ensnare me? I, Xingtian, am not foolish enough for that. Show yourself. At this point, there is no need for you to hide any longer. We should meet face to face. Xingtian said coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a bit perceptive, being able to see through my dark killing array. I had no intention of personally dealing with you, but it seems I must make a move. As soon as these words fell, a tremor coursed through the plaza, and a figure emerged from the center, bringing immense pressure upon Xingtian with just its presence. A master. The opponent was an unparalleled expert, otherwise it would be impossible for such immense pressure to emanate from just a silhouette. With a thought, Xingtian immediately summoned the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus, and the soul-devouring spear appeared in his hand, cautiously guarding against the approaching figure. When the outline of this figure came into view, Xingtian couldn't help but gasp, utterly astonished. The state of this individual left him momentarily stunned. Xingtian never imagined that such immense pressure would come from such a wretched body. The fact that this body still bore life was nothing short of a miracle. What kind of body could leave Xingtian so shocked? It was more accurate to call it a skeleton. The entire body was in tatters, scarcely any flesh visible, only a dark hollow frame. Through the bones, the movement of internal organs could be seen, and the only distinguishable part was the head, which was barely intact, missing but one eye. Little cockroach. In an instant, Xingtian thought of the resilient little creatures from later generations. To maintain life in such conditions was akin to being an indestructible little cockroach. From the powerful pressure emanating from his opponent, it would not be difficult for such a strong individual to restore their physical body, yet they had not done so. What did this imply? His physical body must have suffered a devastating blow, grave enough that even such a formidable being could not recover. The laws. The immense damage bore the power of the laws. Only the power of the laws could prevent the regeneration of flesh and blood. To maintain life under such injuries compelled Xingtian to admire the tenacity of this opponent, a resilience that exceeded his imagination. Even he did not believe he could achieve such a feat. Luo Ho. Xingtian asked in a deep voice. You young one, I am not Luo Ho. If I were Luo Ho, you would have been eliminated long ago. With your mediocre skills, you couldn't even withstand a hint of Luo House aura. I am the Black Demon, the foremost general under Lord Luo Ho. The skull-like bastard laughed disdainfully, showing no regard for Xingtian. When had Xingtian ever been treated with such contempt? Coldly snorting, he said, I may be an insignificant nobody, but you, a mere scoundrel clinging to life, have no right to mock me. If you had any real ability, you wouldn't be in such a wretched state. Impudent. You young one, are you looking for death? The Black Demon was enraged by Xingtian's mockery, shouting angrily. Unfortunately, this only failed to intimidate Xingtian. No amount of posturing would change that. Xingtian scoffed. What? Am I wrong? Luo Ho has perished, yet this so-called first general of yours still lives. If that isn't clinging to life, I don't know what is. You are not even worthy to threaten me. Just your presence makes me laugh. Oh, I fear you will collapse before I even lift a finger. Xingtian's words incited the Black Demon's rage. In truth, Xingtian spoke correctly. The Black Demon had indeed betrayed Luo Ho during the later stages of the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, which was why he had managed to survive. However, the Black Demon's injuries were not inflicted by others, but were caused by Luo Ho himself. This bastard not only betrayed Luo Ho, but also snatched the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl from the Qilin and White Tiger clans, which utterly enraged Luo Ho. As the one-time demon lord, Luo Ho could not tolerate such betrayal, leading to the Black Demon being completely corroded by Luo House dark power. Had it not been for the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl protecting his nascent soul, he would have long since perished under Luo House dark energy. Even so, the Black Demon's body could not hold out much longer. If his body completely collapsed, death would be the only outcome awaiting him. Without a body, the Black Demon's nascent soul would be unable to resist Luo House dark power. It can only be said that Xingtian arrived a bit too early. Had he come a little later, he could have obtained the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl without having to engage in a tense confrontation with the Black Demon, provided that these two source spirit treasures had not fled. The Black Demon had originally feared Xingtian's methods, but the incessant mockery from Amir Jr. was unacceptable. He also realized that Xingtian was speaking the truth. He was truly unable to hold on any longer and needed to seize a new body, with Xingtian being the best choice. With so many corpses around, why hadn't the Black Demon chosen one of them? It was not because Xingtian's body was particularly strong, but because those bodies were no longer usable, unable to accommodate the Black Demon's nascent soul. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped here for so long. Previously, the Black Demon had aimed to lure Xingtian into the formation, which would have easily allowed him to achieve his goal, but now he could only take risks. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous the situation became for him, as he did not know if Xingtian had any allies. He could not afford to wait any longer. Young one, die for me. Dark hand. With a heavy shout, the Black Demon unleashed a massive skeletal hand toward Xingtian. The handprint trembled as if stars were falling, creating a gigantic river of darkness that engulfed Xingtian's body. Facing this strike, Xingtian scoffed coldly, and divine light erupted around him. The golden light of merit surged forth, grand and overwhelming, crashing towards the Black Demon like a colossal wave. This was merely the beginning. Next, Xingtian took a deep breath, as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were being absorbed by him. His body trembled, and in an instant he transformed into a towering demon god. With a flick of his hand, the soul-devouring spear became a streak of flowing light racing towards the Black Demon's dark hand. Seeing Xingtian retaliate with such ferocity, the Black Demon was horrified. Xingtian's strength exceeded his expectations, and his methods were not as he had previously perceived. At this moment, he wanted to withdraw and evade, but it was too late. His body had already been immobilized by the golden light of merit radiating from Xingtian, unable to move an inch. Bastard! You shameless young one, how dare you deceive me? The Black Demon cursed Xingtian vehemently. Xingtian had calculated this perfectly. No matter how much the Black Demon cursed, it was useless. He could not change the situation before him. He could only blame himself for being too foolish, too trusting of his own eyes, always believing he had seen through all of Xingtian's methods, not realizing that his arrogance had placed him in this crisis. Xingtian had held back the golden light of merit, reserving it for this decisive strike. However, he did not expect that the Black Demon's situation would be even worse. The golden light of merit was his nemesis. The soul-devouring spear stabbed fiercely into that dark hand, producing a loud boom. The Black Demon's dark hand was shattered by Xingtian on the spot, and the skeletal hand, under the tremendous backlash, was nearly crushed, its bones riddled with cracks. With one strike, Xingtian gained the upper hand. Originally thinking he could easily suppress this golden immortal junior, the Black Demon was caught off guard, suffering such serious injuries due to a moment's neglect. Reluctantly, he had to change his mind about using the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl. In an instant, a yellow light and a white light shot from the Black Demon's body, heading straight for Xingtian's head. The Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl were the Black Demon's last means of survival. These two spirit pearls could not be away from his nascent soul for too long, or else his nascent soul would be completely eroded by dark power, leading to a death that could not be reversed. Thus, this attack from the Black Demon was made with all his strength, without any thoughts of greed. Survival was of utmost importance. If his life were lost, what was there to talk about regarding seizing a body? In this situation, the Black Demon naturally aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Xingtian, completely obliterating this bastard before him. Of course, the Black Demon was also coveting the Fire Spirit Pearl in Xingtian's possession. If he could obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, he might have a chance to eliminate the dark mark Luo Ho had left on him. Even if he couldn't completely erase it, it would improve his condition. After all, the Fire Spirit Pearl had a powerful cleansing function against darkness. The Black Demon had good intentions, but reality was cruel. He forgot one point: he had the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl, while Xingtian was not without defenses either, with the Fire Spirit Pearl and 12-grade Fiery Lotus in his hands. To think he could easily deliver a fatal blow to Xingtian was indeed laughable. As the Black Demon launched his sudden attack, a cold smile flashed across Xingtian's face. Everything was within his expectations. He believed that as long as the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl remained in the Black Demon's hands, the latter would undoubtedly not hold back when facing a death threat. Sure enough, the opponent finally made his move. Before, he had not seen the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl. Xingtian still had some reservations, but at this moment, he no longer held back. Fiery Lotus of Karma appear and trap them. As soon as Xingtian's command fell, the 12-grade Fiery Lotus erupted, turning the karmic flames into a wall of fire that firmly trapped the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl. Under the scorching of the karmic flames, the Black Demon's nascent soul Within these two spirit pearls came under attack. Not good, I've fallen into his trap. This bastard is too insidious. In an instant the black demon realized he had been ensnared, but it was too late. Even if he wanted to retract the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl, it was no longer possible. Xingtian would not give him that opportunity. Die for me. Soul-devouring spear unleashed, endless slaughter, the supreme path of slaughter unleashed. With Xingtian's roar, the soul-devouring spear flew from his hand, releasing an infinite killing intent that shot towards the black demon's head like a meteor. The black demon intended to deliver a fatal blow to Xingtian, but unexpectedly, he failed to achieve his goal, and instead provided Xingtian with a chance to deliver a fatal strike. Regret. In an instant, a hint of regret rose in the black demon's heart, regretting that he should not have been careless, nor should he have underestimated this junior before him. The situation had already occurred. The black demon, immobilized by the golden light of merit, had no opportunity to evade, nor even to self-destruct. He could only watch helplessly as death approached. Just as the soul-devouring spear was about to pierce the black demon's head, suddenly a glimmer of joy flashed in the black demon's eyes, as if something had happened. Upon seeing the fleeting joy on the face of the black demon, Xingtian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, one far more terrifying than facing the heavenly Tao. What is happening? Could there be beings here that I am unaware of? Although Xingtian wished to strike down the black demon in a single blow, he ultimately chose to give up, realizing the immense threat at hand. For Xingtian, this abandonment was regrettable. After all, he had painstakingly plotted against the black demon. To give up now would mean all his efforts were in vain, but he had no choice. A practitioner like him could not gamble with his life. The perception of his spirit was paramount. With a thought, Xingtian immediately activated the power of space, tearing through the fabric of reality and vanishing from his location. Just as his body left, a bloody sword light flashed by. What a treacherous ambush! If Xingtian hadn't reacted quickly, that sword could have easily slain him. It was no wonder that such a look crossed the black demon's face. Bastard black demon, you truly are a fool. You deserve to die. After returning empty-handed, a voice pierced through the air. Ming He, you dare to oppose me again. It seems the last lesson didn't leave a lasting impression on you. Do you really believe that with the blood sea shielding you, I cannot deal with you? After narrowly escaping this crisis, Xingtian glared with a dark expression at Ming He, who had ambushed him, and shouted angrily. This time the one who ambushed Xingtian was Ming He, or more accurately a clone of Ming He. The sword light that struck at Xingtian was not the true innate treasures Yuan 2 and Abai, but merely the sword radiance condensed from these two innate treasures. It seemed Ming He had taken precautions after suffering last time, fearing he would repeat the same mistake and lose his innate treasures. Being scolded by a clone of Ming He, the black demon's expression darkened considerably. However, as the black demon already had a dark face, no changes could be discerned, one could only infer his foul mood from the erratic fluctuations of his aura. Previously, he had nearly been taken down by Xingtian. Now, after narrowly escaping danger, he was berated by a mere clone of Ming He. How could the black demon, who once roamed the wilderness, remain calm? Bastard, you insignificant clone, dare to be arrogant before me, the black demon. Prepare to die. The black demon shouted as he launched an attack on Ming He's clone, displaying signs of anger and humiliation. Ming He's clone did not hold back, engaging in a fierce battle with the black demon, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Seeing the reaction of Ming He and the black demon, Xingtian coldly snorted and said, Black demon Ming He, you two fools should put away this farce. You think you can play these trivial tricks before me, Xingtian? You are not worthy. If you wish to die so badly, I will grant you that. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, the black demon and Ming He's clone ceased their actions. Their earlier display of anger was merely an act to escape from Xingtian's grasp. Once they were seen through, they abandoned the fight and instead stared warily at Xingtian. To be fair, the black demon's performance was quite lacking. No matter how much he hated Ming He could not gamble with his life. While others might disregard life and death, Xingtian would never believe that the black demon could do the same. If the black demon truly had such a mindset, he would not have betrayed Luo Ho during the later stages of the Dragon and Phoenix calamity. A spirit that views death as nothing will never emerge from a petty traitor like the black demon. Such a person only cares for himself. That being said, Ming He's clone performed remarkably well this time, managing to infiltrate without being detected by Xingtian. This speaks volumes about the preparations he undertook. Unfortunately, his perfect plan was ruined by the black demon, who, as Ming He scorned, was a fool, more foolish than a pig. Do not fear opponents like gods, but fear teammates like pigs. This perfectly describes the black demon. Ming He's painstakingly crafted plans fell apart because of the black demon's selfishness. Is the black demon truly foolish? No. The black demon is not truly foolish. He is merely too selfish, too afraid of death. He is unwilling to gamble with his own life, which is why he reacted the way he did. He believed this would make Xingtian retreat, allowing him to escape from Xingtian's hands. However, by doing so he harmed Ming. He compared to his own life. The black demon did not care about Ming's fate. After the failure, Ming he stared coldly at Xingtian, saying in a deep voice, "Xingtian, I advise you to remain calm. I acknowledge your greatness, but if you push matters too far it will benefit no one. This is the West, not the unhindered mountain. You do not possess such powerful merits to protect you. If my ally the black demon and I were to self-destruct, you might find your life at risk here. Think carefully." Ming's words made Xingtian throw his head back and laugh heartily. He scoffed, "Ming, do you think I Xingtian was raised in fear? You believe that with a mere clone and a black demon who is already 90% dead, you can achieve mutual destruction with me. Truly a daydream. Today none of you shall leave alive. After I slay your clone, I will personally hunt down your true self in the blood sea and settle the score." As Xingtian's words fell, an endless killing intent erupted from him. The soul-devouring spear shimmered with an infinite, ghostly light, the aura it emitted sending chills down one's spine. In Ming's mind, he believed he had misstepped. Xingtian had not suffered significant losses, and that rascal had gained enough benefits. At the very least, the Earth Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl in the Black Demon's possession had changed hands. He did not believe Xingtian would fight him to the bitter end under such circumstances. Unfortunately, he underestimated Xingtian, or rather he did not understand him at all. To him, Xingtian appeared to have suffered no loss, but to Xingtian, it was quite the opposite. Ming's ambush had left Xingtian in utter shock. He could sense the overwhelming aura of death this time. Had it not been for the Black Demon's selfishness, Xingtian would have surely suffered greatly, if not death. The repeated ambushes by Ming, he pushed Xingtian to the brink of his tolerance. Do not fear a thief's stealth, but fear a thief's intent. Xingtian could not remain vigilant against Ming's ambushes at all times. This time he was fortunate to have a selfish bastard like the Black Demon aiding him. However, Xingtian did not believe he would have such luck next time. To ensure his safety, he must make Ming feel pain deep inside, instilling fear and preventing any further malicious thoughts. Kill. The only way to instill fear in a scoundrel like Ming is through killing. Inflicting unbearable pain upon Ming is necessary, although he only utilized a clone this time and did not deploy his innate treasures. The destruction of each clone would still recoil upon his true self. Moreover, the soul-devouring spear in Xingtian's hands possesses powerful soul-devouring power capable of completely consuming the soul within Ming's clone. As Xingtian unleashed his killing intent, the entire cave trembled with waves of pressure. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, leaving the Black Demon and Ming dumbfounded. The situation had exceeded their expectations, as Xingtian's response was far too intense, completely beyond their calculations. Bastard, how could this happen? Ming cursed internally, realizing that if it weren't for the Black Demon, things would not have reached this point. Do not be fooled by Ming's apparent indifference towards his clone. That was merely a facade. Deep down, he was extremely concerned for the life and death of his clone, as losing each clone would weaken his true self's power. As long as the blood sea is not dried up, Ming shall not perish, provided he has enough energy to support his infinite resurrection. Otherwise, even if he barely avoids death, he would fall into endless slumber. To seek revenge, Ming had paid a substantial price this time. He poured a tremendous amount of effort into this clone, and the sword light utilized the essence of the innate treasures Yuan 2 and Abai. If this clone were to be destroyed by Xingtian, the consequences would be unbearable for Ming. Originally, Xingtian was facing the Black Demon, but now the situation has changed. Xingtian is up against Ming, who poses a far greater threat than the Black Demon. After losing the Wind Spirit Pearl and Earth Spirit Pearl, the Black Demon has become a tiger without claws, and eliminating him would not be a difficult task for Xingtian. However, Ming is entirely different. Seeing the sparks flying between Xingtian and Ming, the Black Demon was overjoyed. He felt safe, at least for the time being, and he wanted to take back his Wind Spirit Pearl and Earth Spirit Pearl. However, he ultimately gave up, for he had greater ambitions. Ming's appearance presented him with an opportunity to seize Xingtian's body, so he had to exercise patience and not risk losing everything for a minor gain, as it would not be worth it. Thinking of this, the Black Demon unconsciously stepped back a bit, moving closer to the edge of the square. Should any unexpected event occur, he could retreat into the formation at any time. Xingtian observed the Black Demon's actions, but did not intervene, merely frowning slightly. His focus was on eliminating that bastard Ming and utterly crushing his arrogant spirit. Fight! What are you two bastards doing, just talking and not fighting? Hurry up and fight! The Black Demon shouted, but unfortunately his cries were only made in his heart. He dared not say such things out loud. As if hearing the Black Demon's shout, Xingtian focused his thoughts and retracted the 12-grade fiery red lotus, along with the Wind Spirit Pearl and Earth Spirit Pearl, trapped within it, bringing them all back to his sea of consciousness. Xingtian's action made the black demon's face twitch slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Although he felt reluctant, he knew he could not act impulsively at this moment. Impulsiveness is the devil, and even if Xingtian retrieved these two innate spirit treasures, his defensive treasure, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, would also be rendered useless, required to suppress the earth spirit pearl and wind spirit pearl. This could be considered a decent outcome. With the 12-grade fiery red lotus in hand, Xingtian was vastly different from being without it. The terrifying might of the fiery energy was something ordinary people could hardly withstand. Even Mingi, who emerged from the blood sea, had to treat the red lotus fire with caution and could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Although Mingi was furious at the black demon's silence, he was also somewhat relieved by this outcome. At least he did not have to worry about his clone being destroyed by the red lotus fire. Fight! Upon sensing the endless killing intent emanating from Xingtian, Mingi had no choice. Relying on the black demon was out of the question. He could only depend on himself. Mingi had no hope of retreating unscathed from this situation. If the black demon were willing to cooperate, there might still be a chance, but that was entirely impossible now. Mingi understood the principle of mutual destruction and knew that the ambitious black demon, a strong contender in the Dragon and Phoenix Calamity, would not be unaware of this. The only explanation was the other's ambition, and that ambition was not unattainable. Mingi felt unwilling to be a pawn for others, but compared to the consequences of allowing Xingtian to win, that was nothing. If the black demon could eliminate Xingtian, Mingi would willingly play the part of a pawn, even if it meant harming his true self. At least he would be rid of a great enemy for life. To perish together. A resolution formed in Ming's heart. He would fight fiercely and create an opportunity for the black demon to eliminate Xingtian. As long as he could achieve this goal, he would not hesitate to sacrifice this clone. Xingtian instilled fear in all beings of the primordial world because he was a madman, an unbounded madman. Everyone had to treat him with caution. Mingi thought that he was not at a disadvantage compared to Xingtian. On the contrary, he possessed advantages that Xingtian lacked. As long as the blood sea existed, he could achieve immortality. He could use his clone for self-detonation, a level of madness that few could replicate. Mingi had only just thought of this, but Xingtian had already anticipated it. Therefore, Xingtian had resolved to eliminate Mingi, and both had formed unwavering convictions. As for who would succeed in the end, that depended on their respective skills. Relatively speaking, the black demon was fortunate, able to watch the two fight and wait for the moment when he could reap the benefits. Kill. Without hesitation, Mingi summoned another sword light and frantically slashed at Xingtian. At the same moment, Xingtian did not hesitate, either wielding the soul-devouring spear to directly counter Ming's strike. Xingtian had completely abandoned evasion. Time waits for no one, and the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. If Mingi could find him, then others with ulterior motives could do the same. For his own safety, Xingtian needed to end this battle quickly, making a clash inevitable. Seeing that Xingtian did not evade Ming's attack, but instead faced him, a glimmer of joy flashed across the black demon's face. Everything was developing in the direction he had hoped. His dream finally saw a glimmer of light, which made the black demon incredibly excited. If it weren't for the life-and-death battle between Xingtian and Mingi, he might not have been able to contain his excitement and would have shouted out loud to vent his joy. The black demon was immensely excited, and a flicker of exhilaration also crossed Ming's eyes. Although he lacked strength, he was not afraid to clash head-on with Xingtian. Only in this way could he deliver the final blow and create an opportunity for that bastard black demon. However, Mingi did not rush to achieve results. He knew that even if Xingtian chose to clash with him, he would inevitably hold back. With the power of spatial energy, Xingtian had a significant advantage in self-preservation. If he were to act, it had to be a decisive strike, leaving no chance for Xingtian to evade. How could this be accomplished? Mingi was frantically calculating in his mind. No matter how he calculated, he could not find a good method. The only opportunity was to sacrifice himself, using his body to withstand Xingtian's strike, thus preventing Xingtian from evading. The power of a clone is limited, and time was running out for Mingi. Just as Xingtian thought time was tight and did not wait for anyone. Determined, Mingi steeled his heart and made this choice. Since he had already decided, why hesitate on how to self-detonate? As long as he could achieve his goal, that was enough. When Xingtian's next attack came, Mingi suddenly withdrew, opening his center without defense, using his body to meet Xingtian's strike. Not good, I've fallen into a trap. That bastard Mingi wants to perish with me. Upon realizing Ming's intention, Xingtian immediately attempted to activate his spatial powers to tear apart the space and avoid this crisis. Since Mingi had already made up his mind, he had naturally thought of how to counter Xingtian's moves. Before Xingtian could react, the sword light in Ming's hand transformed into a rope, forming a giant net to ensnare Xingtian. Although the power of this net was limited for Mingi, he only needed a moment. That moment was enough for him to complete his final self-detonation. As he ensnared Xingtian, a hint of madness flashed in Ming's eyes, and he shouted, Xingtian, you bastard, die. Black demon, don't let my sacrifice go to waste. With Ming's shout, an astonishing explosion erupted at the site of the battle between Mingyi and Xingtian, sending a massive shockwave racing outward. Mingyi self-detonated, using his life to create an opportunity for the Black Demon to eliminate Xingtian. Without the protection of Merit Golden Light, and no 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus, Xingtian could only rely on his physical body to withstand the explosion, and one could imagine the degree of damage he would suffer from such a shockwave. After witnessing Ming's self-detonation, the Black Demon was incredibly excited and laughed heartily, saying, "Good little Mingyi, don't worry. I will definitely take down that bastard Xingtian. You can rest easy." The Black Demon laughed as he darted like lightning into the center of the shockwave, heading straight for Xingtian to deliver his final deadly blow. When the shockwave dissipated, the Black Demon had already reached Xingtian's side, who was now bloodied and battered with no part of him unharmed, and his aura had become exceedingly weak. An opportunity, the best opportunity for seizing control, appeared. The Black Demon instantly abandoned his own body, and his primordial spirit transformed into a stream of light rushing into Xingtian's head. In an act of immense sacrifice, he self-destructed his clone to create an opportunity for the Black Demon. However, when his Yuan Shun saw that the Black Demon chose to seize control instead of directly eliminating Xingtian, his mind exploded in an instant. He shouted in his heart, "Black Demon, you are like a pig. No, even pigs are smarter than you. Fear not a godlike opponent, but dread a pig-like teammate." Clearly, he was once again betrayed by the Black Demon, and this time it was devastating. To seize control of Xingtian is an incredibly foolish idea. This isn't seizing control, it's a path to self-destruction. Who is Xingtian? A member of the Wu clan, which has no Yuan Shen. What do you intend to use to seize control? Attempting to take over a Wu clan member with a Yuan Shun is an act only a fool like the Black Demon would dare to try. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If you Black Demon want to die, you should have said so earlier instead of dragging others down with you. After being betrayed time and again, he felt no goodwill towards friends anymore. After collaborating with a scoundrel like the Black Demon, he no longer trusted anyone. He didn't want to pay a heavy price only to squander his own strength due to a teammate's stupidity. With a heart full of resentment, his Yuan Shun dissipated into the void. After this battle, he would never truly cooperate with anyone again. The Black Demon, oblivious to the foolishness of his actions and unaware of his dissatisfaction before the Yuan Shun vanished, was simply pleased with his own luck. However, as the Black Demon's Yuan Shun rushed into Xingtian's sea of consciousness, he was instantly stunned. Everything exceeded his expectations. There was no Yuan Shun present in Xingtian's sea of consciousness, only a life point and boundless mental energy, making it impossible for him to find an opening. Yet this wasn't the most critical issue. The most important thing was that once the Black Demon's Yuan Shun entered Xingtian's sea of consciousness, an invisible force began to dismantle his Yuan Shun, rapidly weakening it. At this moment, the Black Demon abandoned all thoughts of seizing control. His only thought was to escape from Xingtian's sea of consciousness before his Yuan Shun collapsed. Just as the Black Demon was about to turn and flee, a chilling voice echoed, "Black Demon, since you've come, you should not think of leaving. Do you think this place is one where you can come and go freely?" As these words fell, the boundless mental energy surged within Xingtian's sea of consciousness, quickly coalescing into Xingtian's figure, blocking the Black Demon's path. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, instilling fear in the Black Demon. Under Xingtian's terrifying gaze, the Black Demon could no longer withstand the pressure and cried out, "Don't kill me. If you spare me, I will tell you all the secrets of this place." Hearing the Black Demon's words, Xingtian scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Black Demon, all I need to do is kill you, and everything here will be within my grasp. Even without you, I can still easily control everything here. You have no value whatsoever." Xingtian's words pierced the Black Demon's heart like a sharp knife. His greatest weakness was his fear of death. It was this cowardice that led him to betray Luo Ho in the later stages of the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe, when he saw Luo Ho was at a disadvantage. For him, as long as he could survive, he would betray anything. "No, listen to me. I know many secrets. If you spare me, I will tell you everything." The Black Demon shouted anxiously, fearing that Xingtian would not give him a chance. "Secrets? How ridiculous. Black Demon, your era during the Dragon and Phoenix period is long gone. Your secrets have become mere illusions. I have no mood to listen to your nonsense. Oh, just go and die peacefully." Xingtian disdainfully replied to the Black Demon, and as his words fell, the boundless mental energy in his sea of consciousness began to move. Death. The Black Demon once again sensed the breath of death. Under such pressure, he could not help but loudly shout, "The 12-grade Black Lotus. I know the whereabouts of the 12-grade Black Lotus." As the Black Demon spoke, Xingtian's spirit surged. He no longer maintained his previous calm demeanor. The 12-grade Black Lotus was a supreme, innate treasure belonging to Luo Ho. With the 12-grade Fiery Red Lotus in hand, Xingtian was inevitably moved. No one would refuse more treasures, and he was no exception. Xingtian spoke in a deep voice, "Black Demon, is what you say true?" Seeing Xingtian pause, the Black Demon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, "Of course it's true. If you spare me, I will tell you the whereabouts of the 12-grade Black Lotus. I won't deceive you." Xingtian did not rush to respond, but instead gazed intently at the Black Demon, wanting to observe his reaction. Facing Xingtian's gaze, the Black Demon forced himself to maintain eye contact. He knew this was a test from Xingtian. If he showed even a hint of evasion, the consequences would be unimaginable, so he gritted his teeth and held on. In the Black Demon's mind, as long as he could endure, he would be able to save his life. He did not believe Xingtian could withstand the 12-grade Black Lotus. "Good, very good, Black Demon. It seems you are not lying to me." Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Xingtian's reaction, the Black Demon quickly said, "I wouldn't dare to deceive you about such a major matter. Every word I say is true. There is not a hint of falsehood." The Black Demon was too early in his joy, having no idea that Xingtian had not finished speaking. Observing the Black Demon's happy expression, Xingtian said in a deep voice, "It is precisely because you did not lie that I cannot let you go. By killing you, I can naturally learn everything I want from your Yuan Shen. So just go and die peacefully. No, as long as you spare me a way to live, I am willing to submit to you." The Black Demon finally lowered his head again for the sake of survival, choosing to submit to Xingtian. If it had been someone else, they might have been moved by the Black Demon's words. After all, he was a master who survived from the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe era, and with a little recovery, he could stand on his own. Unfortunately, the Black Demon faced Xingtian. Others might not care about betrayal, believing they could control the Black Demon with enough means, but Xingtian was different. He looked down on scoundrels like the Black Demon. Since the Black Demon could betray Luo Ho back, then he could betray him in the future as well. For someone like this, Xingtian was unwilling to keep by his side, fearing he would become a ticking time bomb. Xingtian disdainfully said, "Just go die in peace. I have no desire to take in a shameless scoundrel like you." Soul devour. With a heavy shout, Xingtian's immense mental strength transformed into a gigantic net that ensnared the Black Demon's Yuan Shen tightly. No matter how the Black Demon struggled, it was futile. He could not escape from that colossal net. Watching the Black Demon struggle within the net, a cold smile flickered across Xingtian's face. It was utterly ridiculous that the Black Demon still did not give up, even fantasizing about escape. With a thought, the giant net formed from mental power sprouted numerous tubes that fiercely pierced into the Black Demon's Yuan Shen, constantly siphoning off the power within, while also devouring the Black Demon's memories. When the Black Demon's memories were completely consumed, it would also be the moment of his death and obliteration. "No, bastard, you can't do this to me." The Black Demon struggled frantically, but no matter how he fought, it was useless. He was utterly powerless against Xingtian's devouring force. At that moment, the Black Demon felt immense regret. If he had not been so greedy earlier, this scoundrel Xingtian would have long since been dead at his hands. How could he have fallen to this point? Regret came too late. If he had known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. He could only blame his own greed and inability to control his covetous heart. This outcome was self-inflicted. The Black Demon felt immense regret, but had he thought of Ming He's fate? Ming He paid such a heavy price, creating a perfect opportunity for the Black Demon to slay Xingtian, yet what had he done? The Black Demon regretted, but what about Ming He, who had already self-destructed his clone? If Xingtian spared the Black Demon, how could the self-destructed Ming He find peace? Moreover, the Black Demon's unreliability had already cost him his trust. Xingtian did not dare to believe a word he said, leaving him with only a dead end. Xingtian ignored the cries of the Black Demon. For him, even if he could obtain the Black Demon's memories, he would never allow the Black Demon to leave alive. A despicable person like the Black Demon was impossible to guard against. As long as he couldn't eliminate his opponent in one strike, he would have to be on constant guard against this villain's treachery. Kill. Xingtian frantically channeled his massive spiritual power, continuously siphoning the Black Demon's primordial spirit strength, gradually draining the Black Demon of his power. Initially, the Black Demon was screaming wildly, but soon his cries weakened, and he could no longer make a sound. As Xingtian extracted the Black Demon's power, fragments of the Black Demon's memories were intermittently transmitted into Xingtian's sea of consciousness, being devoured by it, and images began to appear in Xingtian's mind. The Black Demon was too selfish, too fearful of death. Had he decisively attacked upon sensing something was off, he might at least have had a chance to self-destruct, allowing him to fight Xingtian to a bitter end. Even if he couldn't defeat Xingtian, he could have dealt damage to his divine sense. Unfortunately, he did not do so, foolishly sacrificing his own life, and providing ample nourishment to Xingtian's sea of consciousness, which grew even larger. As the black demon's vitality was gradually drained by Xingtian, it was accompanied by an endless stream of resentment. Enveloped by the aura of death upon realizing there was no escape, boundless resentment surged from his primordial spirit. He hated the heavens, hated the earth, hated all living beings, unwilling to accept being killed by such a small ant as Xingtian. The black demon's resentment was intense, but it paled in comparison to Xingtian. With a thought, the soul-devouring spear appeared in his sea of consciousness, absorbing the endless resentment as nourishment. Not only did it not affect Xingtian, but it instead benefited him greatly. If the black demon had known this, he would have been even more resentful. Time waits for no one. As time passed, Xingtian felt an overwhelming sense of repression within him. The aura of calamity continuously weighed upon him like a massive boulder pressing down on his heart, forcing him to rapidly enhance his strength. Under the extraction of his vast spiritual power, the black demon's primordial spirit soon dissipated. The black demon became a part of history. There was no longer any trace of him in the vast primordial realm. When the black demon perished, Xingtian felt an invisible fortune bestowed upon him. Not only had he extracted the black demon's power and devoured his memories, he had also seized the entirety of the black demon's fortune. Although the black demon was merely a subordinate of Luoho, countless primordial beings had perished at his hands during the dragon and phoenix calamity. By slaying the black demon, Xingtian naturally gained the recognition of heaven and earth. If it weren't for the powerful formations set by Luoho obscuring much of the heavenly secrets in the cave where Xingtian resided, he would have surely gained a great deal of merit. While the dragon and phoenix calamity did not shy away from slaughter, the killings conducted by the black demon and Luoho were different. They existed to annihilate all living beings, not only killing people, but also imprisoning their souls, refining them into puppets to ensure they never reincarnated, thus violating the laws of the Tao. Fortune, though ethereal and elusive, truly exists. Being blessed with fortune strengthened Xingtian's aura considerably, granting him a clearer understanding of his path. However, this feeling was fleeting and did not provide him with much insight. As the vast memories of the black demon surged into Xingtian's sea of consciousness, he felt a wave of dizziness. The sheer volume of memories was overwhelming to the point of shocking him. Originally, Xingtian believed that the black demon had suffered severe injuries and that his soul and primordial spirit were likely gravely damaged, leaving little memory behind. However, he was gravely mistaken. The black demon's memories were fully devoured by Xingtian's sea of consciousness. Through this memory, Xingtian gained a clear understanding of everything that transpired during the dragon and phoenix calamity, truly experiencing the terror of the calamity. The dragon and phoenix calamity was even more perilous than Xingtian had imagined. With the evidence of the calamity, it was clear the battle he would face during this calamity would be extraordinarily dangerous. With the memories of the black demon, Xingtian also gained a clear understanding of Luoho. It wasn't just the black demon who betrayed Luoho back then, in fact most of Luo House generals betrayed him as well. While the black demon and his companions were indeed at fault, they shouldn't bear all the responsibility, and much of it should fall upon Luoho himself. Luoho was far more brutal than Xingtian had imagined, not only targeting the major primordial clans during the dragon and phoenix calamity, but also being incredibly ruthless towards his subordinates. Each person was branded with a dark mark on their primordial spirit, and their lives and deaths were controlled by Luoho. For selfish individuals like the black demon, their desire for freedom and life is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. They were unwilling to submit to Luoho, unwilling to be commanded by him. Under normal circumstances, their fear of death would deter them from betraying Luoho as they wished to live. However, when the final battle of the dragon and phoenix calamity erupted, the black demon and his subordinates rebelled. They not only betrayed Luoho, but also seized the opportunity to divide the innate spiritual treasures that Luoho had collected from the primordial realm. If it had only been betrayal, Luoho might not have resorted to ruthless measures, as he still needed manpower. However, the black demon and his group divided Luo House resources, which provoked Luo House brutal revenge. He detonated the dark marks in everyone's primordial spirits. The black demon was unaware of the fate of the others, but he was quick-witted. He channeled most of the power of the dark marks onto his physical body, using it to bear the backlash of the dark marks, thus saving his life. Luoho did not merely detonate the dark marks. He also used the dark puppets forged from the 4 great primordial races to hunt down the black demon and his traitorous companions. The cave where Xingtian stood was once a secret stronghold of Luoho. The black demon had relied on the dark formation within this stronghold to fend off all pursuers. Over the subsequent long period, he utilized the dark formation to subdue those puppets, leading to the battle that Xingtian had encountered earlier. While Xingtian was intrigued by everything regarding the dragon and phoenix calamity, he did not have much time to savor it. Had he not obtained the Black Demon's memories, there would have been nothing of concern. However, now that he had acquired the Black Demon's complete memories, he couldn't help but become interested in the 12-grade Black Lotus. After thoroughly searching through the Black Demon's memories, Xingtian couldn't help but feel furious. Everything that bastard Black Demon had previously said was a lie. He had no idea about the whereabouts of the 12-grade Black Lotus because he had never participated in the final battle. The whereabouts of the 12-grade Black Lotus might only be known by Hongjun Daozu, as he had participated in the final decisive battle. Whether or not it had fallen into the hands of Hongjun Daozu was uncertain. It is worth noting that the 12-grade Black Lotus is no ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It is a fragment formed from the 36th-grade Chaos Qing Lotus. When Pangu opened the heavens, the 36th-grade Chaos Qing Lotus was shattered by Pangu's axe, yet each shard possessed a portion of the power of the Chaos Qing Lotus. Although it was only a fraction of the power, it was not easily seized. Xingtian was able to seize the 12th-grade Flame Red Lotus from the hands of the River of the Underworld, not because he was exceptionally powerful, but because the River of the Underworld had not fully refined this treasure. Had the River of the Underworld completely refined and mastered the 12th-grade Flame Red Lotus, not even a Kwasa Saint could have taken it from him. Luoho was not like the River of the Underworld. He could compete with renowned primordial powers like Hongjun Daozu for supreme fortune. Luoho's strength was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He had not only completely refined the 12th-grade Black Lotus, but he also commanded the power of the dark laws associated with it. Although Hongjun Daozu and many primordial powers managed to eliminate Luoho, whether they could seize the 12th-grade Black Lotus from him remained uncertain. After all, the temperament of Hongjun Daozu clashed strongly with that of the 12th-grade Black Lotus. Xingtian indeed wanted to claim the Dark Formation, but after some research he had to give up. This Dark Formation was indeed laid down by Luoho himself, perfectly aligning with the earth veins of the West. Xingtian did not possess the ability to seize this formation without alarming anyone. If even the River of the Underworld could track him, Xingtian, who was now in the West, did not believe that Xuanti and Jiayin would remain unaware. If he alerted them, the consequences would likely be dire, considering the deep-seated enmity between Xingtian and both Xuanti and Jiayin. Xingtian did not think that Xuanti and Jiayin would harbor any good intentions. Being able to remain unperturbed in the face of such circumstances was not something to be taken lightly. Caution is key to survival, a lesson that Xingtian understood well. As Xingtian departed in the Western Paradise, Xuanti urgently inquired, "Senior brother, do you believe the news from that bastard Ming he is true? Should we take action and fight back?" Hearing Xuanti's words, Jiayin replied solemnly, "Junior brother, you are being too hasty. One must not judge solely by appearances. We should consider the long-term implications. Do you not know who Ming he is? His words may have some truth, but do you think we can trust him? Ming he knows full well that we have enmity with Xingtian, yet he relayed this message to us. What do you think his intentions are? Do you believe he only informed us? Don't forget about the demon race. I believe that bastard Ming, he has also informed them of this news. If we act recklessly, what do you think the consequences will be?" Jiayin's words caused a flicker of malice to cross Xuanti's face, and he shouted angrily, "That bastard Ming, he has malicious intentions. He is using us as pawns." Jiayin nodded and said, "Ming, he has this intention, and I believe he must have suffered a great loss at the hands of Xingtian, which is why he notified us. Otherwise, do you think he would simply hand us benefits? If something happens to Xingtian in the West, it would be better for us not to act. Once we do, who do you think the Wu clan will target first? It will be us." Just as Jiayin said, after suffering a significant setback from Xingtian Ming, he felt reluctant, especially after witnessing the actions of his incompetent ally Heimo. Although he knew Heimo was in grave danger, he also believed that Xingtian could not possibly escape unscathed. This was an opportunity, a chance for revenge. Ming, he did not want to give up this opportunity. He sought revenge against Xingtian. However, he was currently powerless to do so. If he waited to go to the West, Xingtian would likely have already left. The only option was to use others as a blade, which is why Ming, he divulged Xingtian's whereabouts to Jiayin and Xuanti. Ming, he understood Xuanti and Jiayin better than anyone else, knowing that they were keen on expanding the West. Thus, he shared everything that Xingtian encountered with them, hoping to push Xuanti and Jiayin to their limits. Unfortunately, Ming, he underestimated Jiayin. His schemes were seen through. The treasures on Xingtian were indeed alluring, but they also carried tremendous risks. Xingtian was a madman, and the Wu clan was a group of madmen as well. For a vague benefit, Jiayin was unwilling to take risks or be used as a weapon. Ming He's plan to use others as a blade not only failed, but also caused Xuanti to bear a deep grudge against him. For someone like Xuanti, being schemed against was the most detestable thing. While Jiayin could see through Ming He's schemes, the heavenly court on Mount Buzhou was also in a dispute over Ming He's matter. For Tai Yi, upon receiving Ming He's notification, he naturally wanted to eliminate Xingtian to avenge the grudge from when Xingtian had once dealt him a severe blow. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Then Tai Yi spoke in a deep voice. What is there to consider? Opportunities must not be missed, they do not come again. If we let this chance slip by eliminating Xingtian will not be an easy task. I believe we should act immediately and catch Xingtian off guard. Hearing Tai Yi's words, Fushi shook his head and said, the Eastern Emperor is too impatient. Things are not as simple as you think. If everything was as wonderful as Ming he described, why does he not act himself, but instead comes to inform us? That does not make sense. When Fushi expressed his dissent, Tai Yi grew anxious and interjected, what does not make sense? Ming he is merely a lone wolf. How can he contend with the Wu clan? If he dares to openly pursue Xingtian, it would be a dead end. Seeing Tai Yi in such a hurry, Fushi furrowed his brow, deeply dissatisfied with his behavior, which did not resemble the demeanor of an emperor at all. Not only was Fushi displeased, but Niuhua and Kunpeng also shared his sentiments. Although Tai Yi was the emperor of the demon race, this was not a one-man show. Since everyone was here to discuss matters, each should express their opinion. Di Jun had been observing the expressions of Fushi and others. Noticing their dissatisfaction, he spoke, Brother, do not rush. Let Fushi finish speaking before we make any decisions. With Di Jun's statement, Tai Yi became even more anxious. In his opinion, there was no need for discussion at this moment. They should strike directly. He urgently said, Elder brother. Before Tai Yi could finish, Di Jun interrupted. All right, let Fushi finish speaking first. We can discuss your opinions later. Di Jun's statement made Tai Yi sigh deeply and fall silent, though his expression was filled with reluctance, clearly disagreeing with Di Jun's words. Seeing this, Fushi shook his head and said, the Eastern Emperor claims that Ming He is a lone wolf and dares not confront the Wu clan. I would like to ask why Ming He dared to attempt to assassinate Xingtian in the first place. More importantly, we are in the East. Even if we want to intercept and kill Xingtian, do we have the time? By the time we reach the West, Xingtian will likely have vanished without a trace. Xingtian is not a fool waiting for us to assassinate him. Additionally, Xingtian is in the territory of Zhuangti and Jiayin. If we act rashly, we might provoke them first, making it unwise to create enemies for ourselves. Fux's words were somewhat harsh, but he held no malice. His intention was to remind Tai Yi of his status as a leader of a clan. Being a prince of a race means one must act with discretion. Unfortunately, Tai Yi did not appreciate Fux's goodwill. Instead, he believed Fushi was intentionally undermining him. He said solemnly, Fushi, we are not friends with Zhuangti and Jiayin. We are mortal enemies. What does it matter if we offend them? Do not forget it was their shamelessness that took away the opportunity that rightfully belonged to the demon master. Tai Yi was not truly foolish. Faced with Fux's opposition, he pulled Kunpeng into the conversation, using the enmity between Kunpeng and Zhuangti Jiayin as a talking point. On the surface, Tai Yi seemed to be showing goodwill to Kunpeng, but Kunpeng understood Tai Yi's true nature well and was not impressed by his words. Kunpeng replied calmly, I appreciate the Eastern Emperor's good intentions. Although I have deep enmity with Zhuangti and Jiayin, that is a personal grudge and should not entangle the affairs of our race. I cannot allow my personal issues to bring great enemies to the demon race. As soon as Kunpeng finished speaking, Tai Yi's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. Kunpeng, you bastard, you do not recognize a good opportunity. I intend to avenge you, yet you are ungrateful. Seeing the atmosphere in the hall grow tense, Di Jun spoke. The demon master has such a broad mind that we admire him. However, you are the teacher of the demon race. Your enemies are the enemies of the entire demon race. There are no personal grudges here. Yet Fux's words are quite reasonable. We are in the East, and it is indeed out of our reach to intercept and kill Xingtian. It seems we can only give up on this matter. Fushi sighed and said, Ming He's character is very treacherous. I believe he not only informed us demons, but also that Zhuangti and Jiayin have received their notifications as well. If we take the risk to go to the West, we may encounter them. At that point, should our demon race advance or retreat? Fux's implication was clear. Advancing would lead to a battle with Zhuangti and Jiayin, which would not be good for the demon race. Retreating would tarnish the demon race's reputation and severely impact morale. If the Wu and demon races were already at odds, the consequences would be unimaginable. It can be said that anyone with a little insight would carefully consider the implications of Ming He's words and would make the right choice. Yet Tai Yi failed to see all of this, indicating that his approach was overly simplistic. It was truly regrettable for the demon race to have such an emperor. The ludicrous decision to assassinate Xingtian was something that could be uttered. Fushi truly worried about Tai Yi's wisdom. Conversely, Kunpeng was overjoyed seeing an opportunity in Tai Yi. If the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan are like a unified body, the demon race, with only 5 upper echelons, is merely a scattered group. Each person harbors different thoughts and personal agendas, making it difficult for them to unite as one. This is one of the greatest weaknesses of the demon race. With such a weakness, the demon race would face disaster. It may be manageable in normal times, but if an unexpected event occurs at a critical moment, the demon race will inevitably face catastrophe. Upon hearing Fux's words, Dejuan nodded, acknowledging Fux's statement. Seeing the expressions of Dejuan and others, Tai felt an overwhelming sense of loss. He could not understand why no one supported him and why they were willing to give up such a splendid opportunity. If you want to take action, then I will act alone. Even without your assistance, I am capable of defeating Xingtian. The distance between the East and the West is merely your excuse. How can a trivial distance hinder my resolve? In an instant, Tai made a reckless decision in his heart. He would go alone to kill Xingtian. Having made this decision, Tai no longer wished to argue with Fushi and the others. He calmly said, "Very well, since you all feel this way, I have nothing more to say. I will take my leave." Ignoring the thoughts of those present, Tai strode away from the Lingxiao treasure hall and left the court alone. Upon seeing Tai's departing figure, Fushi felt a tinge of unease in his heart. He stepped forward and said, "Yao Huang, will there be any issues with Dong Huang leaving like this?" Dejuan gently shook his head and replied, "Let him go. I believe he can distinguish the importance of things and will not do anything out of line." It must be said that Dejuan underestimated Tai's character. At the time he said this, Tai had already left heaven and departed from the East. For an average person, crossing the distance between East and West instantly would be quite difficult. However, for Tai, it was not overly challenging, as he possessed the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, which allowed him to tear apart space directly with brute force without needing spatial power. This was also one of the objectives of the Underworld River. The Underworld River was no fool. If the demon race truly lacked the capability to kill Xingtian, why would he go to such lengths to inform them of Xingtian's whereabouts? To be precise, he informed Tai and even disclosed the exact location of Xingtian, a place rich in vast treasures. In his prime, Xingtian feared no one. However, the situation was different now. He had been ambushed by that bastard from the Underworld River, sustaining significant injuries that weakened his cultivation by more than half. Under such circumstances, he dared not take risks with his life. No matter how tempting the benefits were, they could not compare to his own life. Xingtian could not afford any negligence regarding the Underworld River. It was precisely because he had underestimated the opponent that he suffered such injuries. He would not make the same mistake again. If the Underworld River leaked his whereabouts, he would face endless pursuit, and even the witch race could not stop it. After all, the majority of the witch race's energy was currently tied up with the demon race, unable to intimidate everyone in the wilderness. Retreat. Looking at the powerful dark array in the cave and the numerous treasures, Xingtian did not hesitate for a moment. With a thought, he immediately employed the earth escape technique, vanishing from the cave. Xingtian was also a ruthless character. If he could not obtain something, he did not wish for others to take it either. Before leaving, he left a deadly trap in the cave, sinking the entire plaza into the earth, merging it with the western veins. Even a sage would have to pay a considerable price to collect treasures from this place. Just as Xingtian had retreated from the cave, Tai broke through space and arrived in this region. With a thought, Tai's powerful primordial spirit swept across the entire space. As Tai's primordial spirit moved, Xingtian, who was rapidly retreating underground, sensed the impending danger. The worst thing he feared had come true. That bastard from the Underworld River had indeed leaked his whereabouts, and someone was coming to hunt him down. Fortunately, it was only one person. At the moment he sensed the danger, Xingtian's divine sense suddenly stirred, as if he had sensed something. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he coldly said, "I thought who it was. Turns out it's that bastard Tai. If it were anyone else, I might have some concerns, but Tai is nothing to worry about. Xingtian, come out and fight me." Tai roared madly at the ground, sending waves of sound rippling through the earth, trying to force Xingtian out. As Tai burst into the west, Jane and Junti felt it almost immediately. It wasn't that Jane and Junti were extraordinarily powerful, but they had been on guard all along, which allowed them to notice Tai's appearance at the first moment. Upon hearing Tai's mad roar, a flicker of anger appeared on Zuni's face as he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, this bastard Tai is too arrogant. This is the West, not his demon race's heaven." Hearing Zunti's words, Jane smiled calmly and said, "Let him be, junior brother. Since Tai wishes to battle Xingtian, we shall grant him this opportunity. As for other matters, we will have time to settle accounts with him later. For now, let him be wild for a while." Jane spoke eloquently, but in truth, he merely wanted to use Tai to eliminate Xingtian. They were both eagerly anticipating Xingtian's downfall. Unable to act themselves, they wanted to create opportunities for Tai. The most crucial point was that after this battle, there would be no room for reconciliation between the witch and demon races. A great war between the two races would undoubtedly erupt. The East held great fortune and opportunities, though under normal circumstances they could not seize benefits from the East. However, once the witch and demon races went to war, everything would change. While the calamity was terrifying, what was even more frightening was the human heart. Many feared the arrival of the calamity, but for Xingtian and Jane, they eagerly anticipated it. For them, the calamity was the opportunity for the West to thrive. With Jian's persuasion, Xingtian's expression softened significantly. He said coldly one day, "I will make Tai regret today's actions." The West is not a place where he can act recklessly. Tai's arrogance had finally brought unnecessary trouble to the demon race, as Xingtian had taken note of him. Just as the calamity between the witch and demon races was about to explode, he had created such a significant issue for the demon race. It must be said that Tai, as the demon emperor, lacked any semblance of composure. Jane and Xingtian had always wanted to target the East, but they could never find a suitable excuse. Now Tai had unwittingly delivered the excuse to them. By trying to coerce Xingtian into appearing for a fight with his arrogant words, what did Tai think? Xingtian was a fool. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would know what to do in such a situation. Ignorant. Xingtian, concealed underground, coldly snorted with disdain upon hearing Tai's arrogant words. Without any intention of stopping, he continued to move further away. If it were anyone else, it would not be easy for Xingtian to shake them off. After all, he dared not use his mental energy to sense their whereabouts for fear of revealing his own location. However, against Tai, Xingtian did not need to expend effort to sense his position. The innate supreme treasure chaos bell on him was guiding the direction for him. At this moment, Xingtian felt that his previous actions were incredibly wise, allowing him to easily evade Tai's pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, Tai was like a fool frantically searching for Xingtian's trace, achieving nothing. After searching fruitlessly for a long time, the irritable Tai grew furious and shouted, "What kind of skill is it to hide? Come out and fight me, stop being a coward." In his anger at not finding Xingtian, Tai vented his frustrations on everything before him, unleashing violent attacks that continuously struck the land of the West, tearing apart the Earth's spiritual veins under his onslaught. Seeing Tai's frenzied actions, Xingtian's face turned incredibly grim and terrifying. He said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, we cannot allow this bastard Tai to continue his rampage. Our West is already weakened due to damage to the Earth's veins. If we let Tai destroy further, the entire West's veins may suffer severe destruction." Jian's expression was equally somber. The West was their homeland. While it was acceptable for Tai to chase Xingtian, he could not recklessly destroy the West's veins. At that moment, Jane began to doubt Tai's intentions, questioning whether he was deliberately taking the opportunity to obliterate the veins of the West. It was not surprising that Jane had such thoughts, as there had been significant grievances between the West and the demon race. They had snatched opportunities that originally belonged to Kunpeng, the demon master. Just as Jane could no longer hold back and intended to warn Tai not to go too far, an unexpected incident occurred. It was unclear whether it was Tai's bad luck or good fortune, but he accidentally triggered the restrictions left by Xingtian in the cave. His strike instantly detonated the contingency left by Xingtian, shaking the entire land of the West. A corner of the West's veins was severed by Tai, releasing boundless Earth's essence, causing the entire West to tremble. This had finally enraged Jane and Xingtian. "Damn it. Senior brother, we should not have allowed that bastard Tai to act so recklessly." Xingtian could no longer suppress the fury within him and shouted loudly, venting his discontent. Jian aimed to use Tai for his own ends, but little did he expect that while he borrowed the knife, he would end up injuring himself instead. How could Jane not feel heartbroken over this? The cycle of karma and retribution is unyielding. Those who scheme against others will ultimately be schemed against. Jian and Xingtian intended to plot against Tai, yet they did not foresee that they would first wound themselves. This was merely the beginning, and before they could awaken from their fury, the heavens and earth began to change color. Suddenly, a colossal surge of malevolent energy erupted from Tai, causing a dramatic shift in the world. As this endless malice scattered chaos erupted across the primordial land, heralding the onset of calamity. If it had been the case that the two tribes, the Wu and the Yao, had managed to maintain restraint and were striving to grow stronger, everything changed after the malevolence spread. Slaughter unfolded wildly across the primordial land, and harmony between the demon clan and the shaman clan vanished, leaving only bloodshed. How could this happen? Why did the calamity start in the West? Xingtian murmured in disbelief alongside Jian. The karma had escalated tremendously. Although Jian and Xingtian were eager for the calamity to begin, they did not wish to see it sparked from the West. The eruption of malevolent energy was a disaster for the West. Hatred. In an instant, Jian and Xingtian wished they could devour Tai whole. Everything stemmed from Tai. It was this bastard who ignited the calamity. Not only was he ensnared by karma, but Jian and Xingtian also found themselves burdened by it, unable to extricate themselves from the catastrophe. As the masters of the West, Jian and Xingtian failed to stop Tai from damaging the Earth's veins, which was a dereliction of duty. The calamity was incited by Tai, thus Jian and Xingtian were indirectly entangled in karma. It wasn't just Jie and Xingtian who were dumbfounded. Xingtian was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that his backup plan would trigger the calamity, causing the Wu and Yao calamity to arrive prematurely. Although Tai Yi ignited the calamity, Xingtian found himself unable to escape, knowing full well that it was his own scheme. The premature outbreak of the calamity brought an invisible pressure upon Xingtian. While he could repeatedly slip from the hands of the heavenly Tao, he was still merely an ant beneath it. Previously, he had the protection of Pangu's aura from the unmoving mountain, but now that protection had vanished. Everything was developing in ways he could not control, diverging from his expectations. The reason Xingtian had been able to escape from peril before was due to his understanding of the primordial realm, but now that understanding was lost. At least regarding this calamity between the Wu and Yao, it no longer resembled anything he was familiar with. Everything had changed, becoming exceedingly unfamiliar. Blaming heaven and others. No, Xingtian had no such thoughts. This was not his way of handling matters. Although everything had changed, he would not compromise or yield. He believed that as long as he did not give up, he could carve out a path of transcendence from this crisis. The sudden onset of the calamity was unexpected for everyone. While they all knew the calamity was approaching, its abrupt arrival left everyone unprepared, forcing them to confront it head-on. Speaking of which, the most unfortunate were the demon clan, who were truly heavily impacted by Tai Yi. After all, Tai Yi, as the emperor of the demon clan, represented them in all his actions, and it was he who ignited the calamity. The eruption was no trivial matter. It destroyed the earth's veins in the west, binding the demon clan to a tremendous karma. One can imagine the dire consequences for the demon clan and Tai Yi. Looking at the soaring malevolent energy, Tai Yi wore a grim expression. Even he in his ignorance understood what this signified. He had been schemed against, targeted by Xingtian. At this moment, Tai Yi had no desire to pursue Xingtian. His immediate goal was to flee the west swiftly, otherwise he would face a joint pursuit by Xingtian and Jie. Xingtian, you dare to scheme against me. This matter is far from over. Tai Yi bellowed, raising the chaos bell in his hand, intending to forcibly tear open space to return to the heavenly court and discuss with Di Jun how to deal with this calamity. Before Tai Yi could tear open space, Jie and Xingtian appeared, their faces dark and their eyes blazing with fierce flames emanating boundless killing intent. Jie spoke in a deep voice. Tai Yi, you stirred up such a commotion in the west without any notice. Do you think this place is what you can just leave? Today you must give us an explanation. Explanation? Tai Yi still wanted an explanation. He was also an innocent party. Everything was a scheme by Xingtian. He was a victim too, filled with pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. Pressed by Jie, Tai Yi erupted in fury. Tai Yi angrily retorted, Jie, what explanation do you want? If you have the ability, go find Xingtian. This is all his scheme. Blaming me is utterly pointless. Tai Yi's tone paused as if he recalled something, and he hastily added, by the way, you should also include the river of the underworld in this matter. I came to the west only after receiving his notice. If you want to settle the score, the river of the underworld is also one. He is one of the masterminds behind the scenes, just afraid you lack the courage to confront him. Tai Yi's response infuriated Jie and Xingtian greatly. In their eyes, Tai Yi was utterly arrogant, showing no regard for them. Perhaps in Tai Yi's view, they were merely clowns. Anger. Jie and Xingtian were consumed with fury, being repeatedly provoked by Tai Yi left them unable to suppress their anger any longer. If they could not teach Tai Yi a severe lesson, they would have no face to meet the beings of the West. Jie sneered. Tai Yi, you don't need to resort to such petty tricks. We are well aware of Xingtian's connections to this matter. What we know is that you destroyed the Earth's veins in the West, causing numerous beings to suffer disaster. You must give us an explanation, or else we will be locked in a fight to the death. The fact that Jie mentioned a fight to the death indicates just how furious he was. Tai Yi had truly provoked them, even pushing Jie to this extent. Although Xingtian had remained silent, the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him made Tai Yi feel a chill. For Xingtian, he had only one goal: to elevate the West. To achieve this goal, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Anyone who hindered his goal would be his enemy. Now that Tai Yi had jeopardized his supreme goal and also harmed the future of the West, this was intolerable. Typically, Xingtian would scheme and meticulously calculate to gain advantages, but when he was truly enraged, all he felt was the urge to kill. Indeed, at this moment, Xingtian only wished to slay Tai Yi. Nothing else occupied his mind. For him, only by slaying Tai Yi could he quell the hatred in his heart and provide an explanation to the beings of the West. Xingtian was not like Jie. Although Jie was angry, he still retained his rationality, considering the development of the West and hoping to resolve the matter through negotiation. Xingtian, however, was completely different. If Jie had not been restraining him, Xingtian would have likely already engaged in battle with Tai Yi. Did Jie not wish to eliminate Tai Yi? He did, and very much so, but he could not act as freely as Xingtian. he needed to maintain the larger picture. Of course, this was contingent upon Tai Yi providing Jia with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, everything would end up as Jia said they would be locked in a fight to the death. As for Xingtian and the river of the underworld, Jia harbored deep hatred for them as well. If Xingtian had not appeared in the West, such events would not have occurred. Had the river of the underworld not been pushing from behind the scenes, things would not have spiraled out of control, and it would not have become this dire. At this moment, both Jia and Xingtian forgot that they also bore some responsibility in this matter. They had overly indulged Tai Yi, leading to such dire circumstances, yet now they shifted all blame onto others. This is human nature, and it is a common sentiment. Anyone in the position of Xingtian and Jia would make the same choice. Speaking of which, Tai Yi's words hold a hint of truth. In this sudden calamity, Ming, he plays a significant role. He too was unable to escape the tribulation, as everything began because of him. Had he not repeatedly provoked Tai Yi, this disaster would not have occurred. Ming, he is likewise entangled in the web of causality, dragged into this great calamity of the witch and demon conflict, and has become the hidden instigator, hated by all, suddenly the target of everyone's ire. Do not be deceived by the fact that Jia has not mentioned Ming He and has seemingly forgotten him. That is merely a facade. Deep down, Jia wishes he could swallow Ming He whole. The hatred between the Westerners and Ming He is deeply etched in his heart, and Xingtian is no exception, both having become arch-enemies of the West. Ming He is filled with unparalleled bitterness, truly feeling that he has nowhere to voice his grievances. He originally intended to use others to deal with Xingtian, but never expected things would spiral out of control, pulling him into the fray as well. The consequences terrify him. He does not want to attract attention, yet circumstances force him into the spotlight. Reluctant to give up on pursuing Xingtian, he finds himself trapped. The ruckus he caused has made him a scapegoat, becoming a common enemy of the entire primordial world. Ming He can only endure in silence, staying obediently in the sea of blood to protect his own safety. Once the aura of the calamity fully erupted, the faces of the 12 ancestor witches turned exceptionally grim with anger. Tai Yi daring to pursue Xingtian clearly shows his disregard for the witch clan, provoking the limits of their patience. This is something the 12 ancestor witches cannot tolerate. Although they do not wish to start a war at this moment, needing time to comprehend the 12 heavenly gods' great formation, they have no choice but to go to war. The ancestor witch Zhu Rong spoke up, saying, "Elder brother, I know you are worried about Xingtian's safety, but the situation has left us no choice but to act. If we delay any longer, those brats from the demon clan will take advantage of us." A glimmer of sharp light flashed in the eyes of the ancestor witch Dijiang. He is well aware of the current situation. The demon clan is truly overstepping their bounds. Since they wish to fight, then what can be done but to meet them in battle? Kill. A surge of killing intent filled Dijiang's heart. As the leader of the witch clan, he represents the decision of the entire clan. Once his killing intent stirred, it immediately triggered the heavenly mechanisms, and under this influence the calamity became unstoppable, leaving no room for moderation. If the previous conflicts between the witches and demons were mere skirmishes, what follows will be a life-and-death battle, a full-scale war between the two great races. Dijiang spoke in a deep voice, "Gather all the clansmen. Our witch clan fears no challenge. If the demon clan wishes for war, then let us battle them, storm the heavenly court, and eradicate the demon clan." With Dijiang's resolute command, the war machine of the witch clan was set into motion. All the ancestor witches began to assemble the witch army, and in an instant the entire primordial world was thrown into turmoil as the clans gathered. As the witch army began to mobilize, all beings in the primordial world felt the impending arrival of slaughter. War was inevitable, and everyone contemplated how to respond to this sudden outbreak of calamity. As the witch army assembled, the demon clan in the heavenly court quickly mobilized as well. Although many members of the demon clan were quite displeased with Tai Yi's actions, war had begun. Their fates were already intertwined with the demon clan, leaving them no choice but to face the witch clan in battle. Tai Yi is currently trapped in the West. As the emperor of the demon clan, his life cannot be disregarded. Most importantly, Tai Yi is a crucial force for the demon clan. Without him, it would be difficult for the demon clan to withstand the witch clan's assault. Although Dijun does not wish to compromise with the West, he has no choice but to do so at this moment. The demon clan cannot bear to fight on two fronts, which would spell disaster for them. At this time, Dijun set his sights on Kuan Peng, knowing that there is a deep connection between Kuan Peng and the West. If Kuan Peng is willing to make a sacrifice, the bond between Tai Yi and the West can be swiftly resolved, at least ensuring that Jia and Xuanti will not attack them during the great battle with the witch clan. Thinking of this, Dijun solemnly said, "Demon Master, we are facing an unprecedented situation. You should be well aware that although Tai Yi has acted wrongly, the demon clan cannot be without him. The matter with Xuanti and Jia is entrusted to you. Rest assured your contributions to the demon clan will be remembered by all." With Dijun saying such words, Kunpeng found himself at a loss for words. The stakes of the entire demon clan were being used to pressure him. No matter how much dissatisfaction he felt inside, he had no choice but to comply. Kunpeng's heart was filled with intense anger at Dijun's tactics. Is Tai important, and am I not? Originally harboring some resentment towards Dijun and Tai, Kunpeng's dissatisfaction only deepened at this moment. Kunpeng said expressionlessly, "Rest assured, Demon Emperor, I know what to do." Seeing Kunpeng's emotionless demeanor, Fushi and Nuwa felt immense distress. They are not fools and know that this matter has clearly caused dissatisfaction for Kunpeng. If not for the overwhelming circumstances forcing Kunpeng to compromise, the internal divisions among the demon clan would likely arise. The root of all this is Tai. Had he not been so arrogant, things would not have escalated to this point. Time waits for no one. Despite Kunpeng's dissatisfaction, he hurriedly headed west, hoping to resolve Tai's crisis before the witch army descends upon the heavenly court. Just as Jiayin was becoming impatient to engage in battle with Tai, a sudden voice interrupted Jiayin. "Wait. Do not act yet." As the voice fell, Kunpeng appeared before Jiayin and Xuanti, halting their actions and allowing the situation to calm down. Upon seeing Kunpeng's arrival, Tai felt a heavy weight lifted from his heart. If forced to face two opponents, Tai would be uncertain of the outcome. However, with Kunpeng joining him, it became a tuntuo, and Tai felt absolute confidence in defeating Xuanti and Jiayin. The situation began to shift in his favor, causing a faint smile to appear on Tai's face. With Kunpeng's appearance, Jiayin and Xuanti felt a wave of unease. Kunpeng's timing was too precise, appearing just when it mattered. The intention behind it was all too apparent. Jiayin sighed, inwardly saying, "I wonder why my friend Kunpeng wishes to obstruct us." Kunpeng smiled calmly, saying, "Jiayin, you should understand why I am here. This time it is indeed Dong Huang who is at fault, owing a debt of causality to your west. However, the two of you have also plotted against me in the past, taking a great opportunity from me. How about I use this debt to repay the one owed by Dong Huang?" As Kunpeng finished speaking, Jiayin and Xuanti could not help but inwardly sigh. So it is for this reason. Kunpeng is indeed here for this. The demon clan is truly calculating. Although they felt some dissatisfaction, Jiayin and Xuanti could not refuse. Originally, they had the upper hand and could force Tai to pay a high price. But with Kunpeng's appearance, everything changed, and the situation was swiftly reversed, granting the demon clan the initiative. Reluctantly giving up, Jiayin and Xuanti still felt unwilling. Jiayin said solemnly, "Kunpeng, our debt to you is a personal matter, while Tai's actions constitute a matter of great consequence between heaven and earth. If we simply let Tai go, how can we face the beings of the West? We cannot agree to this." Jiayin and Xuanti's intentions were clear to Kunpeng. Their words were merely a ploy to gain an advantage. After all, the demon clan does not have time to nitpick with the West. Time is of the essence. If the witch clan reaches the heavenly court, it will be too late. Kunpeng said sternly, "My friends, I do not wish to haggle with you over this matter. In a word, I seek to exchange that debt for the West to remain neutral during this calamity, not to form an alliance with the witch clan. This request should not be excessive, right? If you are still unsatisfied, then there is nothing more to discuss. We might as well part ways, and the demon clan will fight the West to the death." Upon hearing Kunpeng's threatening words, Jiayin and Xuanti exchanged glances. Although they still had their own thoughts, they could not afford to push matters to the brink. If they truly forced the demon clan into a corner, it would not bode well for the West either. Jiayin nodded and said, "All right, we agree. However, one condition: while the witch and demon clans may wage war, they cannot step foot on our western lands. The West cannot endure any more turmoil." The Westerners quickly reached an agreement with the demon clan. Kunpeng said nothing more to Tai, but a single sentence made Tai realize the gravity of the consequences. He had entangled himself in the witch clan, had launched a full-scale war against the demon clan. Upon hearing this, Tai, who had initially been dissatisfied with the agreement, instantly dared not voice any complaints. He was still able to discern the urgency of the situation, knowing that if the witch clan attacked the heavenly court, it would spell disaster for the demon clan. Xingtian no longer mattered, nor did the West. Everything must prioritize the heavenly court. Tai, thinking along these lines, glared fiercely at Jin and Xuanti, then raised the chaos bell in his hand to forcibly tear open space, disappearing with Kunpeng from Jin and Xuanti's sight. Watching the departing figures of Tai and Kunpeng, Xuanti's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. To abandon this situation was not Xuanti's way of dealing with matters. Although he had signed an agreement with the demon clan, it merely meant he could not ally with the witch clan and must remain neutral. He had plenty of ways to take revenge on the demon clan. The cycle of karma retribution is unavoidable. Tai had woven this karma for the demon clan, and in the future the demon clan would have to repay it. After all, what Kunpeng resolved was merely the karma between him and Xuanti and Jian, not the entire West. As the emperor of the demon clan, this tremendous karma should naturally be borne by the royal lineage of the demon emperor, which later led to the 10th prince entering the West as a Buddha. Having left the Western world, Xingtian initially intended to return to the witch clan to recover from his injuries. However, in an instant he changed his mind. He could not be so selfish. The calamity of the witches and demons had erupted prematurely because of him. The pressure faced by the witch clan was significant. If he hesitated now, even if he preserved his life, it would leave an indelible mark on his heart, affecting his future cultivation. Xingtian sighed deeply, saying, perhaps this is the will of heaven playing tricks on me. The heavenly Tao cannot personally strike down this so-called ant, but can use the forces of heaven and earth to gradually push me to the brink. First, it was the appearance of the black demon, then the river of the underworld, and now Tai ultimately forcing me into this first great war between the witches and demons, truly a formidable maneuver. Since I have no way out, then I shall carve a bloody path, paving my great road with the blood of my enemies. Kill. Xingtian's heart became exceptionally resolute. He never feared slaughter. What of the calamity? Since he had entered the tribulation, he must possess a heart willing to fight to the death. Without that resolve, how could he hope to escape the calamity? Xingtian did not join the witch clan, but instead headed alone towards Mount Buzhou. He did not attempt to refine the wind spirit pearl and the earth spirit pearl. If there truly was no way for him to survive, then refining the 4 original spirit pearls would be useless, leading only to death. He even suspected that obtaining these 4 pearls so easily was orchestrated by the heavenly Tao behind the scenes. It could very well be a trap. By the time he refined the 4 spirit pearls, a greater calamity might occur, and at that point he would have no choice but to proceed. It could not be blamed on Xingtian being overly cautious or suspicious, but rather that the sudden eruption of the calamity forced him to be careful and prudent. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Regarding the river of the underworld, who had become his bitter enemy, Xingtian did not pay him any further attention, nor did he seek to cause him trouble. Time waits for no one. He could not neglect the safety of the witch clan for his own selfish reasons. After all, he was born of the witch clan. Even if there were some discord between him and the witch clan, it did not affect Xingtian's perception of them. The gathering of the witch clan's army drew the attention of the beings in the wilderness away from the river of the underworld, and Tai shifting to the full-scale war about to erupt between the 2 clans. The river of the underworld gradually left the eyes of the crowd, while Tai became the focal point of attention among the powerful beings of the wilderness. As for Xingtian, many powerful beings sought to find his existence, but unfortunately Xingtian had long been prepared, completely avoiding exposure on the lands of the wilderness. Even when traveling, he used the earth escape technique, moving within the earth. His behavior made it difficult for others to track his whereabouts. Perhaps only Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao could sense his movements, but they would not divulge anything. Before the witch clan's army arrived at Mount Buzhou, Xingtian had already appeared there. Returning to Mount Buzhou felt entirely different this time. Previously, being within Mount Buzhou gave him a sense of home, but now he felt none of that. It was not that Mount Buzhou had changed, but rather that he had lost the bloodline of Pangu and the immense merits which naturally made his connection to Mount Buzhou feel indifferent. Without the bloodline of Pangu, he lost the protection of Pangu and the might of Mount Buzhou. Xingtian truly became a solitary figure. From this moment on, he had to rely solely on his strength to carve a bloody path in this calamity between the witches and demons with no other means of support. His trump cards had been completely exhausted. Xingtian silently waited underground in Mount Buzhou, awaiting the arrival of the witch clan's army and the full-scale eruption of the war between the witches and demons. There was no use in haste. He calmly contemplated everything, clarifying his thoughts. To transform into a demon or to continue his own path. Transforming into a demon would allow him to utilize the power of the soul-biting spear to walk the path of proving the Tao through slaughter, engaging in supreme carnage, achieving the supreme path of slaughter. This route was relatively simpler, and now that the calamity of the witches and demons had erupted, there would be plenty of slaughter to be had with no need to worry about insufficient bloodshed. Continuing on his own path would require him to condense a world belonging to him with the 4 directions as his universe, encompassing all of time. Whether it be the universe or time, neither was an easy task. Although Xingtian now possessed 4 original spirit pearls and had Shirong complemented by that pure chi, he could condense a space belonging to him. However, he had no idea how long this would take, for this path had not even been traversed by the great god Pangu. There was no precedent for him to reference. The universe represented space, while time represented the flow of time-space, and time were the 2 most defiant principles. Integrating these 2 principles into one was certainly extraordinarily difficult. Xingtian claimed to have grasped a bit of spatial power, but that was merely the surface, completely incomparable to the true path of space. The path of time was even more difficult to master. Throughout history, it had not been easy to grasp, at least not something a mere golden immortal level grade, which could comprehend. He had much to learn about the Tao. If he wished to emerge unscathed from this calamity, the first option was the most suitable, as it could maximize his power. However, once he embarked on this path, there would be no turning back. Although slaughter was appealing, it was not in line with Xingtian's original intention. After a long sigh, Xingtian spoke solemnly, "I believe I possess a resolute heart towards the Tao, yet I did not expect to be unable to remain calm in the face of life and death. Since I decided to forge a path of my own, no matter how perilous the road ahead, I cannot give up. No force can hinder me." As he spoke, an invisible force radiated from Xingtian, clearing away the unrest in his heart. After reaffirming his conviction, Xingtian's state of mind advanced once more. He had passed another trial, a trial of life and death, as the spirit of martial arts erupted within him, shining brightly. Martial. What was originally merely a means for Xingtian to gather luck and merits had now transformed entirely. The will of martial arts coalesced into an ancient character of martial on him, embodying the true meaning of martial arts. As the true meaning of martial arts crystallized, the endless aura of slaughter that had enveloped Xingtian was devoured, and the supreme aura of slaughter completely vanished from him. Xingtian had entirely abandoned this path. Once the character martial was formed, Xingtian's immense spiritual power found its purpose merging with the character to forge a unique power of his own, the true essence of martial arts. From this moment on, Xingtian could be considered the true martial ancestor, the progenitor of martial arts, for he had created his own true essence. To be able to abandon a supreme path of slaughter and pursue an unprecedented path requires immense courage and conviction. Xingtian achieved this, allowing his spirit to be elevated. As Xingtian abandoned the supreme path of slaughter, the endless killing intent within the soul-biting spear gradually dissipated, merging into Xingtian's essence. Without the killing intent, the soul-biting spear no longer possessed its previous terrifying aura, instead radiating with boundless dominance the aura of a sovereign. Once all the killing intent dissipated, a mysterious power integrated into Xingtian's sea of consciousness. The martial arts dominance body, which belonged to the path of warriors, was fully obtained by Xingtian. The appearance of the martial arts dominance body excited Xingtian. After paying such a high price, he finally reaped rewards. The martial arts dominance body bore the strength of martial arts, one of the most powerful physiques in existence, and was the most suitable power for Xingtian. The Tao has no limits. When Xingtian created his own path, no force could restrain him any longer. The martial Taoist dominant body knows no bounds, and the will of martial arts never admits defeat. After transforming his body completely into the martial Taoist dominant body, all the forces that surrounded Xingtian gradually dissipated. There was no longer any trace of weakness, and his original injuries healed entirely in a short time, restoring the immense power of his physical form. Powerful after completely abandoning the supreme path of slaughter and losing the bloodline of Pangu, Xingtian's body became incredibly pure. The martial Taoist dominant body granted him infinite possibilities. Not only did his body become extraordinarily pure, but Xingtian's inherent power of the laws also transformed entirely. The various laws from the innate 5 elements fused completely into the source of life, becoming the purest force of the 4 directions. The small space within Xingtian's body was enhanced. The Earth Spirit Pearl and Fire Spirit Pearl actively integrated into that small space. The conflicts Xingtian had feared did not occur. The 4 original Spirit Pearls, without Xingtian's control, evolved the primal powers of Earth, Water, Fire, and Wind within that small space. The 4 innate Spirit Pearls vanished completely, sacrificing themselves to provide the greatest support to Xingtian, helping him to evolve a fragmentary world. Space. After the 4 Spirit Pearls returned to their origin, Xingtian sensed the power of space. The true power of space. Although there was still a slight gap, it was genuine spatial power, not something his previous understanding could compare to. Giving and taking. Without giving, how can one gain? In the past, Xingtian was constrained by the limitations of his constitution, needing to follow the path of victory through quantity. But now, after relinquishing everything, he finally returned to the right path. In that moment, Xingtian couldn't help but ponder, perhaps this battle is my supreme opportunity, the chance to fully evolve the laws of space. I no longer need to rely on the fallen Mount Bujo to gather supreme purity, I can seize everything with my own power. The path of martial arts moves forward with courage. With this thought, Xingtian no longer had any intention of hiding. The mindset of a strong warrior radiated from him, and an unmatched dominance revealed itself. He appeared at the summit of Mount Bujo, facing the vast road leading to the heavenly court, with endless demon soldiers before him. Xingtian's sudden appearance took everyone observing the battle by surprise, drawing gasps. The killing intent that once surrounded him was gone, replaced by overwhelming dominance. This was not the aura of a sovereign, but an indescribable power belonging to a martial artist, a fact they were unaware of. How is this possible? How could that bastard Xingtian emerge unscathed? In the blood sea Ming, he shouted frantically, unable to comprehend how Xingtian could have survived his self-explosion. If he was unharmed, why had he avoided Tai Yi's provocation? Could it be that Xingtian had planned everything, turning him into a mere pawn? Seeing Xingtian appear entirely unscathed struck a severe blow to Ming He's confidence. He simply could not understand it all. If everything was indeed Xingtian's scheme, then Xingtian was terrifying. At that moment, a thought arose in Ming He's mind. Xingtian was invincible. This thought gnawed at his heart like an inner demon. If Ming He could not expel this thought, his path of cultivation would be interrupted. The power of the inner demon cannot be eliminated by external force, it can only be vanquished by one's own strength. However, it was evident that Ming He could not dispel this power in a short time, as the shock he had received was too great, overwhelming him. This was not merely due to Ming He's weakness or poor character, it was because the enemy he faced was far too powerful. Xingtian was strong beyond his capacity to resist, and Ming He had suffered too many times from the betrayal of allies, making it impossible for him to trust anyone. One could only blame Ming He's bad luck. After all, he encountered Xingtian at a time when his cultivation had greatly advanced. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a heavy blow. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Xingtian's sudden appearance was unwelcome for many, especially his transformation, which they were reluctant to see. No one was a fool. Although they did not know the specifics of Xingtian's changes, they could clearly perceive from his demeanor that his aura had undergone a shocking transformation, one that was unfavorable for most of them. Previously, they only saw arrogance and killing intent in Xingtian, but now they witnessed boundless confidence and dominance. Such a transformation symbolized a change in mindset and maturity. The arrogant Xingtian had already made them struggle to cope. Now the mature Xingtian was terrifying to the utmost degree. The demon race felt uneasy, and even the three pure ones were unsettled. The western side need not be mentioned. The only ones truly pleased in the entire primordial realm were the Wu clan, whose minds were set at ease by Xingtian's emergence. Xingtian did not wait for the 12 ancestors of Wu and the Wu army to appear. Instead, he strode forward directly toward the heavenly court, without a trace of hesitation or unease. Before his overwhelming dominance, those demon soldiers trembled. Although these guarding demon soldiers were merely insignificant pawns, Xingtian faced thousands alone, without any care, leaving many incredulous. As Xingtian advanced, those demon soldiers could only retreat. Soon he arrived outside the heavenly court, gazing at the portal of the southern heaven gate. A cold sneer crept onto his face, for this was the place he aimed to plunder, and soon it would become the battlefield for the conflict between the Wu and demon races. Xingtian paid no heed to the chaos among the demons outside the southern heaven gate. With a glint in his eyes, he shouted, Tai Yi, come out. Weren't you going to challenge me? I'm here. What is dominance? Xingtian demonstrated it well to the beings of the primordial realm standing at the gate of the heavenly court as the demon race's Dong Huang Tai Yi issued a challenge, entirely unperturbed by the countless demon soldiers. Of course, Xingtian's actions were also a slap in the face to the demon race. Although the conflict between the demons and the western side was resolved quickly, there are no secrets in the primordial realm. The powerful beings of the primordial easily learned everything that happened in the west. Dong Huang Tai Yi was forced back to the heavenly court by the plans of Zhuan and Jian, or with the help of the demon master Kuan Peng. Otherwise, it would have been hard for him to retreat unscathed. Yet Xingtian, on the other hand, had withdrawn from the west without a sound, highlighting the disparity between the two. Tai Yi wanted to take advantage of the situation to exploit Xingtian, but ended up attracting trouble, entangling himself in karma. Now, with Xingtian taking the initiative to confront him, the entire demon race felt the heat of embarrassment. It was humiliating. Just recently returned to the heavenly court, Tai Yi heard Xingtian's mocking challenge from outside the southern heaven gate, causing his anger to surge. Having bottled up his frustrations in the west, he immediately stood to face Xingtian in battle. Sit down. Look at what you have become. Do you still have any of the aura of a demon emperor? Dijun bellowed at Tai Yi, his face dark with disappointment. Seeing this, the demon master Kuan Peng spoke solemnly. Dong Huang Kuan Peng is not a good person. His actions are clearly intended to provoke you into battle, leaving the demon race with no time to arrange their forces, allowing the Wu clan to gain the upper hand in the upcoming conflict. We cannot fall for this. I remember, this is not a personal vendetta, but a clash between entire races that concerns the survival of the demon race. We must not be careless. Kuan Peng's words gained the approval of the demon emperor Dijun Fu Shi and the goddess Nu Hua, as well as the recognition of many demon saints in the Lingxiao Palace. Compared to Dong Huang Tai Yi, Kuan Peng clearly exhibited extraordinary wisdom. With just a single statement, he solidified his position in the hearts of many demon saints, while Dong Huang Tai Yi's image appeared somewhat lacking. At this moment, Fu Shi stepped forward and said, sometimes patience leads to tranquility, and retreat may yield greater horizons. Now is not the time for rash actions. Although Xingtian is arrogant, he is but one man. He would not dare to assault the heavenly court's defenses. If he did, it would surely lead to his death. We need not worry about him. Our concern should be the approaching Wu army, as they pose the real threat to the heavenly court. In a full-scale war between races, individual power does not stand out unless one possesses extraordinary strength. However, no one within the demon or Wu races can achieve such a level capable of disregarding the might of thousands. A full-scale war between races is not a chaotic conflict among a rabble. It is a clash of iron-blooded formations. Even a peak expert of the great Luo golden immortal realm can perish amidst the tumult of battle. The impact of thousands cannot be resisted by a lone warrior, so in the eyes of Fu Shi and others, they did not take Xingtian's challenge seriously. To disregard the constraints of numbers, one could only expect that the minimum requirement would be a quasi-saint level powerhouse. Xingtian, merely a golden immortal despite the change in his aura, had not altered his realm. Such a person could not directly challenge the defenses of the heavenly court. Since the dragon and phoenix calamity, no such powerful beings as quasi-saints had emerged, with only the existence of the sage Hongjun Daozu. The might of the quasi-saint was merely a matter of conjecture among everyone. Seeing that Tai had not appeared for a long time, Xingtian's face revealed a look of disdain. He laughed heartily, saying, "What a demon race, what a Dongwang Tai. They are nothing but a bunch of timid turtles. Tai, where has that arrogant demeanor of yours gone? Why do you now dare not even show your face? You truly disappoint me. A person like you is unworthy of being called an emperor. Perhaps you should change your name to Turtle, for even turtles have some dignity, while you have none." To hit someone without hitting their face, Xingtian's words directly landed several slaps on the demon race and Tai, making them dizzy. In the primordial era, everyone cared for their reputation. Even in the face of life and death enemies, they would still leave some face for each other. However, Xingtian was completely oblivious to this awareness. Endure. It must be said that the demon race had mastered the art of endurance to perfection. Despite Xingtian's scorn, they remained unmoved, with no demon saints stepping forth to battle. They all kept their heads down, waiting for the arrival of the Wu clan's army and choosing not to engage with Xingtian the vanguard. The reaction of the demon race was unexpected to everyone. No one had anticipated that they could remain so composed, not thrown into chaos by Xingtian's provocation. This caused many to view the demon race more favorably, realizing that they were not all like Tai, who could not discern the urgency of the situation. Perhaps in the eyes of those with lower cultivation levels in the primordial era, the demon race's reluctance to face Xingtian's challenge signified weakness. However, the powerful beings of the primordial era saw it differently. If the demon race chose to battle Xingtian at this moment, the great powers would look down upon them, believing they lacked the ability to compete with the Wu clan. The strength of the Wu clan posed a significant threat to these powers, and they did not wish to see the Wu clan dominate the primordial world. Now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. While the great powers of the primordial era could relax, wishing to see a balance of power between the Wu and demon races, Xingtian was unwilling to wait foolishly. Since Tai dared not engage in battle, he would assault the heavenly court. The demon race did not wish to fight him or throw their ranks into disarray. He would force them to do so. Kill. Xingtian snorted coldly and loudly declared, "Well, since you all dare not fight, I will force you to battle. Do you think this mere small formation can withstand me, Xingtian? Watch me shatter your battle formation." After completing the transformation into the martial path overlord body, Xingtian had always wanted to understand the limits of his body. Originally, he intended to achieve this through a decisive battle with Tai, but now he had to do it against the defensive formation protecting the heavenly court. Though it might be dangerous, Xingtian did not flinch. At the path of a warrior is one of no retreat. With a thought, the soul-destroying spear appeared in Xingtian's hand. The overwhelming aura of the soul-destroying spear perfectly matched Xingtian's own domineering presence, exuding an aura akin to that of a peerless demon god. In the past, Xingtian had relied on his killing intent. Now he was entirely focused on his overwhelming might, and the intensity was incomparable. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, the Wu clan members felt some worry, while other great powers of the primordial era shook their heads in private, looking down upon Xingtian's overestimating himself actions. They had originally thought Xingtian's temperament had matured, but it seemed that he was still the brash young man from before, acting out of line. Although Xingtian had once fought against many and emerged victorious, he had faced a disorganized crowd then. Now he was up against the elite battle formation of the demon race, which existed solely for slaughter. The two encounters were not comparable. Viewing the demon race's formation protecting the heavenly court with his past perspective would be a path to self-destruction. Kill. Xingtian did not hesitate, wielding the soul-destroying spear as he charged towards the demon race's battle formation, directly confronting their defenses with unmatched dominance. As he thrust his spear, the heavens and earth trembled. After comprehending the true meaning of the martial path, every move Xingtian made carried tremendous power. The soul-destroying spear was utilized to its fullest in his hands, unleashing boundless might upon the elite demon race at the forefront. With the might of the Overlord's spear, Xingtian's strike maximized his power to its peak, embodying the courage of an overlord. Under Xingtian's overwhelming strike, the demon race's formation did not stand as impenetrable as everyone had thought, able to withstand Xingtian's blow. Instead, it was pierced through as if made of paper, allowing Xingtian to break through and wreak havoc. Unexpected. This result surprised everyone, however, it did not lead to excessive concern. Even though Xingtian's strike was formidable, no one believed he could single-handedly contend against the demon race's formation. Such feats of 1 against 1,000 were not to be found in battle formations. No one anticipated that this unexpected outcome was merely the beginning. What would shock them even more was yet to come. Xingtian was no fool. If he lacked any confidence, how could he possibly charge into the demon race's heavenly court alone? In the eyes of many, he was courting death, but for Xingtian, this was simply a challenge. What was the source of Xingtian's confidence? Could it be that the martial path overlord body made him so arrogant? No, while the martial path overlord body was powerful, it could not grant Xingtian the ability to freely kill within the demon race's formation, as if in a realm devoid of others. What he truly relied on was the nascent spatial laws he was beginning to master. With space as king and time as revered, Xingtian believed that his formidable spatial laws would allow him to preserve himself even in dire straits. Moreover, he still possessed the soul-destroying spear, a supreme treasure, and the powerful spiritual treasure, 12-grade fiery red lotus. The combination of the martial path overlord body and the powerful spatial laws created a massive spatial barrier around Xingtian, repelling all attacks aimed at him. What many deemed impossible finally came to pass. The centrifugal force was born from Xingtian's combination of the martial path, overlord body, and spatial laws. It was the first form of power he grasped regarding spatial laws, allowing him to possess strong defensive capabilities even at the golden immortal level, comparable to that of an innate spiritual treasure. Although it was merely superficial, Xingtian felt no pressure against those whose strength fell below his own, which enabled him to achieve the impossible feats that others believed could not be done. While their army was powerful under Xingtian's centrifugal force, their strength was limited. It was difficult for anyone among them to breach Xingtian's defenses. Most importantly, they had no opportunity to gather their strength for a single strike. Xingtian was constantly on the move, making it impossible for them to lock onto him. Impossible. How could a mere golden immortal like Xingtian contend against thousands? What power allows him to rampage so effortlessly? In Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan could no longer maintain his calm and shouted loudly, his voice laced with endless fury. If anyone in the primordial era despised Xingtian and the Wu clan the most, it was not the River Styx, who had a deep-seated grudge against Xingtian, nor the Dongwang Tai, who bore a bitter hatred for him, but rather the envious Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan had always regarded himself as the true heir of Pangu, believing he was the legitimate descendant. Yet Xingtian, a grand shaman of the Wu clan, repeatedly performed astonishing feats that Yuanshi Tianzuan himself could not accomplish. This made him harbor the greatest animosity towards Xingtian, with no trace of any feeling of shared origin. Speaking of which, all three pure ones had such thoughts, but Yuanshi Tianzuan's were the most severe. Although he never voiced it, deep down he wished for the destruction of the Wu clan. Without the Wu clan, the three pure ones would have no rivals. To them, the greatest threat was the Wu clan, and they yearned for its demise, equal to their desire to contend with the demon race for the fate of the world. Taishan Laojun said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Just because we cannot do it does not mean others cannot. Xingtian is far more powerful than we imagine. It seems his mastery of spatial laws has greatly improved. No wonder he dares to single-handedly challenge the entire demon race. He has that confidence. We have all underestimated him. Burning his bloodline has not weakened his powers. On the contrary, it has made him even stronger." Taishan Laojun discerned the essence of Xingtian's centrifugal force at a glance, far surpassing Yuanshi Tianzuan in insight. Many believed that Xingtian's centrifugal force was merely a branch of the earth laws, specifically the gravity law, as they viewed him solely as a great shaman of the earth. Wu. No, the current Xingtian is no longer a pure Wu. He has transcended the realm of Wu and has become a new life form. He was merely born into the Wu clan and shares many causal ties with them. Xingtian's martial arts dominance combined with powerful techniques caused an elite of the demon race to fall with a single thrust of his spear. Soon outside the southern heavenly gate, blood flowed like a river. Xingtian laughed wildly, saying, "Tai, let's see how long you can endure. If you don't come out, I will continue to kill until you do." No one doubted Xingtian's words. Not only was there a deep-seated animosity between him and Tai, but the current situation of the Wu and demon races would also incite Xingtian to unleash a massacre. What to do? Should they act immediately to stop Xingtian or endure a little longer? This decision left many powerful beings of the demon race hesitating. Though Tai was shouting to strike down Xingtian, his opinion was ignored. Ultimately, the interests of the race outweighed everything. For the future of the entire demon race, sacrificing a few elites was inconsequential. If they could use a swarm tactic to eliminate the villain Xingtian, it would be a boon for the upcoming battle between the Wu and demon races. For the higher-ups, sacrificing a bit of cannon fodder was nothing. Without any powerful beings to obstruct him, Xingtian grew more formidable in battle. Since he completed the transformation of his martial arts dominance and resolved his own issues, his body became even stronger. Under the enhancement of the laws of space, great Tao runes like stars formed around his body, creating a layer of golden radiance. Xingtian, growing ever bolder in combat, seemed like a colossal being bathed in golden light, an invincible figure awakening from the chaotic world. His towering height and mountainous aura caused the sky outside the southern heavenly gate to tremble. With each step he took, exuding unparalleled might. The blood within his body surged, and the boundless energies of heaven and earth surged through him. His aura became violent, forming a powerful shockwave that threatened to break all restraints. Under this violent force, Xingtian's magical power and realm rapidly ascended, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal level, just a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Under such overwhelming force, every punch Xingtian threw and every thrust of his spear caused the surrounding world to pale. The space outside the southern heavenly gate became unstable under his unparalleled attacks, filling the elite demons with immense fear, their faces reflecting endless trepidation. Every strike from Xingtian bore unmatched divine might. Anyone targeted could not evade and could only resist with all their strength. Given the vast disparity in power, there was only one path to death. The loss of one or two individuals meant nothing, as death was commonplace on the battlefield. However, the number of casualties at Xingtian's hand was not just one or two, but dozens and hundreds within a mere span of time, which understandably instilled great fear in those supposed elite demons who were barely holding on to their composure. Despite the terrifying pressure from Xingtian, the demon warriors managed to maintain their formation, proving their elite status. The sheer number of elites being sacrificed was indeed commendable, showcasing the remarkable restraint of Dijun and others. These individuals were the foundation of the demon race. To sacrifice so much for a single Xingtian was indeed a significant decision that ordinary people could not accomplish. Though fear loomed over them, no demon warrior turned to flee. They continued to fight fiercely against Xingtian, even if it meant giving their lives in a relentless battle. As more individuals fell amidst the baptism of blood and fire, the remaining demon warriors gradually adapted to the battle. They slowly began to coordinate with one another to withstand Xingtian's terrifying attacks. With a loud bang, Xingtian's attack collided with the demon warriors once more. Even though they had adapted to Xingtian's assaults, they still could not match the overwhelming power he wielded. The demon warriors crumbled under his fierce attacks, with a squad being sent flying, yet thankfully, they managed to preserve their lives. Xingtian initially overlooked one or two missteps, but as they accumulated, he discerned the underlying tactics of the demon warriors. They gathered a small squad to confront him, using a swarm tactic to wear down his stamina. It must be said that the demons had some foresight and cunning, but to underestimate Xingtian with such limited ability was rather foolish. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed across Xingtian's face. As his martial will stirred within his sea of consciousness, he launched a punch at a squad of demon warriors bearing the brunt of his attack. Instantly, their chests caved in, and they were killed by his terrifying blow, their lives extinguished. Under one punch, an entire squad of warriors perished. Xingtian's punch was astonishing, but no one had time to praise or be shocked, for at that moment the battle outside the southern heavenly gate reached a boiling point, leaving everyone unable to react. Xingtian's single punch shattered the balance, causing the demon warriors' morale to falter under such immense pressure. The situation outside the southern heavenly gate descended into chaos. Though Dijun and many great saints of the demon race intended to use a swarm tactic against Xingtian, willing to sacrifice some demon warriors, their decision was not made lightly. The individual responsible for defending the southern heavenly gate was no ordinary being. Those who retreat shall die. A cold voice echoed from inside the southern heavenly gate, and waves of demon warriors surged into the battlefield. As reinforcements arrived, the previously shaky formation quickly stabilized again. Each demon warrior represented not only themselves, but also their race and family. If they were to become deserters, their families and clans would face punishment from the higher-ups of the demon race, a consequence they could not bear. Using coercion to suppress their kin, one must admit the inherent cruelty of the demon race. Such situations would not arise within the Wu clan, where the very essence of their being did not allow for retreat. Watching the constant fall of her kin outside the southern heavenly gate, Nuwa sighed and said, "Dijun, is it worth it to do this?" To sacrifice so many kin for a mere Xingtian seems a bit excessive. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, of fleeting sorrow crossed Dijun's face, but this expression vanished instantly, replaced by unwavering determination. Dijun solemnly stated, "It is worth it. As long as we can trap Xingtian and exhaust his stamina, any price is worth paying. The sacrifice of a small portion for the overall benefit of the demon race is a necessity." As a woman, Nuwa naturally felt some weakness in the face of such a brutal bloodbath, yet Dijun, as the emperor, could not afford such sentiments. As an emperor, he must face the entire race, and a heart of iron and blood is essential for a ruler. The cruelty outside the southern heavenly gate was beyond anyone's imagination before the battle. The heavens and earth trembled in shock at the tremendous price the demon race was paying. It was simply too brutal. With every strike from Xingtian's terrifying body, the heavens and earth shook. A small squad of demon warriors did not just fall, but was utterly devastated. Yet amidst such assaults, the demon race did not descend into chaos. They maintained order, which left many powerful beings in the primordial age in awe of Dijun's control over the demon race. Perhaps Dijun's methods were somewhat ruthless, but for the entire demon race this was the right choice. They needed to preserve their strength to cope with the arrival of the 12 ancestor witches and the Wu army, who were far more vicious than Xingtian, especially with the 12 capital, heavenly god-murdering formation at hand. The 12 ancestor witches began to grow anxious about the demon's actions, worried for Xingtian's safety. Although they understood that Xingtian was creating opportunities for himself, his precarious situation made it impossible for them to feel at ease. They feared Dijun might suddenly attack Xingtian without regard for the consequences. This highlights the difference between the 12 ancestor witches and Dijun. The 12 ancestor witches valued emotions, while Dijun prioritized benefits. As long as it favored the demon race, he would unwaveringly execute his plans regardless of how ruthless the means, embodying the qualities of an emperor, which could never manifest in the 12 ancestor witches. In contrast to Dijun's iron-fisted approach, willing to sacrifice elite demons, the 12 ancestor witches were unwilling to see Xingtian perish, not because he was significant to the Wu clan, but because they inherently did not wish to witness his downfall. Under the urging of the 12 ancestor witches, the Wu army ceased to concern themselves with the entanglements of minor demons in the primordial age and marched directly toward Mount Buzhou.